Chapter 3678. The middle-aged scholar's words were filled with anger. As for Duan Ling Tian, he could feel a bone-deep hatred from the middle-aged scholar's tone. At the same time, he finally realized why this middle-aged scholar was imprisoned here. Even if such a person didn't die, he definitely couldn't be released. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would bring disaster to the Hidden Fog sect. To be appointed as the next successor to the Hidden Fog sect master, his talent and perception could be imagined. He was absolutely at the peak. In the future, when he stood up, he would surely be a giant. It wouldn't be difficult for him to establish a divine emperor-level influence. Even if the Hidden Fog sect didn't kill him, it was impossible for them to allow him to grow. The small world of the Stairway to Heaven was undoubtedly the best place for him to belong. In the Stairway to Heaven's world, there are many people who are imprisoned for an indefinite period of time. Is your imprisonment also permanent? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the middle-aged scholar. What do you think? The middle-aged scholar sneered. He asked in return, I am just over 2,300 years old and yet I have already become a higher deity. Moreover, I have even comprehended the fusion of two types of wind law's three profound meanings. Even if placed in the history of the Hidden Fog sect, such achievements can be counted on one hand. If it weren't for them wanting to use me as a gatekeeper for the Stairway to Heaven's struggle to temper their juniors, they would have already killed me. It is impossible for them to release me. My imprisonment is naturally permanent. As he spoke, the corners of the middle-aged scholar's mouth curled into a mocking smile. A dignified god-emperor-level sect is as timid as a mouse. Even a mere higher deity like me is afraid of them. How laughable! Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Ling Tian was startled. He never imagined that this middle-aged scholar would have such astonishing achievements at such a young age. All right, enough nonsense. Boy, do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want me to send you out? The middle-aged scholar narrowed his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His divine energy that had been boosted with the law of wind began to stir as though a terrifying tornado was brewing in his body. Hearing the middle-aged scholar's words, Duan Ling Tian smiled indifferently. Although I don't intend to pass the 9th level, I'm afraid you don't have the ability to send me out. Duan Ling Tian's words made the middle-aged scholar sneer. Kid, it seems like you don't know how strong I am. Fine. Next, I'll let you experience my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged scholar attacked. Whoosh! Crash! Along with the tornado on the middle-aged scholar's body, a terrifying storm swept out towards Duan Ling Tian as if it covered the heavens and the earth. It was like a gigantic beast that opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Duan Ling Tian up the staircase. However, this storm disappeared just as quickly as it came. Boom! Rumble! The spatial storm raged as it crushed this similarly shocking storm that originated from the middle-aged scholar without any effort, causing the middle-aged man's expression to instantly change drastically. You've actually comprehended the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space. Although there were only 8 profundities from the law of space that could be fused, it did not mean that only 2 profundities could be fused. It could also be fused 3, 4, or even 5 profundities. It was just that the combinations were different. The more one comprehended, the stronger the power would be. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had used the fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space to crush the middle-aged scholar's strength. It was similar to how he had defeated Shui Haishan, who was at the 8th level of the celestial stairway. Bang! A violent spatial energy came crashing down like a giant hammer and landed on the middle-aged scholar's body, sending him flying violently. Of course, at this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian withdrew most of his strength. Otherwise, the middle-aged scholar would have died without a doubt. You! Just as the middle-aged scholar regained his senses, his face turned green and pale. He was shocked when he saw the purple figure standing in the distance had taken out the celestial stairway token and left. The figure flashed and disappeared before his eyes. He doesn't plan on going to the 10th level of the celestial stairway? Seeing this, the middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment. However, he immediately thought of something and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. A smile appeared on his face. It seems that he doesn't want to be too high profile. A higher deity ascending to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, no one has ever done this. The best one has ever done was to ascend to the 9th level of the celestial stairway. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged scholar guessed why the purple-clothed youth didn't go to the 10th level of the celestial stairway. It turned out that he wanted to keep a low profile. I really didn't expect the Hidden Fog sect to produce such a character. The middle-aged scholar sighed with a bit of regret. Such a character was even more outstanding than he was in the past. Outside the celestial stairway, the small dot of light that represented Duan Ling Tian. After reaching the 9th level of the celestial stairway, most people thought that Duan Ling Tian would soon be eliminated. Even Tang Wuyen felt the same way. However, what surprised them was that after Duan Ling Tian ascended to the 9th level of the celestial stairway, he didn't come out for a long time. Could it be that he still has the ability to compete with the people on the 9th level of the celestial stairway? Otherwise, how could he last for so long? An inner sect disciple guessed in horror. Impossible. There must be another reason. Another inner sect disciple shook his head. He obviously didn't want to believe this. After all, he stayed on the 7th level of the celestial stairway for a long time. I think so too. The gatekeeper must have gone easy on him for him to pass the 8th level of the celestial stairway so easily. The group of people outside never expected that the reason Duan Ling Tian stayed on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for so long was because he was chatting with the gatekeeper. Whoosh! Finally, under the watchful eyes of the group of people, Duan Ling Tian finally appeared. He had stopped on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Naturally, they did not expect Duan Ling Tian to come out after defeating the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. They thought Duan Ling Tian was mercilessly eliminated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway. Duan Ling Tian is out. He stopped on the 9th level. Moreover, he stayed on the 9th level for such a long time. If there are no accidents, he'll be the first in the celestial stairway contest this time. He's really lucky. The group of inner sect disciples whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Ling Tian heard them loud and clear. Elder. When Duan Ling Tian passed the celestial stairway order to the old man asked curiously, Duan Ling Tian, did you fight with the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway for a long time? No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. It ended quickly. It could be said that it ended in a single exchange. It ended in a single exchange. The old man was startled. If that's the case, why did you stay on the 9th level for such a long time? At this moment, whether it was the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder or the surrounding inner sect disciples, they all thought that Duan Ling Tian had been defeated by the gatekeeper on the 9th level of the celestial stairway in a single exchange. They would never have dreamed that Duan Ling Tian would say that he had defeated the gatekeeper on the 9th level in a single exchange. However, as the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect elder asked this question, the other inner sect disciples also looked at Duan Ling Tian. They were curious as to why Duan Ling Tian could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. We chatted for a while. Duan Ling Tian's reply caused everyone to be petrified. They never thought that this was the reason. It was because he had chatted with the gatekeeper that he could stay on the 9th level for such a long time. This fellow, how could his luck be so good? He met a gatekeeper who was willing to chat with him? One had to know that it wasn't as if they hadn't thought of chatting with the keeper that they couldn't defeat in order to prolong the time they had to spend on the last floor. However, the keeper seemed to have the attitude of not saying anything more than half a sentence, and directly eliminated them mercilessly. You've really run into dog's*T luck. Chi Yu sneered. As for Chi Yu's voice, it sounded particularly ear-piercing in this quiet environment. For a time, Duan Ling Tian subconsciously looked at him. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he faintly smiled. Yes, your luck is all right, but even if you want to run into dog*T luck, I'm afraid you won't be able to do so. Seeing Duan Ling Tian refute him, Chi Yu's expression sank. At the same time he sneered, Duan Ling Tian, you finally stopped hiding like a coward. Since you've come out, have you thought about accepting my challenge? Or perhaps, you don't dare? Do you want to continue being a coward? Chi Yu sneered. Challenge. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. For a moment, he didn't react. At this time, Tang Wuyen took a step forward and walked in front of Duan Ling Tian. She said to Duan Ling Tian, he's the inner sect disciple who has challenged you every month for the past 3 months, Chi Yu. Chi Yu? Duan Ling Tian looked at Chi Yu again with a look of realization on his face. I was wondering who it was. So it's the dog that Tu Feng sent to bite me. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Even Tang Wuyan, who was standing in front of him, was stunned. She never thought Duan Lingtian would call Qiyu a dog in front of Qiyu. Moreover, he even said that Qiyu was the dog of another inner sect disciple. Tang Wuyan quickly reacted. She hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Duan Lingtian, do you have a grudge with senior apprentice brother Tu Feng?" Although Tu Feng was also an inner sect disciple, he was an inner sect disciple who had stepped into the Divine King realm. In terms of status and strength, he wasn't someone that ordinary Divine Spirit realm inner sect disciples like them could compare with. Although Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability were not bad, it was not a good thing for him to offend Tu Feng. Not only was Tu Feng a Divine King stage inner sect disciple, but he was also the eldest disciple of the second elder of the Hidden Fog sect. "I don't think it's a conflict, but I don't know what he thinks," Duan Lingtian said with a shrug. Before Tang Wuyan could reply to Duan Lingtian, Qiyu's voice that was filled with anger and coldness rang in the air. "Duan Lingtian, do you want to die?" Chapter 3679. Following Qiyu's stern shout, the atmosphere instantly fell into a deathly silence. A thick smell of gunpowder rose up, causing everyone's heart to subconsciously hang in the air. At the same time, they stared at the two parties involved, Duan Lingtian and Qiyu. Courting death. After Qiyu shouted fiercely, Duan Lingtian glanced at him unhurriedly with a profound gaze. "Are you sure you have the ability to do so?" Qiyu sneered, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Duan Lingtian, do you really think that just because you were lucky and reached the 9th step of the celestial stairway and had a better result than me, you can look down on me? The ranking of the celestial stairway has never represented the ranking of strength." "That's true. You're just a young man who entered the sect not long ago. It's normal that you don't know this." As he spoke, the corners of Qiyu's mouth curled into a mocking smile. In Qiyu's opinion, this Duan Lingtian had spent so much time on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. It was impossible for him to pass the 8th step. Yet he had passed the 8th step so quickly. This meant that the gatekeeper had gone easy on him. If the gatekeeper was an inner sect disciple who had been imprisoned for life, it was normal for him to go easy on him. After all, even if they won, there was no way to reduce their sentence. As for Duan Lingtian, he had said that he had been defeated in a single move on the 9th step. Although he had stayed on the 9th step for a long time, it was because he had spent a long time chatting with the gatekeeper. Because of this, even if Duan Lingtian's result in the celestial stairway competition surpassed Qiyu's, Qiyu still didn't put him in his eyes. He was just a kid who had been lucky for a while. "Lucky?" Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Qiyu. "You can try." "I'll try then." Qiyu sneered. "Now, do you dare to go to the ultimate martial platform with me?" The ultimate martial arena was where the people of the Hidden Fog sect fought. In a duel on the ultimate martial arena, one could admit defeat, and after admitting defeat, the opponent could no longer intentionally take one's life. However, if one did not admit defeat in time, even if one was killed by the opponent, it would be a meaningless death. In the Hidden Fog sect, there was no such thing as a life or death arena. If it was only to compare notes, the Hidden Fog sect's people would go to the martial meeting square, which was right below the extreme martial arena. The ultimate martial platform was an elevated platform located in the sky above the martial arts competition square. Ultimate martial dais? Senior apprentice brother Qiyu actually wants to go up the ultimate martial stage with Duan Lingtian? Oh my god! Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, you'll be like a sword without eyes. If you don't admit defeat in time, even if you're killed, you'll have died in vain. How much hatred do you have? Senior brother Qiyu, do you really intend to have a life and death duel with Duan Lingtian? When the surrounding inner sect disciples regained their senses, their faces were basically filled with shock. Some of the people who wished for the world to be in chaos even had their eyes glowing, their faces filled with anticipation. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Tang Wuyan quickly stopped Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. Duan Lingtian, don't be impulsive. Once you step onto the ultimate martial platform, if you don't admit defeat in time, even if you die, the sect won't punish you. I know. The Inner Sect Disciples Handbook mentions the ultimate martial platform. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Wuyan and faintly smiled. When this scene fell into Qiyu's eyes, It made him burn with jealousy. Seeing Duan Ling Tian suddenly say such words to Tang Wuyen, it wasn't hard for him to guess that Tang Wuyen must have sent a sound transmission to persuade Duan Ling Tian not to agree to the ultimate martial platform battle. Duan Ling Tian, genius from Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy. Do you dare? Chi Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian with a mocking smile, his tone filled with provocation. Duan Ling Tian, don't be impulsive. If you don't have the confidence, don't agree. An old voice suddenly sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears, greatly surprising him. This was because this sound transmission came from the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect elder who was guarding outside the sky stairway. Elder, rest assured. I, Duan Ling Tian, won't easily do something I'm not confident in. Duan Ling Tian replied to the inner sect elder's sound transmission. Then, he looked at Chi Yu and lightly said, "Lead the way." Lead the way. This was Duan Ling Tian's reply. Chi Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he sneered and turned to lead the way. The surrounding inner sect disciples also began to boil with excitement. He agreed. He agreed. I really don't understand. Why would Duan Ling Tian agree? Since senior apprentice brother Chi Yu dares to make such a request, he must be confident in defeating him. An intermediate deity dares to accept a challenge from a higher deity? Amidst the uproar of the inner sect disciples, Duan Ling Tian followed Chi Yu's footsteps and headed towards the ultimate martial platform. This fellow. Seeing Duan Ling Tian not listening to his advice, Tang Wuyen couldn't help but frown. But he still followed. He didn't forget to send a sound transmission to Duan Ling Tian. If there is any danger, admit defeat in time. As long as you admit defeat, Chi Yu won't dare to kill you again. At that time, the elder on duty at the ultimate martial platform will also protect you. Duan Ling Tian was aware of everything Tang Wuyen had said. However, Duan Ling Tian still sent a sound transmission to Tang Wuyen to express his thanks for his concern. Outside the sky stairway, besides the inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway, everyone else who knew that Duan Ling Tian had agreed to Chi Yu's challenge at the ultimate martial platform followed. The inner sect elder guarding the sky stairway also wanted to follow. But this time, he was the one guarding the sky stairway so he couldn't leave. Where is he? Someone walked out of the sky stairway and was puzzled when he realized that there was no one around except for the inner sect elder on duty. When he learned the ins and outs of the matter from the elder on duty, he immediately rushed to the ultimate martial platform. Senior brother Chi Yu is going to fight with that Duan Ling Tian who just joined the sect on the ultimate martial platform? This is a good show, we can't miss it. One by one, the inner sect disciples who walked out of the sky stairway rushed to the ultimate martial platform after learning that Duan Ling Tian and Chi Yu were going to fight on the ultimate martial platform. As a result, more and more people went to the ultimate martial platform. Elder Pang. The inner sect elder on duty outside the sky stairway finally couldn't hold himself back and sent a sound transmission to an elder who was on good terms with him. If I remember correctly, you've been on duty at the ultimate martial platform recently? Are you there today? The other party quickly responded, Yes, what's the matter? In a moment, that Chi Yu will fight with Duan Ling Tian who was recommended by Vice Sect Master Murong to enter the sect ahead of time. Inform me of the progress at any time. If Duan Ling Tian is in danger, remind him to admit defeat with a sound transmission. This little fellow is quite polite and his talent and perception are quite good. If he lives, it will only be beneficial to the sect. The inner sect elder outside the sky stairway said. What? Chi Yu and Duan Ling Tian are going to fight on the ultimate martial platform? I see them. Don't worry, I don't want such a genius to die. Elder Pang, who was on duty at the ultimate martial platform, saw a group of people in the distance. He saw that the person leading them was their Hidden Fog Sect's Chi Yu. As for Duan Ling Tian, although he hadn't seen him before, he had heard that he was a handsome young man in purple clothes. He was clearly following behind Chi Yu. There were a total of 19 ultimate martial platforms. They were located in the skies above the Hidden Fog Sect's martial meeting square. However, the 19 ultimate martial platforms were usually empty. The most lively place was the Hidden Fog Sect's martial meeting square. There were many Hidden Fog Sect inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples sparring there. The Hidden Fog Sect's martial meeting square and ultimate martial platform didn't belong to the inner sect. Rather, they were shared between the inner and outer sect. And they were located between the inner and outer sections. Why are there so many people? How lively! There were many people in the martial meeting square to begin with. When Duanling Tian, Qi Yu, and the group of inner sect disciples who came to join in the fun arrived, they alarmed many people in the martial meeting square. And when they saw the person in the lead, their eyes brightened. It's Qi Yu. He's ranked in the top 10 of the inner sect disciples. Senior apprentice brother Qi Yu is going to enter the ultimate martial platform. Who is he going to fight with? That purple-clothed youth behind him. Who is he? In the martial meeting square, a group of inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were watching the fun flew into the air out of curiosity. And when they saw that there was no one around them, the inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples who were sparring also tacitly stopped and followed. Senior apprentice brother. What's going on? Who is senior apprentice brother Qi Yu going to fight with on the ultimate martial platform? Many people asked the inner sect disciples who came from the sky stairway. And when they obtained the answer, they all revealed looks of shock. It's actually that Duanling Tian who just entered the sect? Isn't he a middle deity? A mere middle deity dares to fight with senior apprentice brother Qi Yu on the ultimate martial platform? I've heard of him. Although he has comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the space laws, senior apprentice brother Qi Yu has also comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of the wind laws. In addition to senior apprentice brother Qi Yu's cultivation being a level higher than his, he will undoubtedly lose. I really don't understand why he would agree to a battle with such a great disparity in strength. Although the group of hidden fog sect disciples couldn't understand why Duanling Tian would agree to such a battle, it didn't affect them from joining in on the fun. Many geniuses die prematurely because of their carelessness. Many people shook their heads as they looked at the purple figure walking towards the ultimate martial platform with pity on their faces. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duanling Tian followed Qi Yu, who was leading the way, and landed on the ultimate martial platform in the center of the 19 platforms. This ultimate martial platform was also the largest. The surrounding 18 smaller ultimate martial platforms surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon. After Qi Yu landed, he turned to look at Duanling Tian, who had also landed and was calmly looking at him. Seeing Duanling Tian's expression remain so calm at this time, Qi Yu's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. If Duanling Tian could still pretend to be relaxed when he was outside the sky stairway, then he shouldn't be so relaxed now that he was on the ultimate martial platform. After all, Qi Yu was much stronger than him. But now, in the end, Qi Yu couldn't help but extend his divine sense and envelop Duanling Tian. In the next moment, his pupils suddenly shrank and his heart filled with shock. He actually broke through to the realm of a higher deity. Chapter 3680. Just now, before the stairway to heaven, Qi Yu hadn't thought of using his divine sense to probe Duanling Tian's depths. This was because he subconsciously felt that even if Duanling Tian wanted to make a breakthrough, it would be impossible for him to do so while he was at the Hidden Fog sect. It wasn't until he arrived at the ultimate martial platform and saw Duanling Tian's calm and collected expression that Qi Yu couldn't help but use his divine sense to probe Duanling Tian. And after he discovered that Duanling Tian was a higher deity, his heart was in turmoil. The difference between Duanling Tian and Duanling Tian's breakthrough was like heaven and earth. He wasn't afraid of Duanling Tian before he made a breakthrough. But now that Duanling Tian had made a breakthrough, he wasn't confident at all. Although both of them had comprehended the fusion of 3 profound meanings of a certain law, Duanling Tian had comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of space. As for him, he had only comprehended one of the more ordinary 5 elemental laws, the law of wind. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect you to have broken through to the realm of a higher deity. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Qi Yu looked at Duanling Tian with a solemn expression and spoke in a deep voice. Not only did he not lower his voice, but he seemed to have deliberately raised it so that it clearly entered the ears of everyone present, including the 2 elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform. One of the elders was surnamed Peng. Elder Chen, don't you think you're worrying too much? After hearing Qi Yu's words, Elder Peng subconsciously extended his divine sense and shrouded Duanling Tian. After confirming Duanling Tian's cultivation, he immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder on duty outside the stairway to heaven. What's wrong? Elder Chen, who was on duty outside the stairway to heaven, was naturally dumbfounded when he received the message. Duanling Tian is also a higher deity. His chances of winning this battle are higher, okay? You actually want me to remind him to admit defeat? Are you kidding me? Elder Peng snappily said. What? Duan Ling Tian is a higher deity? Elder Chen, on the other hand, was shocked. But before he entered the stairway to heaven, he was clearly only an intermediate deity. At that time, I even used my divine consciousness to probe him. Could it be that he made a breakthrough when he was fighting someone on the stairway to heaven? That should be the case. He probably made his breakthrough on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. After a period of stalemate, he made a breakthrough at the last moment. Then, he successfully cleared the level. Relying on his higher deity cultivation base, he quickly defeated the guardian on the 8th step of the celestial stairway. In fact, the guardian on the 8th step didn't go easy on him. As for the 9th step of the celestial stairway, it's highly likely that he'll encounter an inner sect disciple of the godly king stage. Even if he becomes a higher deity, it'll be difficult for him to be a match for them. It's very normal for him to be defeated in one move. At this moment, Elder Chen understood many things. At the same time, he realized that he had worried for nothing. Duan Lingtian's current strength was no longer inferior to Qi Yu's. He might even be stronger. I don't know about that. All right, I'll watch these two little fellows fight first, then I'll tell you the result. However, it's highly likely that Qi Yu will admit defeat because I can see fear in his eyes. Elder Peng sent a voice transmission and said, "Showing fear before the battle is a great taboo." While Elder Peng stopped sending messages and stared intently at the two figures on the ultimate martial platform, the crowd was also abuzz with discussion. I really didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to have broken through to become a higher deity. No wonder he dared to accept senior brother Qi Yu's challenge. It turns out that he has made a breakthrough. I understand now. Duan Ling Tian made a breakthrough on the 7th step of the celestial stairway. Before the breakthrough, he was in a stalemate with the guardian for a long time. After the breakthrough, he easily defeated the guardian on the 8th step of the celestial stairway and ascended to the 9th step. However, he was eliminated by the godly king stage guardian on the 9th step. That must be it. While many inner sect disciples were speculating, Tang Wuyen, who was standing at the side of the crowd, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a complicated expression. So, he has already made a breakthrough. What I said earlier actually came true. Previously, Tang Wuyen had told Qi Yu that Duan Ling Tian might have made a breakthrough on the spot and then ascended to the 9th step of the celestial stairway. Of course, it was not that she had much confidence in Duan Ling Tian at that time. She just could not stand Qi Yu's attitude. However, she did not expect that what she said would really come true. Why? Are you going to admit defeat? Duan Ling Tian's expression did not change when Qi Yu pointed out his current cultivation. He stared deeply at Qi Yu and asked meaningfully. However, as far as I know, the rules of the ultimate martial platform state that once one ascends to the ultimate martial platform, one is not allowed to admit defeat within 10 breaths from the start of the battle. Duan Ling Tian revealed the rules of the ultimate martial platform that he had learned from the inner sect disciples' handbook. His originally calm expression changed slightly, and a hint of mockery appeared on his face. Who said I'm going to admit defeat? Sensing the gazes around him, even though Qi Yu felt a little guilty, he still maintained a tough front on the surface. Duan Ling Tian, even if you're a higher deity, you've only just made a breakthrough to become a higher deity. You might not even have had time to consolidate your cultivation, and you want me, Qi Yu, to admit defeat? Ridiculous! As Qi Yu's voice fell, gusts of wind raged around his body. The law of wind fused with divine power appeared as though it had turned into a small tornado. Furthermore, the tornado was still growing stronger. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Both of them had comprehended the law of wind, but the middle-aged scholar that he had encountered on the 9th step of the celestial stairway was far more powerful than Qi Yu. Qi Yu had only comprehended one type of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind, but that person had comprehended 2 types of fusion of 3 profundities from the law of wind. Their abilities were not on the same level at all. However, the problem was, even that middle-aged scholar was easily defeated by Duan Ling Tian in one move. Now, I'll give you a chance. Duan Ling Tian looked at Qi Yu and said calmly, "Kneel down and kowtow 10 times, and I'll spare your life." The moment Duan Ling Tian said that, everyone was shocked. No one had expected Duan Ling Tian to suddenly say such a thing. Moreover, from his tone, it was as though victory was already in his hands. Presumptuous. As expected, Qi Yu was enraged. He roared angrily and moved with the wind. It was as though he had turned into a gust of wind as he charged toward Duan Tian. At the same time, a crescent blade appeared in Qi Yu's hand. As soon as the blade appeared, it was infused with divine power that had merged with the wind elemental attribute. Suddenly, a green light shone brightly. Obviously, the blade in Qi Yu's hand was a divine weapon. Of course, it was only a lower-grade divine weapon. However, even though it was a lower-grade divine weapon, once it was in Qi Yu's hand, the power that was infused into it was extremely shocking. The green blade radiance swept across the sky as though it could split the sky. Bas! Accompanied by the sound of the blade, a terrifying blade radiance bloomed in the sky and swept toward Duan Tian. However, in the face of Qi Yu's sudden attack, Duan Tian did not panic. With a whoosh, he disappeared from where he was and reappeared not far behind Qi Yu. "You're courting death." Although there was not much movement behind him, Qi Yu, who was fully alert, turned around in an instant and slashed out with his blade. Another green blade radiance bloomed. Although it was not as strong as the previous blade radiance, it was not to be underestimated. Bas! The blade radiance that Duan Tian had dodged seemed to have grown eyes. It turned around in the air and continued to attack Duan Tian. "I gave you a chance," Duan Tian said indifferently. His eyes were calm, and then he took a step forward. A layer of faint armor appeared on the surface of his body. Together with the sudden appearance of the spatial wind leopard, it easily crushed the blade radiance that Qi Yu had slashed out. Then, before Qi Yu's other blade radiance could catch up, Duan Tian raised his hand and waved casually in front of a group of people. The whole movement was as smooth as flowing water. It was as light as the wind. Whoosh! The sound of the sword whistling was short-lived. When the crowd saw that there was a sword in Duan Tian's hand, Qi Yu's body had already been decapitated. Then, the spatial windstorm that filled the sky was like a meat grinder, instantly mincing Qi Yu into a pool of blood. After Qi Yu's death, the saber ray that flashed through the air became much weaker. In the end, it landed on the silhouette of armor that flashed on Duan Tian's body and completely dissipated. Duan Tian was wearing a defensive divine armor. It was one of the dozens of divine weapons given to him by the Zhong family in Tianfeng City. It was a low-grade divine weapon. In terms of value, it was not inferior to an ordinary middle-grade offensive divine weapon. Later, he attacked with a low-grade divine sword given to him by the Zhong family. Whoosh! Whoosh! Blood and blood mist scattered all over the ground, leaving behind dazzling and eye-catching marks on the ultimate martial platform. It also caused the surrounding crowd to become silent. No one expected it to end so quickly. From the moment Qi Yu attacked to the moment Qi Yu died, less than 3 breaths of time had passed. As for Duan Tian, from the moment he moved to the moment he attacked, it was at most a single breath of time. See, the 2 inner sect elders on duty at the ultimate martial platform were experienced and knowledgeable. Although they were shocked by the scene in front of them, they were the first to react. However, they still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at the purple figure on the platform again, their eyes revealed a bit of shock. Although they also thought that Duan Tian was likely to win. However, it did not cross his mind that Duan Tian would win so easily. That was Qi Yu. Among the Hidden Fog sect's Spirit God Realm Inner Sect disciples, his strength could be ranked in the top 10. He was the Hidden Fog sect's signboard. But now, this signboard was gone. However, they didn't feel sad because this signboard was gone. Instead, they felt excited. This was because Qi Yu's death announced the appearance of an even stronger inner sect disciple. Duan Tian. This inner sect disciple, who had been recommended by the Tianfeng City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean, who was also their Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Murong Suifeng, had become the new signboard of their Hidden Fog Academy. Moreover, this signboard was even stronger than Qi Yu's. This? Tang Wuyan stood on the side of the crowd. After a while, he came back to his senses. When he came back to his senses, he looked at the purple figure in disbelief. He just broke through to the higher god realm and he's already so strong? Qi Yu was killed by a single sword strike. Chapter 3681. The purple-clad young man stood on the ultimate martial platform with a calm expression on his face. It was as if everything in front of him was of no importance to him. He did not rejoice as if he already knew this would be the result. Because of this, He gave off an unfathomable feeling as he stood there. I gave you a chance. The purple-clad young man's words seemed to echo in many people's ears again. It was not until this moment that they realized that in the eyes of the purple-clad young man, Qiyu was like a chicken that could not withstand a single blow. If you were given a chance, you would live. If you did not cherish it, you would die. When will the result of the Stairway to Heaven competition be released? Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked up at Tang Wuyen and asked, Huh? Tang Wuyen was still in a daze when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. She immediately returned to her senses and told Duan Lingtian the date the result of the Stairway to Heaven competition would be released. Understood. I'll take my leave first. After getting the information he wanted, Duan Lingtian nodded and directly disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only a pool of blood was left on the ultimate martial platform. After Duan Lingtian left, the crowd burst into an uproar as expected. Oh my god! Duan Lingtian from the Hidden Mist Academy in Wind City is actually so strong? Did you see how he insta-killed Qiyu? I feel that his sword move seemed simple, but Qiyu was unable to block it. I don't understand. Most people did not understand how Duan Lingtian killed Qiyu. The law of space that Duan Lingtian displayed was only the fusion of 3 profundities. The profundities of the law were not much stronger than the profundities of the law that Qiyu displayed. Is this the difference between the 4 supreme laws and the 5 elemental laws? Some people questioned. However, more people shook their heads and denied it. The 4 supreme laws are stronger than the 5 elemental laws, but not to this extent. Perhaps Duan Lingtian used his bloodline power at the critical moment. Even Tang Wuyen himself didn't understand. Because of this, she couldn't help but send a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, how did you kill Qiyu? The space laws you displayed shouldn't be enough to kill him so easily, right? Duan Lingtian quickly responded, embryonic form of sword principle. Embryonic form of sword Dao. When Tang Wuyen received Duan Lingtian's message, Elder Pang and another inner sect elder who were on duty at the Ultimate Martial Arena today looked at each other before they instinctively exclaimed in a low voice. Of course, only they could hear each other's whispers clearly. The others were very far away from them, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of discussions, to the extent that their voices were completely drowned out. Compared to revealing the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of space, revealing the embryonic form of Sword Dao seems to be more low-key. Duan Lingtian had already returned to his residence. After muttering to himself, he took out the 5 creation pills from the pile of gifts that Zhong Tiannu, the patriarch of the Zhong family, had passed to him and swallowed all of them. If Duan Lingtian had 9 creation pills, with his talent, he would be able to break through to the God King stage directly. After all, 9 creation pills would allow one to become a God King. In the history of the various planes of gods, there was no lack of people who had just broken through and become a God King after consuming 9 creation pills. However, even without 9 creation pills, 5 creation pills would be enough to allow Duan Lingtian's cultivation base to reach a higher level and bring him closer to the God King stage. He had rushed back precisely because he was desperate to consume the creation pills. Revealing one of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth, the Dao of weapons, Sword Dao, was the decision Duan Lingtian made on the way to the Ultimate Martial Arena with Qiyu. Of course, he didn't completely reveal his attainments in the Sword Dao. He only revealed the embryonic form of Sword Dao. Duan Lingtian, who had just comprehended the Sword Dao, could already operate the Sword Dao as if it were his own arm. It wasn't difficult for him to conceal his attainments in the Sword Dao. The embryonic form of Sword Dao wasn't necessarily related to talent or perception. It could also be related to luck. In the plains of gods, there was no lack of lucky sword cultivators who would accidentally comprehend the embryonic form of Sword Dao due to certain encounters. It was also because of this that revealing the embryonic form of Sword Dao was much more low-key for Duan Lingtian than revealing the second fusion of 3 profundities from the law of space. It also wouldn't attract too much attention. In truth, it was fine if he attracted too much attention, but what he feared the most was attracting jealousy and hatred. It was easy for geniuses to attract jealousy and hatred. He had just arrived at the Hidden Fog sect not long ago. He didn't have a backer and he had no intention of taking anyone as his master. He naturally had to keep a low profile. However, he didn't plan on keeping a low profile. Like today, when he killed Qiyu, he didn't hold back at all. And besides the fact that Qiyu wanted to kill him, another reason was that he wanted to use Qiyu's death to establish his prestige. Although Duan Ling Tian was a new disciple who had just entered the Hidden Fog sect, he wasn't some soft persimmon. Once I become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, I can obtain the protection of the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, even an ordinary core elder won't dare to move against me. At this time, Duan Ling Tian thought of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng's master. He had to teach Tu Feng a lesson. It was only a matter of time. And as the saying went, after beating the young, the old will come. After teaching Tu Feng a lesson, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder would most likely stand up for Tu Feng. Even if he didn't personally deal with him, he would certainly use some small tricks. An inner sect disciple could be expelled from the Hidden Fog sect with a casual order. But a core disciple was different. The Hidden Fog sect's second elder didn't have the qualifications to decide whether a core disciple should stay or leave. Next, I'll focus on breaking through to the Divine King realm. 5 revival good fortune pills should be enough for me to take a large step forward. If there aren't any accidents, the first place in this heavenly stairway struggle should be me. At that time, there will be another revival good fortune pill. 6 revival good fortune pills will greatly shorten the gap between me and the Divine King realm. Once I become a Divine King, I will have the initial strength to protect myself in this completely unfamiliar profound handle land. After some thoughts flashed through his mind, Duan Ling Tian calmed down and wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. And while Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, the people around the extreme martial arena began to disperse one after another. As they left, news of today's battle between Duan Ling Tian and Qiyu spread out. Moreover, in a short period of time, it shook the entire Hidden Fog sect. Even some high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect who knew of this were stunned. Qiyu died. That brat Qiyu actually died? I was planning on asking him later if he was interested in becoming my third disciple. Without Qiyu, we gained a Duan Ling Tian. Our Hidden Fog sect didn't suffer a loss. As the true high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect were alarmed, Tu Feng, who was cultivating, was also awakened by a message from his master, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder. Tu Feng, didn't you go to Hidden Fog Academy last time and accept Duan Ling Tian as a disciple on my behalf? The Hidden Fog sect's second elder was called Wu Fengyin. He was a middle-aged man who wore a loose green robe. Between his eyebrows was a vertical purple diamond-shaped mark. His face was hard, and even though his robe was loose, it couldn't conceal his tall and sturdy figure. Go again and invite that Duan Ling Tian over. This time, I will personally accept him as a disciple. Wu Fengyin said. Hearing this sound transmission, Tu Feng, who had just woken up from his cultivation, was stunned. Master, didn't you say last time that since he doesn't know what's good for him, you wouldn't accept him as a disciple? Is that so? Wu Fengyin lightly replied. Even if that was the case, it was only a joke. Go and invite him over. He isn't even 3,000 years old and yet he can instantly kill Qiyu. If he becomes my disciple, his future achievements will be something that even I, Wu Fengyin, will have to look up to. If I, Wu Fengyin, can have such a disciple, my status in the Hidden Fog sect will have a chance to rise even further. When Wu Fengyin sent another message, his tone was much more urgent. What? Hearing Wu Fengyin's words, Tu Feng was scared silly. Duan Ling Tian instantly killed Qiyu? Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? The Qiyu you speak of, is he the one who ranks in the top 10 of the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples? The one who ranked in the top 3 of the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples in the last Celestial Stairway struggle? Tu Feng couldn't help but ask. This was because he found it hard to believe that the one Duan Ling Tian killed was the Qiyu he knew. Besides him, who else could it be? Wu Fengyin lightly said, I know what you're thinking. That Duan Ling Tian when he first came to the sect, was indeed only a middle Divine Spirit Realm. He wasn't Qiyu's match. But when he was on the 7th step of the Celestial Stairway, under the pressure of the Gatekeeper, he smoothly broke through to the higher Divine Spirit Realm. Then, he passed through the 8th step and ascended to the 9th before he was eliminated. If there are no accidents, he should be the first among the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples in this Celestial Stairway struggle. In addition, not only did he comprehend the fusion of the 3 profound meanings of the space law, but he also touched upon the embryonic form of the sword Dao. Moreover, he smoothly displayed it and killed Qiyu with a single sword strike. Although the embryonic form of the sword Dao might be due to luck, if he has the confidence, he might be able to grasp the sword Dao. The sword Tao, that is the sword Tao, one of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Even I, Wu Fengyin, have lived for tens of thousands of years and have yet to touch the surface of any of the four Taos of heaven and earth. I'll definitely accept this disciple. All right, you can go now. Wu Fengyin's tone left no room for doubt. Yes, master. Tu Feng's eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't dare to lose his temper in front of Wu Fengyin. After he agreed, he was so angry that he smashed the bed under him. Damn it! How can that Duan Lingtian have such strength? Embryonic form of the sword Tao? What kind of dog shit luck did he have? Tu Feng knew that once Duan Lingtian became his master's disciple, even if he was only his junior brother, his position in his master's eyes would be far higher than his. He was destined to be trampled under Duan Lingtian's feet, even if Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was lower than his. Chapter 3682. Did Tu Feng want to go and invite Duan Lingtian? Of course not. He even had the thought of going to Duan Lingtian and directly telling his honored master that Duan Lingtian refused to come. But in the end, he didn't have the courage. His honored master was the same as him, a god king. But he was only a lower god king while his honored master was a higher god king, a peak existence amongst the higher god kings of the Hidden Fog sect. His honored master could kill an ordinary higher god king like a dog, let alone a small lower god king like him. He understood his honored master's temper better than anyone else. He hated disobedient people the most. Thus, he didn't dare to disobey. Even if he felt aggrieved, he still went to look for Duan Lingtian. However, when he went to look for Duan Lingtian, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was in seclusion. Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion. He had already activated the sex array disk and arranged an isolation array around his residence, making it so that his voice and sound transmissions couldn't enter. When Tu Feng arrived, there were already many people gathered around Duan Lingtian's residence. And the purpose of these people was basically the same as Tu Feng. They were here on the orders of their honored masters and elders to invite Duan Lingtian over. Their honored masters and elders wanted to accept Duan Lingtian as a disciple. Tu Feng, I remember when you were at Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, you were rejected by Duan Lingtian. Why are you here again? A young man saw Tu Feng and couldn't help but tease him. He was also a disciple of one of the Hidden Fog sect's upper echelons. He was also a lower god king inner sect disciple. He didn't fear Tu Feng, so he dared to joke with him. Xie Xiaofeng, mind your own business. Tu Feng was originally a little aggrieved and irritated. Facing the young man's ridicule, he immediately glared back. The latter laughed, the mocking smile on his face becoming even wider. Tu Feng. At the same time, another young man looked at Tu Feng and smiled. I think you should go back. As far as I know, when junior brother Duan fought with Qi Yu, he openly said that Qi Yu was your dog. Obviously, he knows that Qi Yu was sent by you to cause trouble for him. He hates you too much right now. Do you think it's possible for him to go back with you and become your junior brother? Exactly. Tu Feng, I think you should just leave. After offending junior brother Duan like that, junior brother Duan will never consider joining the second elder's faction again. The group of people present were basically all God King Realm inner sect disciples. They didn't fear Tu Feng at all. Moreover, the elders and masters behind them all had a status in the Hidden Fog sect that was no lower than the second elder behind Tu Feng. Hearing this, Tu Feng's face changed dramatically. He had only just learned about this matter. Qi Yu, that idiot. Before he died, he even revealed that he was the one who asked him to find trouble with the Duan Lingtian. Now, Tu Feng could almost foresee what his honorable master would do to him once he learned of this matter. For a time, he felt his entire body turn cold and he couldn't help but shiver. However, in the end, Tu Feng still left. But he realized that he would soon be summoned by his honorable master. He might even be severely punished. And just as Tu Feng thought, not long after he returned, his honorable master, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder Wu Fengyin, sent him a message, asking him to come over. Tu Feng, was Qi Yu sent by you to cause trouble for the Duan Lingtian? In the backyard, Wu Fengyin had his back to Tu Feng. He stood with his hands crossed behind his back as he looked at a rock garden not too far away from him. Put on. Almost as soon as Wu Fengyin's voice fell, Tu Feng fell to his knees. Honorable Master, This disciple is not convinced that he refused to become your disciple. He refused to become your disciple. Honorable Master, your status is so high. For you to accept him as your disciple is a blessing that he cultivated for 8 lifetimes. But he refused. Honorable Master, this disciple feels wronged for you. Tu Feng knelt on the ground, his voice becoming a little hoarse as he spoke. So, it's Master's fault? Wu Fengyin turned around and looked at Tu Feng indifferently, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. This disciple doesn't dare. Tu Feng knelt even lower. It's all this disciple's fault. This disciple didn't have foresight and offended him. That's enough. Get up. Wu Fengyin waved his hand, his tone becoming much gentler. Thank you, Honorable Master. Tu Feng was already prepared to be punished, but he never imagined that the result would be like this. With his understanding of his Honorable Master, since his Honorable Master acted like this, he definitely wouldn't punish him. After Tu Feng stood up, Wu Fengyin glanced at him. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is impossible for that Duan Ling Tian to become my disciple. Right? Tu Feng thought that everything was fine, but when he heard Wu Fengyin's question, his heart tightened. Even so, he nodded. Yes, Honorable Master. At this moment, Tu Feng's heart was extremely nervous. It wasn't until he heard Wu Fengyin's next words that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since it's impossible for him to become my disciple, and he's already your enemy, find an opportunity to get rid of him. Wu Fengyin said indifferently. For a genius like this, it's fine to kill him in the cradle. If he grows up, killing you will be as easy as killing a dog. And as your master, I can't just watch you get killed and do nothing. And once I help you, he will regard me as an enemy. It's not a good thing for me either. Before he becomes a divine king, find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. After listening to Wu Fengyin's words, Tu Feng's eyes lit up and he respectfully replied, Yes, Honorable Master. Originally, he thought he might still be punished. But he didn't expect that he would receive such words from his Honorable Master. His Honorable Master's current order was something he had always dreamed of. Do you think you can handle this matter well? If you're not sure, I can find someone to help you. Wu Fengyin asked again. Honorable Master, I can handle a boy who hasn't even stepped into the Divine King realm. Tu Feng shook his head. He knew very well that if he said he couldn't do it well, his Honorable Master would look down on him while finding someone to help him. After all, he was still a lower Divine King. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill a higher Divine King? That's good. Wu Fengyin nodded and said, You may leave. Yes, Honorable Master. Tu Feng respectfully replied and withdrew. In his mind, he had already begun to plan how to deal with Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian must have gone into seclusion after the Stairway to Heaven contest to prepare for the core disciple assessment. However, he definitely won't be able to pass the core disciple assessment. Even Elder Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago barely passed the core disciple assessment when he comprehended 2 types of fusion profundities of the law of death at the higher Divine King realm and his bloodline power. As for Duan Ling Tian, he has only comprehended 1 type of fusion profundities of the space laws. As for the elementary sword Dao, it is far inferior to the increase in power brought to him by the fusion of 3 types of profundities. As for the power of bloodline, I'm not sure if he has it. But even if he does, it isn't enough to make up for the disparity. Thinking of this, Tu Feng calmed down. Before the core disciple assessment, it will be difficult to find a chance to make a move. Then, after the core disciple assessment is over, I'll think of a way to lure him away from the sect. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Tu Feng naturally didn't dare to move against Duan Ling Tian. This was because within the Hidden Fog sect, besides the Stairway to Heaven space, every other place was monitored by the sect's array formation and could be seen through a mirror image. If he openly killed someone within the Hidden Fog sect, even if no one else saw it, it would still be exposed through the array formation's mirror image. Thus, it was impossible for Tu Feng to act within the Hidden Fog sect. Because even if he succeeded, he would be executed by the sect. He could only trick Duan Ling Tian into leaving. Duan Ling Tian came out of seclusion half a month later. The medicinal efficacy of the 5 revival good fortune pills is truly astonishing. Moreover, the speed at which I absorb the medicinal efficacy is also astonishing. In just half a day, I was able to perfectly absorb all the medicinal efficacy, allowing me to take a large step forward. Moreover, it has formed a kind of inertia in my body, causing my normal cultivation speed to become extremely exaggerated. It was only now that it has slowed down. The current me is not far from breaking through the threshold of the Divine King realm. I feel like I don't even need to take 4 revival good fortune pills. Just 2 or 3 revival good fortune pills and I can attempt to break through to the Divine King realm. This was the result of Duan Lingtian's cultivation in the past half a month. Moreover, during this process, he discovered a problem. The reason why his cultivation was able to form an inertia, with the help of so many revival good fortune pills, was related to the 99 heavenly veins in his body. Although the natives of the realms of gods had more than 90 heavenly veins since they were the descendants of the supreme powerhouses, they were still able to form the bloodline of the supreme powerhouses. During battles, the advantage he had over the speed at which he could utilize his divine energy was not as obvious. However, he was still able to increase his speed. For example, the reason he was able to kill Qiyu with a single strike was partly because he could utilize his divine energy faster than Qiyu. However, he did not expect the 99 heavenly veins in his body would give him such a pleasant surprise after consuming 5 revival good fortune pills. It has been half a month. The rankings for the Heavenly Stairway contest should be out by now. If there are no surprises, I'll definitely rank first. I'll be rewarded with a revival good fortune pill. After tasting the benefits of the revival good fortune pill, Duan Lingtian was eager to obtain even if it was just a revival good fortune pill. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian deactivated the formation. As soon as he deactivated the formation, he heard voices coming from outside his residence. It seemed like there were many people chatting outside. I wonder when Duan Lingtian will come out. My master told me to wait here. I can't go back until he comes out. The voice was filled with resentment. That's about the same. However, which guardian, supreme elder, or core elder do you think Duan Lingtian will choose to become his disciple in the end? I'm not sure. However, since he rejected the second elder, I don't think he'll be interested in a core elder like the second elder. It's normal for a genius to be picky. Chapter 3683. Hearing the sounds coming from outside, Duan Lingtian was a bit stunned. Listening to the conversations of those people outside, he had a rough idea of their intentions. At the same time, he realized that they had been waiting outside for half a month to invite him to see their honorable masters. Their honorable masters wanted to receive him as a disciple. Should I have removed the array formation? Just as Duan Lingtian had this thought, there was a sudden cry of alarm from outside. Duan Lingtian removed the array formation. He's coming out. It's true. Duan Lingtian, I am the second disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's highest elder Huang Pingyi, Su He. My honorable master, highest elder Huang Pingyi, wishes to invite you to his cultivation place as a guest. Duan Lingtian, I am the eldest disciple of the Hidden Fog Sect's protector Lu Gangxian, Lin Chongyu. My honorable master, Protector Lu Gangxian, wishes to invite you to his residence as a guest. As soon as the people outside discovered that Duan Lingtian had removed the array formation, there was an uproar. Highest elder? Protector? Duan Lingtian was shocked. It had to be known that in the Hidden Fog sect, there weren't many highest elders. Moreover, the status of a highest elder was above that of the 19 core elders, including the second elder. In addition, the Hidden Fog sect's 19 protectors had a status above the second elder and the other core elders. They were equal to the vice sect master. Among the highest protectors, there were several whose status in the Hidden Fog sect faintly surpassed that of the sect master. They were also the strongest people in the Hidden Fog sect. And now, several people casually stood out and said they were disciples of the highest elders and protectors. Moreover, the highest elders and protectors were inviting him to be a guest? Although Duan Lingtian knew the purpose of this invitation, he was still surprised. He thought he was low-key enough, but he never imagined that the tip of the iceberg he revealed would attract the attention of so many high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect. They actually sent disciples to invite him, intending to accept him as a disciple. Whoosh! In the end, Duan Lingtian did not open the array disc again. Instead, he walked out of the room and appeared in front of the group of people outside. He's out. Duan Lingtian, I am the son of Grand Elder Wu He, Wu Qiong. My father wishes to take you as his disciple. Are you willing to go? My father said that if you are willing to become his disciple, he will definitely not treat you unfairly. Your treatment will not be worse than mine. Duan Ling Tian, I am He Chai, the second disciple of Grand Elder Lu Hugue. My master also wants to accept you as a disciple. My master has prepared 3 cultivation pills for you as a meeting gift. Duan Ling Tian, I am the 4th disciple of Protector Zhao Bai, Ouyang Quan. My master said that if you are willing to become his disciple, he will get you 9 revival pills within a year and help you become a divine king. Outside the door, there were young men, middle-aged men, and several young women. At the start, they only sent out invitations to Duan Ling Tian, inviting him to be a guest. But as some people stated their intentions, others couldn't sit still any longer. Each and every one of them was increasing the price tag. There were even some people who said that they would help Duan Ling Tian gather 9 revival pills within half a year. This caused Duan Ling Tian to be moved, but it was only moved. Everyone. Finally, it was Duan Ling Tian who spoke up, interrupting everyone's chatter. I, Duan Ling Tian, entered the Hidden Fog sect and have no intention of becoming a disciple of any elder or protector. So, I'm afraid I will have to disappoint all the elders and protectors here. I entered the Hidden Fog sect in order to enter the Great Dragon sect. Duan Ling Tian directly rejected everyone present. So, I'm afraid I will have to let everyone down for waiting here. I apologize. After saying this, Duan Ling Tian cupped his hands towards everyone. For a time, many people sighed and left. There were also some people who stayed where they were, wanting to continue negotiating with Duan Ling Tian. But, they were destined to return disappointed. Finally, with a small number of unwilling people following him, Duan Ling Tian went to the inner sect's internal affairs hall. He looked at the ranking of the last Stairway to Heaven competition he participated in. Without any surprise, he was the number 1 disciple of the Divine Spirit Realm in the Stairway to Heaven competition. In fact, before this result came out, anyone who paid attention to the Stairway to Heaven competition would know that he was the number 1 disciple of the Divine Spirit Realm. After all, it had been a long time since a Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciple had reached the 9th step. It's Duan Ling Tian. He is Duan Ling Tian? The number 1 disciple of the Divine Spirit Realm in the Stairway to Heaven competition? That's him. It is said that he is not even 3,000 years old. He was recommended to enter the sect by Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's dean and our Hidden Fog sect's vice-sect leader, Murong Suifeng. It's rare to see such a strong backdoor entrant. Vice-sect leader Murong either doesn't use his privileges or uses them to recruit talents for the sect. He is really good to the sect. Isn't that right? Besides the Grand Elders and the sect leader, the person I admire the most is Vice-sect leader Murong. When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Internal Affairs Palace, some of the inner sect disciples in the Internal Affairs Palace recognized him. Instantly, the surroundings became lively. Listening to the whispers of the inner sect disciples, Duan Ling Tian could tell that Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy's Dean Murong had a good reputation in the sect. Everyone, can you tell me where I can receive the reward for the Stairway to Heaven competition? Duan Ling Tian smiled as he looked at the crowd. When they heard his question, they immediately gave him directions. This allowed Duan Ling Tian to receive the reward for the first place in the Stairway to Heaven competition in a short period of time. A revival pill. Then, Duan Ling Tian prepared to return. But at this time, someone called out to him. Duan Ling Tian. The one who called out to Duan Ling Tian was a chubby inner sect disciple. His fat face that almost completely covered his eyes was particularly eye-catching. You will participate in the core disciple assessment soon. Are you confident? You should know that in the history of our Hidden Fog sect, it was only 10,000 years ago that a Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciple passed the core disciple assessment. And in the past 100 years, let alone a Divine Spirit Realm inner sect disciple, there hasn't even been a Divine King Realm inner sect disciple who passed the core disciple assessment. As the chubby man spoke, curious gazes fell on Duan Ling Tian. It was clear that they wanted to see how Duan Ling Tian would respond. Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at the chubby man. He faintly smiled and said, I will do my best and strive to become the first person in 10,000 years to do so. As his voice fell, he didn't wait for the chubby man and the others to respond and left the Internal Affairs Hall. For a time, The Internal Affairs Hall was in an uproar. Listening to Duan Lingtian's words, it seems that he is confident? This is really exciting. If he really passes the core disciple assessment, he will become the first Divine Spirit Realm core disciple in our Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. I can't wait for the core disciple assessment to arrive. News of what happened in the Internal Affairs Hall quickly spread. Before long, more than half of the Hidden Fog sect knew that Duan Lingtian was confident in the upcoming core disciple assessment. He's actually that confident? When Tang Wuyan received the news, she happened to be with her granduncle Tang Chun. When Tang Chun heard her muttering, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" When he heard what happened from Tang Wuyan, he couldn't help but laugh. That kid might really be able to pass the core disciple assessment. "Granduncle, you're that confident in him?" Tang Wuyan was surprised. The strength he has shown so far isn't enough for him to pass the core disciple assessment, right? Unless he's hiding his strength. "Granduncle, do you know that he's hiding his strength?" Tang Wuyan asked. Tang Chun shook his head. Although he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian back, he didn't know whether Duan Lingtian had shown his full strength or not. However, this didn't affect his confidence in Duan Lingtian. "Then why are you so confident in him?" Tang Wuyan asked. "Maybe it's his personal charisma. If someone else said what he said, I would think they were arrogant, but when he said it, I think it's confidence." Tang Chun smiled and looked at Tang Wuyan ambiguously. "Wuyan, I heard that you went to see Duan Lingtian when he participated in the stairway competition last time? Did you go there specifically for him?" Tang Chun's gaze made Tang Wuyan speechless for a while. "Granduncle, I didn't go there for him. I originally planned to participate in the Stairway to Heaven myself, but he suddenly wanted to go to the ultimate martial platform with Qi Yu, so I followed him. After their battle ended, I returned to the Stairway to Heaven and entered it." Although Tang Wuyan was explaining with a straight face, Tang Chun was looking at her even more dubiously. "I know. It's normal for girls to be shy." Tang Wuyan stopped talking after hearing that. She was speechless. However, after hearing Tang Chun's words, she couldn't help but recall that purple figure in her mind, lingering for a long time. Since when did I care so much about a man? Moreover, it's a man who already has a wife and children. Tang Wuyan tried her best to get rid of the purple figure in her mind, but the more she tried, the clearer the figure became. When his face appeared, she found her heart throbbing for a moment. What nonsense! Tu Feng's face was full of disdain when he heard what Duan Lingtian said in the Internal Affairs Hall. Who does he think he is? How dare he say he's going to be the first disciple in the realm of gods to pass the core disciple assessment in 10,000 years? Even if the core disciple assessment for the Divine Spirit Realm is easier than the core disciple assessment for the Divine King Realm, it's still not something a Divine Spirit can pass. He wants to be the second Xue Haichuan? He's overestimating himself. Tu Feng didn't think the young man who was on his must-kill list could pass the core disciple assessment for the Divine Spirit Realm. He had participated in the assessment before, so he knew how difficult it was. Chapter 3684. The Azura Hell was only one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. And now, somewhere in the Azura Hell, a figure was sitting cross-legged in the void, cultivating. Countless amounts of condensed spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered his body, causing the aura in his body to gradually become stronger. All of a sudden, the blue-robed young man who had his eyes closed opened his eyes. It was as though a torch was burning in his eyes. "I'm just one step away from becoming a medium god king," the blue-clad young man muttered to himself. "However, I've been studying soul attacks lately. With my current attainments in soul attacks, my mastery of the law of destruction, and the destruction sword Dao, should I encounter Mi Xian, the patriarch of the Spectre clan, again, I'll be able to protect myself. I might even be able to injure him. However, it'll be difficult to kill him." After muttering to himself, the blue-robed young man shook his head again. "I wonder how little Tion is doing now?" When the blue-clad young man mentioned little Tion, a hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. "I hope he's safe and sound. If anything happens to him, I'll definitely annihilate the Spectre clan. Even if the Spectre clan has nothing to do with Mi Xian now." As soon as the blue-clad young man finished speaking, his eyes flashed coldly. The blue-clad young man was none other than Feng Qingyang, who had fled to the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the At realms. With his cultivation base as a primitive god king, his attainments in the law of destruction, and his mastery of the destruction sword Dao, he was not afraid of ordinary medium god kings. In fact, he was confident he could defeat and kill them. However, the medium god king from the Spectre clan was different. The medium god king from the Spectre clan was a soul, and he was skilled in soul attacks. Even Feng Qingyang was not confident he could defeat Mi Xian, the medium god king from the Spectre clan. For a medium god king who was skilled in soul attacks, his soul attack might have arrived as soon as Feng Qingyang made his move. For this reason, Feng Qingyang had decided to hide in the Azura Hell to avoid being hunted down by Mi Xian and to improve his strength. Although the Azura Hell was a terrifying place, it was like his backyard to him. As long as I become a middle divine king, no matter how skilled that Mi Xian is in soul attacks, he won't be able to destroy my soul in one hit. But I'm strong enough to destroy his soul. Thinking of this, Feng Qingyang closed his eyes again and continued to cultivate. He was unaware that his disciple, Duanling Tian, was no longer in the At realm. Instead, he had gone to the profound gangland through the realm battlefield. In fact, before Duanling Tian left, he could have gone to the Azura Hell to inform his master, Feng Qingyang, that he was going to the Plains of Gods. The reason why he didn't come was because he was afraid that his master, Feng Qingyang, would be worried. His master, Feng Qingyang, was not as easy to fool as his family. He, who had obtained the inheritance of a supreme expert, knew more and understood more. Although the undead world was one of the 7 deadliest places in the At realms like the Azura Hell, it was not as terrifying as the Azura Hell. Many powerful celestial emperors would venture into the undead world. In the undead world, there were many living souls that could be captured and refined into emperor-grade celestial weapons to be used as the weapon's soul. It was also for this reason that the netherworld had become a place that many powerful immortal emperors frequently visited. The Dead Soul clan was one of the stronger clans in the undead world. Not only were there godly beings in the Dead Soul clan, but there were also more than one god king in the clan. However, unlike the prosperous Dead Soul clan in the past, the current Dead Soul clan was filled with misery. Mi Xian, you'll die a horrible death. How dare you harm your own clansmen? You'll die a horrible death one day. An elderly soul was forcefully grabbed by a young man, who then opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Old man, even if I die a horrible death one day, you won't be able to see it. The young man who swallowed the old soul was none other than Mi Xian, the former patriarch of the Dead Soul clan. Ever since Feng Qingyang came to the undead world and told the Dead Soul clan about Mi Xian's actions, Mi Xian was banished from the Dead Soul clan. Not only was he no longer the patriarch of the Dead Soul clan, but he was also no longer allowed to stay in the Dead Soul clan. It was also at that time that Mi Xian's attitude changed. After possessing the body of Tang Sanpao, the young master of the Tidal Temple, and his body was destroyed by Duanling Tian in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian's soul managed to escape. After that, he recuperated outside for a long time until his soul had fully recovered. After that, he returned to the Dead Soul clan and began to kill and devour his former clansmen to improve his cultivation base. It did not take long before Mi Xian successfully became a prominent celestial king after devouring a few older powerhouses of the Dead Soul clan. It's time for me to leave. After muttering to himself, Mi Xian's figure flickered and vanished. At the same time, a terrifying ripple of energy swept over the place where Mi Xian had been. Soon after, several elderly souls appeared. Their bodies were trembling, and it was clear that their emotions were greatly affected. That bastard Mi Xian escaped again. After breaking through to prominent celestial king, the ancient formation left behind by our ancestors can't do anything to him anymore. Our clansmen can't hide in the clan forever, said one of the elderly souls. His voice was filled with anger, but it was also filled with helplessness. A great disaster had once befallen the Dead Soul clan. A deranged clansman had possessed a human body and returned to wantonly devouring his clansmen. That time, the Dead Soul clan had almost been wiped out. It was also because of that lesson that the ancestor of the dead spirit race hired a formation master from the outside world to set up a shocking killing formation that could kill high god kings and dead spirit clansmen who possessed the bodies of other life forms. It was a precaution against future troubles. However, no one had expected that the clansman who betrayed the Dead Soul clan would be their former patriarch. There's nothing we can do. If he was just an ordinary clansman, it would have been fine, but the problem is that he was once the patriarch. He knew how to activate the ancient formation and was extremely familiar with it. He knew where the flaws of the ancient formation were, which was why he was able to succeed time and time again. Another elderly soul said helplessly. Who would have thought that the former patriarch would end up like this? Who was the one who allowed him to pass when he was in charge of the patriarch examination? If he hadn't become the patriarch back then, he wouldn't have been so familiar with the ancient formation and put our dead soul clan in a completely passive state. Now is not the time to shift the blame. Who could have thought of this back then? Elder Mi Chai, I remember that you were the one who strongly approved of Mi Xian becoming the patriarch back then, right? The crisis that the dead soul clan faced made it seem like they had sunk into a quagmire shrouded in the aura of death. Although the clan had forbidden entry, there were still people who couldn't help but leave, and in the end, they never returned. At the same time, the cultivation of Mi Xian, who had taken over another body, continued to rise. He was getting closer and closer to the Divine Emperor realm. It's about time I leave for a while and lie low. I remember that old fellow in the clan knows a Divine Emperor expert, and that Divine Emperor seems to owe him a favor. Perhaps he will use this favor to kill me for the sake of the dead soul clan. After devouring another clansman of the past, Mi Xian left the netherworld. Almost at the same time, an extremely powerful aura burst forth from the depths of the netherworld. As a group of souls prostrated themselves before it, it headed in the direction of the dead soul clan. Farewell, venerable ancestor. Farewell, venerable ancestor. A group of souls prostrating on the ground or in the void respectfully sent off the owner of the powerful aura. And this person, or rather this powerful Divine Emperor-level soul, had been invited out of seclusion by an ancestor of the dead soul clan. However, because Mi Xian had stopped while he was ahead, he had come to nothing. The dead soul clan was still in danger, but this Divine Emperor expert couldn't stay near the dead soul clan forever, so he left after a few days. A few months later, Mi Xian reappeared near the dead soul clan and hunted down his former clansmen. At the same time, he also heard that the Divine Emperor expert had come not long ago. While he was shocked, he broke out in a cold sweat. How dangerous! But since I, Mi Xian, have escaped this calamity, I'm destined to soar into the sky in the future. That old fellow dares to meddle in other people's business. When I, Mi Xian, become a Divine Emperor, I'll definitely come to his door and slaughter all his clansmen. We're both lower-level Divine Emperors, so even if I've just become a Divine Emperor, he won't be able to kill me. After the shock, Mi Xian's eyes shone with cold killing intent. In the following period of time, Mi Xian stayed in the netherworld for a while, and then left for a while. And that Divine Emperor expert couldn't be bothered to come back after a few trips, because every time he missed. Moreover, Mi Xian's rise seemed unstoppable. He didn't want to meddle in the affairs of the dead soul clan anymore. Otherwise, when Mi Xian stepped into the Divine Emperor realm, he might not fear him, but none of his clansmen would be Mi Xian's match. For a time, the dead soul clan fell into despair. Whether it was Feng Qingyang or Duanling Tian, neither of them knew that Mi Xian was about to become a Divine Emperor. Feng Qingyang was in the Azura Hell, trying to break through to the Middle God King realm. As for Duanling Tian, he was in a Divine Emperor-level sect in the Tungling province of the Plains of Gods, the Hidden Fog sect. He cultivated while waiting for the core disciple assessment to arrive. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment arrived. And at this time, Duanling Tian finally walked out of his residence. In the last several months, in addition to digesting the revival good fortune pill from the first place heavenly stairway struggle, Duanling Tian's cultivation was getting closer and closer to the God King realm. He wasn't far from breaking through the bottleneck. Chapter 3685. The Hidden Fog sect's core disciple examination was divided into the God Spirit Realm core disciple examination and the God King Realm core disciple examination. The difficulty of the latter was naturally higher than the former. But, in terms of difficulty, the latter wasn't as difficult as the former. If a God Spirit Realm core disciple can't break through to the God King Realm by 50 years of age, they will be removed from the inner sect. At that time, they can become outer sect deacons. They can stay in the sect or help out in the sect's businesses outside. When a God King Realm inner sect disciple reaches 10,000 years of age, no matter what their cultivation is, they will become famous among the inner sect disciples. Once they step into the Middle God King Realm or above, they can become inner sect deacons. Lower god kings can only become outer sect elders. Duan Lingtian had been in the Hidden Fog sect for some time now. He had a good understanding of the positions within the Hidden Fog sect. In the Hidden Fog sect's outer sect disciples had the lowest status. Above them were outer sect deacons and then outer sect elders. In the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect disciples had the lowest status. Above them were inner sect deacons, inner sect elders, core elders, protectors, vice sect master, highest elder, and sect master. Outer sect deacons were generally at least higher god spirits. Outer sect elders were at least lower god kings. Inner sect deacons were at least middle god kings. Inner sect elders were at least upper god kings. Of course, there was a great difference in strength between people of the same cultivation boundary. For instance, the Hidden Fog sect's core elders might be upper god kings like the other inner sect elders, but their strength far surpassed the inner sect elders. If the disparity was so great, they could instantly kill the inner sect elders. Of course, there was no lack of god emperor powerhouses amongst the core elders and highest elders. Even the protectors were basically divine emperors. As for core disciples, even if they were only god spirits, their status in the Hidden Fog sect was equal to that of upper god king realm inner sect elders. They could enjoy the same treatment as inner sect elders. From this, one could see how highly core disciples were valued in the Hidden Fog sect. And, the Hidden Fog sect never had more than 100 core disciples. From this one could see how strict the tests were. It was also because of this that the core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect symbolized the backbone of the Hidden Fog sect. If a core disciple grew up, they would at least become a core elder in the future. After becoming a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, I won't have to worry about anyone in the Hidden Fog sect finding trouble with me. After all, in the Hidden Fog sect, a core disciple status is equal to an inner sect elder. They are on equal footing with an inner sect elder. Duan Lingtian was on his way to the training hall, where the core disciple assessment was held. His mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He was thinking about the path he would take after becoming a core disciple. He had never forgotten why he risked his life to come to the mystic Handle Land in the Plains of Gods. His purpose was to increase his strength. 300 years later, he would go to the world of divine remains and bring back his wife, Ker, so that they could reunite. Behind Duan Lingtian, there were quite a number of inner sect disciples. Among these inner sect disciples, a small number of them had also obtained the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment, but they all knew that they had no chance. Most of them were just going through the process and gaining experience. This was especially true for those divine spirit realm inner sect disciples. They knew that it was impossible for them to pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. Although I don't have the chance to become a core disciple, to be able to participate in the core disciple assessment and see Duan Lingtian's performance, it's worth it. A divine spirit realm inner sect disciple said with a smile. Immediately, many inner sect disciples around him looked at him with envy. Although I obtained the opportunity to participate in the core disciple assessment, I am only a lower god king. I will be participating in the god king level core disciple assessment, and it won't be the same as the divine spirit level core disciple assessment. Thus, I won't have the chance to see Duan Lingtian's performance. A god king level inner sect disciple sighed. In the past several months, Duan Lingtian's name could be said to have spread throughout the entire Hidden Fog sect. Besides the active core disciples, he had become the most famous disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Lingtian hadn't been in the Hidden Fog sect for long. During his first time participating in the Celestial Stairway struggle, he had taken first place in the Divine Spirit level struggle. In addition, he had fought with Qi Yu, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Divine Spirit level inner sect disciples. In front of a crowd, he had easily killed Qi Yu. Since then, his name had spread far and wide. It could be said that Duan Lingtian had become a legend in the hearts of many Hidden Fog sect disciples. The matter of him participating in the core disciple assessment had been known to everyone in the Hidden Fog sect for a long time. But at the time, they had only heard of him and didn't know of his methods. Thus, they didn't pay much attention to him. But after he took first place in the Divine Spirit level struggle and easily killed the inner sect disciple Qi Yu, his participation in the core disciple assessment had received an unprecedented amount of attention. Everyone in the Hidden Fog sect was paying attention to him. Among them, there were also some core disciples. In the skies above the trial hall, a huge stone tablet stood in the air, and a young man in a black robe stood on top of the stone tablet. His face was cold, his eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He stood with his hands behind his back, and he was currently looking in the direction of the trial hall. "Sure, Tongming, you also came to join in the fun?" Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. In the blink of an eye, a ghost-like figure had already appeared behind the black-robed young man who was standing on the blanket with his hands behind his back. This was a blue-robed young man. He carried a sheathed sword on his back and his eyebrows were sharp. He looked at the young man standing atop the stone tablet with surprise in his eyes. "Lin Yijian, aren't you also here?" The black-robed young man glanced at the blue-robed young man and lightly said, "Haha, I had nothing to do, so I came to join in the fun." The blue-robed young man laughed and said, "You came because you are like me. You must be curious as to whether or not that Duanling Tian can pass the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment, right? Although I don't think it's possible for him to pass, I still have some expectations. After all, he is an existence that has comprehended the elementary form of Sword Dao." As the blue-robed young man spoke of the elementary form of Sword Dao, his eyes blazed with an incomparable heat. "No." The blue-robed young man shook his head. "My honorable master told me to come. If he passes the core disciple assessment, I am to bring him to see my honorable master. My honorable master will accept him as a disciple." "Highest elder?" The blue-robed young man was shocked. He knew that this person's honorable master was one of the strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if the sect master saw him, he would have to respectfully bow to him. Such an existence was actually interested in Duanling Tian. Moreover, he wanted to accept Duanling Tian as a disciple. Now, if an inner sect disciple that had been in the Hidden Fog sect for many years were here, they would definitely be able to recognize that these two youths standing in the air above the trial hall were the two core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. Currently, the Hidden Fog sect had a total of 62 core disciples. For these two to become core disciples, their talent, perception, and strength could be imagined. This was the first time Duanling Tian had come to the Hidden Fog sect's trial hall. The trial hall's doors were wide and the entire hall seemed simple and grand. After walking in, what greeted his eyes was a wide field, as if it were a completely different world. And at this time, a loud and clear voice echoed out from the trial hall. "Besides the inner sect disciples that have the qualifications to participate in the core disciple assessment, everyone else is to leave the trial hall. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences." As soon as the voice left his mouth, the group of inner sect disciples who followed Duanling Tian immediately turned around and left the trial palace. "Why are they chasing us away? I've never heard of the trial hall having such rules before. Maybe it's because there are too many people following us. If it weren't for Duanling Tian, I wouldn't have bothered to go in." As the group of inner sect disciples walked out of the trial hall, they didn't forget to complain. But, no matter how much they complained, they didn't dare to challenge the authority of the person who spoke within the trial hall. Even if it was an inner sect deacon of the trial hall, as long as his methods were reasonable, he still had the authority to kill these inner sect disciples. As the group of people left the trial hall, the number of people in the trial hall's wide field became much fewer. Besides Duanling Tian, there were around 100 people present. Because the field was so large, these 100 people were scattered in all directions, making them seem very sparse. "Divine King Realm Inner Sect Disciples, enter." As the loud voice sounded out once more, in front of Duanling Tian and the others, at the end of the wide field, a space crack appeared out of thin air. Then, it transformed into an open door. Behind the door was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. Seeing this, Duanling Tian wasn't surprised. Before he came, he already knew that the core disciple assessment was conducted in an independent world opened up by the Hidden Fog sect's trial hall's hallmaster or vice hallmaster. And in truth, that was their inner small world. Normally speaking, the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment is conducted in the vice hallmaster's inner small world. As for the God King level core disciple assessment, it is conducted in the hallmaster's inner small world. Normally, the trial hall vice hallmaster opens his inner small world first and the Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples enter first. This time, the Divine King Realm Inner Sect disciples are actually the ones who enter first? That's not right. The aura coming from this door is similar to Elder Tang Chun's God Force aura. It is the aura of a High God King. This is the Trial Hall Vice Hall Master's inner small world? The Trial Hall Vice Hall Master is a protector of the Hidden Fog sect. And the 19 protectors of the Hidden Fog sect are all Divine Emperor powerhouses. Could it be that the God King level core disciple assessment is being conducted in the Vice Hall Master's inner small world? Instead, the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment is being conducted in the Vice Hall Master's body? If that's the case, then why are they doing this? Currently, Duan Ling Tian didn't know that it was because of his appearance that the Trial Hall Vice Hall Master had changed his mind. He was originally in charge of the God King level core disciple assessment, but now he was in charge of the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment. Chapter 3686. The second elder's eldest disciple, Tu Feng, didn't participate? That's the second elder's second disciple, Li Yu. When the group of God King Realm Inner Sect disciples walked through the Void Gate, Duan Ling Tian also heard the conversation of several God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples. His gaze followed their gazes and fell on one of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples. This Inner Sect disciple was a young man wearing a light blue robe. When Lin Ming looked over, the Inner Sect disciple also looked back at him. His eyes were indifferent, without any expression. It wasn't until he saw Duan Ling Tian looking over that he retracted his gaze and walked through the Void Gate in front of him. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian heard the following conversation. It turned out that Tu Feng always came to join in the fun during the core disciple assessment. But this time he didn't come, so it was beyond everyone's expectations. However, whether Tu Feng came or not didn't affect Duan Ling Tian. If these people hadn't mentioned him, he wouldn't have thought of Tu Feng at all. Of course, from the moment Tu Feng found Qi Yu to deal with him, he had already regarded Tu Feng as an enemy. Once he broke through to the God King realm, he wouldn't let Tu Feng off so easily, even if he was the second elder's eldest disciple. A moment later, the group of God King Realm Inner Sect disciples entered the Void Gate. Then, the Void Gate closed and they left. For a time, only Duan Ling Tian and the rest of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples were left in the vast field. However, Duan Ling Tian and the rest of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples only added up to around 30 people. Although there were many high-level Inner Sect disciples who could recommend God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples to participate in the core disciple assessment, many of them didn't recommend God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples because they didn't think it was necessary. Most of the God Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples who came to participate in the core disciple assessment came because they wanted to. Then, they asked their elders or friends to recommend them. A small half of them came purely to watch Duan Ling Tian take the core disciple assessment. In the past, in the Hidden Fog Sect's core disciple examination, it was already considered a lot if 10 Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples came. Sometimes, there were even only a handful of them. Although it was impossible to pass the core disciple test, it was just a formality. But in the process of the test, it was inevitable that there would be some injuries. If he didn't react in time, he might even be seriously injured and leave behind sequelae. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure you can pass the core disciple test? A few Divine Spirit Realm Inner Sect disciples finally couldn't hold back their curiosity and came to Duan Ling Tian's side. They surrounded Duan Ling Tian and asked curiously, "Whether I'm confident or not, won't you know when the results are out?" Duan Ling Tian treated the few of them who had no ill intentions with a smile. His amiable demeanor had unknowingly closed the distance between him and the few Inner Sect disciples. "It seems that you are very confident." In front of Duan Ling Tian, a skinny young man in a green robe grinned, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. "Let's get to know each other. I'm Xianxia, a disciple of a higher deity sect." Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded and smiled at him. The latter's smile became even brighter. "I know." At this time, the other Inner Sect disciples that surrounded them also introduced themselves. They were all very enthusiastic. However, as they continued to chat, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the other Inner Sect disciples were obviously wary of the skinny young man named Zhang Yaoji. It was as though Zhang Yaoji was some sort of scourge. Every time Zhang Yaoji opened his mouth, even if they hadn't finished speaking, they would abruptly interrupt him without a trace of displeasure. It seems that this Zhang Yaoji's background isn't simple. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After waiting for a while, Duan Ling Tian and the rest still didn't see the door of the void open. Moreover, the trial hall was exceptionally quiet at this moment. Other than the few of them, No other sound could be heard. Senior brother Zhang, do you want to rush him? An inner sect disciple looked at Zhang Yaoji and asked tentatively. Rush him. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhang Yaoji nodded when he heard that. It seems that we have waited for quite a long time. Then, in front of Duan Lingtian and the rest, Zhang Yaoji turned to look at the other side of the trial hall and said loudly, Old man, what are you waiting for? I've been waiting for so long that it's too late. When Zhang Yaoji said that, Duan Lingtian was instantly dumbfounded. Old man? Who is this Zhang Yaoji talking to? Duan Lingtian glanced at his surroundings and noticed that the surrounding inner sect disciples had a calm expression on their faces as though they were not surprised by this at all. Humph! Just as Duan Lingtian was puzzled, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions. You little brat! You're still so impatient. In the next moment, a tall and thin figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man. His eyebrows were sharp and dignified. As he stood there, he gave off an illusory feeling. But there was no doubt that he existed. However, what surprised Duan Lingtian was that this middle-aged man looked very similar to this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man actually looked 70 to 80% similar to Zhang Yaoji, like a middle-aged version of Zhang Yaoji. Lord Temple Master. Lord Temple Master. In the next moment, besides Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yaoji, the other inner sect disciples all bowed towards the middle-aged man. At this time, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this middle-aged man who looked very similar to Zhang Yaoji was the temple master of the trial hall, the protector of the hidden fog sect, Zhang Tianheng. Duan Lingtian finally understood why the surrounding inner sect disciples were taking care of Zhang Yaoji. It was because Zhang Yaoji had a protector father. Lord Temple Master. Although Duan Lingtian was behind the others, he still bowed towards the newcomer. Do you see? Duan Lingtian is much more mature than you. Zhang Tianheng glared at Zhang Yaoji in annoyance as he spoke with a stern tone. However, Zhang Yaoji obviously did not fall for this trick. Even if Duan Lingtian is more steady than me, that's only because his father gave him a shocking natural talent and comprehension ability. Have you given me any? Zhang Yaoji refuted Zhang Tianheng with a single sentence. Zhang Tianheng could only helplessly shake his head. You brat. You will suffer a loss sooner or later. As soon as Zhang Tianheng finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to Zhang Yaoji. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, I'm only in charge of the core disciple assessment at the divine spirit stage because of you. Duan Lingtian is flattered. Duan Lingtian bitterly smiled. Earlier, he was still wondering why the person in charge of the core disciple assessment for the godly monarch realm disciples wasn't the trial hall's hallmaster. Who would have thought that the trial hall's hallmaster would be in charge of the core disciple assessment for the godly monarch realm disciples? You don't need to be humble. Zhang Tianheng looked deeply at Duan Lingtian and said, Vice Sect Master Murong rarely makes mistakes. Someone who can obtain his recommendation twice can't be an ordinary person. I am also curious whether or not you can pass the God Spirit Realm Core Disciple Assessment. I won't hold back or go easy on you. Moreover, even if I wanted to hold back or go easy on you, it would be useless. Your participation in the assessment will be recorded in the floating image pearl and submitted to the sect master for review. The Core Disciple Assessment Authority will ultimately be in the hands of the sect master. As Zhang Tianheng spoke, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. His gaze was calm. After all, he never thought that the person in charge of the core disciple assessment would go easy on him. In fact, in his opinion, it would be fine as long as they didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. However, after hearing Zhang Tianheng's words, he relaxed. Since the final assessment authority was in the hands of the Hidden Fog sect master, and the process would be recorded in the floating image pearl and submitted to the sect master, he naturally didn't need to worry about the person in charge of the assessment making things difficult for him. All right, you should all go in. Seeing Duan Lingtian's expression remain unchanged, Zhang Tianheng looked at him with appreciation. Then, he opened the door to his own small world, revealing an even more magnificent door in the void for Duan Lingtian and the others to enter. When Duan Lingtian and the others entered Zhang Tianheng's small world, they discovered that they had appeared in an abyss. Looking down, they saw a pitch-black world beneath their feet. Looking up, they could faintly make out a star-like light, far beyond their reach. What is this place? Every core disciple assessment is different. Could it be that the core disciple assessment this time requires us to rush out of this place? Isn't this too simple? Can't we just fly out? Simple? Aren't you thinking too much? According to what I know, within Hall Master Zhang Tianhing's small world, besides the monster beasts he hunted, there are also many slave death-sworn warriors. There is no lack of God-King realm existences. You mean, if we want to leave, we will face layers upon layers of obstructions? It's obvious. Just as the group of inner sect disciples around Duanling Tian were discussing animatedly, a loud voice suddenly sounded from the direction of the small dot of light above the abyss. The place you are in now is an extreme abyss that I created in my small world. You are now in the deepest part of the abyss. What you need to do is to walk out of the abyss. As long as you can walk out of the abyss, you will pass the core disciple assessment and become a core disciple. The voice belonged to Hall Master Zhang Tianhing of the Trial Hall. It's just as I said. Let's go. Let's go up. After a few voices, a few inner sect disciples took the lead and stepped into the air, wanting to rush up to the abyss. However, just as they stepped into the air and reached a height of 100 meters, a low roar suddenly sounded from one side of the abyss. Then, more than 10 figures walked out of the darkness. Sabers and swords flashed as divine powers shot out in all directions, accompanied by various profundities of the law. Chapter 3687. Their Slave Death Guards. A series of exclamations rang in Duanling Tian's ears, causing him to focus his attention on the dozen figures that appeared in the air. There were more than a dozen people. Among them were young men, middle-aged men, and old men. All of them had one thing in common. Their eyes were empty as though they had no soul. Naturally, they only looked soulless. If one used their divine consciousness to examine them, it would not be difficult to discover that they were no different from ordinary humans. If there was a difference, it would be that they were indifferent to everything. Slave death guards? This was the first time Duanling Tian had heard of this term after coming to the profound Handle land. His confusion attracted the attention of Zhang Yaoji, who was standing not far away. Duanling Tian, you don't know about slave death guards? I don't know. Duanling Tian shook his head. There was no need for him to pretend that he did not know. Moreover, he was also curious about what slave death guards were. When he was still in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, he had seen slave death guards in the training ground of the 10-star students. However, those slave death guards looked completely different from the ones in front of him. Those slave death guards looked no different from ordinary humans from head to toe. Their eyes were bright. On the other hand, the slave death guards in front of him looked as though they had lost their souls. They looked very dull. However, although they were wooden, their attacks were not the slightest bit sluggish. In fact, they were completely attacking without defending. It was extremely swift and fierce. Unless one's strength completely suppressed them, even if one could kill them, it was inevitable that one would be injured. Slave death guards are existences who have their memories erased by a secret technique and trained into slave death guards. Slave death guards only recognize their master's aura. The master's aura is usually an object. Most people use it as a pendant. Zhang Yaoji explained, as long as you give them an order through the pendant, they'll obey unconditionally. Even if you ask them to die, they won't even frown. What kind of people were these slave death guards before they became slaves? Duanling Tian asked curiously. There are all kinds of people. Zhang Yaoji said with a sigh. This is one of the most dangerous places in the realms of gods. If a person is imprisoned and doesn't choose to commit suicide, he or she will become a slave or a sacrificial warrior. For example, even if it's a higher deity or a god king with a slightly stronger soul, they can use a formation to erase the former's memories and turn them into slaves. God king level slave death warriors require a god emperor with a powerful soul. The god kings and god emperors with powerful souls here are basically god kings and god emperors who specialize in soul attacks. As long as you have enough wealth, you can buy them. Moreover, they won't turn against their masters. Even if it's a lesser deity, even if it's an existence that hasn't ascended to godhood, as long as it has the token to control the slave death warriors, it can even control the legendary god emperor level slave death warriors, let alone god king level slave death warriors. After listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duanling Tian finally understood the meaning of slave death guards. At the same time, He also realized that once one became a slave death guard, one would be doomed eternally. Zhang Yaoji spoke casually, but Duan Ling Tian felt goosebumps all over his body when he heard this. Naturally, after listening to Zhang Yaoji's explanation, Duan Ling Tian also realized it was not easy to make someone a slave death guard even if their cultivation base was a whole realm higher than theirs. Only those who specialize in soul attacks would be able to do so. Moreover, if it was someone who had a divine artifact to protect their soul would be protected by the divine artifact. Before the divine artifact's defense was breached, no one would be able to brainwash them into becoming a slave death guard. Actually, you don't have to think too much about it. Zhang Yaoji said with a smile. In the sect, no one will treat you this way. No matter who it is, if anyone dares to use such a method on you, they'll be doomed eternally. In the realms of gods, every force has a rule that forbids them from using secret techniques on their fellow sect members and turning them into slave death guards. No matter how grave the crime is, even if they're sentenced to death, they still won't punish someone in such a manner. After all, it's inhumane. However, a force may be able to control its own members, but it can't control those outside. Moreover, driven by profit, there are many people out there who intend to create slave death guards. After all, the price of slave death guards is extremely high in the market. For this reason, you have to be extremely careful when you're out there. In fact, before you're strong enough, I don't recommend traveling alone. It's fine if you're robbed or killed. However, you're most afraid of becoming a slave death guard and becoming someone else's weapon. Moreover, if you become a weapon, there's a possibility you'll harm your friends and family in the future. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian understood Zhang Yaoji's words. Only when there was a transaction would there be harm. If there was no demand, naturally, no one would do such a thing. However, it was precisely because there was a demand, a huge demand, that many people would turn a living person into a slave death guard. These slave death guards are emotionless. They only follow their master's orders. They'll do whatever their master tells them to do. For example, my old man must have ordered them to guard the first checkpoint and not let us go up. As soon as Zhang Yaoji finished speaking, he flew out. His body shone with golden light as he made his move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Thousands of dazzling golden sword rays shot out from Zhang Yaoji's body. It was clear he had comprehended the law of metal. Moreover, his law of metal had fused three profundities together. With just one move, he forced the slave death guards to retreat. However, when the remaining slave death guards charged forward, Zhang Yaoji felt the strain. At the same time, he roared, "Why aren't all of you coming to help?" Almost as soon as Zhang Yaoji finished speaking, the few inner sect disciples who had been forced back earlier, as well as the other inner sect disciples around Duan Ling Tian, stepped into the air. The group of people joined forces and easily forced the dozen or so slave death guards to retreat. Moreover, when the latter sensed that they were no match for them, they tactfully retreated. Only a few slave death guards were injured. No slave death guards were killed. These slave death guards are all higher deities who have comprehended the fusion of multiple profundities of a certain law. Moreover, the weapons in their hands are all inferior divine weapons. This battle allowed Duan Ling Tian to see the strength of the dozen or so slave death guards. At the same time, he could tell that the trial hall master Zhang Tianheng must have ordered these slave death guards to retreat if they were no match for them. After all, every slave death guard was worth a fortune. There was no need to waste them on the assessment of the inner sect disciples. Just like that, Duan Ling Tian passed this checkpoint without doing anything. The first checkpoint of the ultimate abyss. But Zhang Yaoji's strength is actually not weaker than Qi Yu's. Zhang Yaoji's attack earlier made Duan Ling Tian realize that his strength was not ordinary. Unlike Qi Yu, he should also be in the top 10 among the inner sect disciples who could enter the godly spirit realm. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Duan Ling Tian stepped into the air and came to Zhang Yaoji's side. No matter how strong I am, I can't be stronger than a freak like you. Zhang Yaoji smiled bitterly when he heard that. Even if I were to face Qi Yu who was killed by your sword, I would have to put in a lot of effort to defeat him. You can defeat Qi Yu? It seems that your strength ranking among the inner sect disciples in the godly spirit realm is higher than Qi Yu's. Duan Ling Tian said in surprise. Of course. Zhang Yaoji lifted his head proudly. Qiyu was at most in the top 10 among the inner sect disciples in the godly spirit realm, but I'm in the top 5. Of course, whether it is me or anyone else, we can't compare to a freak like you. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, Zhang Yaoji was like a deflated balloon. Haha. Senior apprentice brother Zhang, aren't you just looking for trouble by comparing yourself with senior apprentice brother Duan? Not too far away, an inner sect disciple shook his head and laughed. That's right. Senior apprentice brother Duan is someone who has a high chance of becoming a core disciple of our hidden fog sect with his godly spirit realm cultivation. Comparing yourself with him is just looking for trouble. Another inner sect disciple echoed. All right, let's continue. Zhang Yaoji, who didn't want to suffer another blow, changed the topic and said, people like us are bound to be unable to walk to the end. I suggest that we allow Duan Ling Tian to rest more during the following journey. In this way, his chances of passing the test will be greater. We will help him pass the tests ahead. If he can smoothly become a core disciple, then when we go out in the future, we can brag to you that the hidden fog sect's first godly spirit realm core disciple in 10,000 years is from the same generation as us. We watched him pass the test with our own eyes. As Zhang Yaoji spoke, the eyes of the other inner sect disciples lit up. I agree. Then it's decided. Senior apprentice brother Duan, for the rest of the journey, if you can avoid fighting, then don't. Try to preserve your strength as much as possible. We will try our best to send you up a bit more. The group of inner sect disciples around Duan Ling Tian were all incomparably enthusiastic under Zhang Yaoji's suggestion. As for Duan Ling Tian, although he didn't think it was necessary, he didn't reject everyone's enthusiasm. He nodded and said, then I thank everyone. Let's go. With Zhang Yaoji's order, the other inner sect disciples immediately stepped into the air and soared into the horizon. Of course, after charging for a short distance, a few demon beasts that were like enormous mountains appeared and guarded the sky. They glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian and the others as if they were tigers that were blocking their path. Kill. Zhang Yaoji and the others charged forward. This time, they spent a bit more time before forcing the monster beasts back. Of course, this was the second test, so it was normal for it to be a bit more difficult. Duan Ling Tian still didn't make a move. This brat, he doesn't care about himself and is helping others, really. Chapter 3688. The old man beside Zhang Tianheng was a vice hallmaster of the trial hall. At the same time, he was an extremely powerful inner sect elder. His strength was second only to the 19 core elders, including the hidden fog sect's second elder. He was also one of the inner sect elders with the highest hopes of becoming a core elder. Hallmaster, rest assured. Everything is going smoothly. The old man smiled. Did anyone have an outstanding performance? Zhang Tianheng asked again. Is there a chance of a core disciple being born? Facing Zhang Tianheng's second question, the old man bitterly smiled. Hallmaster, it isn't that easy to become a core disciple. Their performance so far has been average. It's basically impossible for anyone to smoothly pass the assessment. I think that Duan Ling Tian has a higher chance of becoming a core disciple than them. The old man couldn't help but ask curiously. Hallmaster, how is it on your side? How is Duan Ling Tian doing? He hasn't made a move yet. Zhang Tianheng shook his head. That boy from my family is currently encouraging the other inner sect disciples to help Duan Ling Tian open the way for him to pass the core disciple assessment. I really don't know what he's thinking. As Zhang Tianheng spoke, he helplessly shook his head. The old man bitterly smiled. Young Hallmaster probably doesn't know. Even with him and the other inner sect disciples helping at the beginning, the core disciple assessment Duan Ling Tian will have to go through at the end won't be any easier. After all, the assessment can change at any time. That's why I think that boy from my family is a fool and wasting my efforts. Zhang Tianheng said. The old man shook his head. Hallmaster, you can't say that. Maybe the young Hallmaster intends to befriend Duan Ling Tian? That Duan Ling Tian, even if he can't become a core disciple this time, as long as he can grow, he will surely become a powerhouse that can support our hidden fog sect. If that boy had such thoughts, I wouldn't need to spend so much effort on him. Zhang Tianheng clearly didn't think that his son would have such thoughts. In my opinion, he just hopes that after Duan Ling Tian becomes a core disciple, he can brag to others that he witnessed the birth of a divine spirit realm core disciple. Xianxia didn't know what his father thought of him. If he knew, he would definitely think that his father knew him best. The ultimate abyss in Zhang Tianhing's small world was naturally created by him. At his level of cultivation, the small world in his body had undergone many transformations compared to the small worlds of ordinary gods. With a single thought, he could evolve the small world in his body and create any space in his small world. As for the creatures in the small world in his body, he could arrange where they would appear with just a thought. He had complete control over the small world in his body. This was similar to a supreme expert controlling a realm of gods. Rumor had it that a realm of gods was a little world that belonged to a supreme expert. In the ultimate abyss, Duan Lingtian did not make a move at the first few checkpoints. It was only when Zhang Yaoji and the others began to feel strained and some of them were almost injured that Duan Lingtian made his move. Whoosh! Crash! As the spatial storm swept out, the inner sect disciples who were struggling suddenly felt the pressure on them lessen. After that, they even realized that the slaves and demon beasts that were pressing them were all forced to retreat. Moreover, after they retreated, they did not dare to come up again. The slaves and demon beasts were still fine since they did not show any signs of emotion. However, the demon beasts looked at Duan Lingtian with fear in their eyes. The slaves and demon beasts did not have any emotions and did not know fear. Although the demon beasts did not have any intelligence, their memories were not erased so they still had animal instincts. After a few more checkpoints, Zhang Yaoji and 2 other inner sect disciples were the only ones who were still able to persevere. The rest of the inner sect disciples had stopped in their tracks. Senior brother Duan, we won't hold you back anymore. One of the inner sect disciples looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a bitter smile, if it wasn't for you, we might have been eliminated in the last 2 checkpoints. This is as far as we can go. Good luck to you. The other inner sect disciples who were weaker nodded in agreement. Apart from thanking Duan Lingtian, they were also looking forward to Duan Lingtian passing the God Grade Core Disciple Assessment. It's really too difficult. We're only halfway there. One of the inner sect disciples looked at the sky and realized that the path he had taken was at most halfway to the exit of the ultimate abyss. In fact, it seemed like it was only a small part of the way. Yeah. I wonder how Senior Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago passed. Another inner sect disciple nodded in agreement. Just like that, the group that had originally ascended into the air was only left with Duan Lingtian and the other 3 inner sect disciples. At the same time, the group of inner sect disciples who stayed behind also realized that Duan Lingtian and the other 3 inner sect disciples did not go with them. Hence, their speed in breaking through the checkpoints became much faster. The demon beasts and slave and demon beasts did not even have a chance to get close to them. Just now, because of their presence, Duan Lingtian and the rest did not dare to make a move. They were deeply afraid that they would be implicated and accidentally hurt them. When can I be as strong as Senior Duan Lingtian? Among the group of inner sect disciples who did not continue to break through the checkpoints, a young man with a slightly childish face muttered softly. Hearing his words, another inner sect disciple shook his head. Not to mention Senior Duan, even if you can be as strong as Senior Zhang, it would be good enough. These 2 people's strength is not weaker than Qi Yu's. Along the way, Duan Lingtian also realized that the inner sect disciples who continued to break through the checkpoints with him and Zhang Yaoji had also mastered the fusion of 3 profound meanings that they were good at. Their strength was not much different from Qi Yu and Zhang Yaoji's. It was also because of this that they were able to persevere until now. Looks like they are on the same level as Zhang Yaoji and Qi Yu. They are in the top 10 of the God-grade inner sect disciples. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It's getting harder. I'll take a break first. Although the current Zhang Yaoji was not in a bad state, he was sweating profusely and panting heavily. As for the other 2, they were not in a bad state either. Only Duan Lingtian looked the same as before. It did not seem like he was exhausted at all. Zhang Yaoji only took a glance at Duan Lingtian and could not help but curse him in his heart. What a freak! Duan Lingtian, you don't know these 2 people, right? Zhang Yaoji did not forget to introduce the other 2 people. First, he looked at the young man in the gray robe with a cold expression. This is Guardian Yun Huai's 4th disciple, Qiu. This is 3rd Elder's 2nd disciple, Sha Yuting. They are in the top 10 of the God-grade inner sect disciples. Sha Yuting was a middle-aged man in a light blue robe. He had an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary person. Brother Duan, I've long heard of your abilities. Now that I've met you today, you live up to your reputation. Sha Yuting sighed emotionally. As for Chiu, although he seemed to be serious in speech and manner, he still forced a smile at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're very powerful. Duan Lingtian was just about to exchange pleasantries when he was interrupted by a beast's roar that suddenly came from above his head. Roar! Accompanied by a beast's roar, there was actually a demonic beast that was as big as a mountain. It carried more than 10 slave warriors and descended from the sky, charging toward Duan Lingtian and the others. Isn't the old man too ruthless? He won't even give us time to rest? Zhang Yaoji cursed loudly when he saw this scene. It should be known that when they had ascended from the sky earlier, they had only appeared when they reached a certain height. Now they had clearly not reached the next level, but the demonic beast and slave warriors had appeared in advance and charged toward them. Chiu and Sha Yuting's expressions also became solemn at this moment. The divine power on their bodies surged again, ready to be unleashed. All of you have a good rest. I'll go up first. Faced with the menacing demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors, Duan Lingtian greeted Zhang Yaoji and the others before he ascended into the sky to meet them. Then, a low-grade divine sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. With the point of the sword, a spatial storm suddenly appeared and transformed into a huge sword that swept out. Even though the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors tried their best to resist, they were still repelled and sent flying by Duan Lingtian's sword. Blood filled the sky. The demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors were all injured by Duan Lingtian, and blood spurted wildly from their mouths. Then, as though they had received an order, they retreated. This scene also stunned Zhang Yaoji and the others. This is the embryonic form of sword principle? Now, the demonic beast and more than 10 slave warriors had attacked earlier, so they could vaguely see the other party's strength. Even if the 3 of them joined forces now, they would at most be able to repel them with great difficulty. This was because they had consumed a lot of energy earlier. If they were at their peak, the 2 of them would be able to repel them together. However, even if they were at their peak, it would be difficult for them to repel the other party within a few moves, let alone one move. Now, Duan Lingtian had only used one move. To be precise, it was only one move. With one move, the gods and demons would retreat. This was nothing more than that. If I were to face that move, I'm afraid I would die without a doubt. Chiyu didn't die in vain. Sha Yuting muttered as she stared blankly at Duan Lingtian, who continued to soar up into the air as though nothing had happened and charged towards the next trial. I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to pass the next stage, Zhang Yaoji said. However, when Duan Lingtian reached the next stage, he was stunned again. This was because Duan Lingtian still managed to defeat the demon beast and slave Deathsworn at the checkpoint with just a swing of his sword. Then, he continued to advance. Another move. Another move. God! How did he do it? Zhang Yaoji was completely stunned. At this moment, Chiu spoke with a solemn expression on her face. He must have comprehended the fusion of 2 profundities from the law of space. Coupled with the embryonic form of sword principle, he's invincible. His current strength is even stronger than Shui Hai Chuan, who passed the God-grade core disciple assessment 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3689. Duan Lingtian was like a flood dragon. Space storms wreaked havoc around him. Sword energy shot out, finally converging into a sword light that seemed endless as it shot into the skies. In that moment, the hidden fog sect inner sect disciples in the extreme abyss, including Zhang Yaoji, Chiu, and Sha Yuting, were all dumbfounded as they watched this scene unfold before them. At this moment, the originally dark abyss was illuminated by this sword light. The dull gray light seemed incomparably dazzling. Sword energy swept out for 30,000 miles. A single sword light chilling 19 prefectures. Let's go all out and rush out. The 99 heavenly veins in Duan Lingtian's body began to circulate as a vast and majestic divine energy surged out at the fastest speed. After he fused the 2 profundities from the law of space, the spatial windstorm continued to circulate at a high speed. Awoo! However, all the demonic beasts that rushed forward were either injured or sent flying. There were even some slave Deathsworn soldiers that retreated too slowly. They were directly killed by the sword light condensed from the space storm, turning into a rain of blood that sprinkled down like red roses. Duan Lingtian's current cultivation hadn't reached the final threshold of breaking into the God King realm, but he was incomparably close. The improvement that the 6 creation pills brought to him was even comparable to the improvement that an ordinary monstrously talented person would get if they took 8 creation pills. His power of divinity was definitely among the best even among higher deities. With this divine strength as a foundation, he could further display the power of space laws. In addition to the elementary form of sword Dao that he intentionally displayed, Duan Lingtian soared upwards, his momentum swift and fierce. And this was also the first time that Duan Lingtian had displayed such strength in front of others. Even when he killed Qi Yu, the strength he displayed was far inferior to what he was displaying now. He's going up. Under the aghast gazes of Zhang Yaoji and the others, Duan Lingtian was like an arrow that shot into the skies. He didn't seem to encounter any obstacles along the way, but the truth was that all obstacles were easily resolved by him. In front of him, the God Spirit level core disciple test was nothing but a joke. Like this, they watched as Duan Lingtian rushed out of the abyss. He's out. Duan Lingtian has succeeded. After today, our hidden fog sect will give birth to another divine spirit level core disciple. While Zhang Yaoji, Qiu, and Sha Yuding had complicated expressions on their faces, the group of inner sect disciples below were shouting excitedly, as if the one who had passed the test wasn't Duan Lingtian, but themselves. At the same time, Duan Lingtian stood outside the abyss, looking down at the ultimate abyss with a calm expression. He wasn't surprised that he could pass the core disciple test. In fact, he was already mentally prepared. Moreover, even now, he still hadn't used his full strength. He was still holding back, and he was still holding back quite a bit. After becoming a god, wanting to defeat an opponent a whole realm higher than you is extremely difficult. It's like a fantasy story. But if it was me, the current me may only be a higher god, but there aren't many lower god that can defeat me. With the help of the Supreme Powerhouse's divine spark, Duan Lingtian had already comprehended the fusion of 4 profound meanings of the space laws. Moreover, he had the high-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. As his cultivation increased, the power that the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword could display also increased. Even the strength of the artifact soul, Huang'er, wasn't below his current strength. This, as the trial hall master, Zhang Tianhing naturally knew about the situation in his own small world. Moreover, he had already set up the ultimate abyss that he had constructed. If one wanted to rush out of the ultimate abyss, it was impossible without a certain level of strength. Even though Duan Lingtian had once killed Qi Yu with a single sword strike and became famous in the Hidden Fog sect, the strength he displayed at that time wasn't enough to rush out of the ultimate abyss. However, now that Duan Lingtian had rushed out of the ultimate abyss like a bolt of lightning, he couldn't help but be shocked. This brat. He was actually hiding his strength? Hallmaster, what is it? The old man beside Zhang Tianhing, the vice trial hallmaster who was in charge of the God King level core disciple assessment, couldn't help but ask curiously as he saw Zhang Tianhing's expression change. That Duan Lingtian has just passed the assessment. Zhang Tianhing said with a complicated expression. What? As expected, the old man was shocked. I remember. Didn't they start the assessment at the end? They passed the assessment so quickly? Hallmaster, what kind of assessment did you set for them? The old man asked curiously. There were many core disciple assessments that targeted inner sect disciples, and they were all passed down by the Hidden Fog sect. Even they had to follow those assessment methods. As for the Hidden Fog sect, they only admitted that those assessments were presumptuous. Ultimate Abyss. Zhang Tianheng sighed. The Ultimate Abyss was one of the core disciple assessments passed down by the Hidden Fog sect for inner sect disciples. It was also one of the more classic methods. If one didn't have sufficient strength, it was impossible to pass. Ultimate Abyss? He passed it so quickly? The old man's pupils shrank. Did he hide his strength before? He had heard of Duan Lingtian a long time ago. In particular, after the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu, Duan Lingtian had killed Qi Yu with a single sword strike. Duan Lingtian's fame had risen in the Hidden Fog sect, and he had the momentum of becoming the #1 God Spirit level inner sect disciple. Even so, he didn't think that Duan Lingtian would be able to pass the core disciple assessment. As the vice trial hall master, He was well aware of how difficult the God Spirit level inner sect disciple assessment was. The strength Duanling Tian displayed when he killed Qi Yu wasn't enough to smoothly pass. Thus, when he heard that Duanling Tian had passed the assessment, his first thought was that Duanling Tian was hiding his strength. Not only is he hiding his strength, but he's also hiding a great deal of it. Zhang Tianheng sighed. He has comprehended the fusion of two types of space laws' three profound meanings. He had comprehended the fusion of two types of space laws' three profound meanings. Zhang Tianheng's words caused the old man's complexion to change once more. What? He has comprehended the fusion of two types of space laws' three profound meanings? That's right. His attainments in the space laws are no weaker than yours. The old man also comprehended the space laws. Moreover, he had comprehended the fusion of two types of space laws' three profound meanings. By relying on this comprehension of laws in addition to the strength of his bloodline, when looking at the entire Hidden Fog sect, besides the 19 ranked core elders, he didn't think there was anyone below the core elders who could be his match. However, how long had he lived and how old was Duanling Tian? Duanling Tian wasn't even 3,000 years old, and yet he had already caught up to him in comprehension of laws? It had to be known that he was already over 30,000 years old. Now, do you know why he was able to pass the core disciple assessment and become the first God Spirit level core disciple in the sect in 10,000 years? Zhang Tianheng smiled. All right, I will deliver the floating image pearl to the sect master for inspection. If the sect master feels that there is no problem with Duanling Tian passing the assessment, then from this day forth, he will be a core disciple of our Hidden Fog sect. As his voice fell, Zhang Tianheng left the trial hall. Its protector Zhang Tianheng. As Zhang Tianheng appeared outside the trial palace, everyone's gazes immediately gathered on him. Now, besides a group of inner sect disciples, there were also many core disciples standing guard outside the trial hall. These core disciples were basically here to watch the show. This was because, according to the rumors, that inner sect disciple Duanling Tian was far too confident in himself. And if Duanling Tian really passed the core disciple assessment, he would become the first God Spirit level core disciple amongst them. So many people came to watch the show? Zhang Tianheng swept his eyes around and faintly smiled. Lord Temple Master. At this time, a bold inner sect disciple stepped forward and loudly asked Zhang Tianheng, as the trial hall's temple master, do you think that Duanling Tian has a chance of passing the core disciple assessment and becoming the first God Spirit level core disciple in the sect in 10,000 years? Now, it hadn't been long since Duanling Tian and the others entered. No one thought that the assessment was over. Almost everyone thought that Duanling Tian was still desperately trying to pass the core disciple assessment and that the final results hadn't come out yet. As for Zhang Tianheng, the trial hall's temple master, suddenly coming out, it was likely that he had something to do, so he wasn't in charge of this core disciple assessment. As the bold inner sect disciple looked at Zhang Tianheng and asked this question, the other inner sect disciples all looked at Zhang Tianheng. Even the several core disciples present were looking at Zhang Tianheng. Zhang Tianheng looked at the inner sect disciple who asked the question and smiled. He said, if it was before, I wouldn't have been able to answer your question. But now, perhaps I can get Duanling Tian to tell you. Just as Zhang Tianheng's voice faded, a figure appeared beside him in a timely manner. It was none other than Duanling Tian. After Duanling Tian came out of the ultimate abyss, he waited for Zhang Tianheng to send him out. As expected, after waiting for a while, he was brought out by Zhang Tianheng. However, when he came out, he discovered that he was no longer in the trial hall. Instead, he appeared outside the trial hall and was surrounded by a group of inner sect disciples who were looking forward to seeing him. It's Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian came out so quickly? Could it be that he failed? When the group of inner sect disciples saw Duanling Tian and could not help but whisper among themselves, Zhang Tianheng, who was next to Duanling Tian, suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Only Duanling Tian was left, and he became the center of attention. Duanling Tian, weren't you confident that you could pass the core disciple test and become the first spirit god realm core disciple in our Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years? How did you get eliminated so quickly? A voice filled with mockery and divine power suddenly sounded, covering the noise of the scene. Tu Feng. When Duanling Tian saw the owner of the voice, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The person who spoke was the eldest disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Tu Feng. In the past, He had seen Tu Feng at Wine City's Hidden Fog Academy, so he recognized him at a glance. Chapter 3690. This was the second time Duan Lingtian had seen Tu Feng. Tu Feng hadn't changed much from the past. Moreover, his face was the same as before. The moment a cold light flashed in his eyes, Duan Lingtian's lips curled into a mocking smile. Tu Feng, how do you know I was eliminated? Could it be that I couldn't have smoothly passed the assessment and then come out? Duan Lingtian stood in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at Tu Feng from a distance. The cold light in his eyes had disappeared and was replaced by a playful look. Passed the assessment? As soon as Duan Lingtian's words came out, everyone, including the several core disciples who had come to join in the fun, looked at Duan Lingtian again with a strange look in their eyes. Duan Lingtian, passed the assessment? Chi! Tu Feng sneered, the sarcastic look on his face growing stronger. Duan Lingtian, in my opinion, you've gone crazy trying to pass the assessment, haven't you? How long has it been since you entered the test hall? Do you really think you can pass the assessment? Even if it was the simplest assessment, it wouldn't have been enough to pass it in such a short amount of time. 10,000 years ago, Senior Shui Haichuan took half a day to pass the assessment, and he was also injured. You look like you're not injured at all, and you came out so quickly. Do you really think you passed the assessment? Do you think Tu Feng, believe that? Tu Feng's eyes were full of contempt. As soon as Tu Feng opened his mouth, the eyes of the crowd fell on Duan Lingtian again changed. What Tu Feng said seems to make sense. This Duan Lingtian, could it be that he felt he couldn't pass the assessment, so he came out early? He was very confident that he could pass the assessment. Isn't this too much of a slap to his face? Who knows? The eyes that fell on Duan Lingtian changed several times, and after a few moments, they were filled with doubt. This was because Duan Lingtian had come out too quickly. It wasn't that they didn't believe that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to pass the test. If they didn't believe it, they wouldn't be here. The reason they were here was to witness a miracle. But now, Duan Lingtian had come out so early. They found it hard to believe that Duan Lingtian had passed the test. Idiot! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian looked at Tu Feng and slowly spat out 2 words. Instantly, the entire place was dead silent. No one would have thought that Duan Lingtian would do this in public. One must know that to a certain extent, this could already be considered a form of humiliation. Ha 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 ha. While everyone was shocked by Duan Lingtian calling Tu Feng an idiot, Tu Feng, the person involved, actually began to laugh. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. After a while, Tu Feng stopped laughing and looked at Duan Lingtian with a ferocious expression as he said in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian, you and I are both inner sect disciples, but you humiliated me in public. According to the sect rules, if I challenge you on the ultimate martial arena, you can't refuse. Now I, Tu Feng, invite you to the extreme martial stage to fight. Everything will be according to the rules of the extreme martial stage. You will not have the chance to admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. I'm curious. If you, Duan Lingtian, can last 10 breaths of time under my Tu Feng's hands. Tu Feng's eyes flashed with a fanatical light. Originally, he had been thinking about how to lure Duan Lingtian away from the Hidden Fog sect in the future and then kill Duan Lingtian. But now, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in public. Without a doubt, this had given him a fair and square opportunity. On the extreme martial stage, one could not admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was good, as a lower god king, Tu Feng was confident he could kill Duan Lingtian within 10 breaths of time. There is such a rule? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Duan Lingtian frowned. He looked at Tu Feng and sneered. Tu Feng, you didn't make up this rule, did you? If the sect doesn't have such a rule, then making up a rule is a great crime. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the others couldn't help but shake their heads. They all knew that the sect did have such a rule. Moreover, it was written in the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook. Did this Duan Lingtian not read the Inner Sect Disciple Handbook properly? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tu Feng's smile became even more brilliant. I, Tu Feng, naturally wouldn't joke about the sect's rules. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone here. Following Tu Feng's words, an Inner Sect disciple immediately tried to dissuade Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the sect does have such a rule. You should quickly apologize to senior brother Tu Feng and ask for his forgiveness. If you want me to forgive you, I can. Tu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes narrowing slightly. Kneel down, lick my shoes clean and crawl under my crotch. I can consider forgiving you. As soon as Tu Feng's words came out, everyone present could feel the smell of gunpowder rising. Tu Feng's words clearly showed that he was not willing to let Duan Lingtian go. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. Under the regretful gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke. Looking at Tu Feng, his tone was indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead man. I want to die? Tu Feng was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Duan Lingtian, have you lost your mind? Although your strength is not bad, you really don't have the ability to kill me. You are just a little higher god, yet you want to kill me, a lower god? You're just dreaming. Even if my comprehension of the laws is not as good as yours, the gap in cultivation is enough for me to crush you. Obviously, Tu Feng was very confident in his own strength. I will wait for you at the ultimate martial stage. Duan Lingtian left these words before he vanished on the spot with a flash. When he appeared again, he was already on the way to the ultimate martial arena. Since you are in a hurry to die, I will fulfill your wish. The corners of Tu Feng's mouth curled into a grim grin before his figure flickered and he followed. In an instant, the group of inner sect disciples who were originally surrounding the training hall all left the area and followed after them. The reason they appeared here was because of Duan Lingtian. They wanted to see whether or not Duan Lingtian could really become the first spirit god realm inner sect disciple of their hidden fog sect in 10,000 years. Once Duan Lingtian really passed the assessment, they would be the first to witness this moment. To them, this was something they could brag about for the rest of their lives. And now, as the person involved, Duan Lingtian, seemed to have stopped the assessment ahead of time. Moreover, he was going to the ultimate martial stage to fight Tu Feng. They naturally had no interest in staying here. Sure, Tongming, should we go and take a look? The green-robed youth with a sheathed long sword looked at the other youth standing on the stone tablet suspended in the air and asked. The latter didn't answer him. Instead, he controlled the stone tablet and flew towards the ultimate martial stage. Haha. Lin Yijian, that Shi Tongming is famous for not liking to talk. Why are you paying attention to him? Not far away. The other youth smiled at the green-robed youth. Let's go. Let's also go and take a look. That Duan Lingtian actually dares to fight the God King realm Tu Feng. I really wonder where he gets his confidence from. This youth was also a core disciple. Like Lin Yijian and Shi Tongming, he had also come to watch the fun. The ultimate martial stage. Duan Lingtian was the first to enter. In the past, it was on this ultimate martial stage that Qi Yu had died at Duan Lingtian's hands. As Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng, and a group of inner sect disciples arrived, the group of inner and outer sect disciples in the martial meeting square below the ultimate martial stage all came over to join in the fun. Those that were originally exchanging pointers also stopped. What's going on? What's going on? Is someone going to the ultimate martial stage again? At the beginning, the people that came from the martial meeting square didn't know what was happening. They only saw that someone was going to fight on the ultimate martial stage. Moreover, many people came to watch. Isn't that Duan Lingtian's senior apprentice brother Duan? Isn't he participating in the trial hall's core disciple assessment today? Why is he here at the ultimate martial stage? It really is senior apprentice brother Duan. The current Duan Lingtian, after his battle with Qi Yu, had become famous in the hidden fog sect. And now, in the group of people that came from the martial meeting square, there was no lack of people that had seen Duan Lingtian before. They had been present when Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu fought. That is, senior apprentice brother Tu Feng? Why is senior apprentice brother Tu Feng here? Isn't he a lower god king? He wants to fight senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian? While the group of people that came from the martial meeting square were still in a daze, many inner sect disciples from the trial hall had already come over and explained to them what was happening. Senior apprentice brother Duan Lingtian called senior apprentice brother Tu Feng an idiot in front of everyone and humiliated him? Then, senior apprentice brother Tu Feng forcefully invited him to the ultimate martial stage to fight? Heavens! Senior apprentice brother Duan is too impulsive. Senior apprentice brother Tu Feng is a god king powerhouse. A lower god king against a lower god king? Even if his comprehension of laws surpasses a lower god king's, it is nearly impossible for him to defeat the latter. The difference in cultivation is too great. It is an entire great boundary. No one was optimistic about Duan Lingtian's chances. Duan Lingtian, what are you doing? A beautiful figure appeared, attracting the gazes of many people. It was Tang Wuyan, the one with the halo of Hidden Fog Sex #1 beauty. Today, she wore a light purple dress. Her entire person seemed indifferent and elegant, like a celestial maiden standing atop a violet orchid. With just a single glance, one couldn't bear to look away. Tu Feng already has a grudge with you. Why did you agree to let him enter the ultimate martial stage? Hurry up and come down. I've already sent a message to my great-uncle to come. If you leave now, once he arrives, he will help you solve this matter. When the time comes, just lower your head and apologize to Tu Feng. There is no need to humiliate yourself like he asked. Tang Wuyan said to Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission. She had also heard about what happened outside the trial hall and had rushed over as soon as she could. Even she didn't know why, but when she heard about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she immediately rushed over. All along the way, there was only one thought in her mind: to prevent Duan Lingtian from entering the ultimate martial stage and fighting Tu Feng. At the same time, she sent a message to her great-uncle, the Hidden Fog Sex Inner Sect Elder Tang Chun, urging him to come over. Chapter 3691. Tang Wuyan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. From what she said, it was obvious that she already knew the details of the matter. When my grandmaster comes, even Tu Feng will have to give him face. Tang Wuyan said through voice transmission. No need. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the change in Tang Wuyan's attitude towards him, but it was also because of this that he felt helpless and vigilant. Don't get involved in this matter. I can handle it myself. Duan Lingtian refused Tang Wuyan's kindness. Handle it yourself? How will you handle it? Tang Wuyan frowned and said through voice transmission, you are just a higher god, and he is a lower god king. Even if you comprehend more profound laws than him, it will be difficult for you to be his opponent. Then you don't have to worry about it. When Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice again, his tone was a bit colder. There was a kind of indifference that kept people 1,000 miles away. Tang Wuyan was dumbfounded. The current Duan Lingtian gave her the feeling that he was deliberately distancing himself from her. And it was very sudden. She was a little caught off guard. Why did he do this? Is it because he is afraid that I will get involved and offend Tu Feng? Thinking of this, Tang Wuyan felt warm in her heart. Duan Lingtian didn't know what Tang Wuyan was thinking. Otherwise, he would be speechless because he didn't mean that at all. The reason why he suddenly became cold was because of the change in Tang Wuyan's attitude towards him. If he was single, he might be happy because of this, even if he didn't like Tang Wuyan. After all, Tang Wuyan was the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog Sex Inner Sect. To be liked by her was an honor for any man. Of course, he also knew that Tang Wuyan might not like him now. But there were already some signs. And now, he wanted to strangle these signs in the cradle and not let Tang Wuyan have any fantasies. Duan Lingtian, Tu Feng, you want to fight on the ultimate martial platform? At this moment, the 2 inner sect elders who were on duty at the extreme martial platform also appeared. They were not the 2 inner sect elders who were on duty during the battle between Duan Lingtian and Qi Yu. Usually, more than 10 inner sect elders would take turns to be on duty at the extreme martial platform. 2 elders, please bear witness to this properly. The rules of the ultimate martial platform is that one cannot admit defeat within 10 breaths of time. Don't break the rules. Tu Feng looked at the 2 inner sect elders on the extreme martial stage and grinned. If it is not 10 breaths of time, his surrender is invalid. If the 2 elders are biased, I'm afraid I'll have to ask my teacher to find the 2 elders and reason with them. Tu Feng heavily emphasized the words theory, and there was no lack of threat in them. As for the 2 inner sect elders, although they were very unhappy with Tu Feng's words, they didn't show it on their faces. Martial nephew Tu Feng, rest assured, we will do our job properly. That's right. We won't be biased. The 2 of them said. That's good. Tu Feng nodded with satisfaction, then flew into the arena and stood opposite Duan Tian, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Duan Tian, I really admire your courage. However, in today's battle, you can't avoid humiliating me in public. As soon as Tu Feng's words came out, the two inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial stage suddenly understood. It turned out that Duan Tian had humiliated Tu Feng in public and was forced to fight on the extreme martial stage by Tu Feng. Just now they were thinking that Duan Tian was just a god realm cultivator, so how could he have the courage to fight Tu Feng, a lower-rank god king, on the extreme martial stage? If that was the case, then everything could be explained. Martial nephew Tu Feng. With a loud voice, an old figure appeared in front of everyone. It was Tang Chun. Tang Wuyen's granduncle was also called over by Tang Wuyen to save the day. In fact, even now, Tang Chun was still a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Duan Tian would agree to Tu Feng's challenge, so when he was about to arrive, he deliberately extended his divine sense to investigate Duan Tian's cultivation. He thought that Duan Tian had broken through and become a god king, so he dared to fight Tu Feng on the extreme martial stage. However, when his divine sense fell on Duan Tian, the feedback he received was that Duan Tian was still a higher-rank god and not a god king. For a time, he couldn't help but speed up his appearance, ready to stop this duel. I already understand the ins and outs of this matter. Can you give me Tang Chun some face? I can make Duan Tian apologize to you. As soon as Tang Chun appeared, he went to find Tu Feng because he knew that the key to this duel was Tu Feng. If Tu Feng was willing to call a truce, this duel could be avoided. Among the inner sect elders, Tang Chun could be considered relatively strong. If it were any other time, Tu Feng might give him some face against an ordinary person. But today, Tu Feng's opponent was Duan Tian. Duan Tian wasn't just someone he wanted to kill, but also someone his honorable master had ordered him to kill. How could he miss this chance to kill Duan Tian because of Tang Chun's interference? Elder Tang Chun, I gave him a chance to apologize, but he didn't agree. Tu Feng glanced at Tang Chun and lightly said, So don't blame me for not giving you face. Of course, if you want me to stop, that's fine. You can have my honorable master send me a message. As long as my honorable master personally sends me a message and tells me to stop, I will stop. As soon as Tu Feng said this, Tang Chun's complexion turned ugly. But in the end, he still sent a message to the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Feng Yin. Tang Chun, an old man like you shouldn't interfere in the affairs of the younger generation. He thought that Wu Feng Yin would give him face, but Tang Chun never imagined that he would receive such a response. I almost forgot. Duan Tian once refused to become Wu Feng Yin's disciple. In addition, the gap between Tu Feng and Duan Tian isn't small. Last time, when Qi Yu targeted Duan Tian, it was also Tu Feng who incited him. Thinking of this, Tang Chun broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps even the second elder wants Duan Tian to die. Should I remind him that Duan Tian's background isn't ordinary? Thinking of this, Tang Chun's pupils shrank. That's right. How could I forget this? With Duan Tian's mysterious background and the miracles he has created time and time again, if he didn't have confidence, would he have followed Tu Feng to the ultimate martial stage? Tang Chun subconsciously glanced at Duan Tian. Sure enough, he found that the latter's expression was calm, without the slightest trace of panic. For a moment, his heart couldn't help but calm down. It's me who became anxious because of that girl Wu Yan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forgotten about his mysterious background. For Tang Chun, the fear and politeness of the people of Heavenly Wind City's God King Rank Chong family when facing Duan Tian was still vivid in his mind. Granduncle, have you contacted the second elder? When she heard Tu Feng's words, Tang Wuyen's expression changed, and she immediately sent a message to Tang Chun. She thought that Tang Chun hadn't contacted the second elder because the battle between Duan Tian and Tu Feng was about to begin. On Tu Feng's body, the divine force of a god king was already raging. I did, but he refused, Tang Chun replied via voice transmission. At the same time, he didn't forget to comfort Tang Wuyen. Don't worry, Duan Tian should be confident, which is why he agreed to this battle with Tu Feng. Don't you see his calm face, as if victory is already in his grasp? Confident? Victory in his grasp? Tang Wuyen felt bitter in her heart. Duan Lingtian was indeed calm right now, but when she thought of the difference in cultivation between Duan Lingtian and Tu Feng, she didn't hold any hope for Duan Lingtian. Granduncle, why don't you ask Vice Sect Master Murong for help? Wasn't Duan Lingtian recommended by him to enter the sect in advance and participate in the core disciple assessment? If you tell him about this matter, he definitely won't stand idly by. Tang Wuyen thought of the Hidden Fog Sect's Vice Sect Master, who was also the Dean of Heavenly Wind City's Hidden Fog Academy, Murong Suifeng. There's no need. Almost as Tang Wuyen looked at Tang Chun and sent another message to urge him, Tang Chun's voice suddenly sounded in her ears. She saw Tang Chun staring blankly at the ultimate martial stage in front of him, his throat violently moving as he swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. At this moment, Tang Wuyen also discovered that the originally noisy scene had suddenly fallen into a deathly silence. What happened? With curiosity, Tang Wuyen turned to look at the ultimate martial stage. What she saw was a purple figure standing in the air next to where Tu Feng had been standing. Tu Feng was nowhere to be seen, but there was a cloud of blood mist floating in front of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this moment, Tang Wuyen heard a slight ear-piercing sound of a sword whistling in her ears. Tu Feng is dead? Tang Wuyen's autumn eyes widened, and her beautiful cheeks were filled with disbelief. And now, she wasn't the only one who was in disbelief. Most of the other onlookers were also in disbelief. The rest of the people were basically horrified. Just now, they didn't even realize what was going on. Duan Lingtian had appeared behind Tu Feng like a ghost. Then the moment Tu Feng reacted, he had already struck out like lightning. He defeated Tu Feng with one sword strike, and then the sword light exploded, turning into countless tiny sword lights that cut Tu Feng into a cloud of blood mist. All this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Even the two inner elders on duty at the ultimate martial stage today looked at each other in disbelief. What a fast attack. Is Duan Lingtian the owner of 99 heavenly veins? I'm afraid only the owner of 99 heavenly veins can stimulate divine power to such an extent. Also, did you notice? Just now, in addition to the fusion of the embryonic form of the sword principle and one of the three profundities of the law of space, he also fused another three profundities. I noticed. He has comprehended the fusion of two profundities of the law of space. Last time, when he fought with Qiyu, he hid his strength. His strength has already surpassed Shui Haichuan, who hadn't broken through to the Divine King stage 10,000 years ago. Chapter 3692. Duan Lingtian's attack was very fast. He teleported behind Tu Feng, who had just mobilized his divine energy and was about to attack, and killed Tu Feng before Tu Feng could react. If Tu Feng had been given a little more time, he would have been able to block Duan Lingtian's killing move. However, slow was slow. The slightest mistake was the difference of 1,000 miles. Duan Lingtian relied on the advantage of mobilizing the divine energy from his 99 heavenly veins and the element of surprise from the teleportation profundity to kill Tu Feng. Ordinary people who did not have 99 heavenly veins, even if they had comprehended the law of space, fused two of the three profundities, and the embryonic form of the sword Dao, would not have the courage to do so. Because it was too risky. The slightest carelessness could allow the opponent to block his killing move, and because of the close distance, he would be in a passive position. However, Duan Lingtian did not take any risks. After all, his true strength was not limited to this. Even if he failed to catch Tu Feng off guard, he still had the ability to turn the situation around. At most, he would just have to show more of his negatives. Of course, if he could keep his trump cards, he would rather keep them. For Duan Lingtian, this was like a gamble. If he won, everyone would be happy. If he lost, he would at most be more high profile. However, no matter what, Tu Feng was destined to die. It was just a question of how he would die. Fortunately, I didn't reveal too much of my strength. Duan Lingtian was very satisfied that he had won the gamble and killed Tu Feng without further revealing his strength. The strength he revealed when he killed Tu Feng was no different from when he had passed the core disciple assessment in Zhang Tianhing's little world. Higher God Cultivation Base. Two of the three profundities from the law of space. Embryonic form of the sword Dao. Low-grade divine sword. Of course, he also revealed the number of heavenly veins in his body. He suspected to have 99 heavenly veins, but as long as no one investigated him, they would not be able to find out whether he really had 99 heavenly veins or not. At most, they would only be suspicious. After all, 99 heavenly veins were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods there were still many of them. After all, the natives of the realms of gods had the blood of supreme powerhouses flowing in their veins. This Duan Ling Tian has definitely passed the core disciple assessment. High up in the sky, the core disciple Lin Yijian said with absolute certainty, "This is the first time I've seen a lesser deity comprehend the fusion of two types of three profound meanings of any one of the four supreme laws of nature." Although the Divine Spirit level core disciple assessment is difficult for Divine Spirit level inner sect disciples, it's not difficult at all for Duan Ling Tian. The other core disciple nodded. Duan Ling Tian. On the other hand, the young man in a black robe who had remained on the huge stone tablet suspended in the air had already descended. In the blink of an eye, he had landed on the ultimate martial platform. He kept the stone tablet and looked straight at Duan Ling Tian. As soon as the black-robed young man appeared, many people in the surroundings turned to look at him. "It's senior brother Shi Tongming. I didn't expect to see senior brother Shi Tongming again after so many years here." When senior brother Shi Tongming was still an inner sect disciple, he was the strongest inner sect disciple. Later on, when he entered the God King realm, he passed the core disciple assessment and became a core disciple. That's nothing. The most important thing is that after senior brother Shi Tongming became a core disciple, due to his outstanding performance, our hidden fog sect supreme elder, Elder Lei, took a liking to him and accepted him as a personal disciple. Elder Lei? He's one of the four supreme elders in our hidden fog sect? That's right. The strongest of our hidden fog sect's highest elders are Elder Wind, Elder Thunder, Elder Cloud, and Elder Fog. Their seniority is also very high. Even if the sect master were to see them, he would have to respectfully bow to them. And this senior brother Shi Tongming is Elder Lei's personal disciple. The four supreme elders of Wind, Thunder, Cloud, and Mist rarely accept disciples. Unless one's talent is particularly amazing, they won't even think of accepting a disciple. For senior brother Shi Tongming to be accepted by Elder Lei, his talent and perception can be imagined. As soon as Shi Tongming appeared, he didn't even need to introduce himself. Duan Ling Tian learned his identity from the surrounding chatter. The Hidden Fog sect had four supreme elders. They represented the highest combat strength of the Hidden Fog sect. He already knew this. The four supreme elders were said to be stronger than the Hidden Fog sect's sect master. They were the leaders of the Hidden Fog sect's supreme elders. Let alone the core elders. Even the 19 protectors and the several vice sect masters were only little brothers in front of them. Even if the latter's seniority wasn't low and was even higher than theirs, they still had to be respectful in front of them. After all, this was a world where the strong were revered. Senior apprentice brother Shi, are you looking for me for something? After learning of Shi Tongming's identity, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but ask why Shi Tongming had called out to him and why he had appeared at such a timely moment. You passed the core disciple test? Shi Tongming asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. When Duan Ling Tian killed Tu Feng, everyone present had already guessed that Duan Ling Tian had passed the core disciple test. But now that they saw Duan Ling Tian personally admit it, they couldn't help but be shocked. Very good. Shi Tongming looked at Duan Ling Tian with appreciation. Then he got straight to the point and said, Duan Ling Tian, my honorable master is Elder Lei. Are you willing to become his disciple and acknowledge him as your master? If you are willing, then from now on you will be my junior apprentice brother. In the Hidden Fog sect, if anyone dares to offend you, that is the same as offending me, Shi Tongming. Shi Tongming wasn't a talkative person to begin with. Thus, as soon as he opened his mouth, he went straight to the point. As Shi Tongming's voice fell, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Elder Lei wants to receive Duan Ling Tian as his disciple? Didn't you hear senior apprentice brother Shi Tongming ask whether or not Duan Ling Tian passed the core disciple test before asking? It's clear that Elder Lei has some requirements for accepting Duan Ling Tian as his disciple. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian has to pass the core disciple test and become a core disciple. Elder Lei is one of the four highest existences in the Hidden Fog sect. If one becomes his disciple, Wouldn't they be able to walk sideways in the sect in the future? How enviable. Unfortunately, I don't have this life. Now, it wasn't just the group of inner and outer sect disciples. Even the two inner sect elders on duty at the extreme martial arena were looking at Duan Ling Tian with envy. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was about to reach the heavens in a single bound. Elder Lei, Tang Wuyan also recovered from the scene of Duan Ling Tian killing Tu Feng. When she looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Those who didn't know might have thought that Elder Lei wanted to take her as his disciple instead of Duan Ling Tian. Tang Wuyan was the same as everyone else. She felt that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't refuse to become Elder Lei's disciple. Even if Duan Ling Tian had refused many core elders, protectors, and even people sent by the Grand Elders to find him, Elder Lei couldn't be compared to the Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders at all. Perhaps Duan Ling Tian wasn't willing to take ordinary Grand Elders, protectors, and core elders as his master because he was waiting for the four Grand Elders to take the initiative to accept him as their disciple. And now, Duan Ling Tian had waited for Elder Lei. How could he refuse? Senior apprentice brother Shi. Duan Ling Tian looked at Shi Tongming and faintly smiled. Please help me tell Elder Lei that I, Duan Ling Tian, thank him for his kindness. It's just that I, Duan Ling Tian, already have a master, so I can only miss out on his kindness. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, Shi Tongming froze for a moment. Then, he looked deeply at Duan Ling Tian and said, So that's how it is. What a pity. As his voice fell, Shi Tongming stepped into the air. A giant stone tablet appeared beneath his feet, carrying him and disappearing from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. It was only at this time that the surrounding people recovered from the shock of Duan Ling Tian rejecting Shi Tongming. No one thought that Duan Ling Tian would reject Shi Tongming and Elder Lei. After all, this was an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound in the Hidden Fog sect. Duan Ling Tian actually rejected Elder Lei? Heavens! Should I call him honest or stupid? So what if he has a master? Elder Lei is willing to accept him as a disciple. As long as he doesn't mention it, why would Elder Lei care? Perhaps this is the pride of a genius. Most of the inner and outer sect disciples present found it hard to understand Duan Ling Tian's choice. Even Tang Wuyan was the same. Duan Ling Tian, you should have agreed. Now that you've killed Tu Feng, even if the second elder won't easily act against you in the sect, he definitely won't let you off. The second elder is famous for being protective of his own people. He definitely won't let Tu Feng's death go. And if you become Elder Lei's disciple, even he will have to consider whether it is worth it to make a move against you for Tu Feng's sake. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, it will be the same as having another life-saving charm. Tang Wuyan's thoughts were simple. Duan Ling Tian had killed Tu Feng and offended the second elder. If he had Elder Lei as a protective umbrella, the second elder wouldn't dare to make a move against him. But now, Duan Ling Tian had refused, and he was putting himself in danger. Everyone has their own ambitions. Facing Tang Wuyan's dissuasion, Duan Ling Tian responded with a sound transmission. His tone was indifferent, without the slightest hint of regret. Tang Wuyan was so angry that her face flushed red. She nearly vomited blood. She stomped her feet like a little girl and turned around to leave. Her angry appearance was like a little girl who was angry at her first love and had a conflict with her lover. At the same time, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, also relaxed after learning that Duan Ling Tian had rejected Shi Tongming and refused to become Elder Lei's disciple. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Stupid brat. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, I definitely won't dare to make a move against you. Chapter 3693. Several breaths of time after Tu Feng was killed by Duan Ling Tian, the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin, received a sound transmission telling him that Tu Feng had been killed. At first, he didn't believe it. But when the second and third sound transmissions arrived, he had no choice but to believe it was true. Duan Ling Tian, an inner sect disciple with a higher deity cultivation, had killed his eldest disciple, Tu Feng. Was he angry? Of course. Tu Feng was his first disciple. Even if he was usually strict, he still regarded him as his own. But now he was dead. The moment he confirmed this news, He even had the impulse to rush to the ultimate martial arena and kill Duanling Tian to take revenge for Tu Feng. But in the end, he dispelled this thought. If he did so, even if he was the Hidden Fog Sect's second elder, he still wouldn't be able to escape death. Shi Tongming, you actually publicly declared that Elder Thunder accepted Duanling Tian as a disciple? When Wu Fengyin learned of what happened at the ultimate martial arena, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It had to be known that he was already thinking about how to find a chance to kill Duanling Tian in the future and take revenge for his eldest disciple, Tu Feng. But now, the other disciples he sent to the ultimate martial arena told him that Elder Thunder intended to accept Duanling Tian as a disciple. Moreover, as long as Duanling Tian wanted to, he could immediately become Elder Thunder's disciple. Who was Elder Thunder? He was one of the most powerful people in the Hidden Fog Sect, an existence that could kill him with a flick of his finger. Even if he had 10,000 guts, he wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of him. At that moment, Wu Fengyin had already made preparations to dispel any thoughts of taking revenge on Duanling Tian. This was because in his opinion, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to refuse. It was also because of this that when he learned that Duanling Tian had refused Elder Thunder, he felt that Duanling Tian was stupid. But at the same time, he was overjoyed, as if he had been saved from a hopeless situation. That Duanling Tian's talent and comprehension are too high. I have to find an opportunity to kill him to prevent future troubles. In this situation, even if I really don't want to be his enemy, he might not believe me. Instead of waiting for him to grow and deal with me, I might as well get rid of him now. A cold light flashed in Wu Fengyin's eyes. Duanling Tian, with his upper divine spirit cultivation, had taken the initiative to instantly kill the lower divine king realm inner sect disciple Tu Feng. This news soon spread throughout the entire Hidden Fog sect. As for the Hidden Fog sect, they were naturally shocked by this. A higher deity had killed a lesser deity king. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, such a matter had never occurred before. It could be said that Duanling Tian's actions were unprecedented in the Hidden Fog sect. In addition, news of Duanling Tian passing the core disciple assessment and becoming the Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years also spread out. In particular, after the Hidden Fog sect's sect master personally issued an announcement, Duanling Tian, the Hidden Fog sect's only spirit god realm core disciple, could be considered to have a true status. Of course, there were also people who questioned this. What qualifications does Duanling Tian have to become a core disciple? Is there some inside story behind this? However, as news of Duanling Tian's method spread, these questions were quickly suppressed. Higher deity. He had comprehended two different types of space laws, fusing three profound meanings. Elementary sword Dao. Low-grade god sword. With such strength, it would be inexcusable if he couldn't pass the core disciple assessment. That little fellow. He didn't disappoint me. I didn't recommend him twice in vain. Far away in Skywind City, Hidden Fog Academy's Dean Murong Suifeng was also smiling when he heard the news from the Hidden Fog sect. In truth, when he recommended Duanling Tian to enter the Hidden Fog Academy ahead of time, he was hoping that Duanling Tian would become the Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years. Many people didn't know what Duanling Tian experienced in the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star trial, but he knew. Duanling Tian wasn't that simple. And the facts proved that this was indeed the case. At the same time that Murong Suifeng received the news, the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy also received the news. On one hand, they were teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy, but on the other hand, they were inner sect elders or outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog sect. They had their own network of connections within the Hidden Fog sect, so it wasn't difficult for them to find out what happened there. Duanling Tian is amazing. The Hidden Fog sect's first spirit god realm core disciple in 10,000 years. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. Yes. Duanling Tian hasn't been at the academy for long, but his achievements in the Hidden Fog sect are too shocking. Once the teachers of the Hidden Fog Academy found out, the students naturally found out as well. Whether they knew Duanling Tian or not, they were all shocked by Duanling Tian's achievements in the Hidden Fog sect. Duanling Tian. Amazing. I'll be going to the Hidden Fog sect soon. At that time, you'll have to cover for me. Within the Hidden Fog sect, Duanling Tian was following Tang Chun to the core disciple's residence when he received a message from the Hidden Fog Academy. It was from Ho Qingning. Ho Qingning was the God King level Sect's 10,000 Leaves Sect's junior sect master. He was also a 10-star student of the Hidden Fog Academy. Although Duan Tian hadn't known him for a long time, because of his enthusiasm and sincerity, Duan Tian considered him one of his only 2 friends in the Hidden Fog Academy. The other person was Ding Yan. Ding Yan. Although he wasn't as strong as Ho Qingning, in Duan Tian's eyes, he was even more mysterious. This was because before the 10-star student trial began, Ding Yan had told him that as long as he followed him, even if he encountered someone from a God King level family, he could protect him with his status. At that time, Duan Tian faintly realized that Ding Yan had an extraordinary status. At the very least, that status was enough to intimidate the God King level family clans of Skywind City. Haha, since you've come to the Hidden Fog sect, feel free to look for me if you have any problems. However, the premise is that you're in the right. If you cause trouble, I won't wipe your ass for you. Duan Tian laughed in response to Ho Qingning. Do I look like that kind of person? Ho Qingning said somewhat angrily. You don't look like. Just as Ho Qingning let out a sigh of relief, Duan Tian paused for a moment and then said again, because you are that kind of person. You, can't you finish your sentence in one breath? Ho Qingning was flustered and exasperated. All right. Duan Tian smiled and said, I suddenly remembered something. Before the 10-star student trial began, you said you wanted to spar with me. But I was so busy with a series of things that I couldn't find the time. Aren't you coming to the Hidden Fog sect soon? When you arrive, you and I can make up for our previous spar. Duan Tian's message caused Ho Qingning, who was in Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy, to shiver. Spar? Who wants to spar with a freak like you? Of course, this was Ho Qingning's innermost thoughts. He didn't say them out loud. Did I promise to spar with you? Did you remember wrongly? You must have remembered wrong. I still have things to do, so let's leave it at that for now. All right, there is one more thing. Not long after you went to the Hidden Fog sect, Ding Yan also left the academy. He dropped out ahead of time. Ho Qingning said, he didn't even tell me that he left. I only found out from others that he dropped out. Then there was no news of him. I tried to contact him but he didn't reply. Have you been in contact with him recently? Because of his relationship with Duan Tian, Ho Qingning and Ding Yan became familiar with each other not long after they met Duan Tian. They even exchanged soul beads. Dropped out? After receiving Ho Qingning's message, Duan Tian was stunned for a moment. Then, he subconsciously sent a message to Ding Yan through the soul bead Ding Yan left with him. However, there was no response. I didn't contact him after that. I sent him a message just now but he didn't reply either. Duan Tian asked, did he show any unusual behavior before he left? Although he and Ding Yan could only be considered ordinary friends, he was still one of the few friends he had in the realm of gods. After hearing that Ding Yan had left the academy without any news, Duan Tian couldn't help but worry. No. Ho Qingning sighed. I sent a message to my father and asked him to help investigate, but he didn't find anything. That guy's origin is very mysterious. I have no idea where he came from. Ho Qingning said. After communicating with Ho Qingning, Duan Tian looked at Tang Chun beside him and said, Elder Tang Chun, you should be able to contact Dean Murong, right? Yes, what's the matter? Tang Chun naturally knew who Dean Murong was that Duan Tian was talking about. Help me ask him if he knows the 10-star student Ding Yan's origin. Duan Tian said. Tang Chun quickly helped Duan Tian ask. Duan Tian, Vice Sect Master Murong said that he doesn't know where Ding Yan came from. He only knows that Ding Yan passed the 9-star disciple exam and entered the Hidden Fog Academy. I also asked other people I know in the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City. They also don't know where Ding Yan came from. Obviously, Tang Chun took Duan Tian's words to heart. All right. Duan Tian nodded, but his heart sank slightly. Ding Yan should be fine, right? After a while, Duan Tian took a deep breath and calmed down. He had thought it through. It was useless to think too much about Ding Yan. There was nothing he could do. The most important thing now was to improve his strength. This way, even if Ding Yan needed his help in the future, he would be able to help. Elder Tang Chun, If I follow you to the Core Disciple Registration Office to choose the Core Disciple Entrance Reward, can I change it to something else? Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Chun and asked. Now, he was following Tang Chun to go through the Core Disciple entrance procedures. An inner disciple had to go through other procedures to become a Core Disciple. They had to change their identity token, and according to the rules of the sect, they could also receive a reward. The reward would be at least a middle-grade divine weapon. Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't care about middle-grade divine weapons. In fact, there were many things that were equivalent to mid-grade divine artifacts that he didn't fancy or use. It's not possible under normal circumstances. Tang Chun shook his head. Chapter 3694. It won't work. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. He had thought that it would work. If it did not work, would he not be able to get another creation pill in the near future? Now, what he wanted the most was the creation pill. In fact, with just 1 or 2 creation pills, he was confident that he would be able to break through to become a lesser godly king. 1 creation pill would give him more than a 50% chance of success. 2 creation pills would give him a 100% chance of success. Of course, the prerequisite was that the creation pill's effect was no different from the rumored one. It could directly break through the bottleneck barrier between a higher godly king and a lesser godly king. Elder Tang Chun, is there a creation pill among the rewards I chose? Duan Lingtian asked. Creation pill? Tang Chun was taken aback for a moment before he shook his head. No. The creation pill is a divine pill for gods. Core disciples are usually already godly kings, so they have no use for creation pills. You're asking this because you want the creation pill? Tang Chun asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. If you want the creation pill, it's actually very simple. Tang Chun said, when you receive the core disciple reward later, choose something of higher value and exchange it for the creation pill. I think someone will be willing to exchange it with you. It's also because I've given the few creation pills I've accumulated to Wu Yan. Otherwise, I think she would be willing to let me transfer the creation pill to you. At this point, Tang Chun sighed. At the same time, he intentionally glanced at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to see if there was any change in Duan Lingtian's expression. When he realized that Duan Lingtian's expression did not change at all, he could not help but feel a little disappointed and disappointed. Was his granddaughter's charm so small? Who in the sect has a creation pill? Elder Tang Chun, do you know? The kind that I can exchange with him. Duan Lingtian asked Tang Chun. I'm not too sure about that. Tang Chun shook his head. After all, something like the good fortune pill is too useful for immortals. If news of someone having a good fortune pill spreads, a group of people will immediately trade with him. Everyone wants to get more good fortune pills for their descendants. I suggest that you comprehend a valuable treasure that many people want. That way, you can exchange it for the nature pill. Within the sect, there is a specialized trading hall where you can exchange for creation pills. Speaking of the trading hall, why don't we make a trip there first? Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something. At this point, Tang Chun paused at the right time. Tang Chun's decision was approved by Duan Lingtian. Compared to becoming a core disciple and choosing a core disciple's entry reward, he cared more about the creation pill. The origin pill was what he needed the most right now. Under Tang Chun's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived at the Hidden Fog Sect's trade hall. It was a great hall that was several times larger than the trial hall. There were stalls neatly arranged everywhere in the great hall. And behind the stalls, there were Hidden Fog Sect disciples. Looking at the status tokens at their waists, it was clear that there were inner sect disciples and outer sect disciples. And in front of some stalls, there was a white cloth with some words written on it. Most of them were asking to buy something. There was no lack of people asking to buy a divine pill like the nature pill. There were also people asking to buy the Jia Bing San divine pill. As for some people, they even listed a pile of things that they could take out in exchange for a certain item. Let's see if anyone is willing to exchange the nature pill for something else. If I have it, I can trade with them. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he walked past the stalls. Elder Tang Chun. And along the way, many people recognized Tang Chun, who was leading Duan Lingtian. They respectfully greeted him. Then, when some people recognized Duanling Tian, there was naturally a stir. Senior apprentice brother Duanling Tian, hello? Senior apprentice brother Duanling Tian, I saw your battle with Tu Feng. You are too strong. With your divine spirit realm cultivation, you were able to kill a god king. You are the first person in our hidden fog sect to accomplish this. Senior apprentice brother Duanling Tian, I admire you. One by one, the inner and outer sect disciples surrounded Duanling Tian enthusiastically. They were just like the fanatical fans who chased after celebrities on Earth in Duanling Tian's previous life. Duanling Tian smiled in response to such a passionate group of people. Suddenly, Duanling Tian seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed and he asked in a loud voice, Everyone, do you see anyone wanting to exchange the nature pill for something? I want to exchange for several nature pills. As soon as Duanling Tian spoke, many people began to look in the same direction. At the same time, someone took the lead and said to Duanling Tian, Senior apprentice brother Duan, there's an inner sect senior brother over there. He wants to exchange the nature pill for a mediocre grade divine artifact. Duanling Tian's eyes lit up. Mediocre grade divine artifact? He did not lack such things at all. In his possession, whether it was the mediocre grade divine artifacts he obtained in the realms of gods or the heavenly wind city Zhong clan, there were a few mediocre grade divine artifacts in his possession. Senior apprentice brother Duan, that inner sect senior brother is a little greedy. He wants to exchange for a mediocre grade divine artifact, but he only took out 2 nature pills. Senior apprentice brother Duan, under normal circumstances, a mediocre grade divine artifact can be exchanged for no less than 4 nature pills. If someone has a mediocre grade divine artifact and has enough nature pills, he might even be willing to take out 5 or more nature pills to exchange for a mediocre grade divine artifact. The group of hidden fog sect disciples around Duanling Tian seemed to be afraid that Duanling Tian would suffer a loss. They all spoke up to warn him. In their opinion, even if Duanling Tian had a mediocre grade divine artifact, he must have obtained it from the core disciple's entrance gift after he became a core disciple. If there was only one mediocre grade divine artifact, it would be of great significance. After all, Duanling Tian had only used a mediocre grade divine artifact in the past. Thank you for the reminder. Duanling Tian smiled at the crowd and then walked in the direction they were looking at. Along the way, the group of hidden fog sect disciples consciously opened up a path for him. Senior apprentice brother Duanling Tian is going to exchange for nature pills. He's going to do such a losing business. It can't be, right? Does he lack nature pills that much? Under the stunned gazes of a group of people, Duanling Tian arrived in front of a stall set up by a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance but his eyes were exceptionally sharp. As he saw Duanling Tian approach, his solemn face revealed a smile. Junior apprentice brother Duan, I've heard of you. Now that I've seen you today, you are indeed as handsome and elegant as the rumors say. Senior apprentice brother praises me too much. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. From the way this person addressed him, it wasn't hard to determine that this person was a God King level inner sect disciple. Wu Feng? At this time, Tang Chun, who had followed Duanling Tian, recognized the middle-aged man. I haven't seen you in a long time. When did you return to the sect? Elder Tang Chun. Seeing Tang Chun, Wu Feng, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, stood up and bowed to Tang Chun. I returned to the sect several days ago. I haven't had the time to visit you yet. Duanling Tian was a bit surprised. Judging from Wu Feng's behavior, it seemed like he was rather respectful to Tang Chun. 2 nature pills in exchange for a mediocre grade god weapon. Why didn't you tell me you wanted a mediocre grade god weapon? Tang Chun shook his head. With a raise of his hand, a 5-foot-long saber that was completely surrounded by a silver halo appeared in his hand. Take this mediocre grade god weapon. As for the 2 nature pills in your hand, give them to Duanling Tian. As Tang Chun spoke, he glanced at Duanling Tian who was next to him. In Tang Chun's opinion, it was definitely beneficial to give Duanling Tian a favor if he had the opportunity. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Wu Feng. Even if he gave Wu Feng a mediocre grade god weapon, it wouldn't be a big deal. Doing this was undoubtedly pleasing both sides. Elder Tang Chun. Wu Feng smiled wryly and waved his hand. I haven't even had the time to repay you for saving my life. How can I accept your things? I'll give the 2 nature pills to junior apprentice brother Duan. As for the god weapon, I can't accept it. As Wu Feng spoke, he took out a pill bottle and handed it to Duan Lingtian. Junior apprentice brother Duan, since you have such a relationship with Elder Tang Chun, take these 2 nature pills as a gift from me. Wu Feng. Just as Tang Chun frowned and was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke up. He looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Wu Feng. However, I, Duan Lingtian, won't take someone's things for free. I have a mediocre grade god weapon." As Duan Lingtian spoke, a sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. It was completely enshrouded in green light. As soon as it appeared, a fierce sword intent seemed to spread out, giving off a sharp feeling. Clearly, although they were both mediocre-grade god weapons, the quality of this sword was above the saber in Tang Chun's hand. Wu Feng's eyes could not help but light up. When Tang Chun saw this, he smiled wryly to himself and silently put away the saber in his hand. Only then did he recall that with Duan Lingtian's identity and background, it was normal for him to have a mediocre-grade god weapon in his possession. In fact, the Zhong clan might even give Duan Lingtian a few mediocre-grade god weapons as an apology. The image of the former second-in-command of the Zhong clan, Zhong Heir, humbling himself in front of Duan Lingtian was still vivid in Tang Chun's mind. Junior apprentice brother Duan. Wu Feng glanced at the mediocre-grade god sword in Duan Lingtian's hand before he looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, "I've indeed taken advantage of you by using 2 nature pills to exchange for a mediocre-grade god weapon. This time, I, Wu Feng, owe you a favor." Wu Feng did indeed want a mediocre-grade god weapon. When he saw Duan Lingtian take out a mediocre-grade god weapon, he hurriedly exchanged it with him. At the same time, he also exchanged soul pearls with Duan Lingtian. "Senior brother Wu Feng, you're too kind. In my eyes now, the value of these 2 nature pills is no less than a mediocre-grade god weapon." When Duan Lingtian put away the medicinal pill bottle that contained the 2 creation pills, his heart that was originally as calm as still water could not help but ripple. As long as the effects of the nature pills were not exaggerated. If he consumed these 2 nature pills, he would definitely become a god king. My words are like spilled water. They cannot be taken back. Even after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Feng still persisted. This also made Duan Lingtian have a better impression of this inner sect senior brother he had just met. Chapter 3695. As the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples saw Wu Feng use 2 revival good fortune pills to exchange for a high-quality medium-grade divine sword from Duan Lingtian, the eyes of the surrounding Hidden Fog sect disciples blazed. Senior apprentice brother Duan is giving away his core disciple entrance gift just like that? In our Hidden Fog sect, every core disciple's first medium-grade divine artifact is chosen when they choose their entrance reward. If senior apprentice brother Duan misses this chance, it will be difficult for him to obtain another medium-grade divine artifact in the future. Listening to the whispers of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, it was clear that they all thought that the medium-grade divine sword Duan Lingtian exchanged for was his entrance reward for becoming a core disciple. After all, after becoming a core disciple, one had a chance to choose their entrance reward. This was something they all knew. And among the entrance rewards they could choose, there was bound to be a medium-grade divine artifact. Tang Chun stood to the side. As he heard these whispers, the corners of his lips unconsciously twitched. He was the only one who knew that Duan Lingtian had not gone through the procedures to become a core disciple and had not chosen his reward. The mediocre divine sword that Duan Lingtian had given away was merely a mediocre divine weapon that he already had. And whether it was when he killed Qi Yu or Tu Feng on the extreme martial arena, he hadn't used a medium-grade divine artifact. He had only used a low-grade divine artifact. Junior apprentice brother Duan, since you're in such a hurry to obtain the revival good fortune pill, are you about to break through and become a god king? Duan Lingtian nodded at Wu Feng and was about to call Tang Chun to leave and go through the core disciple entrance procedures when Wu Feng's sound transmission suddenly echoed in his ears. Duan Lingtian was stunned. As he faced Wu Feng, he could see a sharp light flash in Wu Feng's eyes. Finally, he responded with a sound transmission, "Yes." "How long will it take to break through?" Wu Feng continued to ask with a sound transmission, If you can break through in a short period of time, I might be able to return your favor soon. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. There's no need for favors. There's really no need. Duan Ling Tian rejected him with a sound transmission once more. To me, the value of these 2 revival good fortune pills far surpasses a mere medium-grade divine artifact. Junior brother Duan, don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Wu Feng said telepathically, I think you are a trustworthy person, so I will tell you the truth. The reason why I'm in such a hurry to obtain a medium-quality divine artifact is because I'll need it soon. I need to raise my strength to a new level in a short period of time. Me and the other 4 found a divine treasury. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor. The 5 of us each hold a key to open the door to the divine treasury. We agreed to open it soon. At that time, if I want to obtain more benefits from the divine treasure trove, I will need to have stronger strength. As for my strength, I am well aware of it. If I want to increase my strength in the short term, I can only rely on external forces. At this point, Wu Feng paused for a moment. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said through a sound transmission with a burning gaze, Junior brother Duan, the date we agreed on is 3 months later. However, due to the distance, we have to leave a month's time on the road. Therefore, I have to set off in 2 months. The 5 of us can each bring a companion with us. However, the companion's cultivation can't be higher than a lesser god king. At most, he can only be a lesser god king. Originally, I planned to find one of my friends who are also inner sect disciples to go with me. However, I haven't greeted anyone yet. How about this? If you can break through and become a god king in 2 months, I'll bring you along. What do you think? I'm also looking forward to seeing your strength after you break through and become a lesser god king. You're a core disciple who managed to kill the lesser god king, Tu Feng, even though you're only a greater god. Of course, I have my own selfish motives as well. You're strong, so I have an advantage over them. In Wu Feng's opinion, this junior brother Duan was able to kill Tu Feng, who wasn't much weaker than him, when he was only a greater god. Once he broke through and became a god king, he would definitely become even stronger. At that time, in the vicinity of Tonglang province, apart from the top prodigies of God Emperor forces, no one with the same cultivation level would be a match for him. As for the other 4 people who discovered the suspected divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor, they were only lesser God Kings of God Emperor forces. Suspected divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly lit up. He had to admit that he was tempted. In the Plains of Gods, a God Emperor was able to rule over a vast area and support an Emperor God force. In the Plains of Gods, Emperor God forces were second only to godly venerable forces. For example, in the Tonglang province where the Hidden Fog sect was located, there were no godly venerable forces. The strongest forces were only a few God Emperor forces. In the Tonglang province, God Emperors were definitely the strongest powerhouses. How could the divine treasure left behind by such an existence be ordinary? I don't care about divine weapons. After all, I have the 7 orifices exquisite sword. However, divine pills, divine fruits, and divine herbs that can increase one's cultivation level are precious treasures to me. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng again with surprise in his eyes. At the same time he transmitted his voice to Wu Feng. Senior brother Wu Feng, if I break through to the God King realm, I will inform you immediately. If there are no accidents, I should be able to break through in 2 months. Duan Lingtian said. All right, I will wait for you, Wu Feng replied. I just thought about it. 2 months later when I depart, if you haven't broken through by then, you can come with me. Although you are not a God King, your strength is not weaker than mine. I was thinking too much into it just now. I thought that since we are both God Kings, you must also break through to the God King realm before you can come with us. In truth, there is no cultivation limit to entering the divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian naturally expressed his thanks again and again. At the same time, he secretly relaxed. This was because although he had a certain degree of confidence, he was also afraid that the medicinal effects of the revival good fortune pill wouldn't be like the rumors. He wouldn't encounter bottlenecks on the road to the God King realm. Once that happened, he might not be able to break through to the God King realm in a short period of time. Of course, under normal circumstances, 2 revival good fortune pills would be enough for him to break through. Moreover, if you were to go with me with a cultivation at the divine spirit realm, they would definitely look down on you, and from there look down on our group. Perhaps, we could even wait for the 8 of them to start fighting and reap the benefits. Wu Feng smiled and said, "Of course, it's best if you can break through." After chatting with Wu Feng for a bit more, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Hidden Fog sect disciples, he and Tang Chun left the exchange hall to complete the core disciple entrance procedures. The core disciple entrance procedures weren't too troublesome. When they arrived at the place, under Tang Chun's arrangement, Duan Lingtian handed in his inner sect disciple identity token and received a new identity token that belonged to him. It was the core disciple identity token. Once a core disciple enters the sect, you can receive a reward. Do you want to receive it now? The core elder responsible for handling the core disciple entrance procedures for Duan Lingtian asked Duan Lingtian. This core elder was the Hidden Fog sect's 17th elder. Even Tang Chun had to be respectful in front of him, not daring to slight him. The 17th elder was a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes. He was slightly fat and looked more like a wealthy merchant. He didn't have the air of a god king at all. Of course, as a core elder, he wasn't as simple as a god king. His strength could be placed in the front ranks of the Hidden Fog sect's upper god kings. He was only a step away from the divine sovereign realm. He wasn't much weaker than the Hidden Fog sect's second elder, Wu Fengyin. As for the core elders, besides a few extremely strong ones, the rest of the core elders who were ranked were all about the same in strength. In fact, some of the core elders who were ranked were already stronger than the core elders who were ranked above them. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, under the guidance of the core elder, he walked in and headed towards the chamber where the entrance rewards were stored. As for Tang Chun, after bidding farewell to Duan Lingtian, he left. Later, he would head to the core disciple residences. The 17th elder would arrange for someone to lead Duan Lingtian there. However, before he left, Tang Chun reminded Duan Lingtian, "If you don't have any other rewards you want, then choose a medium-grade divine artifact. Even if you don't have any use for it, you can still maximize its value and exchange it for something you want. If you're lucky, you can even exchange it for several revival good fortune pills." Duan Lingtian didn't take Tang Chun's reminder to heart. This was because he felt that he had his own choice in this matter. Even if it was a treasure that was far less valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact, as long as he needed it, he would choose it. He didn't lack medium-grade divine artifacts. As for exchanging a medium-grade divine artifact for something else, he would have to wait for someone to sell it. He didn't have the patience to wait. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out a medium-grade divine artifact to exchange for Wu Feng's 2 revival good fortune pills. It had to be known that a medium-grade divine artifact could be exchanged for 4 or more revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian, I've heard of you a long time ago. I also heard that you refused Elder Thunder. On the way to the chamber, the 17th elder narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. I already have a master in the Devata realm, so it's inconvenient for me to acknowledge another master. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's words were perfunctory. Previously, when they were still in the Devata realm, he had discussed this matter with Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang had told him that he didn't have to worry too much about it. If he really felt that it would be helpful to him, it was not a big deal for him to acknowledge another master. Compared to this, he was more concerned about his position in Duan Lingtian's heart. Many people would even kill their only master for their own benefits. So what if such people only acknowledged one master? Did his master not die a horrible death in the end? However, there were some people who, even if they had many masters, could still guarantee their respect for each master. They would not look down on their previous masters just because their strength was greater than their previous masters. Chapter 3696. However, despite Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian had no intention of becoming a disciple of another master. At the very least, he did not have one for now. Perhaps, he might have a master in the future, but for now, he had no intention of becoming a disciple of another master. You're from a Devata realm? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of regret flashed in 17th Elder's eyes at the same time. After all, it was almost impossible for someone from a Devata realm to be a native of a realm of gods. If he was not a native of a realm of gods, it was almost impossible for him to possess the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse and awaken the power of his bloodline. In the realms of gods, the power of one's bloodline was also a part of one's strength. If a person who had awakened his bloodline and a person who hadn't, as long as the former's bloodline wasn't too useless, once they fought, as long as the former's bloodline wasn't too useless, he would definitely be able to easily defeat the latter. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'm sure your master will be very happy if he finds out that you're so determined. The 17th elder said, changing the topic. This time, Duan Ling Tian merely smiled and did not reply. At the same time, the 17th elder brought Duan Ling Tian to the door of the secret chamber where the core disciple's reward was kept. After the 17th elder removed the formation, the door of the secret chamber slowly opened. It was an underground secret chamber. As for Duan Ling Tian, he followed the 17th elder all the way down the stairs. Go in and pick anything you like. Anything will do. The 17th elder said to Duan Ling Tian as he stood at the door of the secret chamber. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had already passed through the door and entered the secret chamber. What entered his eyes was a vast expanse of land. Around the expanse of land and in the middle were rows of shelves filled with items. There were weapons, medicinal pill bottles, jade slips, divine fruits, divine herbs. Next to each item was a jade slip with the name of the item engraved on it. The memory jade slip next to each item has an introduction. You can extend your divine sense to explore it. When Duan Ling Tian entered the secret chamber, his attention was drawn to the interior of the secret chamber. At this moment, the 17th elder's voice rang from behind him, reminding him of his presence. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response and then strolled around the secret chamber. At the same time, one item after another appeared before his eyes. His divine sense could see a lot of information entering his mind, allowing him to see the introductions of the corresponding items. 3 Yu Yang pills. They can aid the cultivation of a god king, and their effects are far superior to that of a godstone. This was a memory jade slip beside a pill bottle. The description of the pills in the pill bottle became more and more detailed. Any god king would probably be moved by it. After all, it was an item that aided one's cultivation. It was relatively rare. Of course, a divine pill like the Yu Yang pill also had a resistance to its effects. After taking 3 pills, its effects would be greatly reduced. After taking 10 pills, it would no longer have any effect on cultivation. I'm afraid that only those who have not consumed the Yu Yang pill will receive it. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Of course, the Yu Yang pill was not very tempting to Duan Ling Tian. This was because there were more than 10 Yu Yang pills in the storage ring given to him by the Chong clan. A mere 3 Yu Yang pills was not enough to catch his eye. Bone-melting Jade Archive. Medial-grade divine artifact. Once activated, not only can it display powerful offensive power, if it touches the opponent's bones, it can extend the power of bone melting and melt the opponent's bones. It will be more effective for those who are proficient in the water laws. This was an introduction to a jade archive with a simple design. It was covered with lines and patterns. Once one's divine sense approached the lines and patterns on the jade archive, they would be obstructed. Obviously, they were not ordinary lines and patterns. This medial-grade divine artifact is not bad. It's stronger than most of the medial-grade divine artifacts in my possession. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. However, Duan Ling Tian did not intend to take the bone-melting jade archive. When Duan Ling Tian walked past the bone transformation jade archive as though he had no intention of picking it up, the 17th elder said, Duan Ling Tian, the bone transformation jade archive is one of the 2 most powerful mediocre divine weapons here. In fact, in terms of preciousness, the bone-melting jade archive is more valuable than the other medial-grade divine artifact. You can consider it. Upon hearing the 17th elder's words, Duan Ling Tian hastily said, Thank you for the reminder, 17th elder. Naturally, he could tell that the 17th elder meant well. However, he did not need a medial-grade divine artifact. Let alone a medial-grade divine artifact without an artifact soul. Even if it was a medial-grade divine artifact with an artifact soul, he would not be interested in it. After all, he had the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, a prominent grade divine artifact with an artifact soul. Following this, Duan Ling Tian walked around the secret chamber twice. At this time, he had a target in mind. The body-strengthening divine fruit. The body-strengthening divine fruit was very useful to those who had just broken through to the divine king stage. It could allow them to completely consolidate their cultivation base as a lower divine king in a day. Moreover, it was the kind that would allow them to consolidate their cultivation base very firmly. To Duan Ling Tian, this was a very good choice. At the very least, there was nothing else in the secret chamber that was more tempting to Duan Ling Tian than this fruit. However, he did not need it now. However, what about after he consumed the 2 revival pills? At that time, he would naturally need it. 17th Elder. I'll take the body-strengthening divine fruit. Duan Ling Tian took the body-strengthening divine fruit and walked up to the 17th Elder. However, the 17th Elder frowned. Duan Ling Tian, are you sure? Although the body-strengthening divine fruit is rare, its effect is only so for a divine king. Although it can help you consolidate your cultivation on the day you break through to God King, even if you consolidate your cultivation on your own, a few months to half a year will be enough with your talent. The 17th Elder said, one is several months to half a year. The other is a chance to obtain a medium-grade divine artifact. If you choose the former, are you sure you won't regret it? It was clear that in the 17th Elder's opinion, Duan Ling Tian's choice was not rational. The value of a medium-grade divine artifact was far greater than the body-strengthening divine fruit. In the history of the Hidden Fog sect, many people had used the body-strengthening divine fruit to exchange for a medium-grade divine artifact, but no one was willing to do so. There were even people who used the body-strengthening divine fruit and some other treasures to exchange for a medium-grade divine artifact, but no one was willing to do so. I'll take it. Duan Ling Tian confirmed. He knew what the 17th Elder was thinking. The 17th Elder definitely thought that the body-strengthening divine fruit was far less valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact. But, this body-strengthening divine fruit was something that could only be found by chance. At the very least, when he went to the exchange hall, he didn't see anyone take it out. He didn't know when he would see the body-strengthening divine fruit again. He didn't want to miss out on this opportunity. Moreover, to the current him, the body-strengthening divine fruit was far more valuable than a medium-grade divine artifact. All right. The 17th Elder saw Duan Ling Tian insist. Although he felt it was a pity, he didn't try to persuade him any further. Let's go out. I've already sent someone to guide you to the core disciples' cultivation area. Duan Ling Tian repeatedly thanked the 17th Elder. Thank you, 17th Elder. 17th Elder. The person that the 17th Elder found was a thin and small old man. He looked as if the wind could blow him away. After arriving, he respectfully bowed to the 17th Elder. This is the inner sect elder, Jianghu. At this time, the 17th Elder introduced this person to Duan Ling Tian. He is the inner sect elder in charge of the core disciples cultivation area. If you have any problems, you can look for him. Elder Jianghu. Duan Ling Tian quickly greeted Jianghu. Jianghu's eyes lit up as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I've long heard of your name. However, I heard that you rejected Elder Lei's invitation to take you in as a disciple. What a pity. After saying this, Jianghu shook his head. You're too young and too impulsive. If you become Elder Lei's disciple, you can do whatever you want in the sect. Even the sect leader will have to give you some leeway. Jianghu's tone became more and more regretful. Those who didn't know better might have thought that he was the one who rejected Elder Lei's offer, and not Duan Ling Tian. Everyone has their own ambitions. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. His expression was as calm as ever. Next, I'll have to trouble Elder Jianghu to lead the way. Sure. Jianghu shook his head and sighed. Then he led the way. As for Duan Ling Tian, after greeting Elder 17th, he followed. A moment later, Duan Ling Tian was led by Jianghu. They passed through a complex of buildings and arrived in the skies above a mountain range. Within the Hidden Fog Sect Station, there were all sorts of terrains. The mountains and rivers were picturesque and the scenery was beautiful. Duan Ling Tian had already become accustomed to this. Duan Ling Tian, you are the first Divine Spirit Realm core disciple of our Hidden Fog Sect in 10,000 years. Now, I will introduce you to some things that aren't recorded in the core disciple handbook. Along the way, Jianghu patiently introduced Duan Ling Tian. But halfway through his introduction, Zhang Jin's voice came to an abrupt halt. A figure appeared, blocking Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jin's path. This was a tall and burly young man wearing a crimson robe. His face was firm and his long black hair draped over his back. A crimson ribbon was tied around his forehead. As soon as the young man appeared, he nodded at Zhang Jin. Elder Zhang Jin. Before Zhang Jin had the chance to speak, the young man once again looked at Duan Lingtian, and his originally normal voice became slightly indifferent at this moment. You're the new core disciple, Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian frowned. The other party's attitude towards him had clearly changed. This made him feel uncomfortable. For a time, Duan Lingtian ignored him. Duan Lingtian. At this time, Zhang Jin seemed to sense Duan Lingtian's mood. He immediately opened his mouth and introduced, "This is Elder Feng's eldest disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng. In the sect there are currently 62. With you added on there are 63 core disciples. Amongst the core disciples, his strength can be ranked in the top 3. With a middle god king cultivation, he can defeat ordinary upper god king level inner sect elders." Zhang Jin deliberately mentioned Shangguan Xiongfeng's strength. He clearly wanted Duan Lingtian to be more polite to Shangguan Xiongfeng so that he wouldn't anger him. But at this time, Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke again, as if he were issuing an order that couldn't be disobeyed. "Take out those 2 revival good fortune pills. I, Shangguan Xiongfeng, want them." Chapter 3697. 2 revival good fortune pills. Hearing Shangguan Xiongfeng's words, Duan Lingtian also knew why this person was blocking his path. It was because he had taken a fancy to the 2 revival good fortune pills he had exchanged for a medium-grade divine artifact at the trading hall. However, Shangguan Xiongfeng's overbearing tone left him in a bad mood. "I'm sorry." Duan Lingtian glanced at Shangguan Xiongfeng and said, "These 2 revival good fortune pills are for my own use. I won't transfer them to anyone else." However, hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Zhang Jin's complexion changed. This little ancestor. Could it be that he still didn't understand the situation? If he had agreed to become Elder Lei's disciple, then he would have been able to act tough in front of Shangguan Xiongfeng today. But the problem was that he had rejected Elder Lei and lost Elder Lei's support. Now, rejecting Shangguan Xiongfeng was no different from striking a stone with an egg. "I originally wanted to use 2 low-grade divine artifacts to exchange for 2 revival good fortune pills. But since you don't know what's good for you, I'll only give you one now." Shangguan Xiongfeng looked at Duan Lingtian, a mocking look in his eyes and a playful smile on his face. At the same time, a 3-foot-long blue sword appeared in his hand. A faint light twined around it. Just by sensing its aura, one could see that it was a low-grade divine artifact. To be more accurate, it was a low-grade divine artifact that hadn't given birth to an artifact soul. In fact, in a divine emperor-level sect like the Hidden Fog sect, it was basically impossible for a low-grade divine artifact to give birth to an artifact soul. Even if one appeared, it would be snatched away by someone from a divine emperor-level sect. Of course, this snatching didn't mean forcibly taking it away. It could also be exchanged for something else. But, the value of what was exchanged was absolutely inferior to a low-grade divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. As for medium-grade divine artifacts that had given birth to an artifact soul, some powerful divine emperor-level sects might have them. But it was impossible for most divine emperor-level sects to have them. As for high-grade divine artifacts that had given birth to an artifact soul, it was impossible for divine emperor-level sects to have them. They could only appear in divine venerable level sections. Moreover, not everyone in divine venerable level sects had the qualifications to possess such a high-grade divine artifact. Low-grade divine artifact? Hearing Shangguan Xiongfeng's words, Zhang Jin just sighed, as if he was not surprised, but Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. The value of a low-grade divine artifact was much lower than a middle-grade divine artifact. In fact, even if he took out 10 low-quality divine artifacts to exchange for a medium-quality divine artifact, although it was the market price, it was unlikely that anyone would trade for it. In private transactions, there would often be cases where a dozen or 20 low-quality god artifacts were exchanged for a mid-quality god artifact. As for exchanging for the Fate Pill, not to mention other places, but in the Hidden Fog sect's trading hall, even if you took out 10 low-grade divine artifacts, no one would be willing to trade for a single revival good fortune pill. This was because the revival good fortune pill was far more precious than a low-grade divine artifact. In the Hidden Fog sect, almost every inner sect disciple had a low-grade divine artifact. However, those who had the fate pill were few and far between. Usually, even if they had it, they would use it for themselves. Even if they couldn't use it, they would exchange it for something more valuable to them. How about this? I will give you 10 low-grade divine artifacts and you will give me a single revival good fortune pill. How about it? Duan Lingtian looked at Shangguan Xiongfeng as he spoke. And his words were no different from saying that Shangguan Xiongfeng was indulging in wild fantasies. A low-grade divine artifact in exchange for 2 revival good fortune pills? Even the Hidden Fog sect's sovereign couldn't say such a thing, right? Duan Lingtian. On the side, Zhang Jin heard Duan Lingtian's words and knew that something bad was about to happen. His complexion changed and he quickly reminded Duan Lingtian with a sound transmission, "You cannot afford to offend Shangguan Xiongfeng. He is Elder Feng's most beloved disciple. He is also the disciple that has followed Elder Feng since he was a child. Even his name was given to him by Elder Feng. Elder Feng has never accepted a disciple in his life. It was only after he met Shangguan Xiongfeng that he began to do so. However, even now, Elder Feng only has 3 great disciples. Among them, Shangguan Xiongfeng is the eldest disciple. Shangguan Xiongfeng is only a core disciple and his status in the sect is equal to an inner sect elder. But the truth is that even those core elders, protectors, and vice-sect masters don't dare to rashly provoke Shangguan Xiongfeng. Today, he wants the revival good fortune pill. Just give it to him. There is no need to further offend him. Although the sect has a rule that fellow disciples are not allowed to kill each other, that is only relative to ordinary elders and disciples. When it comes to Shangguan Xiongfeng, those rules are in name only. Today, even if he kills you in front of me, I won't dare to speak carelessly. Otherwise, the next one to die will be me. Even if the scene of him killing you is captured by the sect's array formation mirror image, the sect won't use it to punish him. This is only because he is Elder Feng's eldest disciple. The 4 great grand elders, wind, thunder, cloud, and mist. Although there is no ranking, Elder Feng is definitely the most mysterious and unfathomable one. You don't have to lose your life for 2 revival good fortune pills. In the past, there were 2 core disciples who died in Shangguan Xiongfeng's hands, but in the end, the matter was left unsettled. Zhang Jin's voice transmission could be said to be earnestly and kindly. Moreover, it was obvious that he wanted to help Duan Lingtian. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard Zhang Jin's words. At the same time, he began to calculate inwardly, a medium divine king who's capable of killing an inner sect elder who's a superior divine king. Without the help of the 5 divine elements, even if I use all my means, including the superior grade 7 orifice's exquisite sword, and Huang'er's help, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to take down such an existence. Moreover, that would expose Huang'er and the 7 orifice's exquisite sword. A superior grade divine weapon with an artifact soul is a precious treasure even in an ultimate god sect. If it's exposed, I'll definitely die. Duan Lingtian knew that if his superior grade 7 orifice's exquisite sword with an artifact soul was exposed, what awaited him would be a slim chance of survival or even a slim chance of survival. Why? You're not willing to exchange? Shangguan Xiongfeng stared at Duan Lingtian with a mocking expression. Now I've changed my mind. I won't even give you an inferior grade divine weapon. You'll willingly give me the 2 creation pills. Of course you can also refuse. However, even if you refuse, it won't change the fact that the 2 creation pills will be in my hands. Unless you want to die. If you die, your spatial ring will self-destruct, and I won't be able to obtain the 2 creation pills. However, are you willing to die? Just for the 2 creation pills? As he spoke, the mocking expression on Shangguan Xiongfeng's face became even more pronounced. The mocking look in his eyes could not be any more intense. If I insist on not giving them to you, will you kill me? Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath and stared at Shangguan Xiongfeng intently. He lowered his voice and asked in a slightly different tone. What do you think? Shangguan Xiongfeng asked with a mocking expression. Duan Lingtian secretly took a deep breath, and then a wisp of light flashed in his eyes as he seemed to have figured something out. He casually withdrew the medicinal pill bottle that contained the 2 creation pills from his spatial ring and tossed it to Shangguan Xiongfeng. A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad. Shangguan Xiongfeng took the pill bottle. After opening it and confirming it, he nodded with satisfaction. After that, he no longer looked at Duan Lingtian and left in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin glanced at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to him in a daze. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Duan Lingtian, you did the right thing. I know you must be very dissatisfied now, but there's no other way. The situation is beyond your control. As he said just now, compared to the 2 creation pills, your life is more important." Zhang Jin said. "Elder Zhang Jin, I'm fine." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. His eyes were calm and did not look like he had just been robbed. Ha! Seeing Duan Lingtian come out of the haze so quickly, Zhang Jin's pupil shrank sharply and his heart trembled. That Duan Lingtian will probably regret it in the future. At this moment, even he did not know why such a thought suddenly appeared. "Elder Zhang Jin, please continue." Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and flew in the direction of the core disciple's residence. At the same time, he did not forget to call out to Zhang Jin. Zhang Jin heard this and chased after him. At the same time, he continued to introduce some things that were not in the core disciple handbook to Duan Lingtian. The whole process was very patient, and Duan Lingtian also listened patiently. Of course, while patiently listening to Zhang Jin, Duan Lingtian was trying to suppress a monstrous anger deep in his heart. "Shangguan Xiongfeng, I will remember what happened this time. Today, you want 2 creation pills from me. In the future, it will not be as simple as 2 creation pills from you." After experiencing 2 lifetimes, along the way, Duan Lingtian had encountered many difficulties and setbacks. Naturally, he knew the principle of being flexible. However, there were some things that he could not be flexible about even if he died. Just like this time, although a mere 2 nature pills would slow down his progress towards becoming a god king, it was not as important as his own life. "It seems that I will have to challenge the Divine Emperor's divine treasure," as senior brother Wu Feng said as a divine spirit realm cultivation. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Just as Duan Lingtian was being led into the core disciple's residence by Zhang Jin. On the other side, Shangguan Xiongfeng, who had just robbed Duan Lingtian of 2 creation pills, came to an independent residence on the side of a huge mountain and said, "Long Xiao, the matter you asked me to do is done." After a while, a similarly tall and strong figure walked out from inside. He was wearing a dark golden robe. His brows were dignified and his face was handsome. He had the demeanor of a young emperor. With a glance, it was as if he was looking down on the world and all living things. "That Duan Lingtian is very cowardly. He has no backbone at all." Shangguan Xiongfeng said, "I threatened him slightly and he obediently gave me 2 creation pills. In my opinion, such a coward is not worthy of being Elder Lei's disciple. He is not worthy of being in the same group as us." Chapter 3698. If it weren't for Honorable Master being interested in him, I wouldn't even bother with him. The tall figure wearing dark golden robes was a young man. After hearing Shangguan Xiongfeng's words, he shook his head and disdainfully said, "So what if he is a genius? If he can't grow, everything is in vain." This young man was called Long Xiao. He was the eldest disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Lei. The last time on the Extreme Martial Arena, Shi Tongming was the one who invited Duan Lingtian to become Elder Lei's disciple, and this was his junior apprentice brother. Last time, after Shi Tongming returned, he said that Duan Lingtian had refused to become his honorable master's disciple. Although his honorable master had only smiled and brushed it off, he had still caught a trace of displeasure in his honorable master's eyes. Because of this, from that moment on, he remembered this matter in his heart. Today, when Duan Lingtian went to the trading hall and exchanged a medium-grade divine artifact for 2 revival good fortune pills, he had also heard from others. It was also at that time that he wanted to mess with Duan Lingtian. Thus, he found his friend, Shangguan Xiongfeng, and had him snatch away Duan Lingtian's 2 revival good fortune pills to vent his anger. Shangguan Xiongfeng was Elder Feng's eldest disciple, and as Long Xiao was Elder Lei's eldest disciple, He had always had a good relationship with Shangguan Xiongfeng. With just a message, Shangguan Xiongfeng had gone to help him with this matter. Next, are you going to ignore him, or are you going to tease him? Shangguan Xiongfeng grinned and asked. He dared to refuse my honorable master. If I let him go like this, that would be letting him off too easily. Long Xiao sneered. His eyes narrowed and a cold light flashed in them. Later, I'll go and humiliate him again. I'll add a handful of salt to his wound. Haha, Shangguan Xiongfeng laughed. Then you have to tell me what happened. I'm very interested to know. Also, once he breaks through and becomes a divine king, we'll find a chance to kill him. His performance today can be said to be cowardice, but it can also be said to be forbearance. If we don't kill him, then with his natural talent and comprehension ability, he might ride on our heads in the future. At that time, if he wants to settle old scores, then it won't be a good thing for us. As Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke, his eyes flashed with killing intent. There's no hurry. Long Xiao smiled faintly. Let's see if he's willing to walk 10 miles on his knees and beg my master to take him in as a disciple. However, based on my understanding of my master, if that Duan Ling Tian really did that, he would never take Duan Ling Tian in as a disciple. Once this matter falls through, we will do as you said. After that Duan Ling Tian breaks through and becomes a god king, we will find an opportunity to kill him. Killing him now would be letting him off too easily. When he breaks through and becomes a god king and feels that his future is bright, then I'll kill him. The effect will be better. A cold killing intent flashed in Long Zhao's eyes as he spoke. Indeed. Shangguan Xiongfeng nodded with a smile. I think so too. I didn't expect you to have the same thoughts as me. It was a huge blow to Duan Ling Tian that the 2 creation pills were snatched away. After all, he originally had the opportunity to become a god king in a day with the 2 creation pills. However, now that the creation pills were gone, even if he still had many divine pills that aided his cultivation, their effects could not be compared to the creation pills. Under such circumstances, even the body-strengthening divine fruit that he obtained from the core disciple challenge could not be used for the time being. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. How could I have forgotten about the Zhong clan? The Zhong clan of Tianfeng City had been extremely respectful to him ever since he had eaten with Tang Chun at the restaurant. In order to make amends, they had even given him a large sum of wealth. Among the wealth there were 5 creation pills. At that time, according to his calculations, the Zhong clan should have given him half of their wealth. If he guessed correctly, the Zhong clan should still have 5 creation pills left. Find Zhong Tiannu. Under the guidance of inner sect elder Zhang Jin, Duan Ling Tian arrived at an independent mansion. Not long after he entered the room, Duan Ling Tian left the room and the mansion. Then, he left the core disciples' cultivation area. The core disciples' cultivation area was located in a mountain range. Vast mansions of different shapes and sizes were scattered everywhere. There were at least 100 of them. But now, there were only a few dozen mansions with people living in them. Duan Ling Tian casually found a mansion to stay in. In the Hidden Fog sect, it wasn't just the inner sect disciples' cultivation area. Even the core disciples' cultivation area was the same. There was no competition like the Hidden Fog Academy's 10-star student dormitories. Young Master Duan, are you looking for me for something? Zhong Tiannu was flattered to see Duan Ling Tian come looking for him. At the same time, he was also a bit nervous. Recently, Duan Ling Tian's performance in the Hidden Fog sect had not only stunned everyone in the Hidden Fog sect, but it had also frightened him. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian would have such monstrous talent and perception. In the past, he only thought that Duan Ling Tian had a good background. But looking at the current situation, it wouldn't be long before Duan Ling Tian relied on his own strength. He didn't need to rely on the influence behind him to suppress their Zhong clan. Duan Ling Tian went straight to the point. I came looking for you because I want you to ask your foster father if the Zhong clan still has creation pills. If they do, I, Duan Ling Tian, am willing to take out a middle-grade divine artifact to exchange for them. A middle-grade divine artifact for 3 creation pills. Duan Ling Tian offered a high price. If the Zhong clan still had creation pills, they absolutely wouldn't hide them. I'll help you ask. Hearing this, Zhong Tiannu didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly sent a message to his foster father, the patriarch of Skywind City's Zhong clan. A moment later, Zhong Tiannu regained his composure. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said apologetically, "Young Master Duan, my foster father asked me to convey his apologies to you. The family originally had 5 creation pills, but some time ago, 4 were distributed to the family juniors. Now, there is only 1 creation pill left. The patriarch said that he will immediately have someone deliver it to young Master Duan. Young Master Duan doesn't need to pay anything." Zhong Tiannu said. Although he was a little disappointed, Duan Ling Tian was still pleasantly surprised that there was a creation pill. "Convey my thanks to the Zhong clan's patriarch." Even though Duan Ling Tian had hardened his heart towards the Zhong clan before, he couldn't help but feel his heart soften at this moment. The Zhong clan was so cooperative that he couldn't bear to target them too much. However, when he recalled the Zhong clan's men of sacrifice he had encountered earlier, he knew he would never let go of anyone from the Zhong clan who had participated in the assassination attempt. Naturally, even if that day came, he would still have to wait for a while. Currently, the Zhong clan was afraid of him because of Duan Xiaoyu's appearance in the past. She had given him the opportunity to intimidate others. If it wasn't for Duan Xiaoyu and Yu Qiushuan, the Divine Emperor, the Zhong clan would not have been so afraid of him. Duan Ling Tian? After greeting Zhong Tiannu, Duan Ling Tian left the cultivation area of the inner sect disciples. When he returned to the cultivation area of the core disciples, he discovered someone was waiting for him outside his mansion. It was a young man dressed in a long dark golden robe. He was tall and burly and was not shorter than Duan Ling Tian. He was quite handsome and had a dignified expression. The first impression he gave off was that he was arrogant. When Duan Ling Tian heard the young man calling out his name, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "You are Long Xiao." In a flash, the young man appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian and sized him up. "Long Xiao?" Duan Ling Tian's heart sank. If it was before today, he wouldn't have known who Long Xiao was. However, after Shangguan Xiongfeng snatched away the 2 revival pills, he learned of Long Xiao's existence from the inner sect elder, Zhang Jin. Long Xiao was Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Elder Lei was the hidden fog sect's supreme elder, who wanted to take him in as a disciple but was rejected by him. He was one of the 4 strongest supreme elders. Of course, he didn't reject Elder Lei directly. He only rejected the disciple Elder Lei sent, Shi Tongming. The reason Zhang Jin mentioned Long Xiao was because he suspected that Shangguan Xiongfeng's appearance and snatching of the 2 revival pills from Duan Ling Tian had something to do with Long Xiao. Otherwise, he couldn't figure out why Shangguan Xiongfeng would suddenly target Duan Ling Tian. In the past, there had been news of other inner sect disciples possessing revival pills, but Shangguan Xiongfeng had never tried to snatch them away. This was because if news of this spread, his reputation wouldn't be good. No matter how much Shangguan Xiongfeng didn't care about his reputation, he was still Elder Feng's eldest disciple. He had to protect Elder Feng's reputation. Because of this, Zhang Jin suspected that Shangguan Xiongfeng's appearance was incited by Long Xiao. This was because the 2 of them were familiar with each other and were good friends. Of course, Zhang Jin only said that this was his guess and that he might have guessed wrong. But Duan Ling Tian knew that the possibility of this was very high. Zhang Jin was only afraid of stirring up trouble, so he repeatedly said that this was just his guess and might not be correct. It seems that Elder Zhang Jin's guess was correct. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, "Let me formally introduce myself." Long Xiao looked at Duan Ling Tian arrogantly and said with a grin, "I, Long Xiao, am Elder Lei's eldest disciple. Shi Tongming, who met you last time, is my junior brother." Long Xiao said, "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. "Nothing much." Long Xiao shook his head and looked at Duan Ling Tian mockingly. "Duan Ling Tian, I heard that you exchanged a middle-grade divine weapon for 2 revival pills today. Someone actually snatched them away? That person seems to be Elder Feng's eldest disciple, Shangguan Xiongfeng." Long Xiao looked as if he had just heard about it. "You came here just to mock me?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes were calm and his emotions were calm. He had already guessed Long Xiao's intention. He was here to kick him when he was down. "Of course not." Long Xiao shook his head again. "I'm here to show you the right way. Shangguan Xiongfeng dared to snatch your revival pills because you, Duan Ling Tian, have no background and are easy to bully. If you were my master, Elder Lei's disciple, and my junior brother, do you think he would dare to do that? Even if you are my junior brother now, Shangguan Xiongfeng will have to obediently spit out the 2 revival pills. Chapter 3699. Long Zhao's face was filled with righteous indignation, as if he was fighting for justice for Duan Lingtian. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Long Zhao looked more like a clown. I'd like to hear the details. When Duan Lingtian heard that Long Zhao was going to point him in the right direction, he looked deeply at Long Zhao and slowly spoke. Become my honored master's disciple. Seeing Duan Lingtian's interest, Long Zhao's eyes flashed and he went straight to the point. However, my honored master is one of the 4 strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. Since he was rejected by you, he definitely won't agree to you taking him as your master. However, you can go from 10 miles away from my honored master's cultivation area and kneel and kowtow with every step you take. You can go to my honored master's cultivation area and ask him to take you as his master. As the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success. If you do this, with my understanding of my honored master, he definitely won't refuse you. Kneel and kowtow. It would be best if you could see blood every time you kowtow. Long Zhao said in all seriousness. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian nodded. His expression didn't change and he was still as carefree as before. I'll think about it. Of course, Duan Lingtian was only saying this. In his heart, he didn't plan on paying attention to Long Zhao at all. But in order to not make Long Zhao do something desperate, he decided to use a roundabout method to avoid Long Zhao being like Shangguan Xiongfeng. According to what the inner sect elder Zhang Jin said, although Long Zhao's strength wasn't as good as Shangguan Xiongfeng's, the difference wasn't much. Among the core disciples, his strength could be ranked in the top 5. Similarly, with the cultivation of a middle god king, he could defeat an ordinary upper god king inner sect elder. In addition, Long Zhao's honored master was one of the strongest grand elders of the Hidden Fog sect. He would definitely protect him. Thus, Duan Lingtian didn't think he could play around with him right now. All right, think about it carefully. Long Zhao nodded. If you do as I say, you can become my master's disciple and my junior brother. At that time, I'll help you get those 2 creation pills back from Shangguan Xiongfeng. Long Zhao left as soon as he finished speaking. As for Duan Lingtian, he was already thinking of a way out. It looks like my future days in the Hidden Fog sect won't be easy. Whatever. I should leave the Hidden Fog sect first, lest they find a chance to attack me. My current strength is still too weak. However, I don't need to lose my status as a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect for now. Once I have enough strength, I will return. After Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, he did not return to the mansion in front of him. Instead, he turned around and left again. This time, not only did he leave the core disciple residence, but he even left the Hidden Fog sect. However, before he left, he first looked for Transcendent Fury and said that he needed to immediately obtain the Revival Good Fortune pill. This was because he had urgent matters to attend to and had to leave the Hidden Fog sect. As for Transcendent Fury, he immediately contacted his adoptive father, the Zhong family patriarch. He immediately recalled the person he sent to deliver the Revival Good Fortune pill, and had him wait outside Skywind City's gates for Duan Lingtian, so that he could pass the Revival Good Fortune pill to Duan Lingtian. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng. After looking for Transcendent Fury, Duan Lingtian didn't forget to send a message to Wu Feng. I will be leaving soon. I will return in 2 months. At that time, you and I will meet outside the sect. He didn't forget his agreement with Wu Feng. In 2 months, they would head to the divine trove left behind by a god emperor powerhouse. All right. Wu Feng didn't know about Duan Lingtian's current situation, so he readily agreed. As for Duan Lingtian, he received Wu Feng's message and left the Hidden Fog sect. With the core disciple token, he passed through the layers of fog without any hindrance. After leaving the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Lingtian made a trip to Skywind City. He obtained the Revival Good Fortune pill from the Zhong family that was waiting outside. After obtaining the Revival Good Fortune pill, he didn't enter Skywind City. Instead, he turned and left. Following that, Duan Lingtian headed west. According to what he knew, the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect was located in the west. And because of the existence of that sect, the west was also very prosperous. Now, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to go there and find a place to stay. Let's go to Monarch Descent City. Monarch Descent City was a relatively large city around the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect. But it wasn't the largest city. The largest city was a subordinate city of the God Emperor level sect. Not only was it large in scale, but it was also very prosperous. The reason he didn't go to the largest city was because that city was relatively far away. A round trip would take at least a month. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to stay in the city for that long. As for Duan Ling Tian, he planned to stay in the city for a bit longer. If he could obtain another revival good fortune pill, that would be even better. In this situation, Monarch Descent City became Duan Ling Tian's best choice. The scale was large enough and it wasn't too far away. In addition, Duan Ling Tian chose Monarch Descent City because he felt that there weren't too many powerful bandits on the road from the Hidden Fog sect to Monarch Descent City. This was because the surrounding area was still the Hidden Fog sect's territory. Ordinary bandits wouldn't dare to casually invade. In Monarch Descent City, there were also many properties of the Hidden Fog sect. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian flew at full speed and was unobstructed all along the way. After spending 5 days and 5 nights of time, he finally arrived at Monarch Descent City, a city that occupied a vast area that far surpassed Skywind City that he'd been to earlier. Monarch Descent City stood tall in the mountains. Looking from afar, it was surrounded by mountains as if it were protected within. If one didn't fly to a certain height, it was impossible to see Monarch Descent City through the mountains. If this city were placed in the ancient times of Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth, it would be a caged city with natural barriers on all sides. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. To the west of Monarch Descent City is the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect. As for the other 3 directions, to the east is the Hidden Fog sect, and to the north and south are a God Emperor level sect and a God Emperor level sect respectively. Including the Hidden Fog sect, these 3 God Emperor level influences all have some properties in Monarch Descent City. Monarch Descent City could be said to be the central hub of the 3 Divine Emperor level influences, including the Hidden Fog sect, as well as the God Emperor level sect. The prosperity here wasn't much worse than the great city near the God Emperor level sect. Duan Lingtian's figure flickered and he appeared outside Monarch Descent City. At this time, he could see people entering and leaving Monarch Descent City. They were like carps crossing a river. Not too far away from him, there were many people stepping into the air towards Monarch Descent City. Looking at this ancient city, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed and he prepared to enter. But at this time, "Get out of the way!" With a shout from behind him, Duan Lingtian heard the sound of rushing air breaking towards him. He subconsciously teleported to the side. It wasn't hard to see 3 identical monster beasts pulling a carriage through the air. The one driving the beast carriage was a sturdy middle-aged man. He wore brocade clothes and had a resolute face. There was an obvious scar between his eyebrows. Behind him was a carriage that looked like a carriage. Everything inside was covered by curtains and curtains. "Get out of the way! It's the Ouyang family!" As the beast carriage sped past Duan Lingtian, a clear voice sounded out in front of him. Immediately, more and more people opened up a path. Ouyang family? Only then did Duan Lingtian remember that there seemed to be 3 words on the side of the beast carriage. But because the handwriting was special, Duan Lingtian only recognized the last word. Now, after being reminded, he felt that the first 2 words were 70 to 80% similar to the word Ouyang. The Ouyang family is too domineering. Among the people who opened up a path, there were some who were dissatisfied. They are domineering because they have the ability. Another person shook his head and said, "The Ouyang family is a God-King level family. And it is one of the stronger God-King level families. There are high-level God-Kings in the family. Most importantly, the young master of the Ouyang family is a disciple of the 2nd elder of the Thousand Demon sect, a God Emperor level sect. He is deeply favored by the 2nd elder." Yes, with this relationship, the Ouyang family's position in Monarch Descent City is as stable as Mount Tai. Hearing these people's discussion, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. A figure appeared in his mind. Back then, at the Zhou family's auction in Tianfeng City, The person who wanted to attack Duan Xiaoyu was the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect. He seemed to be called Han Ligong. Then the God Emperor expert by Duan Xiaoyu's side, Yu Qiushuan, acted and broke one of Han Ligong's arms. Then, Han Ligong knelt down and apologized to Duan Xiaoyu before leaving in shame and anger. That scene was still fresh in his mind. The young master of the Ouyang family, Han Ligong's disciple? Duan Lingtian's gaze became a little strange at this moment. After all, he had seen the embarrassing state of the second elder of the Thousand Demon sect, Han Ligong, with his own eyes. The beast carriage of the Ouyang family was rampaging. To the people present, it was just a farce. In the blink of an eye, it was over. Duan Lingtian didn't care. It was best to avoid conflict. After all, with his current strength, it was not enough to support the strength in his bones. Of course, it was also because he didn't care about these things. If it was something he cared about, Duan Lingtian would fight with his life on the line even if he was not strong enough. Just like when Yun Qingyan from the Yun family of the Divine Offering Land wanted to take Ker away. Even if he was no match for him, he would fight with his life on the line. He was fearless. Let's enter the city first and find an inn to stay in. Then, I'll take the creation pill and digest its medicinal strength. Duan Lingtian followed the flow of people to enter Monarch Descent City, and then he casually found a relatively secluded inn that was neither large nor small before asking for a remote guest room and staying in it. He took the creation pill and began to cultivate. One creation pill isn't enough for me to become a god king. However, it should be enough to break through the bottleneck between a higher god and a lower god king. In the guest room, Duan Lingtian sat on the bed and began to cultivate after taking the creation pill. The medicinal strength of the creation pill bloomed and was completely absorbed by him. The divine power in his body increased and changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 3700. In about 2 hours, Duan Lingtian had completely digested the medicinal efficacy of the Revival Good Fortune pill. Just as he had expected, his cultivation level had also successfully entered the final bottleneck between a higher deity and a lesser deity, the ultimate bottleneck. As long as he broke through the bottleneck, he would become a lesser deity. Once he became a lower god king, after consuming the body-strengthening divine fruit, his lower god king cultivation would be completely consolidated in a short period of time. At that time, his strength would soar by leaps and bounds. Even if he encountered Shangguan Xiongfeng or Long Shao, he would no longer have any misgivings. The laws he comprehended were enough to allow him, a lower god king, to fight them to a draw. In a situation where he didn't use the high-grade divine artifact 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. If he used the high-grade divine artifact 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword and had Huang Er's help, even if he was only a lower god king, he was confident he could kill Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. What a pity! When Duan Lingtian thought about the 2 revival pills that Shangguan Xiongfeng had snatched from him, he felt it was a pity. If it were not for Shangguan Xiongfeng's interference, he would have broken through to the primitive divine king stage and consumed the constitution-consolidating divine fruit to strengthen his cultivation base. Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Shao. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing through them. You will all pay the price for your actions. Just wait, it won't take long. When Shangguan Xiongfeng had stolen Duan Lingtian's 2 revival good fortune pills, had Duan Lingtian been angry? Had he been angry? Of course he had been angry. Of course he had been angry. The reason he had chosen to endure was firstly because it would only delay him from breaking through to the lower god king realm. Secondly, it was because he felt that exposing his trump cards would bring about a fatal disaster. Compared to his life, that little bit of time was nothing. Next, let's see if I have a chance to obtain a revival good fortune pill in King's Descent City. If I can obtain one, I can smoothly break through to the lower god king realm before going to the divine treasury left behind by the god emperor. That way, I can do more things in the divine treasury. Duan Lingtian was looking forward to the divine trove that the hidden fog sect inner sect disciple Wu Feng spoke of. Divine vaults were created by powerful divine emperors or even god emperors in the realms of gods when they knew they couldn't withstand the next heavenly tribulation. They would create an independent realm and leave all their wealth in it. Of course, these godly emperors and godly emperors were basically rogue cultivators. If they were not itinerant cultivators and came from a certain faction,
They would choose to leave their wealth to the faction they belonged to before facing the next heavenly tribulation that they had no confidence in, so as to benefit the younger generation. In this world, no matter who it was, as long as one's cultivation reached the level of God King, one would have to undergo a heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. Furthermore, each tribulation would be stronger than the one before. If one's strength could not keep up with the speed of the heavenly tribulation, one's time limit would also come. It was said that this kind of heavenly tribulation would continue until one reached the level of ultimate God. Unless one became an ultimate God, one would still welcome the baptism of heavenly tribulation every 1,000 years. It was also because of this that even the upper god venerables in the realms of gods whose strength was second only to ultimate gods weren't as old as one would imagine. This was because those who were old enough would die under the heavenly tribulation before they could break through to ultimate God. In this world, if one didn't break through to the God King realm, it would be fine. One could live as long as the world. However, once one broke through to the God King realm, one would have to prove themselves to the heavens. The heavenly tribulation that came once every 1,000 years and was stronger than the previous one would become the driving force for one to advance. If one didn't advance or couldn't advance at all, what awaited one would be the heavenly tribulation that took one's life. It was said that even ultimate gods couldn't interfere with the heavenly tribulation. Legend had it that there was once an ultimate god who interfered with the heavenly tribulation. In the end, he also triggered the heavenly tribulation that targeted him, resulting in his death. It was also at that time that even ultimate gods didn't dare to interfere when their loved ones experienced heavenly tribulation. Even if their loved ones were killed by the heavenly tribulation, they could only silently watch from the side, unable to do anything. Heavenly tribulation was the true might of the world. It reigned above ultimate gods. I'm going out for a stroll. Duan Tian discovered that no matter how hard he cultivated, it would be difficult for him to make any progress. He thought that he might be able to obtain 1 or 2 revival good fortune pills in King's Descent City, so he directly left the inn. For the next period of time, he mingled in King's Descent City. During this process, he saw many hidden fog sect elders and disciples with identity tokens hanging from their waists. But when he saw these people, whether he knew them or not, he chose to avoid them. He didn't want Shangguan Xiongfeng or Long Xiao to know that he was here. If that happened, he would have come out for nothing. Moreover, if Long Xiao found out that he had only said those words to deal with him that day, he might fly into a rage out of humiliation and directly attack him. Although the Hidden Fog sect had strict rules, Long Xiao's honorable master was Elder Thunder. If Elder Thunder wanted to protect him, the others could only cooperate. At that time, they might even frame him for some crimes. In truth, as Duan Tian thought of this, he wondered if there was any need to return to the Hidden Fog sect. After all, to him, the Hidden Fog sect wasn't a place where he was reluctant to leave. Forget it. I'll wait until I go to the divine trove left behind by the God Emperor before considering whether or not to return to the Hidden Fog sect. Even if I don't return to the Hidden Fog sect, once my strength rises in the future, I can still go to the Hidden Fog sect and teach them a lesson. Of course, I can also kill them outside the Hidden Fog sect. As for killing people in the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Tian was still clear-headed. He wasn't arrogant to such a degree. If he wanted to kill people in a Divine Emperor level influence, unless he had a higher Divine Emperor cultivation, it would be easy to enter but difficult to leave. This was because at that time, what he would have to face wasn't just the Hidden Fog sect's Divine Emperor powerhouses, but also the Hidden Fog sect protecting array formations. It looks like there's no hope. For an entire month and a half, Duan Tian inquired all over King's Descent City. He participated in 2 auctions, but he wasn't able to obtain any channels for the Revival Good Fortune pill. For this, he even contacted some of the God King level family clans in King's Descent City. He thought that since the Heavenly Wind City's Zhong family had some in stock, these God King level influences like the Zhong family should also have some. But, even if he offered a sky-high price of a medium-grade divine artifact for a Revival Good Fortune pill, they still couldn't afford it. Even so, they were very enthusiastic. They asked Duan Tian to wait for a period of time so that they could find a way to obtain a Revival Good Fortune pill. Duan Tian gave them a period of time. But when the time limit was up, they still hadn't obtained a single Revival Good Fortune pill. Now it seems that the Zhong family having so many Revival Good Fortune pills is a complete coincidence. I just happened to run into them. Moreover, in just a few months, 4 of the Zhong family's remaining 5 revival good fortune pills have been sold. In truth, the value of the revival good fortune pill wasn't too high. After all, it was a divine pill that was only useful to divine spirits. But because it was rare, one could only stumble upon it by chance. Often, there was no market for it. The status of a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect is really useful. When Duan Ling Tian asked for a revival good fortune pill in the various God King level family clans of King's Descent City, they all hung the status token on their waists to reveal their identity. And the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple status token was specially made. In addition to the deterrence of the Hidden Fog sect, no one would think that he was fake. In every God King level family clan, if the patriarch was present, they would personally receive Duan Ling Tian. And if the patriarch wasn't present, the second or third in command would personally receive Duan Ling Tian. The status of a Hidden Fog sect core disciple was equal to an inner sect elder. This could be seen from the Zhong family's initial attitude towards Tang Chun. "Where are you?" Duan Ling Tian received an unexpected message. It came from the Hidden Fog sect. It was a sound transmission from Tang Wuyen. During this time, Tang Wuyen had been waiting for Duan Ling Tian to take the initiative to contact her, but she never did. In the end, she couldn't help but send him a message. "I came to find you but you weren't here," Tang Wuyen said. "I went out a while ago. I'll be back in a while." Duan Ling Tian replied, "All right, if there is anything you need my help with, feel free to contact me." Tang Wuyen said, "Okay." Duan Ling Tian nodded and no longer spoke. This was because he had already decided not to contact Tang Wuyen in the future. As for Tang Wuyen, who was in the Hidden Fog sect, when she heard Duan Ling Tian's indifferent response, a bit of disappointment and frustration appeared on her beautiful face. "Am I so unattractive? I'm really curious. Just how outstanding is his wife?" As Tang Wuyen was feeling disappointed and frustrated, Duan Ling Tian also walked out from a restaurant in King's Descent City. He bitterly smiled. "It looks like I won't be able to obtain another revival good fortune pill before I go to the Divine Emperor's Divine Trove." As soon as he walked out, Duan Ling Tian's gaze subconsciously looked ahead. With just a glance, he saw a beast carriage pass by. The curtain on the side of the carriage facing Duan Ling Tian opened and a beautiful face appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, this face was facing Duan Ling Tian. With just a glance, it caused Duan Ling Tian to be dumbstruck. His gaze also became unfocused in an instant. The woman in the carriage noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and also glanced at Duan Ling Tian. Then she frowned and withdrew her gaze. Then, she closed the curtains and the beast carriage went further and further away. Duan Ling Tian instantly regained his senses and flew after her. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable excitement. Even his originally calm face was slightly flushed. "Car!" Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed and flew out. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the beast carriage that was moving unhurriedly and blocked its path. Immediately, the beast carriage came to a stop under the control of the middle-aged man driving the beast carriage. With a sudden break, a series of demonic beast footprints were left on the road. "Do you want to die?" The middle-aged man glared at Duan Ling Tian and shouted harshly. However, Duan Ling Tian acted as if he didn't hear the middle-aged man's words. His gaze was infatuated with the carriage behind the middle-aged man. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "Car, is that you? Is that you?" Duan Ling Tian's gaze also became very excited. Even his breathing became hurried. Chapter 3701. Just now, the reason why Duan Ling Tian stopped was entirely because of the beautiful woman who opened the curtain and looked out of the carriage. For a moment, the woman who was facing him looked exactly like Kerr. Except for the different hairstyle, everything else was exactly the same. Duan Ling Tian couldn't be more familiar with his wife, but the woman in the painting, even down to every detail of her features, looked exactly the same as his wife, Ku'er. Even the temperament was similar. Because of this, Duan Ling Tian caught up as soon as the other party hung up the curtain and abruptly stopped the other party's carriage. "Kerr. Is that you?" Duan Ling Tian ignored the shouts of the middle-aged man driving the carriage and turned a blind eye to the roars of the two monsters in front of him. At this moment, It seemed that only the carriage behind the middle-aged man was left in his eyes. "Ah, see, what's the matter?" In the carriage, an old and hoarse voice came out. "Don't you know that Miss is ill and can't be frightened?" This voice was obviously the voice of an old woman. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face changed, and then he said in a trembling voice, "Elder Xianxia, see didn't mean to frighten Miss, but a boy came out of nowhere and suddenly stopped in front of the carriage."
Do you need this old woman to do this in person for such a trivial matter?
The old woman's voice revealed a bit of impatience.
I dare not. I dare not. The middle-aged man quickly responded, and then looked at Duan Ling Tian who was blocking the road.
His face sank and he shouted, "Boy, get out of my way.
Otherwise, don't blame me for driving the carriage over you."
At this time, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine sense, and it was not difficult to find that the carriage was covered by a layer of array, and his voice could not be transmitted in at all. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to use the divine energy in his voice, the middle-aged man who was driving the beast chariot finally lost his patience when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him again and again. He immediately urged the beast chariot to charge toward Duan Ling Tian. This scene caused the pupils of many onlookers to shrink.
Someone is going to die.
This young man seems to be absent-minded.
Is he crazy?
Not only did you stop other people's beast-drawn carriages, you even ignored other people's repeated reprimands and waited for other people to drive their beast-drawn carriages into you? Look at the token at his waist. He seems to be a hidden fog sect core disciple. At first, the crowd of onlookers thought that the purple-clothed young man in front of them was courting death. However, when someone with sharp eyes saw the identity token on the purple-clothed young man's waist, the surrounding crowd suddenly burst into an uproar.
Hidden fog sect core disciple?
In the hidden fog sect, this was an existence equal to an inner sect elder.
Once something happened to such a character, the hidden fog sect would never give up.
There were very few core disciples in the hidden fog sect.
Looking at past history, there had never been more than 100 core disciples.
Now there were less than 70.
Hidden fog sect core disciple.
The middle-aged man driving the beast-drawn carriage was already prepared to drive it towards the purple-clothed young man in front of him.
But as he heard the discussions around him and saw the identity token hanging from the purple-clothed young man's waist, his complexion changed. In the next moment, he slammed on the brakes once more and stopped the carriage.
See.
At this time, an old voice sounded out from the carriage once more. This time it was filled with anger. What is going on with you? Do you think driving the beast-drawn carriage for the young miss is too easy? Do you want to go back to your family and do some heavy work? The sound from outside could be completely isolated by the carriage's soundproof array formation. But the turbulence of the beast carriage couldn't be isolated.
This was because the person inside the carriage was sitting on the beast carriage to begin with, moving along with the beast carriage.
Elder Xianxia, this isn't my original intention. The middle-aged man called Asi was so anxious that he wanted to cry.
At the same time he said, "The young man blocking the way is a core disciple of the hidden fog sect. Let alone the fact that he has the ability to stop the beast carriage, even if he doesn't, he shouldn't be able to run it over, right?"
A core disciple of the hidden fog sect?
Almost at the same time that the voice sounded from inside, an old figure floated out from the carriage. In the blink of an eye, she arrived in front of the beast carriage and stood in the air. This was an old woman with a head full of white hair.
She wore a plain robe and her face was full of wrinkles. But there was an awe-inspiring heroic spirit between her eyebrows.
It could be seen that when she was young, she must have been a valiant and beautiful woman.
After the old woman appeared, her gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian. More accurately, her gaze fell on the lightning sword sect core disciple identity token hanging from Duan Ling Tian's waist.
Then, the old woman lifted her hand.
In the next moment, the identity token hanging from Duan Ling Tian's waist flew out and landed in the old woman's hand.
The rope hanging from it had been cut off by an invisible force.
Duan Ling Tian? After confirming the authenticity of the hidden fog sect core disciple token, the old woman glanced at the name engraved on the back of the token. Then she looked at Duan Ling Tian with some surprise. You are the hidden fog sect's most famous genius who just entered the sect and won first place in the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciples Celestial Stairway struggle? You actually became a core disciple of the hidden fog sect? According to what I know, your hidden fog sect only produced a single Divine Spirit Boundary core disciple 10,000 years ago. That was Elder Shui Haichuan.
I never imagined that after 10,000 years, such a character like you would appear. Listening to the old woman's words, it was clear that she had heard of Duan Lingtian's existence. However, she clearly didn't know that Duan Lingtian had become a core disciple. The reason for this was because Duan Lingtian had only become a core disciple recently. Although there were few people in the Hidden Fog sect who didn't know about this, it hadn't spread far and wide. As the old woman spoke, the surrounding crowd burst into an uproar. What? He is the Hidden Fog sect's genius disciple Duan Lingtian that everyone has been talking about recently? This Duan Lingtian was originally a student of Skywind City's Hidden Fog Academy. He was recommended by the dean, who is also the Hidden Fog sect's vice sect master, Murong Suifeng, to enter the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. He was even recommended to participate in the core disciple assessment. Before the assessment, he won first place in the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciples Celestial Stairway struggle and killed one of the Divine Spirit Boundary Disciples, Qi Yu. Now, many people are waiting to hear whether or not he passed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment. From what we can see, he has passed the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment. He has become the second person in the last 10,000 years to pass the Hidden Fog sect's core disciple assessment with a Divine Spirit Boundary cultivation. Then, this Duan Lingtian has a chance of becoming the second elder Shui Haichuan. When the surrounding people mentioned Shui Haichuan, they were filled with awe and respect. This was because Shui Haichuan wasn't just a simple disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. He was also an elder with an extraordinary status in a Divine Emperor-level sect. Moreover, as an elder who came from a Divine Emperor-level sect and was able to obtain such achievements, he had established an unattainable role model in the hearts of many people around Monarch-Descent City. Because of this, Shui Haichuan's status in their hearts wasn't low. Duan Lingtian, why are you blocking my Linghu family's beast carriage? The old woman looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in a deep voice, even if you're a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect and your status is equivalent to an inner sect elder of the Hidden Fog sect, isn't it a little rash for you to do this? Moreover, you even want to fuse your supernatural strength with your voice to penetrate the soundproof array formation. What are you trying to do? Duan Lingtian's actions were blocked by the old woman. As for Duan Lingtian's voice, it wasn't able to pass into the beast carriage. In this situation, the young woman who looked exactly the same as Kerr in Duan Lingtian's eyes naturally couldn't hear his voice. Linghu family? As the old woman spoke, the surrounding people burst into an uproar. So this is the Linghu family's beast carriage. The Linghu family could be said to be a thunderous existence in the surrounding regions of Monarch-Descent City. Their status was no less than that of the Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect. To the east of Monarch-Descent City was the Hidden Fog sect. To the south was the 10,000 Demon sect. To the west was the Divine Emperor-level sect. And to the west was the Linghu family. The Linghu family, the Hidden Fog sect, and the 10,000 Demon sect were the three great Divine Emperor-level influences in the surrounding regions of Monarch-Descent City. As a Divine Emperor-level influence on par with the Hidden Fog sect, the Linghu family's strength and background were in no way inferior to the Hidden Fog sect. Just now, that middle-aged man called her Elder Xianxia. Could she be Linghu Xianxia? The Linghu family's Black Widow whose name shook Tonglang province in the past? Heavens! Black Widow? Back then, that Black Widow seemed to have already been in existence at the level of a high-level Divine King, and the number of high-level Divine Kings that died at her hands was innumerable. I had thought that she had disappeared without a trace because she had died, but I never thought that she was still alive. With the legend that Black Widow created in the past, she is likely a Divine Emperor powerhouse now. Black Widow, Linghu Xianxia. 10,000 years ago in Tonglang province, she could be said to be a famous character. Even those from Divine Emperor-level influences knew of her existence. Even if she only came from a Divine King-level family. The reason she was famous in the past wasn't because of how strong she was. She was only a high God King. God Kings of this level could be found everywhere in Tonglang province. There were many Divine Emperor-level influences, let alone Divine Emperor-level influences. The reason she was famous was because she killed her childhood sweetheart. It was said that her sweetheart betrayed her and got together with another woman. After that, she killed everyone related to her sweetheart and her sweetheart. She killed over 1,000 people from top to bottom. Among them, there were no less than 10 high god kings. In the end, An elder of a divine emperor-level influence couldn't stand by and watch anymore and stepped forward to stop her. At this time, a divine emperor expert from the Linghu family stepped forward and apologized to the elder of the divine emperor-level influence. After promising that he would definitely punish Black Widow, Linghu Qingzi, he left with Linghu Qingzi. After that, Black Widow and Linghu Qingzi completely disappeared from everyone's sight. Senior. Duan Lingtian didn't hear much of the discussion around him. The current him only wanted to confirm the identity of the woman in the beast carriage. He wanted to confirm whether or not she was his wife, Kerr. It was because they were too similar. Chapter 3702. Duan Lingtian, who had finally regained his senses, cupped his hands respectfully and greeted Linghu Qingzi. Then, he asked with a sincere expression, "May I know the identity of the young lady in the carriage?" Linghu Qingzi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly replied indifferently, "That's Miss Chuyin from our Linghu family. She's also the person that I, as an old woman, want to protect." Miss Chuyin? Linghu family? Duan Lingtian was stunned by Linghu Qingzi's words. Could it be that there really were similarities between people, and it was just a woman who looked like Kerr? However, was there really someone who looked so similar in this world? Their facial features were so detailed that they were exactly the same. Even the expression between their brows was the same. Even their temperament was extremely similar. Was there really such a coincidence in this world? Of course, it was not that Duan Lingtian had never seen two people who looked so similar. Along the way, he had met some twin brothers and twin sisters, and they indeed looked the same. Even Kua had a twin sister who looked exactly like her when she was in the mundane realm. However, there was a certain difference in their temperament. However, Kerr's background from the world of divine remains was revealed later, and her power was revealed. Although her appearance did not change much, there were still slight changes. She was also very different from her twin sister in the mundane realm. According to Kerr, her appearance became more and more similar to her previous life. In the end, she was no different from her previous life. Her previous appearance could only be said to be similar to her previous life. There was still a big difference between her and her previous life. Before Kerr awakened her memories of her previous life, there was someone who looked exactly like her. However, after she awakened her memories of her previous life, her power gradually returned to her. After her appearance changed, even her twin sister in the mundane realm only looked 60 to 70% similar to her at most. However, the person in the carriage looked exactly like Kerr, who became exactly like her previous life after she decided to awaken her memories of her previous life. Could it be that the person inside the carriage was Kerr's twin sister from her previous life? According to Kerr, she was her father's only daughter in her previous life. She only had an older brother, no older sister, and no younger siblings. Therefore, this person could be ruled out as Kerr's twin sister in her previous life. Under such circumstances, how could there be someone who looked exactly like Kerr? Perhaps Kerr encountered an accident in the world of divine offering, and came to the land of profound handle. Although the realm battlefield is now open and the spatial tunnels between the realms of gods are closed, I'm still here in the Mystic Gangland. It's not strange for Kerr to come here from the world of divine remains. Just now, that young woman didn't have any special reaction when she saw me. But even so, it's not enough to prove that she's not Kerr. Perhaps Kerr encountered an accident in the world of divine offering and lost her memories and came to the land of profound handle. Duan Lingtian thought about how he had lost his memories when he was in the mundane realm. Not only him, but Tian Wu had also lost her memories temporarily due to an accident. It wasn't strange for anyone to suffer from amnesia. She's most likely Kerr. At this moment, Duan Lingtian kept telling himself this in his heart. He had even lost his mind slightly. Naturally, this was because Duan Lingtian missed his wife, Kerr, so much that he missed her dearly. From the mundane realm to the Devata realm, Duan Lingtian had a clear goal in mind. He wanted to bring his wife, Kerr, out of the world of divine offering so that they could be reunited. For this reason, when he saw someone who looked identical to Kerr and had a similar temperament, he did not want to miss this opportunity. Perhaps this person was really his wife, Kerr? She's more similar to Kerr than Gon Ru Yen and Kerr. There's a big difference between Gon Ru Yen and Kerr's temperament. The young woman's temperament is similar to Ker's. Ker has left the mundane realm for many years, so it's impossible for her temperament to change drastically. However, it's possible for there to be some slight changes. The more Duan Ling Tian thought about it, the more he was certain the young woman in the carriage was his wife, Ker. While Duan Ling Tian was lost in his thoughts, his brows furrowed and relaxed. An uproar broke out among the people in the surroundings. Miss Chuyin? Could it be the rumored Miss Chuyin of the Linghu family? The #1 beauty of the Linghu family that the Linghu family members speak of? This Miss Chuyin seemed to have only appeared in the Linghu family in the past 200 years. It said that the missing second miss of the Linghu family brought her back. It said that she's her daughter. Before the second miss of the Linghu family disappeared, the current head of the Linghu family hadn't even become the head of the family yet. It said that this Miss Chuyin's talent and perception are extremely ordinary. Is she still a god now? I wonder how old she is. If she's old and still a god, then her talent and perception are really too ordinary. Doesn't she know that age is a woman's secret? It said that even in the Linghu family, very few people know Miss Chuyin's age. The discussions in the surroundings made Duan Lingtian's body tremble violently. He had captured 2 key pieces of information. One of them was this Miss Chuyin of the Linghu family. She had only appeared in the Linghu family in the past 200 years. The other was that this Miss Chuyin was only a god. Very few people knew her age. Many people felt that she wasn't young, so they thought that her talent and perception were poor. If this place was Ker, all these made sense. Ker. When Duan Lingtian looked at the beast carriage again, his eyes seemed to be emitting light. However, very quickly from the corner of his eye, he saw Linghu Qingze looking at him with dissatisfaction. He immediately shifted his gaze, bowed, and said to Linghu Qingze, "Senior, I wonder if it's convenient for me to meet Miss Chuyin and have a few words with her? If it's not convenient on the streets, we can find a place to meet privately." "Senior, please allow me," Duan Lingtian said very sincerely. However, Linghu Qingze glanced at him in disgust and said disdainfully, "I thought that you, Duan Lingtian, were someone important. I didn't expect you to be no different from an ordinary man. Although your talent and perception are not bad, and your current performance is considered worthy of our Miss Chuyin. However, our second miss said that no one is allowed to get close to Miss Chuyin, especially men. In addition, second miss also said that Miss Chuyin will be by her side for the rest of her life. She won't consider marriage, much less find a Dao companion. So, you'd better give up on this idea," Linghu Qingze said. As soon as he finished speaking, Linghu Qingze raised his hand, and an invisible force suddenly attacked Duan Lingtian. Even though Duan Lingtian hastily defended himself, he was still swept to the side and fell to the ground far away. Before Duan Lingtian fell, the crowd had consciously spread out to make way for Duan Lingtian. As a result, Duan Lingtian landed solidly on the ground. A godly emperor expert. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted the moment he was swept away by the force. This was because he realized that this old woman was not as simple as a godly king. She was a genuine godly emperor. See, let's go." Following Linghu Qingze's order, the beast carriage continued to move forward. "Senior." Duan Lingtian reached out to wipe the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth. He stood up shakily and caught up with the beast carriage in a few steps. "You've misunderstood. I don't mean to climb up the social ladder. I just saw that Miss Chuyin looks exactly like my wife whom I've been separated from for many years. I just want to confirm if she's my wife. If I confirm that she's not, I can make a heart demon blood oath to never see Miss Chuyin again in this life." Now, Duan Lingtian was completely anxious. Therefore, he could not help but say whatever was in his heart. This was because he subconsciously felt that as long as he explained it clearly, the other party would definitely understand. Then, he would let him see Miss Chuyin to confirm if she was his wife Ker. If he confirmed that she was not his wife Ker, although he would be disappointed, he would also be able to get rid of his obsession. Even if she looked exactly like his wife Ker, as long as she was not Ker, even if he made a heart demon blood oath to never see her again, it would not be a big deal. However, after hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Linghu Qingze, who was just about to return to the carriage, could not help but sneer. Then, he turned around and glanced at Duan Lingtian. The corners of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. "Kid, This old woman is already tired of hearing your excuses for hitting on girls when I was young.
What do you mean by looking like his deceased wife? What do you mean by looking like his childhood sweetheart? What do you mean by looking like his fiancée who had an accident?
I've heard too many of such excuses. However, it's fortunate that Miss Chuin is unable to hear these words of yours. Otherwise, it would really dirty her ears. Don't follow me again. Otherwise, don't blame this old woman for being impolite. As she finished speaking, Ling Hu Qing's gaze was filled with warning.
Senior, this is not an excuse.
I have no intention of hitting on you. After hearing what Ling Hu Qing said, Duan Ling Tian knew that he'd been misunderstood, and he explained repeatedly.
Everything I said is true.
It's even to the extent that I can make a heart demon blood oath for this. If anyone is able to find out and confirm that what I said is false, then I'm willing to bear all the consequences of the heart demon blood oath and bear the fury of an expert.
Duan Ling Tian said hurriedly. Enough.
However, Ling Hu Qingze did not care about Duan Ling Tian at all. When Duan Ling Tian caught up again, she attacked again and injured Duan Ling Tian, sending him flying. At the same time she said impatiently, Duan Ling Tian, you can't do things more than 3 times. If you dare to follow me again, I'll definitely kill you. So many people are watching you pester endlessly. Moreover, I've already warned you. Even if I kill you, the Hidden Fog sect will have nothing to say. As Ling Hu Qingze finished speaking, her tone was mixed with coldness. No one dared to doubt that her words were false. Chapter 3703. When a divine emperor was angered, 1,000,000 corpses would fall. This wasn't nonsense. It was also because of this that when the Ling Hu family's divine emperor powerhouse Ling Hu Qing's voice filled with killing intent entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, Duan Ling Tian was so startled that he shivered. Then, Duan Ling Tian was thoroughly awakened. Just now, he had been completely dominated by his feelings for his wife Ker, losing all reason. Now that he had awakened, he looked at the carriage that was gradually moving away. He forced himself to stand up and didn't chase after it. This was because he knew that the other party wasn't joking. If he chased after it, the other party really would dare to kill him. It was just as the other party said. With so many people watching, he had taken the initiative to provoke others and pester them endlessly. Even if the other party killed him, even if he was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't stand up for him. Duan Ling Tian. At this time, not too far away, a middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian. He shook his head and said, In truth, with your talent and perception, there is no need to hang yourself on a single tree. You are the first divine spirit realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. Your future is limitless. In the future, even if you become the daughter of a high-level divine emperor-level sect, you are still worthy. There is no need to waste time on that Ling Hu family's Miss Chuin. That's right. Didn't your Hidden Fog sect's divine spirit realm core disciple from 10,000 years ago, the current elder Shui Haichuan, marry the granddaughter of a divine emperor-level sect's highest elder? Another person chimed in. Although Miss Chuin is the #1 beauty of the Ling Hu family, she is the daughter of the Ling Hu family's second Mississippi. In the past, the Ling Hu family's second miss was famous for being rebellious. Moreover, her talent and perception were high, far surpassing those of her generation. Even her older brother, the current patriarch of the Ling Hu family, wouldn't dare to disobey her. It's said that the second daughter of the Ling Hu family is even more powerful than the current head of the Ling Hu family. She's no weaker than the ancestors of the Ling Hu family, and has a lot of say in the Ling Hu family. Duan Ling Tian, the words of that elder Qing Zhe just now were already very clear. You don't have a chance. I suggest that you don't take the risk. Your future is limitless. If you throw your life away, it won't be worth it. Many people spoke one after another to persuade Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that these people were the same as Ling Hu Qingze, and thought that he had taken a fancy to the Ling Hu family's Miss Chuin. However, at this time, he did not explain any further and chose to leave. Under the gaze of a group of people, Duan Ling Tian left. Not only did he leave this street, but he even left Monarch Descent City. This was because he knew that he couldn't stay in Monarch Descent City any longer. News of him being here would likely soon reach the Hidden Fog sect. At that time, Long Xiao would definitely receive the news and come looking for him. Once Long Xiao came looking for him, he would most likely think that he had deceived him. Long Xiao would fly into a rage out of humiliation and kill him. In the Hidden Fog sect, Long Xiao might even kill him. Not to mention that they were outside. Looking at the current situation, I can't be impatient. If that so-called Miss Chuyin of the Linghu family is really Kerr, then according to Linghu Qing's reaction today, there's no need to worry about her safety. I'll see if I can find a chance to meet her later. I'll think about it after I return from the God Emperor's divine treasury. At that time, I might be able to gain something from it and even break through to become a lower God King. Once I become a lower God King, my strength will increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, many things will be easier than now. With such thoughts in mind, Duan Ling Tian decisively left Monarch-Descent City. Grandma Xianxia, did something happen outside? Why did you go out for so long? As Linghu Xianxia returned to the carriage, another person sitting in the carriage, the young woman who looked exactly like Kerr that Duan Ling Tian had seen asked in confusion. Because the carriage had a soundproof array and Duan Ling Tian's divine power sound transmission had been blocked by Linghu Xianxia, she didn't know what was happening outside. She only felt the beast carriage in front of her shake violently twice. Miss, it's nothing. It's just a small problem. I've already solved it. Linghu Xianxia said with a smile. He looked at the young woman with a doting gaze and then sat down. Miss, when we're done, we'll go back. It won't take too long. The young woman was the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin. Along with Duan Ling Tian leaving Monarch-Descent City, the incident that occurred on the streets today had completely spread out. Hey, did you hear? The genius disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian, passed the core disciple test and became the first divine spirit realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years. First, news of Duan Ling Tian becoming a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect spread. Then, news of Duan Ling Tian stopping the Linghu family's beast carriage on the streets was spread. Duan Ling Tian stopped the Linghu family's carriage on the streets today. Can you guess why? I've also heard about this. It said that it's for the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Miss Chuyin. He's taken a fancy to Miss Chuyin. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's mate. Originally, with Duan Ling Tian's achievements at his age, he was completely worthy of Miss Chuyin. However, Miss Chuyin was banned from marriage by the former second miss of the Linghu family. She is not allowed to marry. Because of this, the Black Widow of the Linghu family's fame in Tonglang province was sent to protect Miss Chuyin, not allowing any man to approach her. Black Widow? That Linghu Xianxia? That's her. Moreover, according to some people present today, although Linghu Xianxia casually attacked Duan Ling Tian, her divine power aura is clearly not that of a divine king. It's suspected that she has already become a divine emperor. If Linghu Xianxia has really become a divine emperor, for her to willingly protect a little girl, one can imagine the status of the former second miss of the Linghu family in the Linghu family. I heard that Linghu Xianxia committed a grave mistake back then and should have been executed by the Linghu family. It was only because the second miss insisted on protecting her that she was able to survive. Of course, this is just hearsay. I don't know if it's true or not. Duan Ling Tian stopped the beast carriage of the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, on the street. He wanted to pursue Linghu Chuyin, but he was stopped by the Black Widow, Linghu Xianxia. Moreover, she revealed that Linghu Chuyin would never marry. In just one day, this news spread throughout Monarch-Descent City. If an ordinary youth did this, most people would think that he was a toad lusting after a swan's meat. However, Duan Ling Tian was different. He was someone who could become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect at the age of less than 3,000 years old with a divine spirit realm cultivation. He was not in any way inferior to Shui Haichuan from 10,000 years ago. In their opinion, such a person was more than enough to be matched with the daughter of the Linghu family's current patriarch, let alone Linghu Chuyin. What a pity. The #1 beauty of the Linghu family will never marry. Such a good cabbage. It is destined that only pigs in the world can look at it and sigh. I heard some time ago that the 10,000 Demon Sect's young sect master had the intention of going to the Linghu family to propose marriage to Miss Chuyin. But now it seems that he can only suppress these thoughts. As a matter of fact, The most praiseworthy things that happened in Junlin City today, and the most talked about things, were only two things. The first point was that Duanling Tian had become the first Divine Spirit Realm core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years with a Divine Spirit Realm cultivation. The second point was that the number one beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, would never marry. As for Duanling Tian wanting to pursue Linghu Chuyin, very few people praised him. No one thought that there was anything wrong with Duanling Tian's actions. After all, a fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's dream. If they were Duanling Tian, perhaps they would do the same thing. Duanling Tian has come to Monarch Descent City? Within Monarch Descent City, there were many industries of the Hidden Fog sect. When the elders and disciples in charge of these industries learned of this news, they were stunned.
Didn't he just become a core disciple a few days ago? Why would he come to Monarch Descent City?
As for the various God King level family clans in Monarch Descent City where Duanling Tian had gone to ask for the revival good fortune pill, as well as the high-level figures that had received Duanling Tian, they were all frightened.
That purple-clothed youth is actually Duanling Tian?
If I knew he was Duanling Tian, I would have arranged a banquet and gotten him drunk. I would have left my daughter in his room.
I missed such a good opportunity. I missed it. He is actually Duanling Tian.
I never thought. In truth, as long as these high-level figures of the God King level family clans probed Duanling Tian with their divine sense, they would be able to see through Duanling Tian's higher God realm cultivation and guess Duanling Tian's identity. However, when they saw the Hidden Fog sect core disciple token at Duanling Tian's waist, they felt some dread. How could they dare to rashly use their divine sense to investigate Duanling Tian's cultivation? Moreover, they were able to recognize whether the Hidden Fog sect core disciple token was real or fake. Since the token was real, it meant this person was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect and a God King powerhouse. If they used their divine sense to investigate this level of existence, they would definitely be discovered and enraged. After all, they were only God Kings. At that time, they never imagined that the person they faced was a Hidden Fog sect core disciple with a God Spirit Realm cultivation. Moreover, this was the first God Spirit Realm core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect in 10,000 years.
Hidden Fog sect.
Because there were many businesses of the Hidden Fog sect in King's Descent City, news of what happened in King's Descent City quickly spread back to the Hidden Fog sect. Duanling Tian, he wants to pursue Linghu Chuyin?
When Tang Wuyan heard this news, she couldn't help but feel pain in her heart.
Then, her vision blurred for a moment before she gradually regained her composure.
Didn't he say he has a wife?
Didn't he say that he has a wife and has no intention of provoking another woman? Of course, what Tang Wuyan knew wasn't something Duanling Tian told her. Rather, it was something her grand-uncle Tang Chun told her.
Duanling Tian had once told Tang Chun something similar. Finally, Tang Wuyan couldn't help but send a message to Duanling Tian.
You know Linghu Chuyin?
Chapter 3704.
After leaving the Monarch Descent City, Duanling Tian headed north. In the end, he settled down in a small city that was about the same size as the Heavenly Wind City that he had been to previously. He planned to meet up with Wu Feng when the time was right and head to the divine treasure that was suspected to be left behind by a divine emperor. Now there was still half a month before the appointed date with Wu Feng. Of course, he would set off in about 10 days. After all, the journey to the Hidden Fog sect would take some time. Hardly had he checked in at the inn when he received a message from Tang Wuyan as soon as he stepped into his room. You know Linghu Chuyin?
Duanling Tian was a bit stunned by Tang Wuyan's sudden message.
He immediately replied, I don't know her.
Now, Duanling Tian came back to his senses.
It wasn't hard for him to guess that Tang Wuyan must have heard about what happened in Monarch Descent City. Since Tang Wuyan knew, it wouldn't be long before Long Xiao knew as well.
You don't know her? You fell in love with her?
Tang Wuyan asked again. This time, her tone was a bit sad. Duanling Tian acted as if he didn't hear Tang Wuyan's question.
He didn't respond.
I'm in a hurry to go into closed-door cultivation. Let's talk again in the future. After Duanling Tian finished speaking, he no longer responded to Tang Wuyan's subsequent messages. He knew that Tang Wuyan would definitely misunderstand. However, this kind of misunderstanding was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't wait for Tang Wuyan to keep a respectful distance from him. Otherwise, he would have a headache about how to deal with the imperceptible feelings she had for him. He really didn't have the slightest intention of provoking other women right now. Tang Wuyan, who was in the Hidden Fog sect, was naturally furious when she saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring her. She didn't send another message to Duan Ling Tian for a while. I, Duan Ling Tian, am the #1 beauty of the Hidden Fog sect's inner sect. You, Duan Ling Tian, are ignoring me like this? Tang Wuyan's heart was full of resentment. She, who was sought after and treated like a treasure by everyone, had become a blade of grass in front of Duan Ling Tian? Moreover, it was the kind of grass that no one cared about. Out of pride, Tang Wuyan didn't contact Duan Ling Tian again. Meanwhile, just as Duan Ling Tian had guessed, Tang Wuyan had heard about what had happened in the King's Landing city, and so had Long Xiao. The only reason Long Xiao knew about this was because Shangguan Xiongfeng had personally come to tell him. Long Xiao, it seems like that brat was just brushing you off and dealing with you. No wonder you couldn't find him previously. It turns out that he went to Junlin City. Shangguan Xiongfeng looked at Long Xiao with a mocking smile. It seems like he really doesn't care about you or Elder Lei. Long Xiao's expression was ugly. Last time, he had bragged in front of Shangguan Xiongfeng, saying that Duan Ling Tian would follow his harsh requirements and kneel down for 10 miles to beg his master, Elder Lei, to accept him as a disciple. At that time, after his master rejected Duan Ling Tian, he would further humiliate Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian was filled with resentment, he would kill him to prevent future troubles. But who would have thought that Duan Ling Tian wouldn't come at all? Not only did Duan Ling Tian not follow his request and kneel 10 miles away to beg his master to accept him as a disciple, but he could not even find Duan Ling Tian after that. It was as though Duan Ling Tian had completely disappeared from the Hidden Fog sect. When he asked others, they also said that they didn't know where Duan Ling Tian had gone. It was because of this that he had been angry and aggrieved for the past month. When had he, Long Xiao, ever been teased like this? However, Duan Ling Tian wasn't in the Hidden Fog sect and he also didn't return. This left Long Xiao with no place to use his strength. After nearly 2 months, with Shangguan Xiongfeng's arrival, news of Duan Ling Tian finally reached the Hidden Fog sect. It turned out that Duan Ling Tian had gone to Lords-Descent City. I will make a trip to Lords-Descent City and capture him. Then, I will torture him to death. Hearing Shangguan Xiongfeng's mocking words, the suppressed anger in Long Xiao's heart was completely vented, unable to be restrained. Then, without even saying goodbye to Shangguan Xiongfeng, his figure flickered and he vanished from Shangguan Xiongfeng's sight. He left the Hidden Fog sect and headed towards Lords-Descent City. With Long Xiao's God King cultivation, he rushed at full speed. In just a day and a night, he arrived at Lords-Descent City. Then, he went straight to the Hidden Fog sect's businesses in Lords-Descent City. As soon as he arrived, he went straight to the point and asked, "Our Hidden Fog sect's new core disciple, Duan Ling Tian, did he come here? Do you know his whereabouts?" However, Duan Ling Tian hadn't come to any of the Hidden Fog sect's businesses in Lords-Descent City. Thus, Long Xiao was destined to come empty-handed. However, Long Xiao didn't give up. He also sought out the various God King level family clans of Lords-Descent City, and had them help him search for Duan Ling Tian. If anyone could provide information about Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts, they would be heavily rewarded. In addition, he also sought out the people in charge of the 10,000 Demons sect and the Linghu family's businesses in Lords-Descent City. He asked them for help. And these people were willing to help him because his master was the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder. It could be said that in just a few days, Long Xiao had mobilized nearly all of Lords-Descent City's strength to search for Duan Ling Tian's whereabouts. Like this, it could be seen just how great the influence of the Hidden Fog sect's Elder Thunder was. Even other God King level influences gave him face and were willing to help his disciple Long Xiao search for someone. However, Long Xiao was destined to return empty-handed. This was because Duan Ling Tian had already left Lords-Descent City. In fact, while Long Xiao was waiting in Lords-Descent City, Duan Ling Tian saw that it was about time and left the small city north of Lords-Descent City that was the same size as Skywind City. Then, he arrived near the Hidden Fog sect and met up with Wu Feng. Before he left, he had already contacted Wu Feng and agreed on a time and place to meet up. And, The location was naturally according to Duan Lingtian's request. It was on a dangerous mountain peak outside the hidden fog sect station. Haha. Junior apprentice brother Duan, when I left seclusion yesterday, I heard many rumors about you. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Wu Feng laughed. I heard that in Lords' City, for the sake of the number one beauty of the Linghu family, you stopped their beast carriage in the middle of the street and even seemed to be pestering them? Duan Lingtian wryly smiled. You even heard of senior apprentice brother Wu Feng? It seems that this matter has already spread through the sect. Although Duan Lingtian was already mentally prepared for this, when he heard Wu Feng mention it, he still felt a bit awkward. If he really wanted to pursue the number one beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, then that would be fine. But the problem was that he had no intention of pursuing her. He only wanted to confirm whether or not she was his wife. Moreover, when combined with what he had seen and heard, the chances of her being his wife were extremely high. Thus, even if he didn't succeed in getting in touch with Linghu Chuyin last time, he would definitely try his best to approach her next time and confirm whether or not she was his wife. If he didn't confirm it, he wouldn't be satisfied. If she really was his wife and she had lost her memories, wouldn't he have missed out on something? Junior apprentice brother Duan. Wu Feng's expression turned serious. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, although it's said that a fair and graceful woman is the ideal mate of a gentleman, this time, you have indeed gone a bit too far. For better or for worse, you are publicly recognized as the number one genius of our hidden fog sect in the last 10,000 years. You are a core disciple of the divine spirit realm, second only to senior Shui Hai Chuan from 10,000 years ago. What you did is actually beneath your status. With the potential you've shown so far, even if you want to marry the daughter of the current patriarch of the Linghu family, it's more than enough. Wu Feng's words seemed to be speaking up for Duan Lingtian. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, let's talk as we walk. In truth, things aren't what you think they are. Duan Lingtian sighed. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Wu Feng's curiosity was piqued. He led the way while listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, there was no need for him to hide the truth. He directly revealed that Linghu Chuyin from the Linghu clan looked exactly like his long-lost wife. My wife doesn't have a twin sister. Her appearance is exactly the same as my wife's, and even her temperament is similar. She looked at me and didn't seem to recognize me. However, it's also possible that she has lost her memories. In addition, the younger sister of the current patriarch of the Linghu family seems to have been brought back to the Linghu family in the last 200 years. As for my wife, she was separated from me 600 years ago. The timing matches as well. Although Duan Lingtian told Wu Feng the truth, he didn't mention that his wife had been brought to the world of divine offering. He also didn't mention anything about himself. This was because he only needed Wu Feng to know the reason why he had done that in King's Descent City that day. So that's how it is. Realization dawned on Wu Feng. I knew it. Junior sister Wu Yan is such a great beauty, yet you didn't even take a fancy to her. How could you treat another woman like that? Even if the other party is the most beautiful woman in the Linghu family and is more beautiful than junior sister Wu Yan, there shouldn't be such a big difference. So that's the reason. It seems that not only me, but everyone has misunderstood you. Wu Feng sighed. It doesn't matter. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Then, he looked determined. One day, I'll find a way to meet Linghu Chuyin and confirm whether she's my wife or not. If she is, everyone will be happy. If she isn't, I won't have anything to do with her anymore. I heard from Elder Tang Chun that junior sister Wu Yan has been in low spirits recently. I think it's because of this. If she knows the truth, she'll definitely be in a better mood. Wu Feng smiled. He was very familiar with Tang Chun, so Tang Chun had told him a lot about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Tang Wuyan. He also knew that Tang Wuyan had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't tell Elder Tang Chun and Tang Wuyan about this. Upon hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian hurriedly stopped Wu Feng. He was really worried that Wu Feng would tell Tang Chun or Tang Wuyan about this. It's absolutely impossible between Tang Wuyan and me. Instead of letting her have hope and fantasies, it's better to take this opportunity to make her give up completely.
Chapter 3705. Duan Lingtian. Do you know how many people in the sect view Wu Yan as their dream lover?
She's the #1 beauty in the inner sect, but it seems like she's worthless to you?
Wu Feng was speechless.
Senior brother Wu Feng. I'm already married.
Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, in this world where the strong are respected, how many powerful men don't have multiple wives and concubines? It's not just us men who agree with this. Even the women agree with this, Wu Feng said.
Wu Feng said, in this world, there are even some powerful women who have a bunch of male pets at the same time. I can only say that everyone has their own way of living.
Duan Lingtian shrugged.
Forget it. Since you don't want me to say it, I won't say it.
Wu Feng shook his head.
In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian had already made up his mind, it would be better to make Tang Wuyan give up instead of giving her hope.
Duan Lingtian's words made sense.
Senior brother Wu Feng, how did the four of you discover the divine treasure that was suspected to be left behind by the God Emperor?
Duan Lingtian changed the topic as they continued to travel with Wu Feng.
To be precise, it wasn't the four of us.
Wu Feng shook his head.
It wasn't the four of us?
Duan Lingtian was stunned. Didn't you say it was the four of you?
Moreover, the 4 keys to open the divine treasure were in the hands of the 4 of you. I only said that the 4 of us who were left had the 4 keys to the divine treasure. Wu Feng's eyes flashed as he said in a deep voice, there were more than 10 of us who discovered the divine treasure.
However, everyone wanted a share of the loot, so a chaotic battle broke out. In the end, only the 4 of us survived. As for the divine treasure, only 8 people could enter at most. Those who were eliminated by us were basically gods. Only 2 of us were god kings.
However, they were lesser god kings who had just broken through to the god king realm. Thus, after the 4 of us obtained the 4 keys to open the divine treasures, we agreed that we would each find 1 more person to enter the divine treasures of the god emperor. Furthermore, the cultivation of the person we found was not allowed to be above the level of a middle divine king. The 4 of us are also lower godly kings.
After listening to Wu Feng's explanation, Duan Lingtian roughly understood the situation. As for how I found the God Emperor's divine treasure, it was a complete coincidence.
Wu Feng's eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence.
All of us actually accepted a mission to kill a divine king-level demonic beast in Heaven Bell City. After that, we formed a temporary team and headed to the destination to kill the demonic beast. Among us, there are a total of 6 lesser deity kings, and the rest are higher deities. There are a total of 14 of us. After the mission was completed, while we were collecting the spoils of war, one of us accidentally bumped into the stone wall next to us. Immediately, the stone wall shattered, revealing a cave that led to the mountainside.
After we entered the cave, we continued forward.
Not long after, we saw a void door that led to a small independent plane. After that, we saw a divine residence in that plane. That was a standard divine treasure and divine residence. One could only enter through the main door. At that time, there were 4 keys stuck in the main door. The 4 of us, the strongest lower godly kings, acted immediately and obtained the 4 keys. After that, the remaining people naturally wanted to get a share of the loot, so they all went forward to reason with us.
When we discovered that there was a stone tablet at the side of the main door of the divine residence that stated that only 8 people were allowed to enter, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became strange. After that, the other 3 lower godly kings who obtained the keys conversed with me for a while. After that, we came to a consensus to kill the others.
After all, those people had nothing to do with us. They were all teammates that we found at the last minute. Moreover, even if we were willing to let them enter together to get a share of the loot, they could not bring so many people with them. If some of them did not die, they would definitely spread the news because they were unwilling to accept it.
Thus, the 4 of us joined hands and killed the others, monopolizing the right to enter that divine residence. After that, the 4 of us each swore a heart demon blood oath that we would only tell the information about the divine residence to a person with a cultivation level lower than that of a middle godly king.
We would only bring that person here.
After that, we separated.
As Wu Feng continued to speak, Duan Lingtian basically understood the ins and outs of the matter.
So it turned out that the suspected divine residence of a god emperor was discovered in this manner.
Why do you say that it's suspected to be a divine residence of a god emperor? You haven't confirmed it yet?
Duan Ling Tian asked. Suspected was just a suspicion. It was not necessarily true. No. Wu Feng shook his head. We haven't even entered, so how can we confirm that it's a divine residence left behind by a god emperor? However, there was a disciple of the 10,000 demons sect among us who once saw records of divine residences and divine treasures in an ancient memory jade slip. According to him, the divine residence that we encountered, based on the shape and patterns on the main door, as well as the feedback from his divine sense when he came in contact with the divine residence, that divine residence was suspected to have been left behind by an expert above the god emperor level. Of course, that's not necessarily true. After all, as a lower godly king, even when facing a divine residence left behind by an existence above the god emperor level, after his divine sense came in contact with it, he would still receive a powerful feedback. At this point, Wu Feng paused for a moment before continuing. If it's only a divine residence left behind by a god emperor, it depends on whether that god emperor was a lower godly king, a middle godly king, or a high godly king. Generally speaking, the lower the cultivation of a god emperor, the less valuable the divine residence left behind. However, generally speaking, it's better to have something than nothing. Therefore, we agreed on a time when we would each bring a companion below the middle godly king level into the divine residence to explore. Perhaps, we would be able to obtain some opportunities or fortuitous encounters. Wu Feng's eyes flashed with a somewhat hopeful light. I see. Duan Ling Tian nodded, the anticipation in his heart increasing. Along the way, Wu Feng continued to chat with Duan Ling Tian. However, they did not talk about their next destination. He was curious about Duan Ling Tian's origin. Where did he come from? How could he possess such shocking innate talent and comprehension ability? Junior brother Duan, you're from a Devata realm? When Wu Feng learned that Duan Ling Tian was from a Devata realm, naturally, he was shocked. His reaction was much worse than Murong Sui Feng, the former president of the Hidden Fog Academy in Heavenly Wind City. He stared at Duan Ling Tian as though he had just seen a ghost. Heavens! Junior brother Duan, your innate talent and comprehension ability are top-notch even in the realms of gods. I can't imagine how heaven-defying you are in the Devata realms. Although Wu Feng had never been to the Devata realms, he had heard of them. In fact, the creator of the Mystic Handleland, a supreme powerhouse, was from the Devata realms. However, not everyone in the Devata realms could become a supreme powerhouse and create their own realms of gods. Most of the people in the Devata realms were mediocre and could not even compare to the natives of the Divine Offering Land. Wu Feng had met people from the Devata realms before. According to him, those people were considered rare geniuses in the Devata realms. However, in the realms of gods, those so-called geniuses from the Devata realms could only be considered mediocre. Senior brother Wu Feng, you flatter me. I was just lucky and had some fortuitous encounters. Duan Ling Tian replied humbly. Junior brother Duan, there's no need to be so humble. I'm not a fool. I know it's rare for a genius like you to come from the Devata realms. Wu Feng did not comment on Duan Ling Tian's humility. However, since you're from the Devata realms, it means you don't have the bloodline power in your body. You should know that all natives of the realms of gods have a chance to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies before they reach the age of 10,000. Only those who have not awakened the bloodline power in their bodies after they reach the age of 10,000 can be sure they won't be able to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies for the rest of their lives. Wu Feng explained. Senior brother Wu Feng, have you awakened the bloodline power in your body? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. After coming to the Mystic Handleland, Duan Ling Tian had seen the bloodline power before. For example, during his battle with Ding Yan at the Hidden Fog Academy in Skywind City, Ding Yan had displayed the bloodline power in his body. Moreover, it was a very domineering bloodline power called the Berserk bloodline. The Berserk bloodline could greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian also knew that even if people in the realms of gods managed to awaken the bloodline power in their bodies, it might not necessarily be useful. Some bloodline powers were useless in actual combat and could only be used as support in daily life. For example, some people's bloodline powers could help a tired person recover their strength and feel refreshed. Similarly, some people's bloodline powers could help them refine pills and forge weapons. Nope. Wu Feng shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Then he sighed. It's not that easy to awaken the bloodline power. Moreover, My clan isn't even a god king force. I'm the first god king in my clan's history. In the realms of gods, the weaker the background of a clan, the thinner the bloodline of a supreme powerhouse. It's difficult for someone to awaken the bloodline power in their clan. As for those emperor god-level clans, as long as they are direct descendants, they will be able to activate their bloodline power. Moreover, they will be able to activate their bloodline power before they are 1,000 years old. Occasionally, there will be those who are less talented, but they will be able to activate their bloodline power before they are 10,000 years old. Sometimes, I really feel that reincarnation is a skill. Wu Feng's words reminded Duan Lingtian of the situation on Earth in his previous life. Was it not the same? Some people were born ordinary. Their parents were ordinary people. They had to rely on themselves to make a living. On the other hand, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths and lived a life of luxury. In Duan Lingtian's memory, there was once a young man in his early 20s who had inherited tens of billions of assets from his parents before he even graduated from university. When the news of his reincarnation was exposed, it became a hot topic on various platforms. Duan Lingtian also remembered that he could not help but pick up his phone and leave a comment on a certain platform. This reincarnation is amazing. There's no way we can reincarnate again. All we can do now is work hard and strive to give our children the best so that others will be envious of them. Duan Lingtian smiled. Chapter 3706. Children. Wu Feng smiled awkwardly. Duan Lingtian looked at Wu Feng in surprise when he saw this. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't tell me you're still single? Wu Feng's age, even if he intentionally revealed himself to be 200 years older than his real age, was only older than him. This was something that he could still confirm. Wu Feng might even be close to 10,000 years old. How could he still be single at such an old age? Isn't that normal? Wu Feng retorted. A man's ambition is 1,000 miles. It's normal for him not to have a family before he achieves a certain level of success. Let's not talk about others. Take me as an example. I'm just waiting. When I become an inner sect deacon from an inner sect elder, I'll consider starting a family. I've said the same thing to my parents as well. When he mentioned his parents, a gentle expression appeared in Wu Feng's eyes. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't you plan to return to your clan and lead it to become a God King clan? Even with your current strength, it's enough. Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, even if Wu Feng returned to his clan, as long as he was around, the Wu clan would still be a God King clan worthy of being called a God King clan. The entire clan would be able to obtain abundant cultivation resources. For example, the God King clans he had come into contact with before were all giants of a city. There were even some God King clans that ruled over a small city. I've discussed this with my father before. However, my father said that our Wu clan's foundation is too shallow. Even if we become a God King clan under my leadership, our foundation is still unstable. It's meaningless, Wu Feng said with a sigh. Wu Feng sighed and said, that's why my father told me to focus on cultivation. If I have the opportunity to become a God King, I'll consider leading my clan to become a God King clan. Because once I become a God King, I'll be able to easily recruit a large number of God King followers. At that time, the clan's foundation will be stable. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he heard Wu Feng's words. Well, I'm too narrow-minded. I'm not as thorough as uncle. A clan can't be supported by a single person. If a godly king-ranked clan only had one godly king, if something happened to that God King, it would be a good thing for the entire clan to return to its original state. What they feared the most was being exterminated by other God King level clans, because the wealth of a former God King level clan was enough to tempt other God King level clans. For example, Duan Lingtian had previously interacted with a few God Kings in Wind City, the Zhong family. Even if one or two God Kings met with an accident, it would not affect the entire Zhong family. In short, it's not that easy to pull up a God King level faction. Wu Feng smiled. For the rest of the journey, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng chatted for a while before continuing on their journey. Along the way, they encountered several groups of bandits. However, after Wu Feng displayed his strength as a God King, those bandits retreated. That was because the leaders of these few batches of bandits were only lesser divine kings. Although there were many of them, once they started fighting, they would be the ones to suffer. And most importantly, the other party was an inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. If they killed him, they would have to face the wrath of the Hidden Fog sect. Even if they were bandits and didn't fear the Hidden Fog sect, they wouldn't be able to continue making a living in the surrounding areas. After considering all sorts of things, they weren't willing to fight Wu Feng. As for Wu Feng, he didn't want to waste time with them. Moreover, the other party also had god kings. Moreover, they could summon other god kings at any time. They posed a certain threat to him. The opening of the divine treasury was imminent. He didn't want to enter with injuries. Thus, he was able to coexist peacefully with the bandits he encountered along the way. Junior apprentice brother Duan, the nearby areas are fine. But if we continue heading west and approach that God Emperor level sect, the bandits we encounter won't be so simple. In fact, there are quite a few god kings and high god kings. And the leader of those bandits is often a god emperor. Moreover, there might be more than one god emperor. After sending away the last group of bandits, Wu Feng spoke to Duan Ling Tian with a dignified expression. After Duan Ling Tian spoke of his background, Wu Feng had regarded Duan Ling Tian as a complete and utter hothead. In addition, he had a good impression of Duan Ling Tian, so he kindly warned Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Naturally, he was aware of this. Otherwise, he would have rushed to the God Emperor level sect behind the Hidden Fog sect by himself. There was no need for him to enter a God Emperor level sect like the Hidden Fog sect. The reason he entered the Hidden Fog sect was because he wanted to rely on the protection of the Hidden Fog sect to approach that God Emperor level sect and even enter it. The next several days were calm and peaceful. Whoosh! A loud and clear sound of something breaking through the air rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng looked in another direction. There was a ship heading in the same direction as them. It did not take long for it to reach them. On the side of the ship, there were 3 large words written in flamboyant calligraphy. Thousand Devil Sect. The Thousand Devil Sect's divine artifact flying ship? After arriving in the realm of gods, Duan Ling Tian learned that similar to the flying shuttles, celestial shuttles, and celestial shuttles in the mundane realms and Devata realms, the realm of gods also had divine artifact flying ships. Unlike the flying ships on Earth in his previous life, the divine artifact flying ship in the realm of gods was indeed a ship. However, this ship did not swim on water. Instead, it flew in the sky. Divine artifact flying ships were different from ordinary divine artifacts. Ordinary divine artifacts were divided into primitive divine artifacts, mediocre divine artifacts, and prominent divine artifacts. However, divine artifact flying ships were not divided like this. Divine artifact flying ships were divided into God-grade flying ships, God King flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, and even God Venerables flying ships. If a God-grade flying ship was supplied with enough divine stones, it could travel at the maximum speed of a high-rank God Emperor flying ship. On the other hand, a God King flying ship could travel at the maximum speed of a high-rank God King flying ship. It was the same for God Emperor flying ships, God Emperor flying ships, and God Venerables flying ships. Naturally, the higher the grade of the divine artifact flying ship, the more divine stones it would consume. The speed of the divine artifact flying ship was comparable to a low-rank God King flying ship. To maintain this speed, it would consume at least 50 divine stones a day. If it traveled at the speed of a high-rank God King flying ship, it would consume at least 200 divine stones a day. If it traveled at the speed of a high-rank God King flying ship, it would consume 500 divine stones. It would only take a day. When Duan Ling Tian found out about all this, he was shocked as well. This divine artifact flying ship was simply something that burned money, a waste of money. Naturally, it was not easy to obtain a divine artifact flying ship because the crafting process was extremely complicated. Even God King forces did not have one. Only God Emperor forces would have a few divine artifact flying ships. Whoosh! When the God King grade divine artifact flying ship approached Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng, it suddenly slowed down and flew toward them. Both of them were on high alert. Haha! Wu Feng, I didn't expect to meet you here. Along with a burst of laughter, a tall young man in brocade clothes with a jade-like face flew out of the spaceship. Behind him was a middle-aged man in gray robes. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. His eyes were unfocused as though he was ignoring everything around him. Du Yan. Wu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the young man in brocade robes leading the group. He looked at him deeply. It seems like you're not an ordinary inner sect disciple of the Thousand Demon Sect as you said. To be able to travel in a divine artifact flying ship of the Thousand Demon Sect, your status in the Thousand Demon Sect must be quite high, right?
Du Yan. I'm afraid that's not your real name, right? Du Yan. This was the name that Wu Feng knew of. Naturally, Wu Feng had never heard of this name before.
However, he did not think too much about it in the past because there were so many inner sect disciples in the Thousand Demon Sect. It was impossible for him to know every single one of them. The only ones he had heard of were some of the more famous inner sect disciples and core disciples in the Thousand Demon Sect.
Is this important?
Du Yan asked with a smile.
In any case, I swore a heart demon blood oath in front of you.
It's impossible for me to tell anyone about the divine treasure other than someone with a cultivation base lower than a middle god king.
No matter how high my status is, it won't affect you or them at all.
Du Yan said.
Moreover, Wu Yishan might not be your real name, right? When Du Yan asked this, his gaze turned deep as he looked at Wu Feng. Wu Yishan.
It was the pseudonym that Wu Feng used in front of Duanling Tian and the others who discovered the divine treasure together with him.
Wu Feng had told Duanling Tian about this beforehand.
Therefore, Duanling Tian was not surprised when he heard this.
This person beside you is the person you found to enter the divine treasure together with? Seeing that Wu Feng was ignoring him, Du Yan was not angry. His gaze fell on Duanling Tian.
After sizing him up for a while, he swept out his divine consciousness and shrouded Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian sensed it, Wu Feng shouted, Du Yan, are you looking for trouble?
Calm down.
Du Yan withdrew his divine consciousness with a smile.
I just extended my divine consciousness subconsciously. I mean no harm. But, Wu Yishan, can't you find a lower god king companion? Why did you find a higher god?
If you follow a higher god into the divine treasure, you might have to take care of him. If you had told me that you were so unpopular that you don't even have a lower god king friend, I could have introduced you. In the Thousand Demon Sect, there are many lower god kings who are on good terms with me. Although Du Yan said that he was thinking for Wu Feng's sake, the bright smile on his face completely betrayed him.
To him, the weaker Wu Feng's companions were, the better. That way, even if they discovered some treasure in the divine treasure together, they would not be able to snatch it from him. You don't have to worry about that, Wu Feng said indifferently. At the same time, he glanced at the middle-aged man behind Du Yan.
However, the middle-aged man's eyes were unfocused, and he did not even look back at him.
Since we've met, why don't you, Wu Yishan, and this person beside you take my flying ship? Du Yan was clearly in a good mood as he invited Wu Feng enthusiastically. Chapter 3707. Wu Feng stared deeply at Du Yan's invitation. That's fine.
However, I don't think my friend and I will bear the cost of the divine stones you need to build your flying ship, right? As far as I know, this godly king-grade spaceship will cost 50 divine stones a day even if it travels at the speed of a lower godly king.
Du Yan was stunned when he heard what Wu Feng said.
Then he laughed and said, Wu Yishan, why didn't I notice that you have such a humorous side to you?
What kind of person do you think I am? I can even take out a godly king-grade spaceship. Do you think I lack divine stones?
If not for the lack of time, I would have driven this godly king-grade spaceship to the divine treasure at the speed of a higher godly king. A godly king-grade spaceship would cost 500 divine stones a day if it traveled at the speed of a higher godly king. Because of this, Du Yan's words could be said to be rich and overbearing.
Thank you very much. Wu Feng smiled faintly and called out to Duanling Tian.
The two of them followed Du Yan and the middle-aged man behind him into the spaceship.
The spaceship was very spacious. It could easily accommodate dozens of people. If they were to stand and squeeze, it could accommodate hundreds of people. Now there were only 4 people, including Duanling Tian, so the spaceship was very spacious. After Du Yan brought the middle-aged man into the spaceship, he activated the spaceship.
At the same time, in the void of the spaceship, 4 images appeared. It was obvious that they were formed by an array. They showed the surroundings of the spaceship. Under such circumstances, even if they were in the spaceship, they could clearly see the scenery outside. Wuxia, after I went back, I checked other memory jade slips about the Divine Mansion and Divine Treasure. When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng sat down cross-legged on one side of the spaceship, Du Yan, who was also sitting cross-legged not far away, looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, "Now, I can confirm that the Divine Mansion and Divine Treasure was left behind by an Emperor God expert. However, I can't confirm which cultivation level the Emperor God expert was at." Wu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Du Yan's words. Duan Lingtian was sitting cross-legged at the side. When he heard Du Yan's words, he guessed that the 10,000 demon sect disciple that Wu Feng had mentioned earlier, who had guessed that the divine dwelling divine treasure was left behind by a divine emperor expert, was none other than Du Yan. However, even if it's a divine dwelling or divine treasure left behind by a lesser god emperor, it's still a heaven-shaking opportunity for us. Du Yan's eyes suddenly surged with an incomparable burning heat. Even the 1,000 demon sect behind him was only a divine emperor sect. It had never produced a divine emperor sect. But now, he was about to enter the divine palace divine treasure left behind by a divine lord powerhouse. That was a place that anyone in the 10,000 devil sect, including the sect master and the supreme elder, could squeeze their heads to enter. Wuxia, you and I shouldn't have made the decision to swear the heart demon blood oath with the 3 of them. With our strength, even if we were unwilling to swear the heart demon blood oath, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to do anything to us. When Du Yan spoke of this matter, he seemed to feel that it was a pity. If we could share this news with our elders, we would definitely be able to obtain more benefits in the divine treasure. With our strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to obtain the greatest benefits in the divine treasure, Du Yan said. Wuxia nodded. However, Wu Feng did not comment on Du Yan's regretful words. I know what you're thinking. But do you think that if we don't agree, they will be willing to make an agreement with us to open the divine dwelling and divine treasury together? At that time, the 3 of them were obviously in a group. They couldn't do anything to us, and we couldn't take the other 3 keys from them. Under such circumstances, didn't we still have to compromise? When Wu Feng said this, Du Yan immediately fell silent. After a while, he spoke again. Among the 3 of them, I'm actually most afraid of that guy who looks like a dog. If it wasn't for him, we could have taken advantage of the loophole in the first heart demon blood oath. It's a pity that after that guy pointed out the loophole in the heart demon blood oath, we could only swear another heart demon blood oath. A hint of fear flashed in Du Yan's eyes. He was afraid of one of the 3 people. When we accepted the mission together, he was the one who commanded us throughout the entire process. His commands were also acknowledged by us. That's why we were able to complete the mission so easily. At that time we could actually feel that he was not ordinary. He might not be as strong as us in a one-on-one battle, but when it comes to brains, it's very difficult for us to win against him. When Du Yan mentioned that person, a hint of fear appeared in Wu Feng's eyes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was sitting next to Wu Feng, had a confused expression on his face. He had no idea what the 2 of them were talking about. Junior brother Duan. As though he sensed Duan Lingtian's confusion, Wu Feng said to him in a timely manner, "Actually at that time, we only swore a heart demon blood oath. It's what I told you earlier. We can only tell a person with a cultivation base below the intermediate god level about the discovery of the divine palace divine treasure. Moreover, we can only bring that person here." Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had heard Wu Feng mention this before. However, at that time, one of the 5 of us pointed out a loophole in the heart demon blood oath. He said that if we wanted to supplement the heart demon blood oath, we had to make the companion who entered the divine treasure with us swear a heart demon blood oath as well. He said that he would not tell anyone what he heard next. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the heart demon blood oath. However, as Wu Feng spoke, his thoughts suddenly became clear. Of course, he also knew that this was because he was not the person involved. Therefore, he did not think too deeply about it. Otherwise, he would also have discovered this loophole in the heart demon blood oath. For example, with the heart demon blood oath at the beginning, even if Wu Feng swore that he would only tell Duan Lingtian about the discovery of the divine treasure and not tell anyone else, Duan Lingtian would still be able to spread the news.
As long as it was not Wu Feng who spread the news, it would not be considered a violation of the Heart Demon Blood Oath. That person had pointed out the loophole in the Heart Demon Blood Oath and asked Wu Feng and the others to supplement the Heart Demon Blood Oath. Under such circumstances, when the appointed day arrived, there would be at most 10 people who knew about the location of the divine treasure and those who entered the divine treasure. The Heart Demon Blood Oath was a deterrent in all realms of gods. It was impossible for anyone to violate it. Wu Yishan. Du Yan glanced at Wu Feng before he looked at Duanling Tian, who was standing next to Wu Feng. Initially, before I met you and went out to greet you, I was wondering if we could work together in the Divine Emperor's divine treasure to obtain the greatest benefit. However, I've dismissed that thought now. This is because the companion you found to enter the divine treasure with is too weak. He's only a greater deity. After we enter the divine treasure, I advise you not to leave his side so easily. Otherwise, the other 6 people might find an opportunity to kill him. After all, one less person to fight for the treasures in the divine treasure is the dream of everyone who enters the divine treasure. A mocking smile appeared on Du Yan's face when he reached the end of his sentence. You want to work with me, but I might not be willing to. Wu Feng was not affected by Du Yan's words at all. He glanced at Du Yan indifferently. Du Yan, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Perhaps, I might have considered it in the past. But now, it's impossible for me to be willing. After all, your identity isn't simple. I don't want to ask a tiger for its skin. As Wu Feng spoke, he glanced at the God King grade flying ship beneath him. Du Yan was stunned when he saw Wu Feng's gaze. Then he laughed heartily. Wu Yishan, it seems like you really think my status in the Myriad Demon sect is high. Let me tell you the truth. I borrowed this God King grade flying ship from a senior brother of mine to play with for a while. That senior brother of mine is the proud son of heaven of the Myriad Demon sect. I'm sure you've heard of him. He's Xianxia, Du Yan said. Xianxia? As for Wu Feng, when he mentioned Du Yan's name, his pupils had already rapidly contracted. Duanling Tian revealed a surprised expression as well. This was because he had heard of this name in the Hidden Fog sect. He had heard several Hidden Fog sect inner sect disciples talking about the Myriad Demon sect's Xianxia. Xianxia was the son of the Myriad Demon sect's sovereign. He was also the proud son of heaven of the Myriad Demon sect. He was the #1 core disciple of the Myriad Demon sect. He wasn't even 10,000 years old, but he was already an upper god king. Looking at the current generation of the Myriad Demon sect, including the core elders, there were very few that could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It was said that several of the strongest god emperor level influences in Tunglang province had already thrown out olive branches to him. Xianxia was an even more outstanding character than the Hidden Fog sect's Shui Hai Chuan from 10,000 years ago. Within the Myriad Demon sect, he was recognized as a peerless genius that appeared once every 100,000 years. At the same time, Duanling Tian subconsciously glanced at Du Yan. If Du Yan was able to borrow a God King grade flying ship from Xianxia, then he must have a close relationship with Xianxia. Otherwise, why would he so easily lend out such a precious item? Even if that's the case, you aren't an ordinary disciple of the Myriad Demon sect. At this time, Wu Feng finally recovered from his shock. He looked at Du Yan with a dignified expression. To be able to make Xianxia lend you such a God King grade flying ship, it's enough to see that your relationship with Xianxia isn't shallow. You probably aren't a nobody in the Myriad Demon sect. If your surname is Du, if I'm not wrong, you should be the grandson of the Myriad Demon sect Supreme Elder, Du Zhan, Du Pujuan. As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Du Yan with even more vigilance. Chapter 3708. What else do you know? Du Yan asked with a smile as he looked at Wu Feng. He seemed unperturbed by Wu Feng's words. It was as if he had nothing to do with it. Wu Feng couldn't help but frown. Are you not Du Pujuan? You don't know what Du Pujuan's cultivation is now? Du Yan asked. Wu Feng fell silent again when he heard this. He knew that although Du Pujuan was weaker than Xianxia, he was about the same age as Xianxia. Moreover, he was also a high god king. His strength could be ranked in the top 10 among the core disciples of the 10,000 demon sect.
It was because of this that Wu Feng had heard of him. Even if I am Du Pejuan, how do you know that Xianxia is willing to lend something as precious as a God King grade flying ship to Du Pejuan? Du Yan asked again as he looked at Wu Feng with interest. When Wu Feng heard this, he looked at Du Yan and said bluntly, "When I was wandering outside, I once met a few disciples of the 10,000 Demon sect and heard them chatting. According to them, although the young sect leader of the 10,000 Demon sect, Xianxia, has always been cultivating beside the sect leader of the 10,000 Demon sect, but when he was young, it was the supreme elder of the 10,000 Demon sect, Du Zhan, who initiated him. It is because of this that he treats Du Zhan like a grandfather. Under such circumstances, he and Du Zhan's grandson, Du Pejuan, are like brothers. If you are Du Pejuan, it is normal for him to lend you the God King grade flying ship. However, after what you said, I am certain that you are not Du Pejuan. Du Pejuan is a high God King. You are only a low God King." Wu Feng shook his head as he spoke. "You can be considered well-informed to know all this," Du Yan said with a smile. "After all, you are not from the 10,000 Demon sect but the Hidden Fog sect."
"Fine, there is no harm in telling you. My real name is Du Chenjun. I am Du Pejuan's younger brother. Even my name is a combination of my brother's and brother Chenya's names. As for the God King grade flying ship, it was a gift from brother Chenya on my birthday a month ago." When Du Yan said brother Chenya, there was a smile on his face. However, there was a sincere reverence in the depths of his eyes. Yang Chenya was his goal and idol since he was young. "I see." Wu Feng was enlightened. "No wonder you have a God King grade flying ship. So it was given to you by Yang Chenya. It seems that Yang Chenya has a good relationship with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given you such a precious thing." "Of course, my relationship with brother Chenya isn't any worse than my brother's relationship with brother Chenya," Du Chenjun said proudly. "Your brother and Yang Chenya are very famous. As for you, I have never heard of you." Wu Feng shook his head and said. Du Chenjun didn't mind. "It's normal that you haven't heard of it. Forget about you. Even in the Thousand Devil sect, there are very few people who know of my existence. In the Thousand Devil sect, although I have the identity of an inner sect disciple, very few people know of my existence. All this time, I have been cultivating by my grandfather's side. The last time I went on a mission with you, I was the one who sneaked out. Speaking of which, I also snuck out this time. Also, because of the previous incident, my grandfather can speak and keep a close eye on me. If it wasn't for my quick wits, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come out this time, and you guys wouldn't have been able to enter the God Emperor's divine treasure," Du Chenjun said. Hearing Du Chenjun's words, Wu Feng was enlightened. As for Duanling Tian, he had more or less figured out the identity of this Thousand Devil sect disciple in front of him. He was actually the grandson of the Thousand Devil sect's highest elder. After hearing Du Chenjun's words, Wu Feng looked at him with more vigilance and dread. "You were the one who insisted on guessing my identity." Seeing Wu Feng dread him, Du Chenjun shrugged and said, "In truth, sometimes it's better if we don't know each other's identities. Just like you shouldn't be Wu Yishan. In this situation, even if I wanted to deal with you, I would have to deal with you myself. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to find you in the massive Hidden Fog sect. Moreover, without a proper reason, even if I have an extraordinary status in the Thousand Devil sect, the Hidden Fog sect wouldn't easily hand you over. After all, your Hidden Fog sect and my Thousand Devil sect have never been on good terms. We have always been enemies." As Du Chenjun spoke, he chuckled. If my old man were to know that I was in cahoots with a Hidden Fog sect disciple, he would definitely scold me. But the conflict between the Hidden Fog sect and my Thousand Devil sect began a long time ago. Moreover, I have never had a dispute with a Hidden Fog sect disciple before, so I don't feel anything about it. Now, in my eyes, you are nothing more than a collaborator. After all, I have no confidence that I can join forces with the people around me to capture you and seize the key to the divine treasure. As Du Chenjun spoke, it could be said that he spoke whatever came to his mind. It was clear that he was inexperienced in the ways of the world, otherwise he wouldn't be so frank and naive in front of outsiders. Of course, he was being frank and naive. If someone who had been in the ways of the world said these words, it would give off a different feeling. Open and honest? At least you know your place. Wu Feng faintly smiled. Then, seeing Du Qianjun not speak again, he also closed his mouth. Of course, although he closed his mouth, he still communicated with Duan Ling Tian with a sound transmission. Junior apprentice brother Duan, if they ask for your name later, just make up a name. Moreover, this Du Qianjun has an extraordinary status. After we enter the divine treasure trove, try not to take the initiative to start a dispute with him. Of course, if he provokes us first, we don't need to be polite to him. Although he has the Thousand Devil Sect's highest elder Du Zhan behind him, the Thousand Devil Sect and our Hidden Fog Sect are enemies. Even if we kill Du Zhan's grandson, it is impossible for the Hidden Fog Sect to hand us over. We only need to pay attention to not be targeted by the Thousand Devil Sect when we go out. Wu Feng said. Is the Thousand Devil Sect's highest elder Du Zhan's status in the Thousand Devil Sect very high? Duan Ling Tian curiously asked. Du Zhan's status in the Thousand Devil Sect is equal to any one of our Hidden Fog Sect's 4 highest elders. What do you think? Wu Feng asked in reply. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. When he looked at Du Qianjun again, there was a slight change in his eyes. Now, he finally understood why Wu Feng looked at Du Qianjun with such dread after learning of his true identity. It turned out that Du Qianjun was actually the grandson of one of the strongest highest elders in the Thousand Devil Sect. For the rest of the journey, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng took turns to cultivate. When Duan Ling Tian cultivated, Wu Feng protected him. And when Wu Feng cultivated, Duan Ling Tian protected him. Several times when Duan Ling Tian protected Wu Feng, he could feel Du Qianjun's restless gaze sweep over, as if he wanted to take advantage of the time Wu Feng was cultivating to attack them. But in the end, Du Qianjun didn't attack and both sides were at peace. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over half a month passed. As for the God King level flying ship, under Du Qianjun's control, they arrived at their destination. In the skies above a mountain range. We're here. As soon as Du Qianjun spoke, Duan Ling Tian, who was cultivating, heard Wu Feng's voice transmission. He immediately woke up and sighed in his heart. Just a little more. During this period of time, although Duan Ling Tian had been cultivating intermittently, he had never stopped trying to break through to the God King level. He thought that if he could break through to the God King level before the divine treasure opened, it would definitely be smoother when they entered the divine treasure. However, even when they arrived at their destination, he still couldn't break through. The final bottleneck was like a heavenly moat that was difficult to cross. Whoosh! After Du Qianjun greeted Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng, he waved his hand and kept the God King level flying ship. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, "It's better not to let those fellows see my God King level flying ship. Otherwise, they'll join forces to attack me after we enter the divine treasure. Even if you don't show them the God King level flying ship, I'm afraid they'll join forces to attack us." Wu Feng said indifferently. "At least I have you to share their attention," Du Qianjun said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun. However, the middle-aged man did not say a word. His eyes were unfocused as he followed behind Du Qianjun like a walking corpse. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen Du Qianjun staring at Wu Feng a few times while Wu Feng was cultivating, he might have really thought that Du Qianjun was just a soulless puppet. "Du Qianjun, how should I address the person behind you?" When Duan Ling Tian was looking at the middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun, Wu Feng also looked at him and asked curiously. Du Qianjun smiled faintly when he heard Wu Feng's question. "This is a senior brother of mine. He's also the direct disciple of one of my grandfather's disciples. He can be considered as my grandfather's grand disciple. However, this senior brother of mine is a little dull and doesn't like to talk much. Therefore, I won't introduce him to you. After all, even if you see him and greet him in the future, he won't respond to you." Wu Feng frowned. However, he did not continue to dwell on this topic. "Let's go over. Even if not all of them are here, there should be at least one or two of them." Under Wu Feng and Du Qianjun's lead, Duan Ling Tian and the middle-aged man followed closely behind them. They traversed a huge stretch of lofty mountains and precipitous ridges before they descended from the sky and flashed towards the bottom of a gorge. As soon as they entered the canyon, Duan Ling Tian saw 4 figures standing at the bottom of the canyon. For silhouettes stood in 2 pairs. "It seems like not everyone is here yet."
When the four of them noticed Duan Ling Tian's group of four and raised their heads to look at them, Du Qianjun said with a smile. The four people standing at the bottom of the canyon were two middle-aged men, a young man, and an old man.
Only the two of you are left.
One of the middle-aged men glanced at Du Qianjun and Wu Feng before he said, Sima Han and the person he brought with him have already entered the Void Gate and are waiting for us outside the Divine Dwellings.
Chapter 3709.
Sima Han, he is the fellow I mentioned to Du Qianjun before. He is also the dog-like fellow that Du Qianjun spoke of.
Wu Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and said with a sound transmission. Duan Ling Tian was enlightened.
At the same time, he remembered the name, Sima Han. Although he hadn't met him, according to what Wu Feng and Du Qianjun said, Sima Han was an extremely intelligent lower god king. He might not be stronger than Wu Feng and Du Qianjun, but Wu Feng and Du Qianjun feared his intelligence. If they feared him, it meant that they were subconsciously ashamed of their inferiority. This is Wu Yishan, a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. This is Du Yan, a disciple of the 10,000 Demons sect. When Duan Ling Tian and the other three descended from the sky and arrived near the four people in the canyon, one of the middle-aged men and the young man introduced Wu Feng and Du Qianjun to the people next to them. Of those present, only Duan Ling Tian knew Wu Feng's true identity. As for Du Qianjun's true identity, only the middle-aged man behind him, Duan Ling Tian, and Wu Feng knew. Of course, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng wouldn't be so bored as to openly reveal Du Qianjun's identity at this time. Moreover, even if they wanted to reveal it, they would wait until they entered the Divine Trove and see if they needed Du Qianjun to attract attention for them.
This is Lu Dongming.
This is Yu Ling at this time. Wu Feng also looked at the middle-aged man and the young man and introduced them to Duan Ling Tian. At the same time he said to Duan Ling Tian with a sound transmission, the two of them are most likely using fake names. In addition, although they say they are rogue cultivators, that might not be the case. However, the strength that the two of them displayed earlier is slightly inferior to mine or Du Qianjun's. What Wu Feng told Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission was his own thoughts and guesses. His purpose was to let Duan Ling Tian be careful and not underestimate them. After all, anything could happen in the Divine Treasure. If the Divine Treasure was truly left behind by a God Emperor expert, after entering the Divine Treasure, not only would they have to deal with the possible tests left behind by the God Emperor expert, they would also have to deal with the threats from others. After all, everyone wanted good things. It's fine if you hide the good stuff in time, but if you don't hide it well, you'll become the target of everyone's attacks. Whether it was Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, the middle-aged man Lu Dongming, or the young man Yu Ling, none of them introduced the people around them. It was as though the names of the people around them were not worth mentioning. In fact, they all knew that even if they mentioned it, it would be a waste of time because they were basically using aliases. Beside Lu Dongming was another middle-aged man who seemed to be around his age. Beside Yu Ling was an old man. He was following behind Yu Ling respectfully like a servant. Since everyone is here, let's go in. Du Qianjun smiled and then took the lead to walk into the fog at the bottom of the canyon. He easily passed through it. Clearly, the existence of this fog was only the effect of an illusory formation. After Du Qianjun took the lead and entered the fog, the middle-aged man with unfocused eyes naturally followed closely behind him. After that, Wu Feng did not hurry to bring Duan Ling Tian with him. Instead, he looked at Lu Dongming and Yu Ling and said, "Both of you, bring your companions and follow. My friend and I will bring up the rear." The group of 8 people was divided into 4 groups. Since Wu Feng and Du Qianjun's group was backed by a Divine Emperor sect, they were still on the same side in the eyes of the other 2 groups even if they did not come to an agreement in private. Due to this reason, Lu Dongming and Yu Ling exchanged glances when they heard Wu Feng's words. Then, they followed Du Qianjun's footsteps and passed through the fog. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng followed closely behind. After passing through the fog, Duan Ling Tian felt his eyes brighten up. A huge pit appeared before his eyes. In the huge pit, there was a cave entrance that emitted a faint light. It was obvious there was light inside, but it was slightly dimmer. At this moment, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man behind him had already arrived at the cave entrance. This time, Du Qianjun did not say anything. He directly led the people behind him into the cave. As for Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, they didn't need Wu Feng's reminder to follow them. Lu Dongming and Yu Ling followed Du Qianjun's footsteps from the front. Only their companions tacitly kept their backs to them and walked backwards. They were almost sticking to Lu Dongming and Yu Ling's backs. Their eyes were filled with fear and vigilance as they fell on Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, who were at the back of the group. It was as if they were afraid that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng would attack them. They are really careful. Duan Lingtian shook his head, but he did not find it funny. This was because he knew very well that there was nothing wrong with the people in front of him doing this. The key to open the divine dwellings and divine treasures had been sealed by the expert who left the divine dwellings and divine treasures. It could not be stored in a spatial ring and could only be carried around. Once the owner was killed, the key would be taken away. At this point, if they were not careful, not only would they lose the key, but they would also lose their lives. Just like now. If Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng cooperated with Du Qianjun and Wu Feng, they could kill the 4 people and seize the 2 keys. After that, they could go in and kill the 2 people inside. The 4 of them would then take the 3 keys. Then, the divine dwellings and divine treasures would be enjoyed by the 4 of them alone. People's hearts were sinister, so it was normal to be careful. Is that the void door that leads to the independent dimension where the divine dwellings and divine treasures are located? Not long after entering the cave, Duan Lingtian saw the source of the faint light. It was a door that was floating in the void in the deepest part of the cave. It was flickering with a faint gray light. This door was neither big nor small. When opened, it could accommodate 3 people side by side. However, it was suspended in the void. In addition, there were countless patterns and lines engraved on the door. It seemed to be covered by a layer of mysterious veil, making it difficult to see through. Wu Yishan, bring your friend over. At this moment, Du Qianjun, who had stopped in front of the void door, turned around and looked at Wu Feng. I don't want you and your friend to be surrounded and killed by the 4 of them after the 2 of us go in. At that time, I'm afraid the 2 of us will be surrounded and killed by Sima Han and his friend as well as the 4 of them. We don't have the confidence to deal with the 6 of us. Du Qianjun smiled as he voiced his concerns. Junior brother Duan. At Wu Feng's beckoning, Duan Lingtian followed Wu Feng and went around the 4 people in front of them before they arrived next to Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man next to him. They stood opposite Lu Dongming and Yu Ling. Do you want to go in first, or should we? Wu Feng asked bluntly as he looked at the 4 people in front of him. We'll go in first. Lu Dongming said in a deep voice. If we let the 4 of you go in, we're worried you'll attack Sima Han and his friend before we go in. If the 4 of you join forces, Sima Han and his friend won't be able to hold on for long. That's right. Let's go in first. Yu Ling chimed in at the right time. I have no objections. Wu Feng shrugged and looked at Du Qianjun at the same time. Du Qianjun also spread his hands and said he had no objections. Just like that, under the watchful eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and the people they brought with them entered the void gate together. In just a blink of an eye, their figures were submerged in the void gate. They're really careful. Du Qianjun smiled faintly before he looked at Wu Feng and said, Wu Yishan, let's go in as well. All right. Wu Feng nodded before he led Duan Lingtian and Du Qianjun into the Void Gate. The Void Gate. There were 2 different realms inside and outside the Void Gate. The Void Gate was connected to the realms of gods, the Xiangang land, and the independent realm created by the person who left behind the divine treasure. If the Void Gate was destroyed, those who entered would be trapped inside as well. Naturally, the Void Gate was not that easy to destroy. If one wanted to destroy it, one would have to be stronger than the person who left the Void Gate behind. Moreover, even if one was trapped inside, it was not impossible to escape. Take the independent realm where the divine treasure was located as an example. Although it was an independent realm, it relied on the stability of the realm of gods, the Xiangang land. If the Void Gate between the 2 realms was destroyed, many spatial rifts would appear in the independent realm. Any of those spatial rifts would allow one to travel through space and return to the realm of gods, the Xiangang land. Naturally, at that time it would be equivalent to a transporting formation. Nobody would know where they would be sent to in the Xiangang land. The realms of gods are different from the Devata realms. There are many transporting formations in the Devata realms. Anyone who is skilled in formations can set up a transporting formation. In the realms of gods, apart from the supreme powerhouse who controls the realm of gods, no one can set up a transporting formation. This is because the realms of gods are the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. Apart from the supreme powerhouse, no one else can control or interfere with the space in the little worlds in the bodies of supreme powerhouses. Even if one wants to go to a realm of gods from a Devata realm, there's no direct transporting formation. One has to travel through a spatial rift to enter a realm of gods. Duan Ling Tian had heard about this from the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, before he came to the mystic Handle Land in the realms of gods. As for the transporting formations in the realm battlefield, they were set up by the supreme powerhouses. For example, the transporting formation Duan Ling Tian used to travel from the realm battlefield to the realm of gods was set up by the supreme powerhouse in the realm of gods. No one else was capable of setting it up. Only the supreme powerhouses had the ability to set up transporting formations that led to or from a realm of gods. The void gate we passed through earlier is actually a spatial rift that leads from the realm of gods to the independent realm where the divine treasure is located, Wu Feng explained. Theoretically speaking, a divine emperor should be able to set up a spatial rift like that. Wu Feng's voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears, and he explained to Duan Ling Tian. Chapter 37:10. After passing through the void door, what appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian was a vast world. From top to bottom, from left to right, it was as though he could not see the end of it. At the same time, after entering, Duan Ling Tian turned around and saw the void door that he had passed through. It was exactly the same as the void door that he had seen at the other end. There was no difference at all. At the same time, above the vast land not far away, he saw a huge palace that was suspended in mid-air. It was like a giant beast that was crawling in the void. The palace was facing him. A huge door was tightly shut, occupying nearly 1/3 of the palace's surface area. Everywhere in the palace, the workmanship of the construction was uncanny. Many details had clearly been meticulously carved, especially the materials above. From small beads to large palace doors, there were complex patterns and patterns all over them. The vicissitudes of life and the ancient aura greeted them as though it was telling them that the palace had existed for a long time. At this moment, in front of the palace, there were 6 people standing in the air. The 6 of them were standing in 3 groups. Duan Ling Tian had seen 2 of the groups before. They were Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions. In addition to the 4 of them, there were 2 other people. One was a young man in white who was so handsome that he looked like a woman. He was thin as though a gust of wind could blow him away. He stood there with a folding fan in his hand. He looked like a lively scholar, giving off a scholarly feeling. Beside him stood a young man in red with a long saber in a scabbard at his waist. The young man in red had a handsome appearance. He was tall and strong. Between his eyebrows, there was a strong sense of masculinity. When the 2 of them stood together, they were like 2 extremes. That young man in white is Sima Han. When Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 unfamiliar faces, Wu Feng's voice had already entered his ears in a timely manner. In fact, before Wu Feng spoke, he had already guessed that the young man in white was Sima Han. This was because he had heard Du Chenjun mention Sima Han before and called him a dog-like guy. Among the 2 people in front of him, it was obvious that only the young man in white fit this description. Although the red-clothed young man wasn't ugly, he could only be considered as ordinary because he didn't meet Du Chenjuan's standards. The 2 of you, long time no see. You look as good as ever. Sima Han stepped into the air and nodded at Wu Feng and Du Chenjun with a smile. Then, he nodded at Duan Ling Tian and the middle-aged man behind Du Chenjun. The smile on his face was so natural that it made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Sima Han stood there. He was so handsome that he looked like a girl. He gave people a feeling that he was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind. But now when he stood out, he gave others the feeling that he was as still as a pine tree, towering and tall. It was as if there was no flaw in his entire body. If they wanted to attack him, they would not be able to do so at this moment. This strange feeling was fleeting, but it was still captured by Duan Ling Tian. I'm afraid this Sima Han is not that simple. Although Duan Lingtian had heard about Sima Han from Wu Feng and Du Chenjun, he knew about him. However, now that he saw Sima Han with his own eyes and felt the energy, and spirit on Sima Han, as well as the unconcealable confidence in the depths of his eyes, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel wary. Even if Lu Dongming and Yu Ling were to join forces, it was not enough to make him feel wary. This Sima Han gave him the feeling that he was a smiling tiger. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had noticed something else a moment ago. When Sima Han stood out, the red-clothed young man behind him instinctively looked at Sima Han's back. A hint of reverence flashed in his eyes. Although it was fleeting, Duan Lingtian could still see it clearly. It was a sincere reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. If this kind of gaze appeared in the eyes of a friend, it meant that this friend not only recognized your character, but also your strength. Previously, Duan Lingtian had heard from Wu Feng and Du Chenjun that it was difficult for Sima Han to be a match for any one of them with his own strength. He could only rely on Lu Dongming and Yu Ling to barely contend with the two of them. This Sima Han is either hiding his strength, or he is a dangerous person whose intelligence is close to that of a demon. Duan Lingtian became wary of Sima Han. At this moment, he felt that Sima Han was even more dangerous than Du Chenjun, the grandson of one of the few strongest supreme elders in the Thousand Demon sect, Du Zhan, who owned a God King grade spaceship. After experiencing 2 lives, Duan Lingtian had always believed in his intuition. In both his previous and current life, no one who could make him feel such a sense of danger was a simple character. Sima Han stopped talking nonsense. Du Chenjun did not seem to like Sima Han. At this moment, he was no longer as calm as before, and his emotions became somewhat restless and impatient. Since everyone is here, let's open the divine treasure trove and enter directly. After entering, it's up to fate. Du Chenjun went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth. However, almost the moment Du Chenjun's voice sounded, a sigh sounded in his ears. What kind of calm person is Martial Uncle Du Zhan? How did he teach such a rash grandson like you? Du Chenjun, if you don't change your temper, you will suffer a great loss sooner or later. This sound transmission caused Du Chenjun's pupils to shrink rapidly, and his expression changed instantly. When he looked at Sima Han again, his gaze was filled with shock and disbelief. At the same time he asked, "How do you know my identity? Did Wu Yishan tell you? Or the person beside Wu Yishan?" As his voice sounded, Du Chenjun could not help but turn his head to look at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. His eyes flashed with vigilance, and there was some anger on his face. Du Chenjun's sudden gaze also caused Wu Feng to be puzzled. He could not help but frown and ask, "What's wrong?" As for Duan Lingtian, his eyes narrowed as he thought of Du Chenjun's series of reactions earlier. He seemed to be deep in thought. What exactly did Sima Han say to Du Chenjun? To actually make him lose his composure like this? When Du Chenjun opened his mouth to speak to Sima Han, Duan Lingtian's gaze did not leave Du Chenjun. It was also because of this that the changes in Du Chenjun's expression were all seen by him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw the anger on Du Chenjun's face instantly disappear, and the vigilance in his eyes also disappeared. After which, he subconsciously turned his head to look at Sima Han again, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Then, his face could not help but twitch slightly. A moment later, he regained his composure. He looked at Sima Han and frowned as he said, "Sima Han, do you not understand human language?" "I don't have any objections. Just look at them." Sima Han smiled and then glanced at Lu Dongping and Yu Ling not far away. The latter quickly expressed his position. "Sima Han, we will listen to your arrangements." "That's right." From their words, it was clear that they followed Sima Han's lead. Of course, it was not because they were familiar with Sima Han. In fact, once they entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury, if they had a conflict of interest with Sima Han, they would not hesitate to attack him. And now, there was a Thousand Demon sect disciple and a Hidden Fog sect disciple here. They all felt that they should join forces with Sima Han. This was the only way to ensure their interests. "What about you two?" At this time, Du Chenjun looked at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng and asked. "Let's open it directly," Wu Feng said. Didn't he bring Duan Lingtian here for the divine dwelling and divine treasury? At this time, he did not want to waste any more time outside. Since that's the case, the 5 of us who have the key will go forward to open the door, and the other 5 will stand guard. How about it? This way we can ensure that no one will sneak attack us from behind. Sima Han suggested. Wu Feng, Du Qianjun, and the others naturally had no objections to his words. For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others who had entered the divine dwelling and divine treasury with Wu Feng and the others retreated. They watched helplessly as Wu Feng and the others approached the divine dwelling's door. Then, each of them took out a giant bronze key. Then, they inserted it into the 5 keyholes above the divine dwelling's door. These 5 keyholes emitted 5 different lights: gold, green, blue, red, yellow. They corresponded to the colors of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As they retreated, Duan Lingtian's eyes swept back and forth between Sima Han and Du Qianjuan's backs. The scene he saw just now left him feeling strange. He even had an illusion. Sima Han and Du Qianjun knew each other. Du Qianjun looked at me and senior brother Wu Feng with an angry and vigilant expression. It's obvious that he thinks we've done something unfavorable to him. But what can we possibly do to him? Duan Lingtian thought for a moment before he asked Wu Feng through voice transmission, "Senior brother Wu Feng, did you tell the others present about Du Qianjuan's true identity?" Wu Feng, who had just inserted the key into the divine dwelling's door, was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. Then he turned to look at Duan Lingtian and replied through voice transmission, "No. Why are you suddenly asking this?" Wu Feng asked curiously. However, this time, Duan Lingtian did not reply to Wu Feng. This was because he began to think about other things after he received Wu Feng's reply. Sima Han might have already found out about Du Qianjuan's identity and exposed him through voice transmission. Otherwise, Du Qianjun wouldn't have acted that way. Later on, Du Qianjun stopped glaring at us. Sima Han must have told him, and we didn't expose his identity. Then, the 2 of them pretended not to know each other. When he thought of this, he thought of how Du Qianjun seemed to have lost his composure when he looked at Sima Han again. At the same time, he seemed to be a little agitated. From this, it was not difficult to see that Sima Han's identity was not ordinary. Otherwise, how could Du Qianjun, the grandson of the Thousand Demon Sect's supreme elder, Du Zhan, act like that? "Retreat!" Sima Han's shout rang out. When Wu Feng and the others retreated, a series of earth-shattering booms rang out, interrupting Duan Lingtian's train of thought. Chapter 37:11. Boom. Rumble. While Wu Feng, Sima Han, and the others were retreating, the door of the divine dwelling slowly opened under their watchful eyes. Then, a huge black whirlpool appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the others. It completely blocked the view inside the divine dwellings, making it impossible for them to see what was behind it. It gave off a mysterious feeling. Everyone, including Duan Lingtian, was not surprised by this. The divine dwellings and divine treasures were naturally different from ordinary mansions. When the door was opened, one would be able to see the inside of the mansion. This divine dwellings looked like a huge mansion, but in reality, it might not be the interior of the mansion. It might be a separate space or realm. However, when the door opened and the black whirlpool appeared, Wu Feng, Sima Han, Du Qianjun, and the others retreated to Duan Lingtian's side. Wu Feng returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Sima Han and the others also returned to their companions' sides. "Junior brother Duan, why did you suddenly ask me that earlier?" Wu Feng asked curiously through voice transmission after returning to Duan Lingtian's side. Since Duan Lingtian had asked through voice transmission earlier, it meant that he did not want others to overhear him. Therefore, Wu Feng asked through voice transmission. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I suspect that Sima Han's identity is not simple. He might even know Du Qianjuan's identity. Moreover, Du Qianjun should know about his identity as well and is respectful toward him." Duan Lingtian shared his guess through voice transmission. What? Duan Lingtian's words naturally shocked Wu Feng. Was Sima Han not a rogue cultivator? Not only did he know Du Qianjuan's true identity, But Du Qianjun was also very respectful toward him after his identity was exposed?
What did this mean? Who was Du Qianjun?
He was the grandson of Du Zhan, one of the strongest grand elders in the 10,000 Demon sect. His position in the 10,000 Demon sect was so high that he could even look down on ordinary core disciples. In the 1,000 Devil sect, the only people of the same generation that he respected were probably his own brother, Du Pujuan, and the 1,000 Devil sect's young sect master, Xianxia. Even if there were others, they would definitely be at least on the same level as Du Pujuan. However, this was also because those people were from the 10,000 Demon sect. If it was someone not from the 10,000 Demon sect, unless their background could subdue him, it would be difficult for them to gain Du Qianjuan's respect even if they were stronger than him. At the same time, I suspect that he might be hiding his strength.
Duan Lingtian voiced his conjecture again. And this was truly his own guess.
Everyone.
Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian transmitted his voice to Wu Feng again, Sima Han spoke before Wu Feng could respond.
Now, the door to the divine mansion has opened. Next, me, my companions, Du Yan and his companions will protect us. The other 6 people will go in first.
Do you have any objections? As Sima Han spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian, Wu Feng, and the others.
I have no objections.
I have no objections either.
When Lu Dongming and Yu Ling heard Sima Han say that they and their companions could go in first, they were too happy to have any objections. One had to know that this was the divine mansion and divine treasure that was suspected to have been left behind by the divine emperor. Those who went in first would have a better chance of obtaining more and better treasures. They might even obtain the inheritance left behind by the suspected divine emperor. If it was before Duan Lingtian's reminder, Wu Feng would have the same idea as Lu Dongming and Yu Ling. But now, after hearing Sima Han's words, he did not say anything. Instead, he subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian. In my opinion, the 2 of you should stay behind with the 2 of you to guard the door. Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Han and said indifferently, I don't want to be killed by the 4 of them after we go in. After all, nobody knows if we'll appear in the same place after we go in or if we'll be scattered all over the place. Besides, aren't you, Sima Han, afraid that the 2 of them will kill you if you leave them outside? I won't be much of a threat to you if you leave me behind. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine energy of a higher deity appeared on Duan Lingtian's body. As his divine energy swept across the area, his aura spread out and completely exposed his cultivation base to everyone present. A higher deity. Upon sensing Duan Lingtian's divine energy, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions' eyes narrowed simultaneously. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, their eyes were filled with contempt and mockery.
Wu Yishan, you actually only brought a higher deity with you?
Lu Dongming looked at Wu Feng and said with a smile, Don't you even have a lower god king friend? There are many lower god kings among the hidden fog sect's inner sect disciples, but you didn't bring any?
It seems that your social relations aren't that good.
Lu Dongming, who knew that Wu Feng was a hidden fog sect disciple, couldn't help but mock him. Although Yu Ling didn't say anything, his eyes were filled with mockery as he looked at Wu Feng.
Sima Han frowned slightly.
Whether it was him or his companions, from beginning to end, they clearly weren't surprised that Duan Lingtian was only a higher deity. It was as if they already knew about this.
Humph. At this time, Du Qianjun coldly snorted. Brat, what nonsense are you spouting?
Am I, Du Qianjun, that kind of person? If Sima Han and the others are worried that I'll kill them, I can make a heart demon blood oath that I won't kill them outside the divine dwellings and divine treasures. Not only me, but the people around me can also make the same heart demon blood oath. As soon as Du Qianjun spoke, Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, who were originally frowning, heaved a sigh of relief. This was because they were also worried that Du Qianjun would kill Sima Han and the people around him after the 6 of them went in. If they all went in together, without Sima Han and Yu Ling, the 4 of them would be very passive against Du Qianjun's group.
I don't think that's necessary.
Duan Lingtian glanced at Du Qianjun indifferently and said, Even if I have to make a heart demon blood oath, I'd rather see Sima Han. As far as I know, this Sima Han made my senior brother Wu make an additional heart demon blood oath last time. As he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian looked at Sima Han, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile.
You. At this time, Du Qianjun did not know what to say.
After all, Duan Lingtian's request did not have any loopholes. Anyone who heard it would feel that it made sense. If he had not reached an agreement with Sima Han in private, he would definitely agree with Duan Lingtian's words. Therefore, he did not know how to deal with Duan Lingtian at this moment. If he was too unreasonable, it would instead arouse suspicion. I made Wu Yishan and Du Yan make an additional heart demon blood oath for the sake of the three of us. However, if you insist on doing so, I have no objections. I believe that Du Yan should have no objections as well. Sima Han looked at Du Qianjun as he spoke. Du Qianjun immediately nodded. Of course I have no objections. However, at this moment, a hint of unwillingness flashed in the depths of his eyes. Just when Duan Lingtian felt that he had broken some kind of conspiracy between Du Qianjun and Sima Han spoke again. How about this? Since you and Wu Yishan are not in a hurry to go in, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and I will go in first. The 6 of us will go in first, and then the rest of you will follow. Du Yan, are you satisfied with this arrangement? Sima Han asked as he looked at Du Qianjun as he spoke. Du Qianjun's eyes flickered when he heard this. Then he shrugged and said, Of course I have no objections. I have an objection. Duan Lingtian spoke again. This time, it was not only Sima Han. Even Du Qianjun and the others could not help but frown. I say, boy, what do you mean? Lu Dongming frowned and said in a deep voice, Just now, you said that you don't want to go in first. Now that I'm asking you to go in later, you're not satisfied? Even Yu Ling's gaze when he looked at Duan Lingtian now was slightly different. Duan Lingtian said matter-of-factly, If we appear in the same place after we go in, we won't be able to react at all if you launch a sneak attack on us. At that time, won't we be in trouble? In my opinion, Du Yan, Du Qianjun, and the 6 of you should each choose a group to go in. My senior brother Wu and I will go in first for our group. Send a group of people to go in with us as well. After that, the remaining 3 groups will go in together. Duan Lingtian said. Of course, our group will definitely go in first. After all, my senior brother Wu and I are definitely not as strong as Du Yan and the people around him. Moreover, if Du Yan and the people around him stay behind, even if 4 of you stay behind, I think they'll still be able to deal with it. When Duan Lingtian spoke up to this point, he gave Du Qianjun and the people around him a high hat in a timely manner. Let's leave it at that. Du Qianjun said somewhat impatiently, How annoying. That's right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something and changed his mind. I think the spatial tunnel behind the Divine Mansion's entrance can accommodate all 10 of us. Why don't we all go in together? Humph. This time, the red-clad young man next to Sima Han snorted coldly and said, It's too chaotic if all 10 of us go in together. What if some of us wait for the others to go in and join forces with the others to attack one of us? Take you as an example. If Wu Yishan goes in first and you're 1 step behind, the others can make a move and kill you before you go in. Therefore, it's better for us to go in separately. As soon as the red-clad young man finished speaking, Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and the others nodded in unison. It was obvious they agreed with his words. Let's leave it at that. At this moment, Sima Han looked at Duan Lingtian and said, You Wu Yishan, and 2 other people will go in first. While speaking, Sima Han looked at Lu Dongming and Yu Ling. You 2, take a look. Do you want one of you and your companions to go in first, or do you want the 2 of you to go in first and your companions to go in later? Chapter 37:12. It's impossible for us to leave our companions outside. Lu Dongming and Yu Ling exchanged glances before they glanced at Duan Lingtian in disgust. It was this purple-clad young man who had caused so much trouble. They had to make a choice between the 2 of them. However, the 2 of them quickly reached a consensus. Let the heavens decide. Then, in front of Duan Lingtian and the others, Lu Dongming took out a jade slip and tossed it to Sima Han. Sima Han, throw this jade slip. If it's the front side, my companions and I will go in first. If it's the back side, Yu Ling and his companions will go in first. Yu Ling, is this okay? Lu Dongming looked at Yu Ling when Sima Han took the jade slip. The latter nodded.
Let's do it. Sima Han took the jade slip and threw it out without hesitation. A moment later, his hand shot out like lightning and caught the jade slip in his hand. Then, under the watchful eyes of Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, he opened his hand. The jade slip appeared. It was the backside. Lu Dongming, I'm sorry. Yu Ling smiled. Although Lu Dongming was somewhat unwilling, he did not say anything. He was the one who suggested this idea. Now that things had turned out this way, he could only accept it. After throwing Lu Dongming's jade slip back to him, Sima Han looked at Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. Wu Yishan, you and your companions, Yu Ling and his companions will go in first. The 6 of us will go in later. Sima Han said. This time, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. He stepped into the air with Wu Feng and flew into the entrance of the divine dwellings. At the same time, Yu Ling and his companions entered as well. After entering, Duan Lingtian only felt the sky and earth spinning, and he felt dizzy. However, this feeling did not last for long. After a while, Duan Lingtian felt something solid under his feet. It was as though he had landed on something hard. When he came back to his senses, he looked around and found that he had appeared in a cavern. The cavern was spacious and vast, and at the same time, there was nothing inside. There were only 2 caves that led to an unknown place. This primitive cave abode was simply 2 extremes compared to the magnificent spiritual abode from before. The primitive cave abode was like a dwelling for savages. The dazzling divine dwellings were like the residence of an emperor. It was a world of difference. Junior brother Duan. Duan Lingtian also noticed that Yu Ling and his companions were there. At the same time, it wasn't difficult for him to sense the murderous gazes of Yu Ling and his companions. However, when Yu Ling took a final glance at Wu Feng, the killing intent in his eyes dimmed a little. It seems like if senior brother Wu's strength did not deter Yu Ling, they would not have been able to restrain themselves from attacking. Duan Lingtian smiled and transmitted his voice to Wu Feng. Wu Feng could not help but laugh when he heard that. That's because they don't know junior brother Duan's strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to have any thoughts of attacking you. Junior brother Duan, why were you so calculative with them earlier? Wu Feng asked curiously. Let's talk as we walk. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Wu Feng before he took the lead and walked into one of the caves that led to an unknown destination. When Wu Feng saw this, he naturally followed closely behind. Young master, should we follow them as well? The old man next to Yu Ling looked at him and asked. Yu Ling shook his head. Although we're all lesser god kings and Wu Yishan's companions are only greater god spirits, Wu Yishan is extremely powerful. Even if we join forces and have a chance of seriously injuring him, we'll have to pay a hefty price. It's not worth it. Let's wait for Sima Han and Lu Dongming to come in before we leave together. It's too dangerous for the 2 of us to enter this divine abode and divine treasure. We'll just follow behind them and reap the benefits. Yu Ling said. The old man could not help but smile bitterly when he heard that. I'm afraid they're not stupid. Then let's see who's more impatient. Yu Ling smiled faintly as though he was very confident in himself. However, after waiting for a while, Lu Dongming and Sima Han had yet to come in. Yu Ling could not help but frown. Why aren't they in yet? Normally speaking, they should have come in after we came in. Even if someone was ambushed by the Thousand Devil Sect's disciple, Du Yan, and his companions, it's impossible for the 4 of them to not come in. Yu Ling said in puzzlement. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng walked in the cave while keeping an eye out for their surroundings. At the same time, Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Wu Feng. Senior brother Wu Feng, if I'm not mistaken, Lu Dongming and his companions won't be able to come in. Wu Feng agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. If Sima Han and Du Qianjun really know each other, they'll definitely kill Lu Dongming and his companions to reduce the competition. In the beginning, they actually wanted the 3 of us to come in first while they stayed outside. If I'm not mistaken, they want to kill those who are too slow after some of us have entered to reduce the competition. Wu Feng said. That's what I think as well. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's why I kept pestering them. It seemed like I was pestering them endlessly, but in fact, I didn't want to have any conflict with them. I didn't want to make a move before I came in. This way, they'll still treat me as an ordinary divine spirit.
When we meet in the divine treasury in the divine dwelling, my true strength will be our greatest trump card at the critical moment. Wu Feng's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No wonder I was wondering why you kept pestering them outside. It turns out that you had such considerations. I'm the one who's stupid. I didn't think of the main point. Wu Feng smiled awkwardly. Earlier, even he felt that Duan Lingtian's actions were a little too wishy-washy and unnecessary. However, he was the one who brought Duan Lingtian here. Even if he had a problem with it, he could not say anything. However, after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation, Wu Feng felt completely at ease. Outside the divine dwelling and divine treasury. When Lu Dongming saw that Duan Lingtian and the other three had disappeared into the spatial passage behind the divine dwelling's main entrance, he looked at Sima Han impatiently and urged, "We should go in as well." "There's no hurry." Sima Han smiled faintly. "Lu Dongming, don't you think it's better for 4 of us to go in instead of 6 of us? If only 4 of us go in, it means we'll have 2 fewer competitors." Lu Dongming was stunned when he heard Sima Han's words. Then, he glanced at Du Qianjun who was not far away. "You mean?" Just as Lu Dongming was about to finish his sentence, Du Qianjun and the people around him had already made their move. "Sima Han, you want to kill us to reduce the number of competitors? You deserve to die." Du Qianjun shouted as he flew in Sima Han and Lu Dongming's direction. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The middle-aged man behind Du Qianjun followed closely behind. Divine power surged from his body as he released the strength of a lower divine king. Looking at the middle-aged man's profound law, his comprehension of the profound law was not inferior to Du Qianjun's. After realizing this, Lu Dongming cut off his unfinished words and unleashed his god power. "Du Yan, you want to fight the 4 of us with 2 people? Dream on!" Lu Dongming shouted as he rushed out. He knew that if he waited until the other party was close enough to attack, he would be in a complete standstill. The other party was stronger than him to begin with. If the other party took the initiative, even if he had the advantage in numbers, he would still be under great pressure. At the moment when Lu Dongming moved, the people beside him also moved. They completely exposed their backs to Sima Han and his companions. From the beginning, they only treated Du Qianjun and his companions as opponents. In their opinion, Sima Han and his companions were on the same side as them. They would deal with the 1,000 demon sect's disciples, Du Yan and his companions. "Lu Dongming, we're here to help you." Just as Lu Dongming and his companions were about to make their move, Sima Han let out a light shout and dashed out with the red-clothed youth beside him. When Lu Dongming and his companions heard the voice behind them, their divine power surged as if they had been injected with chicken blood. It was as if the 2 people behind them gave them the greatest confidence. Buzz! The divine saber in Lu Dongming's hand flashed and golden light raged on it. He was proficient in the metal law and merged it with his divine power. It was released through the low-grade divine weapon and its power was overwhelming. The companion beside him also took out his own divine weapon. It was a 7-foot-long spear. The spear was like a dragon as it was surrounded by the law of water. It was like a water dragon breaking through the sky. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Du Qianjun sneered as a 3-foot-long green sword appeared in his hand. He pulled out a green sword ray and attacked like a ghost. The middle-aged man beside him, whose eyes were originally unfocused, also took out a divine tool. It was actually a pair of meteor hammers. He threw them out, and they were like 2 resplendent meteors streaking across the sky. Bang! Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lu Dongming and his companions, who took the lead, had already exchanged blows with Du Qianjun and his companions. Their divine powers that were fused with the profound laws intertwined with each other. Puff! Wah! In the first exchange, Lu Dongming and his companions staggered and spat out blood. Their opponent's cultivation was similar to theirs, but their comprehension of the profound laws was stronger than theirs. In addition, the divine weapons in their hands seemed to be medium-grade divine weapons, which crushed their low-grade divine weapons. Sima Han, Du Yan's companions' divine weapons are also medium-grade divine weapons. "We should hurry." After realizing the gap between the 2 of them and Du Qianjun, Lu Dongming and his companions glanced at each other and thought of retreating. Then, while screaming, they turned around, wanting to call Sima Han to enter the divine dwellings together. He felt that even if the 4 of them joined forces, They might not be a match for Du Qianjun and his companion. However, when he turned around, he saw that Sima Han and his companions were attacking him and his companions with murderous intent. Buzz! Whoosh! One saber and one sword, bright and beautiful, killed Du Qianjun and his companions in the blink of an eye. The saber light and sword light wreaked havoc, and a bloody mist filled the sky. Before they died, Du Qianjun and his companion only had time to think of one thing. Why? Chapter 37:13. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Lu Dongming and his companion were killed. A moment ago. When Lu Dongming and his companion saw that it was not only Du Qianjun who had taken out a mediocre divine artifact, but Du Qianjun's companion had also taken out a mediocre divine artifact, they lost all will to fight. It should be known that Lu Dongming's understanding of Du Qianjun, who went by the pseudonym Du Yan, was still at the same cultivation level as him, and the inferior divine artifact he used was on par with him. The only difference was that Du Qianjun's comprehension of the laws was slightly stronger than his. But now, Du Qianjun had taken out a mediocre divine artifact. Moreover, Du Qianjun's companion was not any weaker than Du Qianjun, and he also had a mediocre divine artifact. This level of strength was not something they could contend against. Therefore they only had one thought left, and that was to join forces with Sima Han and his companion to temporarily resist Du Qianjun and his companion. Then, the four of them would support each other and enter the divine abode. However, he would never have dreamed that. When he turned his head to ask Sima Han to enter the divine abode with him, Sima Han's sword actually swung towards him. The coldness emanating from the sword made him feel even more despair. Wasn't Sima Han most skilled in the law of water? Why was the law of ice he comprehended even more terrifying? Moreover, why? Why did Sima Han attack him? Lu Dongming, who could not figure it out, was killed in the next moment. Before he died, he was even more confused about why Sima Han had attacked him. Lu Dongming's companion also died at the hands of the red-clad young man beside Sima Han. The red-clad young man was skilled in the law of lightning. Under the Thunderblade, Lu Dongming's companion who was similarly defenseless was killed in a single strike. After killing Lu Dongming and his companion, the red-clad young man's figure flashed as he casually collected their inferior divine artifacts. As for their spatial rings, they had already self-destructed after their deaths. When the red-clad young man returned to his side, Sima Han looked at Du Qianjun and shook his head. Qianjun, since you came with Wu Yishan and his companion, why didn't you kill them on the way here? With your strength, it wouldn't have been difficult to kill Wu Yishan. From the beginning to the end, Sima Han had only mentioned Wu Feng who went by the pseudonym Wu Yishan. He did not mention Duan Lingtian at all, as though Duan Lingtian did not exist. As a matter of fact, in his eyes, a higher deity was no different from a non-existent existence. When Du Qianjun heard Sima Han's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Young Master Han, I didn't know your identity before, so I thought that keeping Wu Yishan and Wu Yishan alive would be enough to deter the six of you. I also don't know who you're looking for. Furthermore, I don't know if they're a threat to us. At this point, Du Qianjun paused for a moment before continuing. If I had known young Master Han's identity, I would have definitely gotten rid of them on the way here. It won't be difficult for the two of us to kill that Wu Yishan if we join forces. As for that higher deity by Wu Yishan's side, he's not even worth mentioning. I only need one move to kill him. Du Qianjun said confidently. Last time, there were too many people so I didn't look at you carefully. That's why I didn't notice the similarities between you and Martial Uncle Du Zhan. This time, I saw the similarities between you and Martial Uncle Du Zhan. In addition, my master mentioned Martial Uncle Du Zhan's two grandsons to me before, so I guessed it was you. Sima Han's original name was Chu Han. He was the last disciple of a God Emperor level sect. That God Emperor level sect was the God Emperor level sect that bordered the Hidden Fog sect, the 10,000 Demon sect, and the Linghu family. It could be considered the God Emperor level sect behind the three great God Emperor level forces. This was because the three great God Emperor level forces would regularly pay tribute to that God Emperor level sect every year in order to live in peace. If that God-Emperor level sect wanted to invade them, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Fortunately, that God-Emperor level sect didn't extend their hands into their territory. This allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, they also felt that paying tribute every year was worth it. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the three great God-Emperor level forces were willing to prioritize sending talents to that God-Emperor level sect. The three great God-Emperor level forces were willing to send their most outstanding talents to that God-Emperor level sect, giving up the chance to become a God-Emperor level force. To a certain extent, it could be said that they were willing to become subordinates of that God-Emperor level sect. However, although that purple-clothed youth beside Wuxia is only a higher god, his mind isn't simple at all. A sharp light flashed in Chu Han's eyes. Just now, he was pestering them endlessly. Although it seemed like he was making trouble for no reason, the truth was that he actually helped them resolve a crisis. Our original plan was to let the 6 of them enter first. Once 2 of them entered, we would attack them like a thunderbolt and kill them all. Then, we would only have 2 competitors left in the divine dwellings and divine treasures. But after he caused such a ruckus, we could only kill 2 of them in advance. Now, we have 4 competitors. Chu Han said in a low voice. That boy is truly hateful. Du Qianjun nodded as a cold light flashed in his eyes. That boy better pray that I don't meet him in the divine dwellings. Otherwise, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces and kill him. Let's go in as well. Who knows, maybe we'll appear in another place after entering the divine dwellings, and Wu Yishan Yuling, and the other 2 might still be waiting for us inside. A cold smile appeared at the corners of Chu Han's mouth. Haha. If that's the case, we can kill them in one fell swoop, leaving the 4 of us to take the divine dwellings and divine treasures. Du Qianjun laughed. Then, the 4 of them moved and entered the divine dwellings. Why are there only 4 of them? Yu Ling and his companions were already impatient from waiting. They even wondered if the 6 people who entered later had appeared in another place. This was because many spatial passages and teleportation formations in secret zones would change destinations after a period of time. Just as they were about to leave, they noticed the air in the void vibrating, and then 4 figures appeared in front of them. Where are Sima Han and Lu Dongming? Yu Ling looked at Du Qianjun and Du Qianjun's companions warily before he walked towards Sima Han with the old man beside him and stood together with Sima Han and his companions. They came in with us? Sima Han, who was also Chu Han, was stunned when he heard Yu Ling's words. Then he looked around and asked, Huh? Where are they? Just as Yu Ling and the old man behind Yu Ling were looking around, Du Qianjun and Lu Dongming, who were not far away, suddenly surged with divine energy. Then, a divine weapon appeared. Divine energy that was fused with the profundity of the law swept out and attacked Yu Ling and the old man. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even Yu Ling and the old man did not expect that the 1,000 demon sect's disciples would still dare to attack them when they were already standing together with Sima Han and the old man. Du Yan, what are you trying to do? Yu Ling shouted and hurriedly made his move to block Du Qianjun and the old man. The old man behind him also took a step forward and took out his divine weapon. Divine energy that was wrapped around his divine weapon rose like flames. Obviously, he was good at the law of fire. Of course, I'm going to kill you. Du Qianjun sneered and attacked together with the middle-aged man beside him. Then the scene outside reappeared. A mist of blood splattered. The old man beside Yu Ling was killed by the red-clad young man beside Chu Han. As for Chu Han, he did not make a move this time. Bang! Even Yu Ling, who was facing the frontal attack of Du Qianjun and Yi Shiwen, was easily crushed even though he had used all his means in a hurry. He was sent flying by the violent force, and slammed into the mountain wall on one side of the cave residence, smashing a hole in the wall. Then he fell to the ground. His aura was weak and he was in a sorry state. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yu Ling looked at the 4 people who were standing together and looking at him in disbelief. Sima Han, who was one of his own, was actually standing together with the 2 people from the 1,000 Demon sect? Wasn't Sima Han a lone cultivator like him and Lu Dongming? How could he be with the people from the 1,000 Demon sect? Why? Yu Ling stared at Sima Han and asked in a low voice, Sima Han, you've betrayed my trust in you. Trust? Before Sima Han could speak, Du Qianjun laughed first. Yu Ling, aren't you embarrassed to say this? You and young Master Han were just using each other before. If you found a treasure in this spiritual abode that you wanted even in your dreams, would you give it to young Master Han? Du Chenjun smiled very brightly. Young Master Han? Yu Ling's expression changed again when he heard Du Chenjun call Sima Han. His pupils constricted. Sima Han, you're also from the Thousand Demon sect? Where did Wu Yishan and Lu Dongming go? Sima Han glanced at the only 2 caves in the cave mansion, then looked at Yu Ling and asked indifferently. However, Yu Ling ignored him and asked in a low voice, Lu Dongming and Lu Dongming have been killed by you? Yes. Sima Han nodded indifferently. At this time, Du Chenjun walked in front of Yu Ling in a few steps and stepped on his chest, causing him to grind violently on the ground. As he did so, he asked coldly, Didn't you hear young Master Han's question? Speak. Chu Han was the last disciple of a higher-up of a God-Emperor level sect. Moreover, that higher-up of a God-Emperor level sect was his grandfather's most respected senior brother. In terms of seniority, he even had to call Chu Han senior uncle. Tell me the relationship between you two. Otherwise, I won't tell you where Wu Yishan and Lu Dongming went even if I die. Yu Ling spat out a mouthful of blood and stared coldly at Du Chenjun. It's okay to tell you. Du Chenjun said indifferently, I'm not called Du Yen. My real name is Du Chenjun, and I'm the grandson of the Thousand Demon Sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan. The grandson of the Thousand Demon Sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan? Yu Ling's pupils constricted when he heard the person in front of him reveal his true identity. He never thought that he had been asking a tiger for its skin all this time. Such a person's background alone was enough for him to look up to. Chapter 37:14. Who was Du Zhan? He was one of the strongest elders in the Thousand Demon sect. Even the sect master of the Thousand Demon sect had to bow to him. He was one of the top figures in the Thousand Demon sect. Not many people dared to provoke the grandson of such a figure, even if he was just a cripple. I didn't expect you to be the grandson of Elder Du Zhan of the Thousand Demon sect. Yu Ling's face was bitter, and there was only regret in his eyes. If I had known your identity, I would never have thought of entering the Divine Treasury with you. Entering the Divine Treasury with such a person was tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It's too late. Du Chenjun said indifferently. What about him? Is he also a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect? Suddenly, Yu Ling thought of Sima Han. Even with Du Chenjun's status, he still had to respectfully address Sima Han as young Master Han. This showed how high Sima Han's status was. Hearing Yu Ling's question, Du Chenjun looked at Sima Han and asked with a smile, Young Master Han, do you want to tell him personally, or should I tell him? You tell him. Sima Han said indifferently. Du Chenjun looked down at Yu Ling and sneered. Young Master Han is naturally not a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect. In the Thousand Demon sect, there has never been a lower divine king that I, Du Chenjun, treat with such respect. Yu Ling's expression changed when he heard Du Chenjun's words. Then what is his identity? Since Du Chenjun said this, it was obvious that Sima Han's identity and background were more terrifying than his own. One had to know that Du Chenjun's identity and background were already shocking enough for Yu Ling. Thinking of Sima Han's even more shocking identity and background, Yu Ling only felt his heart tremble, and he regretted participating in this trip to the Divine Treasury. Young Master Han's real name is Chu Han. He is a disciple of the God Emperor level sect, the Tianlong clan. His master is an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan. Du Chenjun's voice suddenly became louder. At the same time, he is also the senior brother of my grandfather, Du Zhan. He came from the Thousand Demon sect and was the pride of the Thousand Demon sect when he was young. When Duan Chenjun said this, Yu Ling's face turned pale. Disciples of the Tianlong clan? The Tianlong clan was a God Emperor-ranked sect. It was also the God Emperor-ranked sect behind the 3 God Emperor-ranked forces in the surrounding region. It could be said that it could cover the sky with one hand. Sima Han, no, Chu Han, was actually a disciple of the Tianlong clan? At this moment, Yu Ling completely understood why Chu Han would join hands with Du Chenjun. It turned out that they had a close relationship with each other. In terms of seniority, Du Qianjun had to call Chu Han martial uncle. Of course, when Du Qianjun found out about Chu Han's identity, he had indeed addressed him as martial uncle. However, Chu Han did not like this form of address, as he felt that it made him sound old. Thus, he had Du Qianjun call him young Master Han instead. After all, he was several hundred years younger than Du Qianjun. Now, I've already told you what you wanted to know. Tell me, which cave did Wu Yishan and his companion enter? Du Qianjun looked down at Yu Ling and asked. Cough, cough. Yu Ling gasped for breath with great difficulty. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, a strange smile appeared on his face. Now that I've managed to fool you before I die, I can die in peace. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. When Du Qianjun heard Yu Ling's words, he was stunned for a moment. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. At this moment, Yu Ling's divine power suddenly erupted from his body. Boom! Yu Ling's body was blown apart by his own divine power. However, Du Qianjun had reacted hastily and easily blocked the power of Yu Ling's self-destruction. Yu Ling's strength was originally inferior to his. In addition, he was injured and could not display his full strength. Therefore, even if Yu Ling self-destructed, as long as Du Qianjun could react in time, he would not be injured. Damn it! After Yu Ling died, Du Qianjun flew into a rage. As he could not find anyone to vent his anger on, he kept stomping his right foot on the ground, causing the entire cave to tremble. That's enough. He's just a nobody. Why are you angry over him? It was only when Chu Han spoke that Du Qianjun stopped. He took a deep breath and forced a smile on his face. Young Master Han, you're right. I was not mature enough. Young Master Han, what should we do next? Du Qianjun asked. At this moment, Chu Han had already walked to the two cave entrances on one side of the spacious cave. He was pacing back and forth between the entrances. His gaze swept back and forth between the ground and the cave walls near the entrances. In the end, he shook his head and said, Look at the entrances and the ground. Otherwise, there's not even a speck of dust. It's impossible to tell which tunnel Wu Yishan and his companion took. In my opinion, there are only these two tunnels in this divine dwelling and divine treasure. The four of us should split into two groups. Each group will take one tunnel. In any case, only Wu Yishan and his companion are left. Whether it's the two of you or the two of us, we can easily kill them. If the four of us take one tunnel, we might miss out on some good stuff. Chu Han looked at Du Qianjun and gave a suggestion. That's what I think too. As for Chu Han's words, Du Qianjun agreed. In truth, he wasn't too willing to go with Chu Han. Not only was Chu Han's strength not weaker than him, but more importantly, Chu Han's status was higher than his. If he found something good with Chu Han, he would definitely give it to Chu Han. Therefore, after entering this divine dwelling and divine treasure, he wanted to part ways with Chu Han even more. Now, Chu Han's suggestion was undoubtedly what he wanted. Since that's the case, you guys can choose one tunnel. Junior brother Chen and I will take the other one. Chu Han smiled and said to Du Qianjun, letting him choose first. Young Master Han, you should choose first. Du Qianjun was already very happy to be able to part ways with Chu Han. Now that he heard Chu Han let him choose first, even though he was not thin-skinned, he still felt a little embarrassed. No matter what, Chu Han was still his martial uncle in terms of seniority. There's no need to decline. It's about the same. You go first, Chu Han said, shaking his head. In the end, seeing Chu Han's insistence, Du Qianjun had no choice but to lead the middle-aged man beside him into a random cave entrance. He did not know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. The cave entrance that he chose was not the one that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng had taken. The cave entrance that he left for Chu Han was the one that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng had taken. After Du Qianjun and Wu Feng's figures disappeared into one of the caves, Chu Han called out to the red-clothed youth beside him and led him into another cave entrance. After Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered the cave entrance, they continued to move forward without any obstructions. However, the cave passageways that they passed through were full of twists and turns, and they did not know where they led to. It was only when a ray of light lit up in front of them that they were able to see the light of day again. One had to know that not long after they entered the cave entrance, they were plunged into darkness and needed to ignite their own flames to illuminate the way. However, Duan Ling Tian knew the laws of fire and extended his divine power. It was not a problem for him to use it to illuminate the way, and there was almost no consumption. This was because the consumption was negligible to Duan Ling Tian. In fact, he was able to recover his divine power in just a few breaths. Junior brother Duan, I feel that this is the calm before the storm. This divine dwelling is not as simple as it seems. With the light of day in front of them, Wu Feng slowed down his footsteps. At the same time, he reminded Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face. I'm mentally prepared for this. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. After all, although we've entered the divine dwelling without any obstructions, we haven't gained anything yet. If we want to gain anything in this divine dwelling, I'm afraid we'll have to go through some difficulties. Since those powerhouses chose to leave behind their divine dwellings and divine treasures instead of finding a place to remove the ownership of their spatial rings and leave them for the fated ones, it's obvious that they wouldn't give their belongings away so easily. Perhaps, after the light of day in front of us, the powerhouse who left behind the divine dwelling and divine treasures set up a test for us. I just don't know what kind of test he left behind for us. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed with anticipation. After all, this divine dwelling and divine treasure had been confirmed twice by Du Qianjun, a disciple of the Thousand Demon sect, and suspected to be left behind by a god-emperor powerhouse. The treasures hidden in a divine dwelling and divine treasure left behind by a god-emperor powerhouse were definitely not simple. We'll know when we get out. Wu Feng, who had slowed down not long ago, quickened his footsteps. Very soon, the two of them walked out of the cave passage that felt very long, and appeared in a vast hall. In this vast hall, the most eye-catching thing was a statue in the middle of the hall. This statue was of a person, a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was dressed in a loose robe. His face was resolute, and his eyebrows were sword-like. He looked straight ahead with a sharp gaze. In his raised right hand was a sword, and the sword was pointed in the same direction as his gaze. Although it was just a statue, it was lifelike and gave off a feeling of heavenly craftsmanship. This statue. Could it be the statue of the powerhouse who left behind this divine dwelling and divine treasure? Wu Feng guessed in a low voice as he stood in front of the statue that was as tall as a mountain. I don't know about that. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. At the same time, his figure flashed and he looked around the statue. In this vast hall, other than the cave entrance that they came out of that was suspended on one side of the wall, the other places were completely sealed. In this sealed hall, other than the statue in front of them, there was nothing else. Senior brother Wu Feng, do you think there's some treasure hidden in this statue? My divine consciousness can't see through the statue to see what's inside. Duan Ling Tian walked around the statue and returned to Wu Feng's side. Why don't you try to see through this statue with your divine consciousness of a lower divine king? Okay, Wu Feng replied. He then looked at the statue with a serious expression. However, after a while, Wu Feng shook his head. No. There should be a formation on this statue that completely blocks out divine consciousness. Chapter 37:15. Why don't we try attacking the statue? Wu Feng looked at the statue in front of him with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. This was because he also felt that there might be some treasures in the statue. The statue was so huge that it could hold all kinds of treasures. What if there's a killing formation on the statue that will be activated once it's attacked? Duan Ling Tian replied with a question. Wu Feng fell silent when he heard this. Let's look around again, Duan Ling Tian said. Following that, the two of them began to carefully search the vast palace. They searched every single corner of the palace. However, they still did not find anything after searching for a while. It seems like we have no other choice, Wu Feng said with a bitter smile. Right now, we can only try to attack the statue. Otherwise, we can only go back and head to the other cave. However, the situation inside might be the same as well. Duan Ling Tian fell silent when he heard Wu Feng's words. Duan Ling Tian looked at the statue again and carefully observed it again. He did not even miss the place where the statue was looking or where the sword in its hand was pointing. However, he still found nothing after searching for a while. We can only try to attack it. Duan Ling Tian nodded. There were only two paths they could take at this moment. The first path was to go back the way they came. The second path was to take the risk and attack the statue. Someone's coming. Wu Feng's expression changed slightly when Duan Ling Tian nodded. He seemed to have noticed something when he saw this. After all, Wu Feng was a divine king. His cultivation base was higher than Duan Ling Tian's. Even though Duan Ling Tian was not weak, he was inferior to Wu Feng in many aspects. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's attention was focused on the statue at this moment. Due to this reason, he only noticed the light footsteps coming from the cave when he heard Wu Feng's reminder. Who's that? Wu Feng and Duan Ling Tian looked at each other before they stood at the side and looked at the entrance of the cave in the distance. Could it be Yu Ling and his companions? It wasn't that they hadn't thought of hiding at the entrance of the cave and launching a sneak attack, but on second thought, it wasn't very realistic because the other party would definitely use his divine sense to check the entrance of the cave and only come out after confirming that it was safe. Therefore, in order to avoid being swept by the other party's divine sense, Duan Ling Tian and Li Wuyo stood in the distance and watched from afar. Finally, two figures appeared at the entrance of the cave. However, the appearance of these two people surprised Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng. It's them. Now, the people that appeared before Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng were none other than Sima Han and the red-clothed young man by his side. Wu Yishan. After Sima Han and Wu Feng came out, they immediately noticed Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng standing in the air in the distance. However, their gazes fell on Wu Feng, completely ignoring Duan Ling Tian. Sima Han, just the two of you? Wu Feng raised his eyebrows. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at the cave passage behind them. It was as if he wanted to see if anyone else would come out. There's no need to look, it's just the two of us. After sensing Wu Feng's gaze, Sima Han said indifferently, Speaking of which, both of you should thank me and Du Qianjun. It's because of us that you have 4 fewer competitors. As soon as Sima Han's words left his mouth, apart from Duan Ling Tian who had an, as expected, expression, Wu Feng's expression changed drastically. You and Du Qianjun killed the 4 of them? That's right. Sima Han nodded. Speaking of which, you, Wu Yishan, should thank this companion of yours. If it wasn't for this companion of yours, perhaps you, Wu Yishan, would have been unlucky and wouldn't even have the chance to enter the divine dwellings.
Aren't you a sectless cultivator? Why did you join forces with Du Qianjun?
Wu Feng asked with a gloomy expression.
Sima Han smiled faintly. When you're outside, you can't completely disbelieve the words of an outsider. Don't tell me your elders didn't even tell you this?
Who are you?
Although Wu Feng was already mentally prepared because of Duan Ling Tian's reminder, he still could not accept it when he learned that Lu Dongming, Yu Ling, and their companions had died. Sima Han was clearly in cahoots with Lu Dongming and Yu Ling, but why was he with Du Qianjun in the blink of an eye?
It seems like you're very curious.
Sima Han looked deeply at Wu Feng. Fine. Since you're going to be a dead man soon anyway, it's good to let you know the reason behind your death. It was obvious Sima Han had already regarded Wu Feng as a dead man.
Wu Feng's expression darkened when he heard this.
My real name is Chu Han.
Sima Han had a mocking expression on his face.
I'm a disciple of the Tianlong clan, and my master is a disciple of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. A disciple of the Tianlong clan. Wu Feng's expression froze when he heard Sima Han's words.
In the next moment, his eyes were filled with shock.
A disciple of the Tianlong clan? Duan Ling Tian originally had a calm expression, but when he heard Sima Han report his identity, the calm expression on his face couldn't help but ripple. This Sima Han was actually a disciple of the God Emperor level sect that stood behind the Hidden Fog sect, Myriad Demon sect, and the Linghu family, the Tianlong clan? It was because of this that Duan Ling Tian had long heard of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, he also knew that many of the Hidden Fog sect's older generation powerhouses had gone to the Tianlong clan. There were also some outstanding proud sons of heaven that had gone to the Tianlong clan. For instance, 10,000 years ago, Xue Haichuan had become a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect with a divine spirit realm cultivation. Now, he was an elder of the Heavenly Dragon sect.
To this day, to the east of the Heavenly Dragon sect, around the region where the Hidden Fog sect was located, his legends still spread. Xue Haichuan could be considered a relatively talented character that came from a god-emperor level influence to the east of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, after arriving at the Tianlong clan, he had risen to prominence and created an illustrious reputation for himself. Although Duan Lingtian had guessed that Sima Han might be a disciple of the Tianlong clan, when Sima Han said it himself, Duan Lingtian's mood was still affected to a certain extent. As for why I cooperated with Du Qianjun, as Chu Han spoke to hear, he paused for a moment and then continued. Last time, before the 5 of us obtained the key to open the divine dwellings, there were too many of us. Thus, I didn't carefully look at Du Qianjuan's appearance. This time, I carefully looked at Du Yan's appearance and discovered that he resembled a young man in a painting in my master's room. And the young man in that painting was my master's closest junior apprentice brother in the Myriad Demon sect, Du Zhan. As Chu Han spoke to hear, Wu Feng completely understood. So Chu Han's master's junior apprentice brother was actually the Myriad Demon sect's highest elder, Du Zhan. As for Du Qianjun, he was Du Zhan's grandson. Then, according to what my master told me about that martial uncle, and then thinking about Du Yan's cultivation, I was able to guess his identity. Of course, I even specially sent a sound transmission to Du Yan to confirm it. At that time when I called him by his real name, he thought you had sold him out. It wasn't until I explained it to him that he realized it wasn't you who sold him out, but rather his face that was extremely similar to my martial uncle Du Zhan's. Unknowingly, Chu Han's gaze had shifted to Duan Lingtian. At that time, I discussed with Du Qianjun that the 4 of us would hold the fort while the 6 of you would enter first. When 2 or 3 of you had entered, we would make our move and kill the 3 or 4 people who had yet to enter. This way, we would have fewer competitors. If we had followed our original plan, you Wuishan might have died in my hands outside. However, because your junior apprentice brother, Wuishan, kept pestering endlessly, our plan could only be cancelled. However, after you and Yu Ling entered, Lu Dongming and his companions still died in the hands of Du Qianjun and I. After that, the 4 of us entered and found Yu Ling and his companion waiting for us. This gave us a pleasant surprise. After we entered, everyone was actually in the same place. As expected, they followed in Lu Dongming and his companion's footsteps. When Chu Han said this, Duan Lingtian spoke. After that, the 2 of you and Du Qianjun entered 2 different caves? Coincidentally, the caves you chose were the same as the caves we chose. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's gaze deepened as he looked at Chu Han. That's right. Chu Han nodded. Then, he looked at Wu Feng and grinned. Wu Yishan, I've told you everything. You should be able to die in peace now. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed. His expression was slightly dark as he said, Are you that confident that you'll be able to kill us? There's only 2 of you. Du Qianjun and his companion went to the other cave. They won't be able to support you in time. Wu Feng said in a deep voice. Wu Feng, I remember that you don't even have a mediocre divine weapon. If you can't take out a mediocre divine weapon today, I alone will be enough to kill you. Chu Han sneered. Then, his divine energy surged out, emitting a bone-chilling aura. The law of ice's fundamental profundity, the ice elemental profundity, merged with his divine energy. Even the temperature of the surrounding air seemed to plummet at this moment. It looks like everyone has been deceived by you. What you excel in is not the water laws, but the ice laws. Wu Feng's pupils shrank. As for Duan Lingtian, he was also surprised. This was because he had heard Wu Feng say that Sima Han excelled in the water laws. He didn't think that Sima Han would display the ice laws. Moreover, his attainments in the ice laws weren't low. However, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I didn't have a mediocre divine weapon last time, but I do now. Wu Feng lifted his hand. The mediocre divine sword that Duan Lingtian had exchanged for 2 revival good fortune pills in the past appeared in his hand. Then, divine energy swept out from Wu Feng's body. I didn't expect you to have a mediocre divine weapon. It looks like your background in the Hidden Fog sect isn't bad. Surprise flashed in Chu Han's eyes. Then he sneered. But so what? Even if you have a mediocre divine weapon, the most you can do is fight me to a draw. As for this junior apprentice brother Chen beside me, he isn't much weaker than me. Could it be that you're counting on that junior apprentice brother of yours with a mere higher deity cultivation to be able to help you? Chapter 37:16. Wu Feng's strength could be considered outstanding among the lower god kings. He wasn't weaker than Du Qianjun. As for Chu Han, although he was stronger than Du Qianjun, it wasn't by much. His talent and perception might be better than Du Qianjun's, but he was still several hundred years younger than Du Qianjun. If they were the same age, he could easily crush Du Qianjun. But Wu Feng was even older than Du Qianjun. Junior brother Duan, you've been underestimated. When Chu Han revealed his proficiency in the law of ice, Wu Feng knew that Chu Han's true strength wasn't weaker than his. Moreover, Chu Han was a disciple of a god emperor level sect's inner sect elder. He definitely had a medium-grade divine artifact. At that moment, he couldn't help but rejoice that he had exchanged for a medium-grade divine artifact as soon as he returned to the sect. Otherwise, he might not be Chu Han's match now. Moreover, although he hadn't seen Duan Lingtian's strength, he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Tu Feng, another inner sect disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Tu Feng was also a lower god king like Wu Feng. His strength wasn't much weaker than his. Because of this, he was almost certain that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Compared to him, this junior brother Duan's strength could only be stronger. Isn't that better? Senior brother Wu Feng, you can tangle with him for a while. After I deal with his companions, I'll come help you. Duan Lingtian responded to Wu Feng's sound transmission in a timely manner. As for Wu Feng, after hearing Duan Lingtian's sound transmission, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He was very clear in his heart. A large part of the reason Tu Feng had been so easily killed by Duan Lingtian was because he had underestimated Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, he would have had a chance to last 10 breaths of time before admitting defeat. At this moment, whether it was Chu Han or the red-clad young man next to Chu Han, they did not even look at Duan Lingtian. It was obvious they did not think much of Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, junior brother Duan is on my side. Wu Feng secretly sighed in relief. Junior brother Chen. At the same time, Chu Han looked at the red-clad youth and said, "Go and take care of Wu Yishan's higher deity junior brother. Then, come and help me." "Don't worry, senior brother Chu. One move is enough to kill a higher deity." The red-clothed young man smiled confidently. Then with a flash, the flames on his body wreaked havoc as if he had turned into a fireball, shooting straight for Duan Lingtian. However, it was a life-and-death situation after all. Even if he looked down on his opponent, he still took out his own divine weapon. It was a long awl that looked like a sword but was not a sword. The body of the awl was somewhat similar to the body of the Western sword on Earth in Duan Lingtian's previous life. Wu Yishan. The moment the red-clothed young man moved, Chu Han shouted softly. His figure flashed and he flew towards Wu Feng in the air. With every step he took, an ice lotus would appear out of thin air. Each step he took was beautiful and resplendent. His movements seemed slow, but in fact, they were ridiculously fast. In the blink of an eye, he was near Wu Feng. Meanwhile, Wu Feng's figure flashed and he retreated in a timely manner. His divine energy swept out and wreaked havoc around him. Just as Chu Han's eyes narrowed and his expression turned cold and he was about to attack Wu Feng. "Impossible!" An exclamation that was filled with disbelief suddenly sounded. It caused Chu Han's body to tremble as he subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. In the next moment, under Chu Han's gaze, his junior brother Chen was sliced into two at the waist by the higher deity that he had always looked down on. At the same time, a terrifying space storm suddenly wreaked havoc as the higher deity shook the divine sword in his hand. It completely annihilated the two halves of his junior brother Chen's body. The halves of his junior brother Chen's body turned into a pool of blood that drifted down from the sky. A lower deity king whose strength was not much weaker than his had died just like that. The fusion of the three profundities of the law of space? While feeling a chill all over his body, Chu Han glanced at the raging space storm and could sense the terrifying power of law contained in it. That's sword principle? At the same time, Chu Han sensed a sharp aura. As far as he knew, Only the weapon principle of the four principles of heaven and earth could give off such a feeling. Although it was only the embryonic form of sword principle, the power it displayed was no small matter. On top of that, the fusion of the three profundities of the law of space. Even if his cultivation was slightly weaker, he was already not weaker than a lower deity king like himself, let alone his junior brother Chen, whose strength was slightly weaker than his.
How can this be?
Even with his strength, it's impossible for him to kill junior brother Chen so easily. Junior brother Chen should still be able to stand up to him as an equal. Although the strength displayed by the higher deity in front of him shocked him and was not weaker than his and his junior brother Chen's, he was still only slightly stronger. However, even with that being the case, their opponents would only be able to suppress them slightly.
It would be extremely difficult to defeat or even kill them. But now, he had directly killed his junior brother Chen. In such a short period of time, he was definitely killed with a single strike of his sword. That's right. Suddenly, Chu Han thought of a problem.
Be it himself or his junior brother Chen, neither of them had taken this higher deity seriously from the very beginning.
They had looked down on him. Under such circumstances, why would they use their full strength right from the start? Junior brother Chen must have been killed by him because he was careless.
Perhaps if it were me, I wouldn't be able to escape such a fate. After all, it's impossible for me to use my full strength right from the start when I fight with him.
At the thought of this, Chu Han felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in cold sweat.
Junior brother Duan, I've only heard of your strength in the past, but now that I've seen it for myself, you're even more powerful than the rumors say.
Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian with bright eyes and said with a laugh. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly.
Then, with a sway of his body, he appeared near the entrance of the cave again and blocked Chu Han's path of retreat.
After his junior brother Chen died, Chu Han came back to his senses.
He knew that it was impossible for him to be a match for the two people in front of him.
Wu Yishan might be slightly weaker than him, but he was still able to fight him to a standstill. At most, he would be slightly suppressed.
But this higher deity was able to suppress him. If the two of them joined forces, he would undoubtedly die.
Duan Lingtian stood near the entrance of the cave, blocking Chu Han's path of retreat. On the other side, Wu Feng also stepped into the air, blocking Chu Han with Duan Lingtian.
Chu Han, I'm afraid things won't go as you wish.
Wu Feng grinned.
Wu Yishan, if you dare to kill me, my master won't let you off. You should know that the rage of the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder isn't something your hidden fog sect can withstand.
Chu Han said in a deep voice as he stared at Wu Feng with an ugly expression.
Ha ha.
Wu Feng laughed. Chu Han, even if we kill you, will your master know that we killed you?
Are you joking?
In this divine abode, let alone sending messages to the outside world, you can't even send messages to those inside. How will you tell others that we killed you? Just now, not long after they entered, Wu Feng and Duan Lingtian had tried and discovered that they couldn't send messages here. They could only send sound transmissions at close range. Soul beads were completely isolated from the outside world. It was clear that this divine abode had a special array formation that isolated all messages. If you weren't a deity and hadn't become one, then your master would have been able to leave a divine soul mark on your body. When you were in danger, it would appear and learn of what happened to you. But not only have you become a deity, but you are also a god king. The divine soul mark can't be attached to your body at all. Tell me, how does your master know that we killed you? As Wu Feng spoke, he looked at Chu Han like he was looking at an idiot. Chu Han's complexion was ugly.
Wu Yishan, as the saying goes, one more enemy is better than one more friend. If you spare my life today, then I will owe you a favor.
In the future, I, Chu Han, will repay you generously.
If you don't believe me, I can immediately swear a heart demon blood oath.
Just as Chu Han's voice fell, Wu Feng sneered.
A heart demon blood oath is only effective in a plane of gods. This isn't a plane of gods.
I can go out and swear a heart demon blood oath.
Chu Han hurriedly said.
After you go out, the first thing you will do is send a message to your master, right? Do you think I will be stupid enough to take this risk?
Wu Feng sneered.
Even if I don't go out, unless you kill Du Chenjun and Duan Lingtian. Once they go out and report this to my grandmaster, he will still suspect the two of you. At that time, he will go to the hidden fog sect and drag you out.
Chu Han's eyes flashed with a cold light.
But just as Wu Feng was about to say something, Duan Lingtian spoke up. Senior apprentice brother Wu, what he says makes sense. Junior apprentice brother Duan. Wu Feng was stunned. As for Chu Han, his eyes brightened as he heard Duan Lingtian's words. This meant that there was a chance for a turnaround. He might not die. However, his heart was filled with killing intent. As long as he didn't die, these two people would die without a doubt. Go out and swear a heart demon blood oath? Impossible. As long as he could leave this divine dwelling and divine treasury, his speed wouldn't be any slower than the two of them. When combined with the ice laws, he had a high chance of escaping from under their noses. This place was too small and the only way out was blocked. It was difficult for him to use any methods. Senior apprentice brother Wu, Du Qianjun and Duan Lingtian chose a different path from us. If we encounter them later, we can naturally silence them. But the problem is that we aren't sure if we will encounter them. If we don't, Du Qianjun will definitely report this matter to Chu Han's master, the Tianlong clan's inner sect elder. In my opinion, we should spare Chu Han's life. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at Chu Han and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. If we don't kill you, shouldn't you show some sincerity? For example, you, the divine artifact in your hand, and your spatial ring. A greedy fanaticism appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. I can naturally give you these worldly possessions. But how do I know that you won't go back on your words? If I die, my spatial ring will self-destruct and you won't get anything. Chu Han was obviously not stupid. How do I know that you won't deceive me into removing the ownership of my spatial ring and kill me after I give you all my wealth? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh when he heard Chu Han's words. His eyes narrowed into slits. You have no choice. Chapter 37:17. You don't have a choice. Duan Lingtian's words left Chu Han speechless. Just as the person in front of him had said, he had no choice but to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. I hope you can keep your promise. Chu Han stared at Duan Lingtian and said in a low voice. At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate the other party just because he was a higher deity. This was because this was a higher deity that was several times stronger than him. He was an existence that could cross an entire realm to fight. An ordinary lower deity king wasn't a match for this higher deity. Under Wu Feng's stunned gaze, Chu Han removed the ownership of his storage ring and handed it over to Duan Lingtian along with the medium-grade divine artifact in his hand, leaving him all alone. Duan Lingtian took the storage ring and dripped a drop of blood on it to claim ownership. Then, he glanced inside and directly skipped over the divine stones inside. Although Chu Han was a disciple of an inner sect elder of a god-emperor level sect and possessed a considerable amount of divine stones, he still couldn't compare with Duan Lingtian's wealth. He had over 1,000,000 divine stones in his possession. This was comparable to the divine stone inventory of an ordinary deity king level sect. Last time, the deity king level Zhong family of Skywind City had given him over 1,000,000 divine stones as an apology. In addition to the divine stones he already had, he didn't lack divine stones at all. In fact, in the entire Hidden Fog sect, even those inner sect elders with lofty statuses might not have as much divine stone wealth as he did. It had to be known that those inner sect elders were all higher deity kings and many of them were outstanding figures among them. There are no revival good fortune pills. Duan Lingtian took Chu Han's storage ring not because he was interested in Chu Han's wealth, but because he wanted to know if Chu Han had any revival good fortune pills. Even a single revival good fortune pill was enough to help him directly become a lower deity king. However, after opening all the pill bottles in Chu Han's storage ring and inspecting the pills inside, he quickly discovered that there were no revival good fortune pills. There wasn't even a single one. You really are poor. Duan Lingtian weighed the storage ring in his hand that he had just obtained from Chu Han. Then, he casually tossed the storage ring and the medium-quality divine artifact that Chu Han had handed over to him. When Chu Han saw this scene and couldn't help but be stunned, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, I'll return your things to you. I'm going back on my word. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Chu Han's eyes narrowed.
Just as he was about to reach out and take his medium-quality divine artifact, Duan Ling Tian suddenly stopped him. Duan Ling Tian made his move. Whoosh! When the medium-quality god sword stabbed out, the streak of light condensed from the spatial storm immediately tore apart Chu Han's hand that was about to touch the medium-quality god artifact. It turned into a bloody mist before being sent into Chu Han's body as soon as his divine force surged out. Everything happened so suddenly that the speed at which Chu Han mobilized his divine power could not keep up with the speed at which Duan Ling Tian attacked. Duan Ling Tian had made the first move, so he was in charge of the island. Moreover, everything happened so suddenly and he had the advantage of having 99 heavenly veins that allowed him to mobilize his divine power quickly. Before Chu Han could react, he had already sent the sword in his hand into Chu Han's body. "You're toying with me." At the moment of life and death, Chu Han's furious voice rang in the air. His voice was filled with rage. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, waves of raging spatial storms bloomed in Chu Han's body. In just an instant, Chu Han's body exploded and transformed into a bloody mist that filled the sky. He followed in the footsteps of his junior brother Chen. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Wu Feng was dumbfounded after seeing this. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian said he would let Chu Han go, he could not help but feel anxious. He was afraid that Duan Ling Tian would really let Chu Han go and bring disaster to them. However, what happened next made him realize his junior brother Duan's intention. As it turned out, his junior brother Duan wanted to obtain Chu Han's wealth before killing him. Moreover, he wanted to kill Chu Han while Chu Han had lost his mediocre divine artifact. It was as easy as blowing off dust. "Junior brother Duan, you're amazing." Wu Feng could not help but give Duan Ling Tian a thumbs up when he regained his senses. "If it wasn't for your last-minute plan, we would have had to spend a lot of effort to kill Chu Han if he fought us with his life on the line. But with what you did, you killed him in one move." "Amazing." Duan Ling Tian smiled awkwardly when he heard Wu Feng's compliment. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I just wanted to see if there was a creation pill in his spatial ring. Even if there was only one, it would have been fine. Unfortunately, there was no creation pill in his spatial ring." Duan Ling Tian put Chu Han's spatial ring away as he shook his head and sighed. "If there was a creation pill, even if it was only one, I would have exchanged everything in his spatial ring for it." When Wu Feng heard what Duan Ling Tian said, his eyes narrowed subconsciously. "Junior brother Duan, you don't tell me you're missing one creation pill to break through and become a godly king?" Duan Ling Tian nodded. From his point of view, there was nothing to hide. No wonder junior brother Duan took out a mediocre divine weapon to exchange for 2 creation pills. It turns out that 2 creation pills were enough to help you break through to the limit of a godly spirit. Wu Feng sighed emotionally. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed when he heard Wu Feng mention the 2 creation pills. He then shook his head. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I didn't consume the 2 creation pills that I exchanged from you. If I had consumed them, I would have broken through and become a godly king long ago." When Duan Ling Tian said that, Wu Feng couldn't help but wonder, "You didn't consume them? Did you give them to someone?" "I didn't give them to anyone." Duan Ling Tian shook his head as a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Someone stole them." "Someone stole them?" Wu Feng was stunned. He then asked subconsciously, "In the sect? Duan Ling Tian nodded. Wu Feng's face darkened when he heard that. "Who's so bold? Junior brother Duan, you're already a core disciple of the sect. If someone stole your things, you can ask the sect for justice. The sect leader will help you get your things back. Senior brother Wu Feng, the person who stole my 2 creation pills was Shangguan Xiongfeng." Duan Ling Tian looked at Wu Feng and said, "I'll report this to the sect. Do you think the sect will help me get my 2 creation pills back?" Shangguan Xiongfeng. When Duan Ling Tian mentioned this name, Wu Feng's complexion had already changed. Shangguan Xiongfeng was a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Although he was only a middle god king, his strength surpassed many inner sect elders. He was one of the top 3 core disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. But this wasn't the main point. The main point was that Shangguan Xiongfeng's honorable master had the highest status in the Hidden Fog sect. He was also one of the 4 strongest highest elders, Elder Feng. Shangguan Xiongfeng was also Elder Feng's eldest disciple. Elder Feng treated him like his own grandson. This wasn't a secret in the Hidden Fog sect. Junior brother Duan, those 2 creation pills were stolen from you by Master Shangguan. Shangguan Xiongfeng? In front of Shangguan Xiongfeng, Wu Feng had to respectfully and humbly call him senior brother. Thus, when Shangguan Xiongfeng was mentioned, he subconsciously wanted to call him senior brother. But as he thought of what Shangguan Xiongfeng did to Duan Lingtian, he felt a burst of disdain and quickly changed his words. Duan Lingtian nodded. Why? Wu Feng was speechless. He, Shangguan Xiongfeng, is already a god king. Moreover, he's already a middle god king. The creation pills are useless to him, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Elder Lei once wanted to take me in as a disciple. He sent his disciple, Shi Tongming, to find me, but I refused. It is said that Shangguan Xiongfeng has a good relationship with Elder Lei's disciple, Long Xiao. In addition, after Shangguan Xiongfeng stole my creation pills, Long Xiao came looking for me. He told me to kneel for 10 miles and beg his honorable master to take me in as a disciple. Then, he would help me get those 2 creation pills back from Shangguan Xiongfeng. As Duan Lingtian spoke, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. So it was because of this matter. After Duan Lingtian spoke so much, it wasn't hard for Wu Feng to wake up. His complexion instantly became incomparably dignified. Junior brother Duan, last time you said you had to go out, was it because of this matter? Then, you went to Monarch Descent City and met Linghu Chuyin, someone who resembled your wife? At this time, Wu Feng guessed many things. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. That day, Long Xiao came looking for me and told me to kneel for 10 miles and beg his honorable master to take me in as a disciple. I perfunctorily told him that I would consider it. Then, I left the sect and planned to return when I broke through to the Divine King realm. Wu Feng's complexion became more and more dignified. Junior brother Duan, Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng are not weak. They are both intermediate divine kings. Moreover, they are intermediate divine kings who are not weaker than ordinary upper divine kings. Especially Shangguan Xiongfeng, he is even stronger. You have just broken through to the Divine King realm. Do you have the confidence to protect yourself in front of them? If you do, it will be fine. If not, I advise you to wait until you break through to the intermediate Divine King realm before you consider returning to the sect. Wu Feng advised. As long as I enter the Divine King realm, even if I only become a lower Divine King, I will not fear them. Duan Lingtian had a confident expression. What I am more worried about is their honorable masters. If their honorable masters attack me, then let alone breaking through to the lower Divine King realm. Even if I break through to the intermediate Divine King realm or upper Divine King realm, it will still be useless. As Duan Lingtian thought of the 2 Hidden Fog sect grand elders behind Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng, Elder Thunder and Elder Wind, the confidence on his face disappeared. It was replaced with deep dread. Junior brother Duan, you are overthinking this. Wu Feng shook his head. No matter how protective those 2 grand elders are, it is impossible for them to favor their disciples. As long as you have a lower Divine King realm cultivation and display combat strength in no way inferior to Long Zhao's, as long as you don't violate the rules of the sect, it won't be easy for those 2 grand elders to touch you. Don't forget, in our Hidden Fog sect, there are 2 other grand elders who are equally famous as them. As long as you display enough potential, even if you have no intention of taking one of the other 2 grand elders as a teacher, you shouldn't mind being a secret disciple, right? Chapter 37:18. Unofficial Disciple? Duan Lingtian shook his head slightly. Senior brother Wu Feng, as far as I know, the Grand Elders have never accepted an unofficial disciple. Unofficial disciples are not considered official disciples, but they can enjoy the same treatment as official disciples. It's like they're under their protection. Normally, they'd only accept official disciples. It's impossible for them to accept unofficial disciples, Wu Feng said. Wu Feng said, However, you're different. If you're able to fight against Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng as a lower realm god king, it means you're able to defeat ordinary higher realm god kings. Furthermore, you're not even 3,000 years old. Your future is limitless. For a genius like you who is destined to rise in the future, Elder Yun and Elder Wu wouldn't mind taking you as a nominal disciple. That's because your glory will be their glory, even if you're only their unofficial disciple. Wu Feng's eyes gleamed. Once you become Elder Yun's or Elder Wu's unofficial disciple, you'll be under their protection. It'll be up to you how you fight against Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng. However, if Elder Lei and Elder Feng behind Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng interfere, they won't just stand by and watch. Furthermore, as far as I know, the 4 Grand Elders don't get along well with each other. Elder Ru Feng has a very good relationship with Elder Lei. However, his relationship with Elder Yun and Elder Wu is only so. It is even said that when they were young, they were sworn enemies. As for whether or not they have let go of their old grudges, only they themselves know. Of course, Elder Yun and Elder Wu have a very good relationship. If you become one of their unofficial disciples, the other one will take care of you out of respect for the other one, Wu Feng said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed brightly when he heard Wu Feng's words. He was tempted as well. However, he calmed down after a while. If I want Elder Yun or Elder Wu to accept me as their unofficial disciple, I'll have to show my potential. At the very least, I'll have to break through to become a lower divine king and display strength on par with Long Xiao and Shangguan Xiongfeng. The most important thing right now is to break through to the God King realm. A hint of anticipation appeared in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he thought about this. I hope I'll be able to break through to the Divine King stage after I obtain a fortuitous encounter in this divine dwelling. Junior brother Duan, after we leave this divine treasury, I'll think of a way to get you a revival pill. I often hang around outside and know many people. I can ask them after we leave. Wu Feng said to Duan Ling Tian. Thank you, senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Ling Tian thanked him profusely. At the same time, he looked longingly at the statue in front of him. However, we have yet to obtain any treasures in this god's abode and divine treasury that is suspected to have been left behind by a god emperor expert. Perhaps, I will have already broken through by the time we leave. That would be for the best. Wu Feng smiled. At the same time, Wu Feng followed Duan Ling Tian's gaze and looked at the statue in the spacious hall. He frowned slightly and said, Junior brother Duan, I think it's better if we try to attack it. We can use a little less strength at the beginning. This way, even if we trigger the offensive formation inside, it shouldn't be able to destroy us directly. It's better to be careful. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. How about this, senior brother Wu Feng? Let's return to the cave's passageway and stand near the cave's entrance to attack the statue. If anything happens, we'll retreat to the cave abode immediately. All right. Wu Feng agreed with Duan Ling Tian's plan. The two of them returned to the entrance of the cave and looked at the statue in the distance. Junior brother Duan, look at the ground. Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng stood near the entrance of the cave. Duan Ling Tian's gaze was still on the statue when Wu Feng's voice sounded. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian followed Wu Feng's gaze and saw that there were countless specks of red light gathered together on the ground of the Great Hall. In the end, they converged into a small red stream. The water of this small stream flowed toward the statue in the distance. It's Chu Han and Duan Ling Tian's blood, Wu Feng said. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian also smelled the stench of blood. The red specks of light that automatically gathered together on the ground of the Great Hall were the blood of Chu Han and Duan Ling Tian, who had died in his hands earlier. Now, the two people's blood had strangely gathered together and turned into a small stream that flowed along the tiles on the floor of the hall, straight to the human-shaped statue. What's going on? While Duan Ling Tian was still puzzled, the blood gathered at the foot of the human-shaped statue and circled around the foot of the statue. Then, from the bottom to the top, it turned into a blood-red light that gradually spread and enveloped the entire human-shaped statue. In this way, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng watched the human-shaped statue in front of them being enveloped by the blood-red light and becoming hazy. When the human-shaped statue was completely enveloped by the blood-red light, Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng only felt the ground beneath their feet tremble. It was the human-shaped statue that was trembling violently. The blood-red light around it surged and then disappeared into the void. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was shocked to find that the human-shaped statue had become more real. The human-shaped statue actually became more realistic. Although it was still a statue, the feeling it gave off was more three-dimensional and clear. Congratulations on unlocking the divine treasure I left behind. In the next moment, something that shocked Duan Lingtian even more happened. The huge human-shaped statue in front of them opened its mouth and spoke. The statue's mouth moved slightly, and a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. This? Wu Feng, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was dumbfounded. My name is Qin Wu. I'm a sectless cultivator who came to Tunglang province from afar. In the past, I joined a few forces, but after that, I didn't join any forces. I'm all alone and free. After becoming a god king, I'm like the other god kings in the realms of gods. I'm fighting against the heavens. The heavenly tribulations that come once every 1,000 years spurred me to move forward. I didn't dare to stop or look back. The statue spoke again. This time, it began to introduce itself. Furthermore, it began to talk about its life. I've overcome the heavenly tribulations over and over again. I've improved my cultivation base and strength over and over again. Every time I've improved, I'll feel relieved. Speaking of which, other than the fact that I don't have many friends and I didn't take in any disciples, my life has been smooth sailing. After all, with my background, it's already a miracle that I've come this far. When I left this divine treasure behind, I had a premonition that I won't be able to overcome the next heavenly tribulation in 30 years. For this reason, I left this divine treasure behind as a gift to a fated person. In my life, I'll stop at the lesser god emperor stage. After listening to the statue's words, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng exchanged a look. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. It's really a divine treasure left behind by a god emperor. Even if a god emperor was just a sectless cultivator, the wealth he possessed was unimaginable. At this moment, the statue continued to speak. I've spent all the divine stones in my wealth to support this divine palace and divine treasure. Therefore, if a fated person wishes to obtain a large number of divine stones, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. What I left behind are all the treasures I've collected throughout my life. There's also the high-grade divine weapon that has followed me for many years. It has already developed half a soul. In the end, I couldn't wait until the day it developed a complete soul. This is one of my biggest regrets. In addition, I also left behind many cultivation techniques that I found. The best one was an incomplete Emperor God level cultivation technique. I also relied on that cultivation technique to become an Emperor God. Give me a few more 1,000 years and I'm confident that I'll be able to break through to become a God Emperor stage. However, the heavenly tribulation waits for no one. In the end, the speed of my growth still can't catch up to the speed of the heavenly tribulation. Alright, since I've said so much, I won't waste any more words. There's no other way. I've been alone for so long and have no one to talk to. I don't like to talk to people either. Before I die, it's inevitable that I'll talk too much. Now, let's get to the main topic. After entering the Divine Palace, the first thing you'll see are the two paths that I've left behind. Even though they lead to two different places, everything inside is the same. The moment you enter, you'll be restricted from leaving. If someone takes both paths, then the person who opens the statue that I've left behind first will have the chance to obtain the various treasures other than the divine stones that I've left behind. As for the person who takes the other path, they'll be forcefully sent out of the Divine Palace. The various treasures that I've left behind, other than the divine stones, are all in the inner palace of this Divine Palace. Next, I'll open the spatial passage for the fated person who opens the statue first. From here, you'll head to the inner palace. As the voice of the statue fell, the sword in his hand suddenly pierced into the void. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. And it was this seemingly casual stab that caused a black vortex to appear in the void. It was exactly the same as the situation inside the Divine Palace. The black vortex was exactly a spatial passage. In that case, Du Qianjun and his companion will be forcefully sent out? Wu Feng, who recovered from the words of the statue with great difficulty, had his eyes lit up, and a gloating expression involuntarily appeared on his face. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded as he looked at the black vortex in the void in front of him with a complicated expression. I didn't expect that we'd accidentally open the statue first and obtain the opportunity to fight for the treasures left behind by this Emperor God powerhouse. Haha. If Du Qianjun finds out that we're the ones who obtained this opportunity, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll vomit blood.
Wu Feng smiled brightly.
While Wu Feng was smiling brightly, after passing through another cave passageway, they also arrived at a spacious hall. Du Qianjun and Lu Yi, who were at a loss for what to do with the statue in front of them, were frightened by the statue that suddenly seemed to come alive. This statue came to life?
Du Qianjun was shocked.
Even the middle-aged man beside him had a rare change of expression.
Chapter 37:19.
Du Qianjun led the people around him through the long and narrow cave passageway and appeared in a spacious sealed hall. There was a human-shaped statue in the hall. Everything was exactly the same as the place Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were at. The two were almost identical. In the beginning, Du Qianjun also tried to use his divine consciousness to spy on the statue. As expected, he was blocked outside. Then, Du Qianjun also wanted to use his divine power to attack the statue. However, he hesitated for a long time before he made his move. He carefully extended his divine power and hit the statue. However, the statue did not move at all. However, his divine power attack was completely blocked.
What should I do now? Do I have to turn back?
Du Qianjun continued to activate his divine power and joined forces with the middle-aged man beside him to attack the statue with all their might. However, they still could not do anything to the statue. However, when he brought the middle-aged man back to the cave passageway, he realized that the passageway was blocked after taking a few steps. It was as though the passageway had been blocked since the beginning. It seems like there's no way to turn back. Under such circumstances, Du Qianjun could only bring the middle-aged man back to the spacious hall. He stared blankly at the motionless human-shaped statue before he started to look for clues.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Now, as the human-shaped statue moved on its own as though it was alive, Du Qianjun and the people around him were shocked. The statue, an inanimate object, had actually come to life? The same path, the same place, the same method of opening. However, you're one step slower than me. I can only say that you're not fated to meet me. However, since you're able to come here, I can't let you leave just like that. At the very least, out of courtesy, I should introduce myself. My name is Qin Wu. I'm a rogue cultivator who came from afar to Tonglang province. I joined some forces in the past. After that, the human-shaped statue said the same thing as it said to Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng. In the end it said, "In my life, I'll stop at the level of a lower emperor god." As soon as the human-shaped statue said that Du Qianjun was not fated to be with him, the expressions of Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him changed. This was because they also heard that they had missed the opening of the divine dwelling divine treasury. Evidently, the divine treasury they had entered was a divine treasury that needed to be opened a second time. Furthermore, there were two paths to take. The path they took was one of those paths. But now the person who took the other path had opened the divine treasures ahead of time, causing them to lose the opportunity to open the divine treasures.
Now I'll send you out.
As the humanoid statue spoke, the long sword in his hand trembled and pointed at the void. It seemed to be a casual gesture, but it caused a black vortex to appear in the void and sweep toward Du Qianjun and Jian Wushuang. No! If I don't open the divine treasure, I won't go out. Du Qianjun was unwilling to accept this and wanted to dodge. However, before he could dodge, the ridiculously fast black vortex had already swept him and the middle-aged man beside him into it. It directly sent them out of the divine dwelling divine treasury, causing them to appear outside the door of the divine dwelling. At this very moment, the door to the divine residence had already closed. The 5 keys that were inserted into the door, as well as the 5 keyholes, were no longer there. Damn it! After Du Qianjun regained his senses, he wanted to open the divine dwelling again, but no matter how he struggled, the door of the divine dwelling remained tightly shut, and there were no signs of it opening. For a moment, Du Qianjun's expression was very ugly. In the end, when he realized that he had really missed the divine treasury in front of him, Du Qianjun gradually calmed down, and at the same time, his thoughts became clear. That human-shaped statue is obviously the person who left this divine treasury behind. Based on what he said, he should be a lower god emperor. Thinking of this, Du Qianjun felt a pang of pain. It was really a divine treasury left behind by a god emperor expert, but now he had been sent out, and he did not even get a single strand of hair. In addition, he said that someone opened the divine treasury inside before us. Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. Is it young Master Han and the others? In Du Qianjun's opinion, he did not meet the hidden fog sect disciple Wu Yishan and the other person on the path he chose. It was clear that Wu Yishan and the other person were on another path. And that path was the one he chose for Chu Han and the others to take. If the path was the same, Chu Han and the others would meet Wu Yishan and the other person sooner or later. If the four of them met, the result was self-evident. Wu Yishan and the other person would definitely be killed by Chu Han and the other person. It seems that the divine treasury was opened by young Master Han and the others. Du Qianjun sighed, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a bitter smile. Then, he subconsciously extended his divine sense into his storage ring, and for some reason, he looked at the soul bead that Chu Han had given him when they exchanged soul beads. However, his expression froze when he saw what was in front of him. How is this possible? At this moment, the soul bead that he was looking at was no longer there. More accurately, the complete soul bead was no longer there. What replaced it was a pile of soul bead fragments. The soul bead had shattered. Du Qianjun was well aware of what the shattering of the soul bead meant. Young Master Han is dead? What's going on? Du Qianjun couldn't figure out why Chu Han would die no matter how hard he racked his brains. That Wu Yishan duo definitely couldn't be young Master Han's match. Could it be that after the opening of the divine treasure trove, that person beside young Master Han launched a sneak attack on young Master Han and killed him? That person is young Master Han's junior brother, surnamed Chen. Thinking of this, Du Qianjun's eyes narrowed, and his expression became stern. If young Master Han obtained all the treasures in the divine treasury, then so be it. No matter what, he is still my martial uncle. But if that brat surnamed Chen sneakily killed young Master Han and obtained those treasures, I will not let him have an easy time. I have to go out and tell grandfather about this. Of course, because of the heart demon blood oath, I cannot tell grandfather about this divine treasury. However, I can fabricate some background and say that the brat surnamed Chen killed young Master Han. In that case, even if that brat surnamed Chen returns to the Tianlong clan, he will not have a good ending. Du Qianjun said goodbye to the middle-aged man beside him. Then, the two of them left the independent realm where the divine palace and divine treasure were located through the void gate and returned to the mystic Handle Land in the realm of gods. After returning to the profound Handle Land, he took out the divine king grade flying ship, activated the speed comparable to a high divine king, and headed in the direction of the Thousand Demon sect. At the same time, he did not forget to send a message to his grandfather. Grandfather, your senior brother's disciple, Chu Han, has died. Following Du Qianjun's message, his grandfather, the Thousand Demon sect's Grand Elder Du Zhan, also quickly responded. What nonsense are you talking about? This kind of thing cannot be said carelessly. If your martial granduncle knows that you said this, he will not be happy. When Du Zhan sent a message to Du Qianjun, his tone was reprimanding, but more than that, it was still concern. Also, you brat, you actually snuck out again? Where are you? Hurry up and come back. Grandfather. Du Qianjun replied with a bitter smile. As I have made a heart demon blood oath, it is not convenient for me to say where I am exactly. However, I did meet Chu Han and exchanged soul orbs with him. Now, his soul orb has shattered. When Du Qianjun said this, Du Zhan was silent for a long time before he asked, You have never met him, so how do you know him? After he found out from me that I was a disciple of the 10,000 Demon sect, he guessed my identity from the similarity between my appearance and yours when you were young. He said that there was a portrait of you when you were young in Martial Granduncle's room. It was vivid and lifelike, no different from a real person. Du Qianjun said. Wait. This time, Du Zhan could not remain calm. Du Zhan, who was in the Thousand Demon Sex estate, was filled with anxiety even though he had already become a medium divine emperor. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and sent a message to his senior brother, who was also Chu Han's master.
Senior brother, did something happen to Chu Han?
Du Zhan asked.
Junior brother, you know about it too? Almost as soon as Du Zhan sent the message, a reply came. Yes. My disciple, Chu Han, has died. Right now, I'm investigating the cause of his death. I'll look for you when I'm done.
Senior brother. Du Zhan had a bitter smile on his face. Although his senior brother's tone was calm, he was still able to detect traces of oppression from his senior brother's calm tone.
Let's not tell senior brother about what Chen Jun said. After all, we can't be sure if it's true. We'll talk about it when that brat comes back.
After the human-shaped statue opened the space tunnel, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered it in a timely manner. Then, both of them arrived at the lower Divine Emperor Qin Wu's divine palace before he died. He left behind all his treasures in the divine palace's inner mansion. Based on what Divine Emperor Qin Wu said, it seems like he even left the prominent grade divine weapon that gave birth to half of his soul in the divine palace. It seems like he's really planning to go through the next heavenly tribulation alone. Wu Feng said to Duan Lingtian as soon as they arrived at the inner mansion of the divine palace.
He almost didn't make it through the previous heavenly tribulation. Maybe he hasn't recovered from his injuries even after thousands of years. That's why he knows he can't make it through the next heavenly tribulation. Under such circumstances, it's useless no matter how much he prepares. If the prominent grade divine weapon gave birth to half of its soul, not only will it be destroyed, but the soul of the weapon that gave birth to half of its soul will also be destroyed.
Duan Lingtian said. This was because he possessed a high-quality god artifact, and the god artifact possessed an artifact soul. As a result, he knew much more about this than ordinary people. His own divine weapon gave birth to a weapon soul. In the eyes of Divine Emperor Qin Wu, who was lonely all his life, he must have treated the weapon soul as his own child.
Duan Lingtian recalled Divine Emperor Qin Wu's message earlier.
When he mentioned the prominent grade divine weapon that gave birth to half of its soul, his tone became much gentler.
It gave off a fatherly feeling.
Chapter 37:20. High-grade divine artifact. Wu Feng's eyes were burning with desire when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly looked at Duan Lingtian, and the desire in his eyes subsided a little.
Senior brother Wu Feng.
Duan Lingtian noticed Wu Feng's gaze and said with a faint smile, "If we obtain Divine Emperor Qin Wu's high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul, I'll give it to you."
Junior brother Duan.
Wu Feng was taken aback when he heard that.
Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian.
When he saw the sincerity in Duan Lingtian's eyes, a hint of guilt appeared in his eyes. This was because he had coveted the high-grade divine artifact earlier. However, junior brother Duan wanted to give the high-grade divine artifact to him as soon as he opened his mouth. "Junior brother Duan, there's no need for you to do this." Although Wu Feng really wanted the high-grade divine artifact, he felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's sincerity and completely dispelled the desire in his heart.
"I think we should look at the contributions later.
Whoever makes the greatest contribution will get the high-grade divine artifact. This is fair to both of us." Of course, although Wu Feng said that, he had already given the high-grade divine artifact to Duan Lingtian in his heart. He knew his strength was not as good as Duan Lingtian. His performance would definitely not be as good as Duan Lingtian's. However, Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Senior brother Wu Feng, I've already made up my mind. There's no need for you to say anything else. Since I said I'll give the high-grade divine artifact to you, I'll give it to you. Even if I obtain it myself, I won't take it. However, I have a request when I give the high-grade divine artifact to you. That is, other than the high-grade divine artifact, I'll have the priority to choose the other items. What do you think?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Junior brother Duan, of course, there's no problem with that. However, the wealth in Celestial Emperor Qin Wu's possession, even if all the other items were added together, I'm afraid it's still not comparable to the high-grade divine artifact that gave birth to half a soul. I can't take such a huge advantage of you. The more Duan Lingtian was giving in, the more Wu Feng felt guilty. He felt that his greed for the high-grade divine artifact was unforgivable. Senior brother Wu Feng, I won't take my words back. It's settled then. If you obtain the high-grade divine artifact, it's yours. I'll have priority to pick 3 items first. Duan Lingtian's. Of course, if I don't obtain that high-quality god artifact, our agreement will be nullified as well. I will no longer have the right to choose the spoils first. Senior brother Wu Feng, I, Duan Lingtian, am a person with a temper like this. If it wasn't for you asking me to join this time, it would be impossible for me to appear here. Therefore, I definitely won't accept that high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian's words came from the bottom of his heart. Although part of the reason he did not want the high-grade divine artifact was because he had another high-grade divine artifact with a complete artifact soul, it was mostly because of Wu Feng that he was able to come to the god's estate and divine treasury left behind by a god emperor. Otherwise, even if he did not keep the high-grade divine artifact for his friends and family, he could still exchange it for other treasures outside. With the value of the high-grade divine artifact, he could exchange it for many rare treasures. In the end, the reason why he did this was because he had always hated owing people favors. In his opinion, as long as he gave the high-grade divine artifact to Wu Feng, he would be returning the favor. Seeing Duan Lingtian become serious, Wu Feng bitterly smiled and said, Junior apprentice brother Duan, you don't need to think like that. The reason I told you the location of the God Emperor's divine treasury left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse and was willing to bring you here was mostly because I used 2 revival good fortune pills to exchange for your medium-grade divine artifact. Even if I didn't ask you to come with me, I would have found someone else. But the person I found might not be as strong as you. Speaking of which, the fact that you came with me is a blessing for me. Let's not talk about anything else. Just now, if it wasn't for you and another lower god king inner sect disciple of our hidden fog sect came with me, we might not have been able to defeat Chu Han and Duan Lingtian. We might have been killed by them just now. As Wu Feng spoke, his expression was earnest and sincere. But this time, Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at Wu Feng with a stubborn and firm gaze. Finally, Wu Feng compromised. He bitterly smiled and said, All right, I can do as you say. But, I also want to add 2 more points. If you can do it, I will agree. If you can't do it, then I won't agree. As Wu Feng spoke, his tone was firm and resolute. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, please speak. Duan Lingtian listened attentively. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian and solemnly said, First, even if you and I aren't fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, you will have the priority to choose 3 items from the harvest. Hearing Wu Feng's words, Duan Lingtian nodded. That's not a problem. Although he spoke in a straightforward manner, he was actually thinking that the things he chose were things he could use and might not be the most precious. Even if he did as Wu Feng requested, it wouldn't cause too much of a loss to Wu Feng. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had agreed to the first point, Wu Feng continued to say, Second, if you and I are fated to obtain that high-grade divine artifact, I'll take that high-grade divine artifact. However, I won't take any of the other items. They'll all belong to you. Senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Lingtian was surprised by Wu Feng's second point. He could not help but smile wryly. You don't have to do this. Actually, there are so many items. I might not need all of them. How about this? I'll only take the items I need and leave the rest to you? Duan Lingtian asked. Even if you don't need them, you can still exchange them for other items you need outside. Wu Feng was unmoved. If you don't agree to the second point, I won't take that high-grade divine artifact. Duan Lingtian tried to persuade Wu Feng again. However, Wu Feng was unmoved. In the end, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to compromise. All right, I agree. If that's the case, then let's go. If I'm not wrong, as long as we step into the array formation ahead, the test left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu will begin. And if we pass the corresponding test, we will be able to obtain the items left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. Although this was Wu Feng's first time entering the divine abode, as the saying went, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've still seen pigs run. Wu Feng had seen similar records in some of the memory jade slips left behind by the Hidden Fog sect since ancient times. Now, Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng were in the divine abode's inner mansion. It was a grand hall with an open door. The surroundings were resplendent and luxurious, far surpassing the grand hall where divine Emperor Qin Wu's statue was. There was an open door in the main hall. It was grand and imposing, and behind the open door, there was a clearly visible array formation formed by the spiritual energy of the god's stone. The array formation was circular and had a diameter of over 10 meters. Traces of spiritual energy from the god's stone twined around it, like a group of snakes dancing. When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng walked side by side into the array formation suddenly trembled. Then, under the gaze of Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, the grand hall's door and the entire grand hall in front of them strangely sank. Not long after, it completely sank into the ground. Then even the ground sank. The place where they landed turned into a barren land. "I won't make things difficult for you." A familiar voice resonated in the air. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, both of them saw a humanoid silhouette suddenly appearing in the distant sky. The humanoid silhouette's appearance was no different from the humanoid statue they had seen earlier. Even the voice was the same. Obviously, this was an illusion left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu, who left behind this divine abode. "I'll let the array formation that I left behind automatically form a test for each of you by checking the number of people and cultivation level of all of you. As long as you're stronger than people of the same cultivation level, you'll be able to pass more tests. If you want to get the most precious thing that I left behind, the high-grade divine weapon that gave birth to half a soul, you'll have to pass all the tests. If everyone passes all the tests, then only the person who passes all the tests the fastest will be able to get the high-grade divine weapon that I left behind. However, it won't be easy to pass all the tests that I left behind. At least, in this era when I was alive, in Tungleng province, there's absolutely no one who can do this. If any of you is an emperor god, just pretend that I didn't say anything above. The test formed by the array formation that I set up, even if it's the most difficult one, won't be difficult for an emperor god. After all, I'm only a lower emperor god." As divine Emperor Qin Wu spoke, there was suddenly an invisible force that swept past Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng like a breeze. However, it gave the two of them a feeling that they had nowhere to hide, as though everything about them was seen through. "There's a total of 2 people. A higher god and a lower god king. Good luck." After divine Emperor Qin Wu said that, his phantom gradually disappeared in the void as though it had never appeared. Set the test based on the number of people and cultivation level? No matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Wu Feng, they were first stunned when they heard divine Emperor Qin Wu's words. Then, they came back to their senses and looked surprised. "Junior brother Duan, with your strength, you'll definitely be able to pass through all the tests created by the formation left behind by divine Emperor Qin Wu. That superior grade divine weapon is already in your bag," Duan Lingtian said. Wu Feng was very confident in Duan Lingtian. "I didn't expect each of us to go through our own tests. This time, I'm really going to take advantage of you, junior brother Duan. With my ability, the rewards that I'll get will definitely be far less than yours. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother Wu Feng." Although Duan Lingtian was confident in his ability, he still didn't know how difficult the tests that divine Emperor Qin Wu left behind for higher gods were. Therefore, he didn't dare to make any guarantees in front of Wu Feng. Chapter 37-21. Junior brother Duan, you just have to do your best. Regardless of whether you can pass all the tests and obtain the upper-grade divine weapon, I will not change my promise to you. Wu Feng looked at Duan Lingtian seriously and said, "Moreover, I will do my best to obtain the treasures that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind." Anything that could be left behind by an emperor god, no matter how ordinary it was, would definitely be a treasure to them. Senior brother Wu Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. If you can't pass the tests, just think of a way to give up. Now we don't know if the tests that Emperor God Qin Wu left behind will be life-threatening. Duan Lingtian said. When Wu Feng heard this, his face turned even more solemn. However, as an invisible force swept in from the surroundings and split into two forces between Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng, they felt as though they were unable to break free. They knew that the tests were about to begin. Junior brother Duan, if you can't do it, just give up. Wu Feng hastily reminded Duan Lingtian. You too. As soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, both of them disappeared completely. They were taken away by the invisible force. A lower celestial emperor was a lower celestial emperor after all. Even though he had been dead for many years, the power of the formation that he left behind was still something that Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng could not resist. The force that enveloped them gave them the feeling that it was comparable to the strength of a lower celestial emperor. It might even be stronger than they had imagined. Swoosh! When Duan Lingtian and Wu Feng entered the Divine Mansion Divine Treasure and passed the test set by Emperor God Qin Wu, Du Qianjun and the middle-aged man beside him boarded the Divine King-grade spaceship and returned to the Thousand Demon Sect at the speed of an upper celestial king. They had spent slightly more than a month on the journey. However, that was when the Divine King-grade spaceship was traveling at the speed of an lower celestial king. Now, with the speed of an upper celestial king, the efficiency of the Divine King-grade spaceship was at least 10 times faster than before. The journey that would have taken a month was completed in 3 days and 3 nights. Grandfather. After Du Qianjun returned to the 10,000 Devil Sect's encampment, the first thing he did was look for his grandfather, the supreme elder of the 10,000 Devil Sect, Du Zhan. Du Zhan was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. Although his hair was completely white and even his eyebrows were white, his appearance was no different from that of a middle-aged man. When he stood together with Du Qianjun, they looked more like father and son than grandfather and grandson. Du Zhan was dressed in blue and had a tall stature. It could be seen that Du Qianjun's appearance was inherited from him. In reality, Du Qianjun was more like him than Du Zhan's son and even his eldest grandson, Du Pujuan. It was precisely because of this that he especially doted on and spoiled this little grandson of his. Since a young age, he never allowed Du Qianjun to leave his side, and he wanted to personally protect Du Qianjun. Until the last time, when his little grandson sneaked out, he was extremely anxious. He even personally went to find the sect leader of the Thousand Devil Sect to settle the score. The sect leader of the Thousand Devil Sect also punished the elders and disciples of the Thousand Devil Sect, who were guarding the entrance and exit. You little brat. I just punished you the last time you came back. This time, you actually dared to sneak out again. It seems like you didn't take the previous punishment to heart. Du Zhan glared at Du Qianjun angrily. However, the gentleness and doting in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed. Du Qianjun, on the other hand, did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the angry Du Zhan. This was because he knew that his grandfather had a sharp tongue but a soft heart in front of him. However, he wasn't in the mood to care about this now. He looked at Du Zhan and said with a solemn expression, "Grandfather, Chu Han has really perished. Not long after the two of us separated, he perished and his Tao vanished. These are the soul orbs that he exchanged with me," Du Qianjun said as he took out a pile of soul orb fragments from his spatial ring. "After I exchanged soul orbs with him, I even tried to communicate with him. I can confirm that there is no problem." What happened? Du Zhan's expression also became serious. He asked with a serious expression, "Qianjun, you should know that this kind of thing is not a game. Although that martial granduncle of yours and I are as close as brothers, it is also because of this that I, your grandfather, will definitely not play tricks on him." Du Qianjun shook his head. "Grandfather, you should know that although I am usually a little mischievous, I will definitely not joke about serious matters. Grandfather, I have heard about the relationship between you and martial granduncle since I was young. Naturally, I know that this kind of thing cannot be said carelessly." Du Qianjun had a serious expression. When Du Zhan heard this, he also looked at Du Qianjun seriously. "In the end," he said with a serious expression, "then tell me the ins and outs of this matter now. Do not miss a single detail." Martial granduncle. Du Qianjun looked at Du Zhan with a serious expression. "The last time I sneaked out, I went to a city outside and accepted a mission with a group of people. After that we discovered a ruin. Most of the people died, and in the end,
only 6 people were left.
Then, the 6 of us agreed that each of us would bring a companion whose cultivation level could not exceed the lower Divine King realm. 3 months later, we would explore that ruin together. At the same time, we swore a heart demon blood oath that we would not tell a third person besides the companion we were looking for. At the same time, we had to let the companion join us after he swore a heart demon blood oath that he would not tell anyone about this matter. This is also the reason why when you asked me where we were, I said that it was not convenient to tell you because of the heart demon blood oath.
Du Chenjuan's words completely changed the background of this trip. At the same time, he did not plan to say where they were going. Naturally, this was to avoid the heart demon blood oath.
Although he was unwilling to be eliminated from the God Emperor's divine treasure, he did not forget the heart demon blood oath he swore before.
If he violated it, he would definitely die. Of the 6 people who survived that time, one of them was Chu Han. However, I did not know him at that time, and because there were too many people, he did not look at me carefully. He only felt that I was a little familiar.
Of course, the main reason was that we used aliases at that time, so we did not think that each other was the person we knew.
Until later when we met again, he carefully looked at my face and found that I looked extremely similar to grandfather when you were young. Furthermore, my aliases were also surnamed Du, so he tried to sound me out and called me by my real name.
It was also at that time that I found out that he was Chu Han, the youngest disciple under senior granduncle, and also the disciple that he doted on the most.
When Du Chenjun said this, Du Zhan asked, "What happened after that?" Du Chenjun continued, "After Chu Han and I acknowledged each other, he sent me a voice transmission and said that he wanted to join forces with me to annihilate the other 8 competitors. Everything that happened after that went very smoothly.
We joined forces to annihilate 6 competitors, and the remaining 2 competitors were pursued by Chu Han and the red-clad young man he called Junior Brother Chen.
Not long after, I discovered that Chu Han's soul bead had shattered. In addition, I didn't find anything in that ruin, so I hurried back to tell grandfather about this matter. I even greeted grandfather on the way back." As Du Chenjun spoke to hear, Du Zhan asked, "How strong were the 2 people that Chu Han and that person were hunting down? Is it possible that Chu Han and that person were hunting them down but were instead killed by them?" Du Zhan voiced his guess. Just as Du Zhan's voice fell, Du Chenjun shook his head and denied it.
"Impossible."
"Why?" Du Zhan asked. "Grandfather, those 2 people should be disciples of the Hidden Fog sect. One of them is called Wu Yishan, but I suspect that is his alias. This Wu Yishan is quite strong.
His cultivation is similar to mine and his comprehension of the laws and profound meanings is similar to mine.
I only saw him take out a low-grade divine artifact. If he took out a medium-grade divine artifact, I would at most be able to fight him to a draw. If he had a medium-grade divine artifact, with Chu Han's strength, it wouldn't be easy to kill him. However, according to what Chu Han said, the youth surnamed Chen is also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. His strength isn't much weaker than his. If the 2 of them join forces, that Hidden Fog sect disciple Wu Yishan won't be their match." Du Chenjuan's words were filled with confidence in Chu Han and that person. "Doesn't that Hidden Fog sect disciple have a companion who is also a Hidden Fog sect disciple?"
Du Zhan frowned and asked.
"That person can be ignored," Du Chenjun said with disdain. "He is just a higher deity. Normally, a lower god king can kill him like a dog, much less lower god kings like us."
"Higher deity?"
Du Zhan frowned. "According to what I know, the Hidden Fog sect recently produced a higher deity core disciple. He once killed a lower god king inner sect disciple on the Hidden Fog sect's extreme martial arena. Moreover, that inner sect disciple was a disciple of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder."
"I've heard of this."
Du Chenjun didn't care. Even if this is true, it can only be said that the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's disciple was careless and was killed by a sneak attack. Moreover, what is the name of the Hidden Fog sect's second elder's disciple? I think his name is Tu Feng. If he didn't die at the hands of a higher deity, I wouldn't even know his name. He clearly can't be considered a genius in the Hidden Fog sect. He is just a mediocre person. In Du Chenjuan's opinion, he had heard of almost every outstanding inner sect disciple and core disciple in the Hidden Fog sect. But he had never heard of Tu Feng. This meant that Tu Feng wasn't famous outside,
and couldn't be considered an outstanding disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. Even so, we can't be careless. Otherwise, how could Chu Han have died? Du Zhan shook his head. He couldn't help but frown. He was clearly thinking of something. Grandfather, I suspect that the boy surnamed Chen by Chu Han's side was the one who killed him. Du Qianjun voiced his guess. Did Chu Han introduce the youth surnamed Chen to you? What is his full name? Du Zhan asked after hearing his grandson's guess. Chapter 37-22. Chen Helian. When Chu Han and Du Qianjun met, Chu Han had introduced the red-clad young man who was also a disciple of the Tianlong clan. Therefore, Chu Han knew the young man's name. I'll immediately contact your martial granduncle about this matter. I think your martial granduncle is currently furious and impatient because of this matter. After Du Zhan finished speaking, he sent a message to his senior brother in the Tianlong clan. Du Zhan's senior brother was also a disciple of the Thousand Devil sect in the past. Moreover, he was a proud son of heaven in the Thousand Devil sect. Before he even went to the Sky Dragon sect, he was already famous outside. Later, when he entered the Sky Dragon sect, although his performance was not as dazzling as before, he still became an inner sect elder of the Sky Dragon sect. It should be known that it was not easy to become an inner elder of the Tianlong clan. At the very least, one had to be a medium divine emperor. Du Zhan's senior brother was called Kuang Tianjing. Like Du Zhan, he was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. However, he was not as tall and burly as Du Zhan. He was of medium height and seemed more reserved. Chen Helian? When Kuang Tian received a message from his junior brother, Du Zhan, who was far away in the Myriad Demon sect, he was a little surprised. He never thought that his junior brother would provide him with a lot of valuable information when he couldn't find any clues. Senior brother, although my grandson is naughty, he has a sense of propriety when it comes to important matters. I believe his words. After Du Zhan finished his message, he added another sentence to convince his senior brother Kuang Tianjing. The reason for this superfluous action was because his senior brother had never personally interacted with his grandson. However, he had often complained about his grandson's naughtiness and unreliability in their daily communication. You're such a cautious person. Since you've personally sent a message, the news can't be wrong. Kuang Tianjing replied with a smile. However, in the next instant, his voice suddenly changed. The clues I have found so far are that Chu Han left the Tianlong clan for the last time with Chen Helian. However, like Chu Han, Chen Helian has also perished. Furthermore, in terms of time, Chen Helian died before Chu Han. This is the result of my investigation, and the trail ends here. Now, the clues you gave me have unconsciously connected with the clues I found that were originally cut off. Kuang Tianjing said in a deep voice. Upon hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan's expression naturally changed. Du Qianjun, who was in front of him, saw his expression and couldn't help but be startled. Grandfather, what's wrong? Du Zhan glanced at Du Qianjun. I just confirmed from your martial granduncle that Chen Helian is also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. When Du Qianjun heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. Chen Helian was also dead? This was completely different from what he had imagined and guessed. In his imagination, he guessed that after Chu Han and Chen Helian killed the two Hidden Fog sect disciples, because of the uneven distribution of benefits, Chen Helian launched a sneak attack and killed Chu Han. Then he took everything for himself. But now, his grandfather was telling him that Chen Helian was also dead. Moreover, he died before Chu Han. What was going on? Could it be that after they killed the two Hidden Fog sect disciples, they also encountered danger and died in that god ruin? Du Qianjun was aghast. However, upon hearing Du Qianjun's words, Du Zhan frowned. Then, he asked Du Qianjun, do you know the name of the higher deity realm Hidden Fog sect disciple who was with the Hidden Fog sect disciple you mentioned? He always felt that there was something strange about that higher deity. This was because not long ago, He heard that an extremely monstrous higher deity had appeared in the hidden fog sect. Moreover, with a higher deity cultivation, this higher deity had passed the hidden fog sect's core disciple test, becoming the first deity-level core disciple in the hidden fog sect in 10,000 years.
I don't know. Du Qianjun shook his head.
I only heard Wu Yishan call him Junior Apprentice Brother Duan. His surname should be Duan. As for his specific name, Wu Yishan didn't mention it and he didn't mention it. Grandfather, do you think he has the ability to cooperate with Wu Yishan to kill Chu Han and Chen Helian?
That's impossible. He is just a small higher deity. I can kill him in a single move.
As Du Qianjun spoke, his face was full of disdain. The Divine Spirit Stage Core Disciple that was recently born in the Hidden Fog Sect is also the first Divine Spirit Stage Core Disciple in the Hidden Fog Sect in 10,000 years. His surname is Duan, and his name is Duan Ling Tian. Du Zhan looked at Du Qianjun and said, that Duan Ling Tian is said to have comprehended the fusion of two profound meanings of the space laws. Moreover, because of his good luck, he grasped the elementary form of one of the four Tao of heaven and earth, the Tao of weapons, the Tao of sword. This level of strength surpasses an ordinary lower god king.
As Du Zhan spoke, Du Qianjun furrowed his eyebrows.
Grandfather, you mean that youth surnamed Duan beside Wu Yishan might be the first hidden fog sect core disciple in 10,000 years to reach the divine spirit realm?
It is possible.
After all, they are both surnamed Duan.
Du Zhan said.
Du Qianjun's eyes flashed. Even if his strength is as grandfather says, his strength is at most equal to mine. In this situation, even if he and Wu Yishan join forces, I fear they will barely be able to fight Chu Han and Wu Yishan to a draw. You have overlooked a problem,
Du Zhan said in a low voice.
Don't forget. Even you looked down on him when you learned he was a higher deity. It is normal for Chu Han and that Chen Helian beside him to look down on him. If they underestimate their opponent, even if they attack, it is impossible for them to use their full strength. If they aren't careful, it is possible that their opponent will seize the opportunity and kill them instead.
Du Zhan had lived for many years.
He naturally knew that sometimes, in a life or death battle, strength wasn't everything. There were certain unstable factors. For instance, if the opponent's true strength was formidable and you didn't understand it, you would underestimate them and be defeated or even killed in the end. In his life, although he hadn't seen many such scenes, it wasn't as if he hadn't seen them before. Once, a careless person was defeated and killed by his opponent. And another time, although that careless person managed to react in time and didn't die, he was still defeated by his opponent. Thus, he was well aware that in a life or death battle, a moment of carelessness could cost one's life. Du Zhan's words caused Du Qianjun to fall silent. He carefully thought about it. If he was the one facing the youth surnamed Duan beside Wu Yishan, he would definitely underestimate his opponent and not take him seriously. If the other party also seized this opportunity and pretended to be weak before attacking with his full strength at the critical moment, it was very likely that he would also fall for it. When he thought of this, Du Qianjun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Then he muttered, "No wonder that Wu Yishan didn't bring a lower deity with him and instead brought a higher deity. So it is to make us lower our guard."
Despicable.
Du Qianjun cursed loudly.
There is nothing despicable about it.
Du Zhan shook his head.
This can't be considered despicable. It is merely a strategy. If I were Wu Yishan, I wouldn't miss out on such a person that I could use. A higher deity and a lower deity with the same strength. The former is much more useful than the latter.
Du Zhan's eyes flashed as he spoke. Grandfather, do you mean that Wu Yishan and his companions killed Chu Han and Chen Helian?
Du Qianjun asked. That is possible.
Du Zhan nodded.
But that might not be the case.
As long as no one saw it with their own eyes, no one would dare to say that Chu Han and Chen Helian died at their hands. Not to mention that their combined strength is only equal to Chu Han and Chen Helian. Even if they are stronger than Chu Han and Chen Helian, they might even be able to crush them. After all, you also said that it is a ruin. In a ruin, there are often killing arrays. They might have been killed by the killing arrays.
Du Zhan said.
Grandfather, shouldn't you tell Grandmaster Martial Uncle about this? Chu Han is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's youngest disciple. You also said that he is Grandmaster Martial Uncle's most beloved disciple.
Grandmaster Martial Uncle probably won't let his death go. Du Qianjun looked at Du Zhan. I've already told your Grandmaster Martial Uncle. Du Zhan nodded. Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle said that once he finishes his urgent matters, he will return to the Myriad Demon sect. At that time, he will personally go to the Hidden Fog sect to confirm whether or not those 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples also died in that ruin. If they die, then that's fine. They can be considered as accompanying Chu Han in death. If they don't die, then he will find a way to confirm whether or not those 2 people killed Chu Han. If they did, then neither of them will be able to escape. Du Zhan said. Grandmaster Martial Uncle is coming back? Du Qianjuan's pupils shrank and he revealed a shocked expression. He never imagined that Grandmaster Martial Uncle would return to the Myriad Demon sect for his disciple Chu Han. It had to be known that his Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned to the Myriad Demon sect for a long time. At the very least, ever since he was born, that Grandmaster Martial Uncle hadn't returned. As for his grandfather after he was born, he had gone to the Tianlong clan alone to look for that Grandmaster Martial Uncle to reminisce about the past several times. Du Zhan nodded. Your Grandmaster Martial Uncle wants me to investigate the true identities of those 2 people in the Hidden Fog sect ahead of time. After all, the Hidden Fog sect disciple surnamed Duan you encountered might not necessarily be the new core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian. As for that Wu Yishan, he might just be an alias. Come with me to the sect master's residence. Let the sect master investigate this matter. As Du Zhan spoke, he brought Du Qianjun away from his cultivation area and headed to the Myriad Demon sect master's cultivation area. Not long after, the Myriad Demon sect master gathered some people and issued a series of orders. The Myriad Demon sect and the Hidden Fog sect had been mortal enemies for many years. The Myriad Demon sect had placed many people in the Hidden Fog sect. Now, through these people, they could confirm the identities of the 2 Hidden Fog sect disciples that Du Qianjun encountered. Chapter 37-23. After 2 months, Long Shao finally left Monarch Descent City with regret and returned to the Hidden Fog sect. In these 2 months, he had mobilized all the forces he could mobilize in Monarch Descent City to search for the whereabouts of the new core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect, Duan Ling Tian. He wanted to find Duan Ling Tian and then kill him. But in the end, he didn't find anything. Ever since Duan Ling Tian exposed his identity on the streets of Monarch Descent City and publicly pursued the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin, he had completely vanished from Monarch Descent City, as if he had never appeared. Long Shao patiently waited for a period of time. Finally, after confirming that there was no result, he returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Unless you never return to the sect for the rest of your life. Otherwise, I, Long Shao, will kill you. After returning to the Hidden Fog sect, Long Zhao's eyes flashed with ice-cold killing intent. At the same time, he immediately confirmed whether or not Duan Ling Tian had returned to the sect. After confirming that Duan Ling Tian hadn't returned, he returned to his own cultivation area. This was also the cultivation area of his master, Elder Thunder. However, after returning, he couldn't help but look for Shangguan Xiongfeng. As for Shangguan Xiongfeng, he couldn't help but tease him. Long Shao, you went out this time and waited for so long in vain. Yet, you didn't find anything. It looks like that Duan Ling Tian is quite smart. He smoothly avoided you. I didn't come looking for you to listen to your sarcastic remarks. Long Shao frowned. During the time I was gone, did that Duan Ling Tian come back? He didn't. Shangguan Xiongfeng shook his head. If he did come back, I would have notified you as soon as I found out. Do you think I would help him? As Shangguan Xiongfeng spoke, his tone became a bit more playful. But, recently, there have been several inner sect disciples and a core disciple inquiring about Duan Ling Tian. As for what their goal is, I don't know. Shangguan Xiongfeng said. What goal could they have? Long Shao sneered. They want to curry favor with that Duan Ling Tian because he's young and has a higher deity cultivation and become a core disciple of the sect. If I spread the word that I will fight to the death with Duan Ling Tian, even if they have some relationship with him, they will likely cut off all ties with him. Long Zhao's words were filled with arrogance and arrogance. Duan Ling Tian probably won't not return to the sect, right? Shangguan Xiongfeng laughed. Last time, you scared him quite a bit.
Moreover, he definitely knows that even if you take the risk of breaking the sect's rules and kill him, the sect will not punish you heavily for Elder Lei's sake.
Wouldn't he be courting death if he stayed behind under such circumstances? Shangguan Xiongfeng voiced his guess.
Zhao's Long Shao coldly snorted.
If he doesn't return to the sect, I won't be able to find him and I won't be able to do anything to him.
However, if he dares to return to the sect, I won't let him off.
When Long Zhao's voice fell, there was only cold killing intent left in his eyes. In the divine treasury left behind by the lower god emperor, Qin Wu. With a soft "hu" sound, a figure appeared in the inner part of the divine treasury. It was none other than the hidden fog sect's disciple, Wu Feng. I was so close. After appearing, Wu Feng's face was filled with pity. However, after feeling pity, a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. As expected of a celestial emperor, the things left behind by him, even if they are ordinary in his eyes, are rare treasures in my eyes. It's a pity that I almost succeeded. If I had succeeded, I would have obtained at least one more precious thing. As Wu Feng muttered to himself, he couldn't help but sigh. I passed through 7 stages and obtained the 9 treasures left behind by Emperor God Qin Wu.
With junior brother Duan's ability, he might be able to pass through the stages and obtain the high-grade divine weapon left behind by Emperor God Qin Wu, which already has half a soul.
Wu Feng's eyes were filled with anticipation. Although he had been eliminated, he believed that junior brother Duan would definitely be able to go further than him and obtain more treasures left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu.
However, suddenly, Wu Feng seemed to have thought of something and his expression turned solemn.
According to God Emperor Qin Wu's statue, Du Chenjun and Chu Han who chose the other path will be directly sent out. After they leave, even if they can't spread the news of the divine treasury left behind by the God Emperor because of the heart demon blood oath, they can still find an excuse to spread the news of Chu Han's death. According to junior brother Duan, Chu Han and Du Chenjun should have recognized each other after coming here. They most likely exchanged soul beads. If Chu Han died, Du Chenjun would definitely find out. As long as Du Chenjun tells his grandfather about Chu Han's death and tells his grandfather's senior brother, who is also Chu Han's master, I'm afraid junior brother Duan and my identity won't be hidden. The more he thought about it, the more solemn Wu Feng's expression became. In fact, it was as Wu Feng thought.
At the 10,000 Demon Sect, according to the clues given by Du Chenjun, the sect master of the 10,000 Demon Sect personally asked.
Before long, the identities of Duan Ling Tian and Wu Feng were more or less confirmed. Sect Master, the Hidden Fog Sect spies have sent back news. They said that the Hidden Fog Sect's core disciple Duan Ling Tian has already left the Hidden Fog Sect and hasn't returned for several months. The last time he appeared was in Monarch Descent City. Moreover, it is suspected that he was pursuing the #1 beauty of the Linghu family, Linghu Chuyin. Within the 10,000 Demon Sect station, a person was reporting to the 10,000 Demon Sect Sect Master. The 10,000 Demon Sect Sect Master was a gentle and refined middle-aged man.
He wore a clean white robe and at this time, he was listening to the reports of several people in front of him.
Sect Master, I have investigated all the lower God King inner sect disciples, core disciples, and even outer sect elders of the Hidden Fog Sect. But, there is no one named Wu Yishan. However, several months ago, Duan Ling Tian took out a medium-grade divine artifact in the Hidden Fog Sect and exchanged it for 2 revival good fortune pills with an inner sect disciple named Wu Feng. That was how he met Wu Feng.
As for Wu Feng, he is one of the few friends that Duan Ling Tian made in the Hidden Fog Sect and exchanged soul beads with him.
Sect Master, I have news from my side. Not only is Duan Ling Tian not present, but Wu Feng is also not present in the Hidden Fog Sect. Moreover, the time that Wu Feng left the Hidden Fog Sect is... Listening to the reports of several people, the 10,000 Demon Sect Sect Master's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The time that Hidden Fog Sect disciple Wu Feng left the Hidden Fog Sect is right on time. It seems that this so-called Wu Yishan should be the alias of the Hidden Fog Sect's inner sect disciple, Wu Feng. As for that youth surnamed Duan who has a higher god realm cultivation,
The one that Wu Yishan calls junior apprentice brother Duan, should be that Duan Ling Tian who rose to fame in the Hidden Fog sect some time ago. After thinking of this, the 10,000 Demon sect master had the several people in front of him withdraw. He personally went to look for one of the strongest highest elders of the Hidden Fog sect, Du Zhan. Martial uncle, there is news. Soon after, the 10,000 Demon sect master told Du Zhan what he knew. In terms of seniority, Du Zhan was his martial uncle. Listening to what you said, that Wu Yishan should be the Hidden Fog sect's Wu Feng. As for that youth surnamed Duan, he should be Duan Ling Tian. Within the Hidden Fog sect, only Duan Ling Tian has the ability to suppress an ordinary lower god king with a higher god realm cultivation. He is strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most outstanding lower god kings. Du Zhan nodded. Then, he sent a message to his senior apprentice brother in the distant Tianlong clan, Kuang Tianjing. Hidden Fog sect disciple. Duan Ling Tian? Wu Feng? Kuang Tianjing quickly responded. I will remember this. Once I finish some urgent matters, I will personally go and confirm it with them. It looks like senior apprentice brother has some urgent matters on hand. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have come already. Du Zhan thought to himself. However, Du Zhan didn't have to wait for long. In a short half a month, Kuang Tianjing arrived at the Heavenly Demon sect. As soon as Kuang Tianjing arrived outside the Heavenly Demon sect's encampment, a group of Heavenly Demon sect high-level figures led by the Heavenly Demon sect master came forward to greet him. After they knew the approximate time Kuang Tianjing would arrive, they had been waiting here for 2 days and 1 night. Lan Qing welcomes martial uncle back to the sect. The Heavenly Demon sect master, Lan Qing, bowed towards Kuang Tianjing, his tone filled with incomparable respect. In terms of seniority, Kuang Tianjing was the same as Du Zhan. They were both Lan Qing's martial uncle. Lan Qing's master was older than Kuang Tianjing and Du Zhan. He had also entered the sect earlier than the two. Thus, even Kuang Tianjing and Du Zhan had to address Lan Qing's master as senior apprentice brother in the past. However, Lan Qing's master had died many years ago because he couldn't withstand the heavenly tribulation that came once every 1,000 years. Welcome, Elder Tianjing. Behind Lan Qing, a group of high-level figures of the Myriad Demon sect also bowed towards Kuang Tianjing. Most of them had eyes filled with fanaticism and worship. Many of them had grown up listening to Kuang Tianjing's stories. Towards Kuang Tianjing, they had a heartfelt worship. If Shui Haichuan was said to be a legendary figure in the Hidden Fog sect, then Kuang Tianjing was the same in the Myriad Demon sect. Brat Lan Qing, I haven't seen you in so many years. You haven't changed at all. After Kuang Tianjing nodded towards the high-level figures of the Myriad Demon sect, his gaze fell on Lan Qing and he faintly smiled. However, the smile on Kuang Tianjing's face seemed forced no matter how one looked at it. My condolences, martial uncle. Lan Qing sighed and comforted Kuang Tianjing. Last time, when his martial uncle Du Zhan came to find him and asked him to send people to the Hidden Fog sect to inquire about news, he told him about the death of Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han. My condolences? Hearing Lan Qing's words, the high-level figures of the Myriad Demon sect were stunned. They all looked towards Lan Qing, their eyes filled with confusion and confusion. What was going on? They had all heard that Kuang Tianjing was coming back, so they had all gathered together. As for why Kuang Tianjing had come back, they had no idea. Chapter 37-24. I'm going to see that brat Du Zhan. Under everyone's gazes, Kuang Tianjing nodded at the 10,000 Demon sect's sovereign Lan Qing. Then, he turned into a gust of wind and left, vanishing before the eyes of the 10,000 Demon sect's high-level figures. They weren't surprised that Kuang Tianjing called their Hidden Fog sect's highest elder, Du Zhan, brat. This was because they all knew that Du Zhan was Kuang Tianjing's junior apprentice brother. Du Zhan was the junior apprentice brother that Kuang Tianjing had brought up. The two of them were as close as brothers. When Kuang Tianjing was still in the 10,000 Demon sect, many people privately called him and Du Zhan the twin heroes of righteousness. Even now, There were still many legends of the twin heroes of righteousness that circulated in the 10,000 demon sect.
Sovereign, what is the matter?
Sect leader, what's wrong? Otherwise, why would Elder Tianjing suddenly return?
Sovereign, you just said to Elder Tianjing that you should mourn him.
What is this all about? After Kuang Tianjing left, the 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures all looked at Lan Qing, asking questions. At this time, their hearts were filled with curiosity. Martial Uncle Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, died an unnatural death. It is suspected that a hidden fog sect disciple killed him. This time, Martial Uncle Tianjing came from afar precisely for this matter. Lan Qing shook his head. After leaving behind these words, he turned and left. The 10,000 demon sect's high-level figures were left in a daze. It was a long time before they regained their composure. Elder Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han? The youngest disciple under Elder Tianjing's tutelage? Chu Han. Isn't that the last disciple that Elder Tianjing spoke of? It is said that Elder Tianjing valued this disciple, Chu Han, a lot. But, Chu Han actually died? Moreover, it is suspected that he was killed by a hidden fog sect disciple? Does this mean that Elder Tianjing can help our 10,000 demon sect deal with the hidden fog sect? Don't think too much about it. Although Elder Tianjing is an inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, there is no lack of people from the hidden fog sect within the Tianlong clan. They are now inner sect elders of the Tianlong clan. Moreover, the hidden fog sect also has Xue Haichuan. Although Xue Haichuan's current strength is inferior to Elder Tianjing's, his status within the Tianlong clan is no lower than Elder Tianjing's. I've also heard that the hidden fog sect's Xue Haichuan joined a great figure of the Tianlong clan. Just as the upper echelons of the Thousand Devil sect were still discussing spiritedly outside the Thousand Devil sect's encampment, Kuang Tianjing, who had come from afar, had already seen Du Zhan. Senior apprentice brother. Even though they had been communicating, Du Zhan couldn't help but feel excited when he saw Kuang Tianjing in person. This was because he hadn't seen this senior brother of his for many years. Junior apprentice brother. When Kuang Tianjing saw Du Zhan, his eyes flashed with excitement. Then, he hugged Du Zhan and patted each other on the back several times before separating. Du Qianjun stood to the side, sizing up Kuang Tianjing.
He had long heard of this grand martial uncle, and had even seen a portrait of him in his grandfather's room.
It was just that he had never seen him in person.
Now that he saw him, he was indeed no different from the person in the portrait.
Qianjun, why haven't you come over to greet your grand martial uncle? Moreover, ask for his forgiveness? With Du Zhan's shout, Du Qianjun hurriedly stepped forward and knelt in front of Kuang Tianjing. Du Qianjun greets Grand Martial Uncle Tianjing. Grand Martial Uncle, I didn't take good care of Martial Uncle Chu Han and caused him to suffer a calamity. Please punish me.
This matter has nothing to do with you.
What crime have you committed? When Kuang Tianjing looked at Du Qianjun, his gaze became much gentler. After all, this was the grandson of his junior brother, Du Zhan, whom he regarded as his own younger brother. In his eyes, Du Qianjun was his own grandson as well. As Kuang Tianjing casually raised his hand, an invisible force forcefully pulled Du Qianjun up. After that, he looked at Du Qianjun with a kind and amiable expression. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've met Qianjun. This is the first time we've met, so I didn't prepare any gifts. This is a low-grade god artifact. It's a treasure I plundered outside the last time.
It's already formed half a soul, so I'll give it to you.
As Kuang Tianjing spoke, he withdrew a sword from his spatial ring and passed it to Du Qianjun. Although it was only a low-grade god artifact, it emitted two auras. Shockingly, one of them was the aura of a soul. A low-grade god artifact that has formed half a soul? Du Qianjun's eyes suddenly lit up. It should be known that a low-grade god artifact that had formed half a soul was extremely valuable. It was definitely not something an ordinary low-grade god artifact could compare to. Even a mediocre god artifact that had not formed an artifact soul could not compare to it.
A god artifact that had formed an artifact soul, even if it was only a low-grade god artifact, had the possibility of evolving in the future. Moreover, even if it did not evolve, the power it displayed was far from what a mediocre god artifact that had not formed an artifact soul could compare to.
In terms of value, a low-grade god artifact that had formed an artifact soul, even if it was only half a soul, was worth more than 5 mediocre god artifacts. If it was a low-grade god artifact that had completely formed an artifact soul, 10 mediocre god artifacts would not be worth as much as a single low-grade god artifact. The value of a god artifact that had formed an artifact soul was obvious. However, Du Qianjun did not extend his hand to take it. Instead, he looked at his grandfather carefully. At this moment, his grandfather Du Zhan said to him with a smile, "Why aren't you thanking your senior granduncle?" He understood his senior apprentice brother better than anyone else. It was impossible for him to take back what he had given out. Moreover, with his relationship with his senior apprentice brother, there was no need for him to be polite. "Thank you, senior granduncle." Du Qianjun received the divine sword that Kuang Tianjing passed to him as if he had received a priceless treasure. After Du Qianjun received the divine sword, Du Zhan had him withdraw. For a time, only Du Zhan and Kuang Tianjing remained. "Senior apprentice brother, my condolences." Du Zhan sighed. "What's the latest news? Have the Hidden Fog Sect disciples Wu Feng and Duanling Tian returned to the Hidden Fog Sect?" Kuang Tianjing went straight to the point. "No." Du Zhan shook his head. "Then did they die? There should be someone in the Hidden Fog Sect who has their soul beads, right?" Kuang Tianjing asked. "Wu Feng hasn't died yet." Du Zhan said, "There are some Hidden Fog Sect disciples who have Wu Feng's soul bead. As for Duanling Tian's soul bead, only a small number of people have it. Our 10,000 Demon Sect has planted spies in the Hidden Fog Sect. Recently, they have been thinking of ways to contact those people without being detected and find out whether Duanling Tian is alive or dead." Kuang Tianjing nodded. "For the next period of time, I will stay here with you. You and I can catch up on old times. Once the Hidden Fog Sect receives news that Duanling Tian and Wu Feng have returned, I will go and look for them." As he spoke, Kuang Tianjing's eyes narrowed into slits when he mentioned Duanling Tian and Wu Feng. A faint cold light flashed in his eyes. "Senior apprentice brother, I have told you about Duanling Tian and Wu Feng's strength. Even if they join forces, I fear they will only be able to fight evenly with Chu Han and the others. It will be difficult for them to kill Chu Han and the others." Du Zhan said, "Of course, there is also the possibility that Chu Han and the others were careless. But they might not have been the ones who killed them." Hearing Du Zhan's words, Kuang Tianjing coldly smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes. "Unless the two of them can prove that they didn't kill Chu Han. If they can't, then regardless of whether they killed Chu Han or not, they will undoubtedly die. There is no one in the Hidden Fog Sect who can protect him. They entered the ruins together and they actually came out alive. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame themselves for not dying in there with Chu Han and the others. If they want to blame someone, they can only blame their bad luck for entering the ruins with Chu Han." Listening to Kuang Tianjing's words, it was clear that he wanted Duanling Tian and Wu Feng to be buried with Chu Han. Du Zhan inwardly sucked in a breath of cold air. He said with some fear, "Senior apprentice brother, I know you are angry because of Chu Han's death. But, you killed 2 Hidden Fog Sect disciples without distinguishing right from wrong. Aren't you afraid that those from the Hidden Fog Sect and the Tianlong clan will hold you accountable?" Kuang Tianjing casually said, "If they were present, I might have to give them face. But, as long as I killed Duanling Tian and Wu Feng before they sent me a message, it wouldn't be considered as not giving them face. After the matter is over, I will at most apologize to them verbally. I don't worry that they will shed all pretense of cordiality with me because of 2 junior disciples. Moreover, even if we shed all pretense of cordiality, so what? My second disciple is now together with the daughter of our Tianlong clan's vice-sect master Shui. Moreover, they have already started discussing marriage. With vice-sect master Shui by my side, I don't need to fear them." Hearing Kuang Tianjing's words, Du Zhan's eyes brightened. He finally knew the source of his senior apprentice brother's confidence. "Congratulations, senior apprentice brother." Du Zhan repeatedly congratulated him. At the same time he complained, "Senior apprentice brother, why did you only inform me of such a big matter now? This matter isn't just for you, but for our myriad demon sect as well. This is a joyous occasion." The Tianlong clan's vice-sect master was a true core member of the Tianlong clan. Being associated with such a person would have a huge impact on the myriad demon sect. Kuang Tianjing smiled faintly. The main thing is that the youngsters nowadays like to change new people every 2 to 3 days. I'm not worried about my second disciple, but I'm afraid that Vice Sect Master Xue's only daughter will fall in love with someone else. It wasn't until recently that they decided to discuss marriage that the matter was settled. When the date is set, I will send you an invitation. At that time, you can also come and witness their wedding. When Kuang Tianjing spoke of this matter, the smile on his face was very bright. Speaking of which, the reason why I didn't rush over immediately was because of this matter. My disciples are about to get married, and as their master, I have to help take care of some trivial matters. Du Zhan suddenly understood. No wonder his senior apprentice brother didn't rush over immediately. It was because of this big matter. Chu Han's relationship with his second senior apprentice brother is also very good. His second senior apprentice brother already knows about this matter. Vice Sect Master Xue will be our backer in handling this matter. Kuang Tianjing's eyes were piercingly cold. Chapter 37-25. This is the high-grade divine artifact that Divine Emperor Qin Wu mentioned? Inside the divine abode and divine treasure left behind by Celestial Emperor Qin Wu, Duan Lingtian had to face the various tests set up by the formations that Celestial Emperor Qin Wu had left behind. Duan Lingtian went through all the tests and successfully cleared the final test. As for the reward for the last stage, it was the high-quality divine weapon with half a soul that Emperor God Qin Wu had mentioned. It was a unique weapon. The reason why it was strange was because it was a blade without a hilt, only a blade. Moreover, it looked like half a blade, as if it had been forcibly pulled off from a blade. Its entire body was shrouded in green light, and it looked extremely sharp, as if it was indestructible. Most importantly, when Duan Lingtian's consciousness came into contact with the blade, he could clearly sense a spiritual fluctuation within it. The spiritual fluctuation was very calm, but because of this, Duan Lingtian could easily sense that it was incomplete. This soul fluctuation should be the artifact soul of this divine artifact. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the divine artifact in his hand. Congratulations! When Duan Lingtian had successfully passed the final trial and obtained the final reward, a voice suddenly resonated in his ears when his gaze landed on the Devata artifact in his hand. This voice was not unfamiliar to him. Then, as he lifted his head, a human figure took shape in front of him. It was Emperor God Qin Wu. Heavenly Emperor Qin Wu looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Congratulations on being the first person to pass all the stages. As a reward for being the first person to pass all the stages, apart from the rewards you've already received, I'll also bestow you with a fortuitous encounter. A creation? Before Duan Lingtian could react, the human figure of Divine Emperor Qin Wu had already turned into a ray of flowing light and entered his body. To be more precise, it entered his mind. In the next moment, he realized that a strong soul power had entered his soul sea. After becoming a god, one's soul would undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The strength of one's soul would be akin to that of an ocean. It was precisely because of this that any place where the soul of a being above the level of a god resided would be known as the soul sea. Now, a powerful soul force had entered Duan Lingtian's sea of soul. It could be said that a stone had caused 1,000 ripples. What do you want? Duan Lingtian realized that when the powerful soul power entered his sea of soul, the soul power wanted to take over his sea of soul without any hesitation. It attacked his sea of soul directly as if it wanted to replace his soul and build a new sea of soul. This soul power was so strong that even Duan Lingtian's soul couldn't help but tremble in front of it. The difference was too great. I'm only leaving behind a wisp of my soul. I won't take over your body. At most, I'll add some things to your memories. Let my soul fuse with your soul. Other than being able to inherit my memories, your soul will also become stronger. Of course, your soul will still be in charge of your body. Divine Emperor Qin Wu's voice could be heard. I reject. Duan Lingtian refused bluntly without the slightest hesitation. What a joke. Even if Divine Emperor Qin Wu was only a wisp of remnant soul and it was impossible for him to take over his body, There would definitely be some subtle influence after his remnant soul merged with his own soul. Even if he was still in charge of his body, there would definitely be some changes to his personality. Plus, it would be awkward to have another soul in his own soul for no reason. Hence, he rejected. Don't be in a hurry to reject. Divine Emperor Qin Wu said, "After my remnant soul merges with your soul, it will be beneficial to you. For example, you will be able to comprehend the profound with half the effort. Even if I am only leaving you a remnant soul, an Emperor God's remnant soul isn't something an ordinary remnant soul can compare to." Apart from that, just as Divine Emperor Qin Wu wanted to say something, Duan Ling Tian sealed his soul C and rejected Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul. It was only Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul. Although it was powerful, it couldn't take over another's body. As the owner of his soul C, Duan Ling Tian rejected Divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul with a thought. He didn't give him any face at all. To Duan Ling Tian, it was a matter of principle. Kid who bites the hand that feeds you. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Divine Emperor Qin Wu transformed into a human silhouette again, and looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly as he said in a deep voice, "Senior." Duan Ling Tian looked at Divine Emperor Qin Wu calmly and said, "You left your god mansion and god treasure behind and I got quite a lot of things. I am grateful. However, your request has crossed my bottom line. Forgive me for not agreeing." Divine Emperor Qin Wu kept quiet for a while and spoke again. "Forget it. As you are not willing, I will not force you." When Divine Emperor Qin Wu's human shadow dispersed, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. In the next moment, he realized that he had returned to the inner mansion of the God Mansion and God Treasure. Ha! At the same time, he saw Wu Feng. Senior brother Wu Feng? However, Wu Feng then looked as though he had lost his soul. He stood there motionlessly. Did Divine Emperor Qin Wu look for him? Thinking of what had happened to him earlier, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think to himself. After a while, Wu Feng came back to his senses. However, there was a strange flowing light that flashed across his eyes. He looked a little strange. Duan Lingtian saw all of this clearly. Senior brother Wu Feng. Did he agree to let his remnant soul merge with his own soul? At that moment, Duan Lingtian felt that Wu Feng was different from before. He wasn't sure if it was a psychological effect or some other reason. He was still the same person. The familiar feeling was still there, but there was a strange feeling mixed with it. Junior brother Duan. At the same time, Wu Feng, who came back to his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. "You finally came out. I have been waiting for you for a long time. How was it? How was your harvest?" "Fortunately, I did not disappoint you." Duan Lingtian smiled as he took out the last divine artifact from his storage ring. It was half a saber and then he passed it to Wu Feng. Wu Feng didn't directly reach out to take it. Instead, he first took out the 9 treasures he obtained. At the same time he smiled and said, "Junior Duan, I don't know if I'm lucky or if you're lucky. Among the 9 things I obtained, there's one that you urgently need." Although it's not a fortune pill, its effect is no different from a fortune pill. Just 1 fortune divine fruit is equivalent to 9 fortune pills. Wu Feng said as he looked at one of the 9 treasures he took out from his storage ring. It was a fruit with a faint yellow light enshrouding it. This fruit looked like a peach, and its yellow skin was very similar to the yellow peach on Duan Lingtian's previous life's earth. The only difference was that it had an additional layer of mysterious light on its surface. Of course, this was only the feedback that the naked eye could see. The real difference was the internal effects. This divine fruit was not something that ordinary fruits could compare to. Fortune divine fruit? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's eyes had brightened when Wu Feng mentioned the fortune divine fruit. He could not help but hold his breath for a moment. The fortune divine fruit's medicinal effect was similar to the fortune pill, but its medicinal effect was much stronger than the fortune pill. As long as one's aptitude was not too low, even if they had just broken through to the God realm, 1 fortune divine fruit was enough to break through to the God King realm in a day. Its medicinal effect was more tyrannical than 9 fortune pills added together. Many thanks, Senior brother Wu Feng. Duan Ling Tian thanked Wu Feng profusely as he exchanged the Fortune Divine Fruit with Wu Feng. To him, the value of this Fortune Divine Fruit was much higher than the high-grade divine artifact left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu. Because this was something he desperately wanted. Junior brother Duan, I should be the one thanking you. This time, I've taken advantage of you. After receiving the high-grade divine saber and making it acknowledge him as its master, Wu Feng's eyes lit up as he thanked Duan Ling Tian politely. This was a high-grade divine artifact that had given birth to an artifact soul. It could be said that it was a priceless treasure. This kind of divine artifact was priceless even in the plains of gods. If I had this saber, even if Chu Han and the person beside him joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for me. With a thought, the saber turned into a ray of saber light that danced around Wu Feng's body. The divine saber was like an extension of his arm. Of course. Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Senior brother Wu, even an ordinary high-grade divine artifact is enough to give you the strength to defeat Chu Han and the person beside him. Not to mention, this is not an ordinary high-grade divine artifact, but a divine artifact that has given birth to an artifact soul. Even if it's only half a soul and can't separate itself from the divine artifact, it still adds a lot of power to the divine artifact. Because of the 7 orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang Duan Ling Tian was very familiar with divine artifacts. I wonder if, with this divine artifact, I'll be a match for you, junior brother Duan. Wu Feng suddenly said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, a strange light flickered in his eyes. When Duan Ling Tian heard Wu Feng's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he looked at Wu Feng deeply for a moment before he changed the topic. Senior brother Wu Feng, it's time for us to leave. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his body swayed as he entered the black whirlpool in the void not far away. His entire body was hidden inside. A hint of greed rose in Wu Feng's eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian leaving. However, it was quickly replaced by guilt. At this moment, he seemed to have become a combination of contradictions. On the other hand, when Duan Ling Tian returned to the entrance of the divine mansion through the space tunnel, he could not help but narrow his eyes. It seems like senior brother Wu Feng has really merged with Emperor God Qin Wu's remnant soul. Otherwise, with senior brother Wu Feng's character, he wouldn't have asked such a sensitive question. Chapter 37-26. Junior apprentice brother Duan, do you want to return to the sect with me or wait until you break through to the lower God King realm before returning? Not long after Duan Ling Tian came out, Wu Feng also came out. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. The current Wu Feng seemed to have returned to normal. Earlier, he had asked Duan Ling Tian that question because he was curious. Moreover, the remnant of Heavenly Emperor Qin Wu's soul that had merged with his soul was influencing him. Of course, although he was curious, he couldn't ask. This was because asking would make him suspect that he was probing Duan Ling Tian. Why was he probing him? It could be because he was greedy for the treasures Duan Ling Tian obtained this time. As for why God Emperor Qin Wu would affect him, it was because God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul felt that if possible, killing Duan Ling Tian and allowing his remnant soul to obtain the treasures he left behind would be the best ending. However, in the end, Wu Feng persisted in his opinion and wasn't affected. Of course, there was also a small part of God Emperor Qin Wu that was affecting Wu Feng. He realized that even if he killed Duan Ling Tian's storage ring would self-destruct. In the end it would be useless. Senior apprentice brother Wu Feng, I won't return with you. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said to Wu Feng, I plan to find a place to break through to the God King realm first. Then, I will consider whether or not to return to the sect. He would naturally return to the Hidden Fog sect. Not to mention anything else, just the Hidden Fog sect's core disciples, Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao, would cause him to settle old scores with them one day. He would make them regret their actions in the past. Of course, he also had other thoughts. He could wander elsewhere, and once he had a certain amount of strength, he would return to the Hidden Fog sect to settle accounts with Shangguan Xiongfeng and Long Xiao. All right. Wu Feng respected Duan Ling Tian's choice and nodded. Before parting, Wu Feng looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Junior apprentice brother Duan, thank you for this matter. Not only did you give me the high-quality divine weapon that gave birth to the weapon soul, you even gave me the remnant soul of divine Emperor Qin Wu.
I will definitely return this favor in the future.
For the first time, Wu Feng admitted that God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul had merged with his soul. Hearing Wu Feng's words, even though Duan Lingtian had already guessed it, his expression couldn't help but become solemn.
Senior brother Wu Feng, I know that God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul is very tempting to you.
Now, you've already fused with his remnant soul.
I won't try to persuade you anymore because it's too late. In the future, I only hope that when you make some decisions, you will stick to your own views and not be affected by the thoughts of divine Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul in your subconscious. You must remember that you are still yourself and have nothing to do with divine Emperor Qin Wu. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was worried that Wu Feng would be at a disadvantage, so he intentionally reminded Wu Feng. Don't worry. I know what to do.
Wu Feng nodded.
God emperors aren't that simple. These were the last words that Duan Lingtian said to Wu Feng before they parted. In fact, Wu Feng didn't know what would happen in the future after God Emperor Qin Wu's remnant soul had merged with Wu Feng's soul. Perhaps, it wouldn't affect Wu Feng too much. In fact, it might even help Wu Feng cultivate more efficiently and comprehend the profundities of laws. Perhaps it would have a great impact on Wu Feng. However, no matter what, God Emperor Qin Wu wouldn't be able to seize Wu Feng's body because he had already died. It wasn't just his body, but his soul as well. The remnant soul he had left behind was more like an obsession than a remnant soul. In this world, no one wanted to die. Even God emperors who had lived for a long time were the same. Next, I'll consume the fortune divine fruit and break through to the God King realm. Then, I'll see if I can return to the hidden fog sect and display strength that doesn't belong to Long Shao or Shangguan Xiongfeng. I'll recommend myself to become Elder Yun or Elder Wu's disciple in name. After separating from Wu Feng, Duan Lingtian took a detour and found a remote valley to cultivate. Of course, before he started cultivating, he asked the Seven Orifices exquisite sword soul, Huang to protect him. Ever since Huang obtained the mysterious bead from the floating heaven's heavenly emperor, Yang Yun Shao, she had been refining it to improve the Seven Orifices exquisite sword's quality. She had just finished refining it recently. According to Huang the current Seven Orifices exquisite sword had evolved to the limit of high-grade divine artifact. Her strength had also increased correspondingly. Currently, Duan Lingtian was a higher god realm expert, and Huang cultivation was also at the level of a higher god realm expert. However, the profundities she comprehended were stronger than Duan Lingtian. With the help of the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, her strength surpassed the current Duan Lingtian. With Huang protecting him, Duan Lingtian didn't have to worry. After all, if Huang couldn't deal with someone, he couldn't deal with them. If he wasn't afraid of someone, Huang wouldn't be afraid either. Huang hide in my body. If Wu Feng shows up and tries to harm me, kill him immediately. Although Duan Lingtian trusted Wu Feng, he trusted the Wu Feng he trusted. However, the one he trusted was the old Wu Feng, not the Wu Feng who had merged with the remnant soul of divine Emperor Qin Wu. He felt that Wu Feng was different from before. He might even follow him and attack him when he was cultivating. Perhaps, Wu Feng wouldn't kill him directly. After all the treasures he obtained from the divine dwellings and divine treasure were in his spatial ring. If he was killed, Wu Feng was worried that his spatial ring would self-destruct. The most likely possibility was that Wu Feng would defeat him, injure him, and threaten him with his life to remove the ownership of the spatial ring. Yes, master. Huang replied respectfully. After receiving Huang reply, Duan Lingtian felt relieved and immersed himself in cultivating. As the fortune divine fruit entered his stomach, the powerful medicinal efficacy made Duan Lingtian's god force boil. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the god force in his body broke through the last bottleneck of the divine spirit realm. Bang! At this moment, Duan Lingtian broke through the bottleneck that he had never been able to break through even after hundreds and thousands of tempering attempts in the past. The entire process was so smooth that it was unbelievable. I broke through just like that? Even though Duan Lingtian was confident in the fortune divine fruit's medicinal efficacy, he didn't expect it to go so smoothly. After breaking through,
Duan Lingtian could clearly feel that the god force in his body was undergoing a qualitative transformation. His originally thin and weak god force had become denser and more condensed. Bang! Huang Xiaolong punched out casually with his god force, and the resulting force hit the void, causing space to ripple. The power contained in his punch was many times stronger than before, and could not be mentioned in the same breath. However, I have only used a small portion of the Fortune Divine Fruit's medicinal efficacy. The rest of the medicinal efficacy has dissipated, and is of no help to a God King Realm Master's god force. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also noticed that although he had only used a small part of the Fortune Divine Fruit's medicinal efficacy, the rest of the medicinal efficacy had dissipated after he broke through to the God King realm. This was because it couldn't be integrated into his god force to help his god force increase. If others knew that Duan Lingtian had used the Fortune Divine Fruit to break through to the God King realm, they would definitely scold him for wasting or recklessly wasting God's gift. But in Duan Lingtian's opinion, it wasn't a waste. Although he was only one step away from breaking through to the God King realm, he didn't know how long it would take to break through on his own. And what he lacked the most was time. In the face of time, other things were not worth mentioning. Next, I need to consume the body-strengthening divine fruit to consolidate my low-level God King realm cultivation. After that, I can continue to cultivate. Among the treasures left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, there are also things that can help God King realm cultivators, but they are not as helpful as the Fortune Divine Fruit. In the world of gods, only after becoming a God King realm cultivator can one be considered an expert. After becoming a God King realm cultivator, one has to face a heavenly tribulation that comes once every 1,000 years. And after becoming a God King realm cultivator for a period of time, the first heavenly tribulation comes. My heavenly tribulation is in 3 days. After breaking through to the low-level God King realm, a mysterious thought emerged in Duan Lingtian's mind. This thought came out of nowhere, and it resonated with the world he was in. Because of this, he sensed that his first heavenly tribulation after becoming a God King realm cultivator was in 3 days. The first heavenly tribulation of a God King realm cultivator, as long as one hasn't comprehended a law to the large success stage, should be able to easily cross it. Duan Lingtian had long been aware of this point. In the world of gods, having high talent didn't necessarily mean that one's comprehension was high. Some people, after becoming a higher God King realm cultivator, still hadn't comprehended a law to the large success stage. And for these higher gods, even if they could break through to the God King realm, they wouldn't do so. Because breaking through to the God King realm was tantamount to courting death. However, to Duan Lingtian, his first heavenly tribulation in 3 days wasn't much. Perhaps, he could break it with a casual strike. The body-strengthening divine fruit can allow me to consolidate my low-level God King realm cultivation in a single day. Duan Lingtian looked at the body-strengthening divine fruit in his hand, and his eyes shone. This body-strengthening divine fruit was his initiation gift as a core disciple of the Hidden Fog sect. When he chose this divine fruit, even the inner sect elder in charge of bringing him to receive his initiation gift couldn't understand his choice. After eating the body-strengthening divine fruit, Duan Lingtian began to cultivate and consolidate his newly broken through cultivation. And the medicinal efficacy of the body-strengthening divine fruit didn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. As the rumors said, in less than a day, his low-level God King realm cultivation was completely consolidated. After consolidating my cultivation, the divine power in my body has become even more condensed. It can't be compared to a day ago. At that time, I had just broken through and my divine power wasn't as condensed as it is now. Compared to a day ago, my divine power is at least 30% stronger. Duan Lingtian was naturally satisfied with the increase in his cultivation after consolidating it. The heavenly tribulation is in 2 days. For the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate. As he waited for the God King realm heavenly tribulation to arrive in 2 days, he placed all his attention on the treasures he obtained from God Emperor Qin Wu's divine manor and divine treasury. Previously, he only recognized a few things. He didn't study the other things he couldn't recognize at first glance, nor did he have the time to carefully study them. Chapter 37-27. Senior brother Wu Feng has obtained a total of 9 things. One of them is the fortune divine fruit, and I have already consumed it. As for me, I have obtained a total of 23 things. One of them is the high-grade divine artifact left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, and I have already given it to senior brother Wu Feng. In other words, Duan Ling Tian still possessed 30 treasures from the divine abodes left behind by Heavenly Emperor Qin Wu. In the next 2 days, Duan Ling Tian studied the treasures that he had not had the time to study. After some time, he still couldn't figure out a part of the treasures, while the rest of the treasures were only useful to God Emperor Realm Masters. In fact, more than 90% of the 30 treasures were only useful to God Emperor Realm Masters. Then again, it was normal. No matter what, God Emperor Qin Wu was still a low-level God Emperor when he died. The treasures in his hands were worthless and useless to him, so he must have either thrown them away or exchanged them for divine stones, because they were useless to him. As for the treasures used by God Emperors, he probably didn't have the time to deal with them. Right now, the only thing that can help me with my cultivation is the Heaven Primordial Divine Pill that can help divine kings increase their cultivation. Apart from that, these 2 treasures can help me increase my comprehension of the laws, but they're useless to me. Treasures that could help increase one's comprehension of laws were also targeted to a specific law. Currently, the 2 treasures in Duan Lingtian's hands that could help a god king to comprehend laws were not targeted at the law of space. Hence, they were useless to Duan Lingtian. Universe Essence Divine Pill can help a god king increase their cultivation. But after 3 pills, the medicinal efficacy is negligible, and after 10 pills, there is no effect. There were not many Universe Essence Divine Pills left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu, but they were not few either. There were a total of 6 pills. The harvest this time is not small, but it's a pity that my cultivation is too low, so I can't use more than 90% of the treasures. A smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. A short while later, the smile on his face disappeared as he put away the bottle containing the Universe Essence Divine Pills. A sharp light flickered in his eyes as he looked up at the sky. The God King Realm Heavenly Tribulation will descend in 2 hours. 2 hours. Which was 2 hours. In the following 2 hours, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and sat quietly in the air above the small valley. He closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the first God King Heavenly Tribulation to descend upon him after he became a God King. A gentle breeze blew past, causing the flowers and trees in the small valley to sway. A drizzle fell from the sky, but when it came into contact with Duan Lingtian's body, it strangely avoided him. With Duan Lingtian's current cultivation, even if he did not deliberately activate his divine power to protect his body, just the aura of the divine power in his body that escaped through his pores was enough to form a layer of protection, blocking out things like rain that did not have a strong impact. Let alone a drizzle, even if there was a rainstorm or hail, Duan Lingtian would not be able to touch his body as long as he sat there quietly. If he did not activate his divine energy, the rain and hail would not be able to touch him at all. Finally, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the sky above the small valley was covered in dark clouds. The dark clouds gathered together, and thick bolts of purple lightning could be clearly seen surging like purple pythons. Boom! Boom boom boom! The thunder rumbled, causing the entire ground to tremble slightly. In the small valley below Duan Lingtian, birds flew in all directions, and some beasts also left the small valley, as if they were foretelling that there was going to be danger here. Even the surroundings of the small valley were in a panic. After about 15 minutes, the rolling bolts of lightning around the dark clouds in the sky became thicker, and the sound of thunder was even more shocking. The surroundings of the small valley returned to tranquility and peace. Within a radius of a few miles, other than Duan Lingtian and the flowers and plants, there were no other life forms. Is it finally coming? After resting for 2 hours with his eyes closed, Duan Lingtian finally opened his eyes lazily. He looked indifferently at the sky, and the lightning in the dark clouds seemed to be brewing to the extreme. Boom! After about a few breaths of time, accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, 9 thick bolts of lightning, each as thick as an adult's body, descended from the sky, whistling towards Duan Lingtian. Like 9 lightning dragons descending from the sky, they bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards Duan Lingtian. After becoming a divine king, the time of the first divine king Heavenly Tribulation is uncertain. It could be a few days, 10 days, half a month, or a few months. However, it definitely won't exceed a year. The second Divine King Heavenly Tribulation will be 1,000 years after the first Divine King Heavenly Tribulation. After that, so on and so forth. Every Divine King Heavenly Tribulation will have 10 bolts of lightning descending. The first Divine King Heavenly Tribulation will have 9 bolts of lightning descending, and the second Divine King Heavenly Tribulation will have 19 bolts of lightning descending, multiplying the power. After that, so on and so forth. The 10th Divine King Heavenly Tribulation will have 99 bolts of lightning descending, 11 times stronger than the first Divine King Heavenly Tribulation. Before Duanling Tian had broken through to the Godly King stage, he was well aware of the heavenly tribulation that he would have to face after breaking through to the Godly King stage. For this reason, he remained calm when he faced the heavenly tribulation. It was as if someone else was transcending the tribulation, and he was only here to watch the show. It said that by provoking the Divine King Heavenly Tribulation, all the energy in the Divine King Heavenly Tribulation will erupt at once. Moreover, before I came to the realm of gods, Sister Shui told me that by doing so, I might be able to comprehend the law of lightning. In the face of the 9 lightning bolts that descended from the sky, Duanling Tian rose to his feet. With just a flash of his body, he vanished from his spot. Swoosh! When he reappeared, he was high up in the sky. After a few more teleportations, Duanling Tian arrived near the tribulation clouds in the sky. He stared at the tribulation clouds as he thought to himself, although I'll have to face the full brunt of the Divine King Heavenly Tribulation by directly destroying the tribulation clouds, it's the most efficient way to overcome the Divine King Heavenly Tribulation. At some point, Duanling Tian had clenched his right hand into a fist. The space elemental profundity had also merged with his fist, causing his fist to emit a mysterious aura. It was as though his fist was powerful enough to shatter space itself. Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the 9 bolts of lightning that descended from the sky caught up with Duanling Tian after he teleported to the sky. However, Duanling Tian ignored them completely. Bang! Yi Shiwen punched out. Suddenly, a violent spatial power whizzed out and transformed into a huge fist light. It flew through the sky like a mountain, leaving behind a string of afterimages in the sky. Then, it ferociously broke into the tribulation clouds. Almost at the same moment, Duanling Tian's fist smashed into the tribulation clouds. The lightning that surrounded the tribulation clouds that had gathered together suddenly stopped and then surged into the tribulation clouds, causing the originally gloomy tribulation clouds to turn into a glowing purple cloud. Then, a terrifying force exploded from within. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as a gigantic mushroom cloud appeared in a timely manner. The terrifying shockwave wreaked havoc and actually dispersed the 9 bolts of lightning that did not have the time to attack Duanling Tian. It should be known that this was only the aftermath of the power that exploded from the tribulation clouds. The 9 bolts of lightning were still far from the tribulation clouds. They were not as close as Duanling Tian to the tribulation clouds. Duanling Tian faced the power of the tribulation clouds head-on. Boom! Rumble! A terrifying force bloomed. The storm-like thunderbolt power completely enveloped Duanling Tian, who was not far away. However, outside Duanling Tian's body, a layer of spatial energy formed a barrier that spanned across the area. It formed a spherical shape and enveloped his entire body. It completely blocked the thunderbolt power that swept toward Duanling Tian. Currently, Duanling Tian was in the protective shield condensed by the spatial energy. His eyes were looking straight at the center of the thundercloud explosion. The purple and white light was still blooming continuously. Moreover, each time it bloomed stronger and stronger. This was the most dazzling fireworks that Duanling Tian had ever seen in his 2 lives. There was no comparison. However, when the power of the explosion reached its peak, it gradually faded away. In the end, it returned to calmness. The aftermath of the power in the sky dissipated, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared. It was as though the sky had cleared up after the rain. Duanling Tian stood in the void. His purple robe fluttered, and there was not a speck of dust on his body. The explosion of the tribulation clouds did not have any effect on him. In fact, it did not even cause his robe to flutter. The last 8 tribulation thunderbolts that were brewing in the tribulation clouds exploded together. It's really terrifying. Even if Chu Han, the disciple of the Tianlong clan, stood in my position, facing such explosive power, he would definitely die without a divine weapon. Although Duan Ling Tian did not use a divine weapon earlier, he had further revealed his trump card, the Tao of control of the four Taos of heaven and earth. Of course, during the explosion of the tribulation clouds, even if there were people watching from the side, it would be difficult for them to notice that Duan Ling Tian had used the Tao of control.
This is the thunder element?
After Duan Ling Tian withdrew the law of space, he raised his hand, and a streak of divine power swept out like a spirit snake. In an instant, it turned into an electric snake that was surrounded by purple lightning. Earlier, when he was watching the thunderbolt fireworks, Duan Ling Tian had a certain understanding of thunderbolt. He had also come into contact with the thunder element of the law of thunder. The law of thunder was a law that he had not come into contact with in the past.
As expected, Sister Shui didn't lie to me.
It's really possible to comprehend the law of thunder with this method. Previously, when the world-cleansing divine water, one of the 5 divine elements, had told him about this, he did not quite believe it. Based on his past experience, one would need to lay the groundwork to comprehend any law. It was impossible for one to comprehend a law all of a sudden. However, he had just comprehended a law of thunder that he had not come into contact with in the past. In just a blink of an eye, he had comprehended a law that he had not come into contact with in the past.
Chapter 37-28. To Duan Ling Tian, comprehending the thunder laws was a pleasant surprise. Although comprehending the thunder laws didn't increase his strength, comprehending an additional law without wasting time was undoubtedly a joyous matter. I'll take those 6 universe divine pills first and cultivate for a period of time.
Once I consume their medicinal efficacy, I'll see if I should return to the Hidden Fog sect or head to the area around the Linghu family.
After smashing apart the heavenly tribulation with a single fist, Duan Ling Tian's thoughts stirred. His figure flashed and he vanished from where he was. When he appeared again, he was on the other side of the mountain forest. It was clear that he couldn't stay in the small mountain valley any longer. His heavenly tribulation had caused a great disturbance. It might draw people over. However, Duan Ling Tian didn't go far. After rushing for a day, he dug out a giant pit in a cliff to serve as his next cultivation area.
Universe Divine Pills. After taking 3, the medicinal efficacy is minimal. But, it's better than nothing. After sitting down, Duan Ling Tian took out the 6 Universe Divine Pills he obtained from the Divine Abode treasury left behind by God Emperor Qin Wu and swallowed them all in one go. Then he began to cultivate. With Huang Er protecting him, he wholeheartedly immersed himself in cultivation. He wholeheartedly digested the medicinal efficacy of the 6 Universe Divine Pills, so that he could break through to the Middle God King realm as soon as possible. As he cultivated, Duan Ling Tian completely forgot about everything else for a time. In the blink of an eye, a month passed.
Myriad Demon Sect.
Sect Master, the people we placed in the Hidden Fog sect have sent back news that Wu Feng has returned to the Hidden Fog sect. A Myriad Demon Sect elder hurried over to report to the Myriad Demon Sect Sect Master Lan Qing.
Lan Qing couldn't help but frown.
What about Duan Ling Tian?
There's no news.
The Myriad Demon Sect elder shook his head. But, according to the news we received a few days ago, Duan Ling Tian is still alive.
He hasn't perished.
Unless he died in the last few days. The 10,000 Demon Sect had placed some people in the Hidden Fog sect, and those people had already discovered that Duan Ling Tian was still alive. But, only a small number of people possessed a soul bead. It wasn't until several days ago that the people the 10,000 Demon Sect placed in the Hidden Fog sect learned that Duan Ling Tian was still alive. That shouldn't be possible.
Lan Qing shook his head.
Duan Ling Tian was a monstrous genius of the Hidden Fog sect that appeared only once every 10,000 years. He had entered the ancient ruins and hadn't died yet, so how could he have died in these past few days? It should be because he didn't follow Wu Feng back to the Hidden Fog sect.
Thinking of this, Lan Qing's eyes flashed.
He looked at the 1,000 Demon Sect elder in front of him and said, "Ask the people over there to confirm whether Duan Ling Tian is alive or dead."
Yes.
After the 1,000 Demonic Sect elder responded, Lan Qing asked him to leave. Then, He went to the Thousand Demonic Sect's Supreme Elder Du Zhan's cultivation place. Of course, he did not come to find Du Zhan. He came to find Kuang Tianjing. However, although he didn't come to find Du Zhan, this was still Du Zhan's cultivation place. As soon as he arrived, Du Zhan appeared. What is it? Is there any new news? Martial uncle. Lan Qing first greeted Du Zhan and then nodded. Come with me to see senior apprentice brother. Du Zhan immediately called out to Lan Qing and led him to Kuang Tianjing. Kuang Tianjing was sitting in meditation in a quiet courtyard. When Du Zhan and Lan Qing appeared together outside the courtyard, he opened his eyes. Senior apprentice brother, that brat Lan Qing has brought new news. Du Zhan stood outside the courtyard and greeted him. Come in. As Kuang Tianjing responded, Du Zhan and Lan Qing once again stepped into the courtyard. They returned to the Hidden Fog sect? As soon as the two entered, Kuang Tianjing's eyes fell on Lan Qing. An extremely cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Even if it wasn't directed at Lan Qing still felt his entire body turn cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Although he was also a divine emperor, he was only a lower divine emperor. As for this martial uncle of his, he was a middle divine emperor. At the divine emperor realm, even the difference of a small realm was as wide as a chasm. Standing in front of him, one would feel a certain amount of pressure. Wu Feng returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Lan Qing responded. Wu Feng? Kuang Tianjing frowned. Just him? Yes. Lan Qing nodded. Just him. As for that Duan Ling Tian, he didn't return with him. I guess that Duan Ling Tian must have something else to do, so he stayed outside. Of course, it's also possible that he died in the last few days. Lan Qing said. Died in the last few days? Is that possible? Kuang Tianjing shook his head. I don't want that possibility. Have the people we placed in the Hidden Fog sect confirm whether or not that Duan Ling Tian is still alive. Martial uncle, I already told them to confirm. As Lan Qing's voice fell, he looked at Kuang Tianjing. Martial uncle, that Wu Feng has returned to the Hidden Fog sect. Do you want to attack him now, or wait for Duan Ling Tian to return before attacking? Naturally, we will wait for that Duan Ling Tian to return. Kuang Tianjing said as if it was a matter of fact. If we go to the Hidden Fog sect now, regardless of whether or not we kill Wu Feng, as long as we target Wu Feng, we will alert the enemy and alarm that Duan Ling Tian. Wait. If we can confirm that Duan Ling Tian is dead, then I will look for that Wu Feng. If Duan Ling Tian isn't dead, then we will wait. Kuang Tianjing's attitude was clear. Like this, Kuang Tianjing and the others began to wait for news. They waited for news of whether or not Duan Ling Tian had died. They didn't wait for long. Several days later, the spies the Myriad Demon sect placed in the Hidden Fog sect returned with news. Duan Ling Tian isn't dead. Since Duan Ling Tian wasn't dead, then what they had to do next was clear. Wait. Wait until death. And as for the person involved, Duan Ling Tian, he had no idea that the Hidden Fog sect didn't just have Dragon Shao waiting for him. Even an inner sect elder of a God Emperor level sect, the Heavenly Demon sect, had his eyes on him. In a cave that had been artificially carved out of a cliff, Duan Ling Tian was calmly cultivating, wholeheartedly digesting the medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Essence Divine Pills. Of the 6 Heaven Essence Divine Pills, the first 3 were relatively difficult to digest. As for the remaining 3 with the first 3 as a foundation, they were much easier to digest. But the increase in strength it brought to Duan Ling Tian was minuscule. In fact, the medicinal efficacy of the last 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills added together wasn't even a tenth of the first 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills. When the last 3 Heaven Essence Divine Pills were consumed, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and bitterly smiled. If I had known that the medicinal efficacy of the Heaven Essence Divine Pills would be so minuscule after 3 pills, I wouldn't have taken them. This was something he hadn't expected. He originally thought that since it was a Heaven Essence Divine Pill, no matter how weak the medicinal efficacy was, it would still bring him a considerable increase in strength. However, while his imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. Of course, Duan Ling Tian soon recovered from his regretful mood. With things having come this far, regret was useless. After all, what was done couldn't be undone. No matter how much he thought about it, it would only add to his troubles. But, after stepping into the God King realm, the improvement in my cultivation has slowed down so much. After taking 6 Heaven Essence Divine pills, my cultivation hasn't even reached half of the difference between a low-level God King realm and a mid-level God King realm, at most 1/3. And this is after I took the Heaven Essence Divine pill, which is one of the top 3 divine pills a God King realm cultivator takes. After sighing with emotion, Duan Ling Tian asked the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword Spirit, Huang-er. Huang-er, how long have I been in seclusion this time? 3 months and 21 days. Huang-er answered promptly, telling Duan Ling Tian the exact time he had been in seclusion, down to every day. Close to 4 months? Duan Ling Tian was surprised. He hadn't expected to spend so much time in seclusion this time. One had to know that whether it was the Nature Fortune pill or the Fortune Divine fruit, he had been able to completely digest the medicinal efficacy in a single day, and his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. In comparison, this cultivation speed wasn't considered slow, but in Duan Ling Tian's subconscious mind, it seemed a little slow. It seems like the cultivation path of a God King realm cultivator isn't something a God Spirit realm cultivator can compare to. Although Duan Ling Tian had heard about this before, he was still shocked when he personally experienced the difference. It was no wonder that in the plains of gods, only God Kings were worthy of the title of expert. Without the Heaven Essence Divine pills, Duan Ling Tian didn't have the mood to continue cultivating. Now, should I return to the Hidden Fog sect? Or should I go to the Linghu family and see if I can find a way to meet Linghu Chuyin? Just as this thought appeared in his mind, Duan Ling Tian made a decision in his heart. Go to the Linghu family. Thinking that Linghu Chuyin might be his wife, Duan Ling Tian found it hard to suppress his emotions. The Linghu family was a God Emperor rank force that wasn't any weaker than the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect. With the Monarch Descent city that Duan Ling Tian had visited as the boundary, the Hidden Fog sect was in the east, the Myriad Demon sect was in the south, and the Linghu family was in the north. As for the west, it was a God Emperor rank force, the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan was a God Emperor rank force that the Hidden Fog sect, Myriad Demon sect, and Linghu family worshipped. Just like the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect, the Linghu family had been sending their clan's geniuses to the Tianlong clan. Because of this, within the Tianlong clan, it wasn't just the Hidden Fog sect and Myriad Demon sect that had some background. Even the Linghu family's background wasn't small. However, as a family clan, the Linghu family clan was different from the Hidden Fog sect and 10,000 Demon sect. The 10,000 Demon sect and Hidden Fog sect were stationed in the wilderness, while the Linghu family clan was stationed in a bustling city. This city was called Linghu City. In truth, this city was built by the Linghu family. It was expanded with the Linghu family as the center. In terms of scale, Linghu City wasn't much worse than Monarch Descent City. It was much larger than the Skywind City that Duan Ling Tian had visited before and the other cities that he had visited. The Linghu family. With Duan Ling Tian's current speed, it only took him half a month to arrive at Linghu City. After arriving at Linghu City, the first thing Duan Ling Tian did was inquire about the Linghu family's location. After asking around, he learned that the Linghu family was located in the east of Linghu City. The family mansion was large, almost 1/5 the size of Linghu City. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.